Hey guys, this is your part 2. I hope you enjoy, so like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 77. The Second Star. Just as Genma Shiranui swung his arm down, Temari opened most of her 3-star fan, transforming her chakra into a wind-style nature transformation, forming a small tornado that roared towards Hinata. Unlike Temari, who manipulates Tenten at the central tower, while Temari says she hopes Hinata can have fun, she actually sees Hinata as a major enemy. Unlike her younger brother Kankuro, Temari is Raza's eldest daughter and the princess of Sunagakuer. Like Hinata, she carries the honor of the Hokage and the village. If the opponent were someone else, then losing is losing. But one thing she absolutely cannot lose to is a woman from an allied country, especially a heiress from a wealthy family. 8 trigrams empty palm. Seeing the small tornado roaring towards them, Hinata simply raised her hand and slapped it, unleashing a shockwave no less powerful than the opponent's wind-style attack, which collided with it. The shockwave generated by the tornado and its blast wave immediately stirred up a large amount of dust and mist. Genma Shiranui instantly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Hinata and Temari. This also meant that, just as he had said, even if someone's life was in danger, he would not intervene to save them because of his status. Who? The dust and mist had just risen when Temari blew it away with a wave of her fan. After all, she hadn't forgotten that her opponent was the white-eyed princess, who possessed X-ray vision and long-distance vision. Unfortunately, she was still a little too slow. As soon as the dust settled, Hinata had already rushed in front of her. Her fingers, slender as jade, could easily shatter wooden dummies, and even a human body would instantly bleed from their touch. They were wreathed in blue chakra flames as she thrust forward. If Temari is hit, her body will instantly stiffen, and if she isn't resilient enough, the battle is basically over. But the next second, Hinata's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Just as the finger was about to strike the Temari ball, the opponent suddenly smiled, and with a slight sway, appeared several meters behind. This mode of movement. It's not just your teammates who use body flicker technique with nature transformation. Temari, as if guessing Hinata's thoughts, smugly opened her 3-star fan and shouted, "When it comes to wind release, our sand village is the strongest." Wind release. Great Kamaitachi technique. Wa-ya-ya. A fierce wind howled, and the distorted air currents transformed into invisible blades, carving cracks in the ground and sweeping towards Hinata. The storm covered an astonishing area and moved at an unbelievable speed, making it impossible to dodge in an instant. What a powerful wind release nature transformation! Even Genma Shiranui, who had already created some distance, had to teleport again to a more distant location. Looking at the storm that had cut open the earth in its wake, he was slightly amazed. Gazing at the chakra hidden within the storm, spreading out like ocean waves, Hinata calmly assumed a gentle fist stance and shouted, 8 trigrams palm. Rotation. At this moment, Hinata's advantage as a glutton was fully demonstrated. A massive amount of chakra surged forth from the chakra channels within Hinata's body. Under the powerful control of the chakra, it instantly condensed into a gigantic hemisphere spinning at an ultra-high speed as Hinata spun in place. The storm engulfed the massive hemisphere, and a series of clanging sounds echoed throughout the area. It's like countless blades slashing at high-speed spinning steel, only to be bounced off. In the stands of the players' section, Hyaga Niji gripped the armrests tightly with both hands, his eyes trembling slightly. At that moment, he felt a sense of defeat once again. Both were attempts at the rejuvenation technique, but the energy shield he created was far inferior to Hinata's in both size and mass. Is that the family's secret technique, reversing heaven? It's huge. Sister is amazing. Hanabi, in the audience, was equally stunned. Your gentle fist talent is no less than Hinata's. As long as you train diligently, you can achieve it in the future too. Hayashi Hyaga encouraged him, feeling gratified, but also no less shocked than Niji Hyaga. He felt as if he had saved the whole world in his past life. How come both the eldest and second daughters possess such astonishing chakra and gentle fist talent? Furthermore, Hinata's transformation only began a few years ago, she wasn't always this outstanding. Is the power of love really that strong? Or is it that the Hokage clan's teaching methods are wrong, and Izayoi's teaching methods are correct? Little did they know, it was because Izayoi had become a powerful tonic, and only members of the Hokage clan could benefit from it. Swoosh! The rapidly spinning blue hemisphere did not last long. As soon as the gale subsided, the energy ball also vanished, turning into blue flames. Hinata, who had spun around countless times without feeling dizzy at all, vanished in a flash, and appeared before the astonished Temari, her fingers striking out once more. Temari clearly hadn't realized that her ultimate move would be blocked so easily. Seeing Hinata reappear before her, she didn't have time to teleport away this time, and could only use her giant fan to block. Seeing this, Hinata immediately transformed her fingers into a palm and struck the open surface of the three-star fan. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly pierced through the Samsung fan and slammed into Temari. Temari's feet left the ground, and she was sent flying by Hinata's palm strike from a distance. The shockwave raged through her body, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Temari's mouth. Despite the excruciating pain of her churning internal organs, she was determined to use the blood from her mouth to unleash her strongest attack. Unfortunately, she forgot that she was levitating. Thank you for your guidance. When Temari looked up, Hinata had already disappeared from her sight. A gentle voice came from behind her. Roar! Faintly, Temari seemed to hear the roar of the king of beasts. Immediately, Temari felt a hand slap her back, and then the chakra in her meridians vanished instantly, as if she had been hit by a gentle fist, with all her pressure points sealed off. She knelt on the ground with vacant eyes, as if she would faint at any moment. When a kunai was placed on her neck, its icy light seeped through her skin and into her body, allowing chakra to flow again through Temari's meridians, restoring some of her energy. The latest novel is first published here. The battle is over. The winner is Hinata Hokage. Upon hearing the examiner announce the results, Temari initially felt a surge of resentment, then glanced at the kunai she had retracted from her neck, a bitter smile appearing on her face as she said, I lost. As the princess of Tsunagakuer, Temari is undoubtedly proud. And she also possesses impressive abilities. However, the more proud a person is, the greater the impact on their ego if they are defeated, especially by someone their own age. They either cultivate themselves even more diligently, or they become completely discouraged and give up. But clearly, the proud princess must be the former. Hinata, having won, did not comfort the enemy village's ninja. After storing the kunai back in the wristband-style sealing scroll, she walked towards the contestants' passage. As Hinata approached the stands, she heard a great deal of cheering and couldn't help but glance in the direction of her father and sister. Seeing Hanabi waving her arms vigorously at her without regard for her image, and her father not stopping her, even showing a rare smile on his serious face, Hinata's lips immediately curled up slightly, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. Hinata quickened her pace as she entered the dimly lit passage, eager to share her joy with Izayoi. However, before even reaching the stands, Hinata could vaguely hear the shouts and curses of the audience, which puzzled her. What happened? They were cheering just a moment ago, why are they all cursing now? Was it because she didn't take her leave, or was it targeting that female ninja from Tsunagakuer? Hinata suddenly realized what was happening when she came to Izayoi's side. It turns out that Kankuro, who drew number 6, chose to abstain. Like Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara won without a fight. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki's automatic advancement, the audience was unaware that the previous duel was the second round. I just watched a great match, but someone forfeited in the next round. It's like eating a delicious dish only to find it's mixed with shit. It disgusts all the audience members who traveled a long way and paid a high price for tickets. But no matter how much they cursed, Kankuro, who was preserving his strength for the sake of the plan, remained unmoved and even showed a disdainful smile. Genma Shiranui also ignored the audience's reaction and announced, "Candidate number 6 has forfeited, candidate number 5 has automatically advanced. Candidates who drew numbers 7 and 8, please enter the arena immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, sand appeared out of thin air to the left of Genma Shiranui, gradually condensing into a figure. Upon seeing this entrance, the audience, who had been shouting and cursing and hadn't even heard Genma Shiranui's words, and who had actually missed 2 matches, suddenly fell silent and focused intently on Gaara on the field. This kind of entrance is obviously not simple. When did that guy leave? In the stands of the players' area, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto were also slightly surprised. They instinctively looked towards Gaara's location, but his figure had already vanished. "Humph, making a fuss over nothing." Kankuro scoffed. "With Gaara's strength, even if he killed you all, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. What are you talking about, you clown cat?" Naruto pointed at Kankuro and mocked, "You don't even dare to fight Shikamaru, how strong can your comrades be?" In one sentence, he offended 2 people. However, Nara Shikamaru didn't seem to care. Instead, he said to Izayoi, "That guy with the gourd is no ordinary person, Izayoi. You need to be careful." Seeing that Izayoi didn't have a camera in his hand, Hinata vaguely guessed what was going on, but still smiled gently and said, "Izayoi-kun, good luck." Izayoi didn't return the smile, but simply nodded slightly. Then, under the wide-eyed gazes of Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru and the other Konoha members, as well as Kankuro and Temari who had just returned to the stands, she lifted her feet off the ground, her body floating into the air, and slowly flew towards the examination hall. This scene left not only the test-takers speechless. The audience seats fell silent. Chapter 78. It's flying, it's flying. That boy, he can actually fly. Ninjas can even use flying ninjutsu? Wow, that's amazing. Those 2 guys don't seem like easy to mess with. Looks like this match is going to be even more intense than the previous ones. As they watched Izayoi fly without any wind barriers around her, seemingly defying gravity with some unknown ability, the audience remained silent for only a few seconds before erupting into a clamor. Exclamations, discussions, and excited shouts rang out continuously. Unlike the ignorance of ordinary people, the ninjas were visibly shocked. A flying ninja? Has that brat learned the earth release, light and heavy rock technique from Iwagakure? Is it ninjutsu, a secret technique, or a bloodline limit? So it was him. The top rookie this year, a ninjutsu genius who mastered all 5 nature transformations. If I remember correctly, he seems to have developed the 4th Hokage's Raise Nan himself, and even incorporated 2 nature transformations to create the ultimate storm release technique. Could it be that he developed this flying ninjutsu himself? What astonishing ninjutsu talent! Various exclamations of amazement also resounded within the ninja community. Even elite jonin like Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy were taken aback this time. Wow, that's amazing! Unii-chan can actually fly! Hanabi exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hayaga, whose eyes were also trembling, immediately looked towards the stands in the players' area, his temples bulging with veins. When he saw the astonished expressions of the other candidates, but only his eldest daughter wore a faint smile, he finally stopped rolling his eyes, and his heart remained unsettled for a long time. It seems that Izayoi and Hinata had already discovered that someone was watching them a long time ago. Otherwise, the intelligence gap couldn't be so large. The 5 nature transformations, the Raise Nan, and the ultimate storm release technique, and now, flight ninjutsu. Neither the guards nor he knew any of this information. These 2 little guys are such good at hiding. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a cradle of geniuses, I never expected to find even a flying ninja, a rarity in the ninja world. In the VIP section, Orochimaru was equally astonished. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't speak, but silently took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes filled with surprise. That's amazing! Lord Hashirama, Tobirama-sensei, your decision was right. The Senju clan merged with Konoha, filling the village with hope for the future. An Uchiha orphan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a ninjutsu genius with unknown bloodlines. Konoha will rise again in this generation. Izayoi, who had become the focus of everyone's attention, slowly drifted down to the right of Genma Shiranui. Genma Shiranui gave Izayoi a deep look, then raised his arm and shouted, "Round 2, Izayoi vs Gaara. Let's begin." After swinging his arm, Genma Shiranui immediately leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Izayoi and Gaara. Even ordinary people can tell from their entrance that the match will be very intense, let alone a special Jonin who once served as the 4th Hokage's bodyguard. Whether it's Izayoi or that dark-eyed brat carrying a gourd, their aura and chakra are ridiculously strong. The match began. Gaara crossed his arms and stared blankly at Izayoi, showing no change in expression despite Izayoi's ability to fly. It's not that Gaara has exceptionally strong mental fortitude, but rather that he's wearing a layer of sand armor, and the face he's wearing is actually a mask. Beneath the sand armor, his true expression was one of ferocity and bloodlust. As if sensing its master's will, the large gourd on its back automatically opened its wooden stopper, and then a large amount of sand also defied gravity, surging out from inside and surrounding Gaara, awaiting instructions. The next second, Gaara opened his arms wide and launched his attack. However, instead of the sand flying around her, 2 waves of sand suddenly rose from the ground on either side of Izayoi, like palms, trying to envelop her. Sandbound coffin. As Gaara's voice rang out, the 2 waves of sand merged together, spinning and forming a twisted knot. Since becoming a killing machine, countless people have died from Gaara's combination attack with Sandstorm Funeral. This time, however, there was no blood staining the sand. Gaara looked up and saw a figure in a white robe floating in the sky. It was none other than Izayoi, who had vanished in an instant. Looking down at Gaara, Izayoi murmured in a voice only she could hear, "In my current state, I can't play your childish ninja games." After saying that, Izayoi immediately raised her hands, condensing a huge blue and white energy ball. Then, the white inside the energy ball quickly turned into a deeper blue than its outer color. Without even calling out the name of the move, Izayoi threw the giant energy ball down. Empty sand barrier. Seeing the energy ball crashing down, and the water release nature transformation contained within it, Gaara didn't hesitate at all. He immediately crouched down and slammed his fist on the ground, consuming a massive amount of chakra to turn the earth into sand. Then, he floated into the air, forming a huge shield that blocked the energy ball. Boom! With a deafening roar, the energy ball failed to penetrate the sand shield. Instead, it sank a third of the way into the sand before exploding into a massive waterspout. The waterspout acted like a drill, continuing to drill through the sand shield while spewing out large amounts of water, making the sand even heavier. Izayoi didn't expect to defeat Gaara instantly with just this one move. Almost instantly after throwing out the energy ball, Izayoi raised her hand again and condensed another energy ball. This energy ball isn't as big as the previous one, it's only about the size of a basketball. Then 2 energy balls, each the size of a billiard ball, appeared inside the energy ball, and their colors quickly changed from blue and white to one blue and one white. Those candidates and Jonin who had watched the preliminary rounds at the central tower were all familiar with this move. It was the S-rank storm release technique that had recently become famous among Konoha's Jonin. Just when they all thought that Izayoi was about to unleash her signature storm release technique called Judgment once again. Under the wide-eyed, astonished gazes of these ninjas, yet another energy sphere appeared inside the Super Hurricane Sphere. The latest novel is first published here. This energy ball was initially blue and white, but in less than 2 seconds, it turned orange-red. Even those who are unaware of changes in nature and form can see that this energy sphere contains the power of fire. As the tricolor balls of lightning, white, ocean, blue, and flame, red, spun rapidly inside the energy sphere, some people in the audience immediately began making coded hand gestures. Kabuto Yakushi, disguised as a member of Konoha's Anbu, hid at the very back, ready to form hand seals and cast spells at any moment. The three-colored dumplings rotated clockwise inside the energy ball, just like the Tomo in the Sharingan. After spinning several times, one of the blue balls suddenly changed from clockwise to counterclockwise and collided with the oncoming white ball, with the red ball following closely behind. The collision of the three dumplings was like shattering a glass ball. The three liquids inside surged out, mixed together, and gradually transformed into a completely new color. It was a blue color with flowing flames. Secret technique. Lightning cannon. Izayoi recited the name of the technique and then threw it down. Just then, the waterspout shrank and disappeared, leaving a huge crater in the floating sand shield. As if equipped with a positioning and tracking system, the cyan energy ball fell towards the crater. Along the way, its speed increased. Its volume, about the size of a basketball, inflated like a water-filled balloon, and its shape changed from a sphere to a cylindrical cyan beam of light. Both are beams of light, but the judgment is a diffuse electrical attack, like a waterfall. This cyan pillar of light, with orange-red flames flowing both on its exterior and within, could be detected by anyone skilled in the art of perception as containing destructive power. Are you kidding me? Someone will die. Genma Shiranui, who was outside the range of the sand shield, quickly teleported towards the high wall. Gaara, too, sensed the approach of death, as if his mother were whispering a warning in his ear. Without the slightest hesitation, Gaara formed hand seals and whispered, "Feign sleep technique." As soon as I closed my eyes, my consciousness instantly entered a deep sleep. Then the gourd in his body turned into sand, and the sand shield on the earth and in the sky also turned into sand waves, engulfing Gaara. Boom! A beam of blue light fell upon the sand waves. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire central street of Konoha. The huge square was shaking violently. Those closest to the explosion covered their ears with their hands, their faces contorted in pain, feeling as if their hearing had been taken away. The spectators standing outside the square were so frightened by the sudden explosion and tremors that they collapsed to the ground. The residents of Konoha stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the plaza. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Before they could even begin to discuss it, countless after-images sprang out from all directions and began attacking the patrolling ninjas. Spiritual communication. A shout rang out from an unknown location, stirring up an astonishingly large expanse of white mist. Then, a gigantic three-headed serpent appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc as it came from the village entrance. In the square, before the audience had regained their hearing, they vaguely saw white feathers falling down. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, they fell asleep immediately. The Konoha Crush plan has officially begun. Chapter 79. Just moments ago, Konoha was peaceful and bustling, but suddenly war broke out, and the entire central street descended into chaos. The villagers and ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden attack from their allies, the Sand Ninja, and the Sound Ninja who had infiltrated the area at some unknown time. While engaging the enemy, they quickly dispersed their forces and organized the villagers to head to the shelter, following the Konoha safety manual. Due to a lack of manpower, the Konoha side was in a very difficult situation and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, giving the Sand and Sound Ninjas the illusion that the Konoha ninjas were nothing special. Members of the Anbu and various ninja clans were all mobilized. The former mostly headed to the plaza to protect the third Hokage, the latter, however, went to the Hokage Rock Refuge to protect their clansmen and villagers. As a result, both the Hokage building and the ninja clan's territory are currently in a state of worst defense and perception. Thump! A sound like a balloon being popped rang out in a forest in the wild. The enormous expanse of white smoke was dispersed by a gust of wind before it could spread. 301 puppets dressed in black trench coats embroidered with red clouds appeared out of thin air. The faces of these 301 puppets were mostly wrapped in white bandages, with only their foreheads and eyes showing. It was impossible to tell which puppet was made of pure materials and which was made from corpses, retaining the abilities of the people in life. In front of these puppets stood a figure dressed in a black trench coat. If members of the Akatsuki were here, they would definitely shout the word leader. Indeed, this figure is none other than Pain. To be precise, it was Izayoi who transformed into Pain using the transformation technique. Gold level chakra control grants Izayoi powerful chakra control abilities. Not only can she use the Super Hurricane combo to fuse 2 or 3 nature transformations into new nature transformations, but her transformation technique is also near perfect. Sensory ninjas, unless they are powerful enough to identify Izayoi's chakra fluctuations and have already identified Izayoi's chakra, would not be able to see through Izayoi's transformation technique. After retrieving all the puppets stored in the large scroll, Izayoi didn't waste any words. With one hand forming a hand seal, he created 3 shadow clones with a large amount of chakra, and then his main body vanished instantly. That's right, the Izayoi in front of us, who used the transformation jutsu to become Pain, is the real one. The Izayoi in the square is actually just a shadow clone. That's why the shadow clones didn't play childish ninja games with Gaara, since his resilience was too poor. As soon as the 3 shadow clones appeared, they began to divide the work and cooperate. The first hand seal was used to transform into the form of Pain, and then he vanished in an instant, acting alone. The second shadow clone also used a transformation technique to become an ordinary person wearing sunglasses, and then instantly flew towards the Nanhi River. At the same time, the power of the Tensagen activated the chakra cores of 300 puppets remotely. These puppets instantly came to life, dispersing into afterimages. Only the short, unusual-looking puppet, the 301st of its kind, remained standing in the same spot. This little puppet's face was also wrapped in bandages, but its eyes were much more beautiful than the other puppets. They were not only crystal clear like gemstones, but also shimmered with red light. This little puppet is none other than Ranmaru, who was made into a human puppet. The third shadow clone's mission was to protect Ranmaru and provide him with chakra. At this moment, Ranmaru's eyes shone with a red light. The 300 puppets that had scattered suddenly had red powder appear out of thin air around them, and then their bodies twisted slightly, like a mirage, and they vanished without a trace. Even with the Byakugan's X-ray vision, they couldn't detect their presence. This is the Byakugan's natural enemy, the Red Eye's ability to use chakra to create images and interfere with the enemy. With the help of the red-eyed demon, 200 of the puppets, like Moonlight Gale using the transparent release technique, silently arrived at the center of the street, watching the 3 ninjas who were fighting. By this time, the war had already resulted in numerous casualties. The streets, rooftops, and even alleyways and hidden corners were littered with lifeless corpses or wounded soldiers who were too badly injured to continue fighting and had to hide. These people hid very well. Some of the clever ones even took out props they carried and blended in with the surrounding buildings. Unfortunately, they were all exposed to the farsightedness and X-ray vision of the reincarnation eye. Some of the puppets began to move. Red powder appeared out of thin air, revealing the puppet's figure. It picked up the corpse of the dead ninja and then vanished again. The ninjas who happened to witness this scene all thought they were hallucinating, and some even suspected they were under a genjutsu, illusionary technique. Before they could investigate further, they had to suppress their anger due to the enemy's attack. The puppet spared no corpses, whether they were from Konoha ninja, Tsunagaku ninja, or Otagaku ninja. As for the seriously injured ninjas, apart from the Konoha ninjas, other ninjas would finish them off once the puppets got close. Pfft! The sharp blades mounted on the puppets would spring out, sometimes piercing the ninja's neck, sometimes stabbing into his chest and twisting, sometimes severing his head, but never damaging his heart. To create a human puppet, a complete heart must be preserved, and the heart must be used to create a chakra core. No. No. Still nothing. The shadow clone standing next to Ranmaru witnessed everything the puppet did. He kept uttering emotionless words. Clearly, the scene I wanted to see did not appear. However, the shadow clone was not discouraged. Instead, it raised its hand and made a gesture, whispering, "Activate Plan B." As if hearing his words, they had already arrived at the cave in the South River, where the shadow clones controlling 300 puppets were immediately replaced with another batch of puppets to finish off the remaining enemies. These puppets are all made from corpses, human puppets that retain the abilities they had in life. Moreover, the strength of these puppets far surpasses that of their lives. Because the chakra within them belongs to Izayoi, and they are controlled by Izayoi's shadow clones. Except for the fact that he doesn't have the yin-yang release black rod stuck in his body and can't use the Tensagan's abilities, Izayoi can perform ninjutsu through human puppets. Thus, the shadow clones controlled the human puppets, dividing the work among themselves. One group was responsible for finishing off the wounded ninjas, while the other group no longer hid, revealing their forms and intervening in the war. With a flash of lightning, a human puppet appeared behind a sound ninja who was responsible for assisting the sand ninja. Its arm, modified with puppet technology, sprang out a sharp blade, wrapped in lightning release nature transformation, and pierced through the sound ninja's body from behind, twisting it forcefully. Wow, that's fast! The latest novel is first published here. The sound ninja were unaware of the fourth enemy. Looking at the blade piercing their bodies, they left only this one sentence before falling silent. Who is it? Anbu? No, Anbu don't wear this uniform. Who is this guy? Be careful, his teleportation speed is very fast, and his stealth ability is excellent. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing human puppet, the Konoha ninja, sand ninja, and sound ninja who were fighting nearby all became more vigilant. Swoosh! After instantly killing the sound ninja, the puppet raised its hand, revealing a hollow palm. Then, it gathered dazzling golden light and fired a beam of light at the sand ninja. "They're on our side, go!" Upon seeing this, a Konoha ninja's eyes lit up. He had been successfully fooled by a puppet. Wind release. Just as this Konoha ninja was preparing to form hand seals and unleash a wind release attack on the sand ninja, the figure of the human puppet suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced his body with the same blade. Blood flowed from the wound, staining the tribal emblem on the clothes red. The Shimura clan, skilled in wind release techniques. After killing the Konoha ninja, the puppet suddenly froze in place, no longer moving. Swish! A flash of cold light appeared, and a short knife severed the puppet's head. Looking at the puppet, which hadn't bled at all, the special jonin who had killed it with Konoha-style swordsmanship said with a grim expression, "Why would a puppet from Tsunagakure kill its own people?" The loss of one puppet was of no concern to Izayoi's shadow clone. On the contrary, the shadow clones, including Izayoi herself, all showed expressions of joy. Because, it exploded. From Izayoi's and his shadow clone's perspective, after the puppet killed the Shimura clan ninja, a green beam of light shot out from his body and flew towards Izayoi's main body. The green entries, when decomposed, yield only random 2-digit integrals, not even a fraction of the value of the purple entries. But Izayoi was overjoyed. Given his current strength, the probability of him obtaining either low-level or high-level affixes is extremely small. How small? Even elite jonin like Zabuza Momokai and Reiga Kurosuke, as well as bloodline limit users like Haku and Ranmaru, couldn't get a low-level attribute. Similarly, Izayoi hasn't mentioned any related terms for Uchiha Sasuke or the Hyuga sisters for a long time. Since graduation, only Rock Lee has provided Izayoi with 2 blue entries. Now, the puppet kills the enemy, and suddenly a green item appears for Izayoi. This not only means that Izayoi can also gain entries by having her puppets defeat and kill enemies. If this isn't a very rare occurrence, then it means Izayoi's guess was correct. Even if his strength reaches the top level, the talent attribute system still has a hidden mechanism that can increase the drop rate. After all, he figured out even the level system for the entries himself. There are, of course, more than just a few mechanisms. There's always a way out, as long as you dare to dream and act. To confirm whether it was a very small probability event, the shadow clone immediately manipulated the human puppets on the street and began indiscriminately attacking the ninjas present. They showed no mercy in killing both the sand ninja and the sound ninja. For Konoha ninjas, the options are either to find an opportunity to stun them, or to sacrifice the puppet to incapacitate the opponent, then make a move to kill them, giving the surrounding Konoha ninjas a chance to come to their rescue. After killing several sand ninja and sound ninja, Izayoi and his shadow clone saw another blue beam of light fly out from a sand ninja wearing a vest and head towards Izayoi's main body. The mechanism truly exists. Izayoi, now transformed into pain, couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, the shadow clones in the Nanga River cave, taking advantage of Jiraiya's lack of attention to the puppets, discovered that the puppets were all wearing Akatsuki uniforms. They quickly controlled several of the strongest puppets in the central area, using their red eyes to become invisible and escape, all heading towards Izayoi's main body's location, the root organization. Chapter 80. Few people know that beneath Konoha, there exist two underground bases of astonishing size. One is located below the Hokage building, and the other is located near the Hokage rock, nestled among mountains and forests. These two bases have multiple entrances and can move underground, quickly appearing in various locations throughout Konoha. However, these entrances are all sealed and integrated with nature. Only those from the root organization and the dark side can find these entrances and break the seals. Even if people accidentally discover these entrances, they will be spotted by nearby surveillance cameras, and then the secret agents will come to chase them away. In severe cases, they may even be sealed or have their memories read. The underground base is also protected by a barrier, which cannot be detected by either the Byakugan or sensory techniques. These two underground bases are undoubtedly the most hidden places in Konoha. However, in Izayoi's eyes, both the concealment and sealing of the entrance and the barrier covering the entire base were useless. In an instant, he appeared a few meters away from a mountain wall. Izayoi glanced at a protruding rock on the top of the wall, then used gravity to pick up a pebble from the ground and used repulsion to launch it away. The pebble blurred into a blur, like an armor-piercing bullet, instantly shattering the protruding rock and destroying the surveillance camera hidden within. Immediately, one screen in the monitoring backend went blank. The root members discovered it immediately and rushed to report it to Danzo Shimura. Lord Danzo, the surveillance cameras at entrance A3 have been compromised. It's suspected that intruders have broken into the base. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo, who was sitting on a stone chair, slowly opened his left eye, which was not wrapped in bandages, and said indifferently, "Are you from the Anbu?" "I don't know. The other party hasn't been exposed, but this method doesn't seem like it," a member of the root organization replied. "Let Feng or Torun take care of him. If it's the Anbu, then..." Shimura Danzo was just about to weaken the Anbu's strength as before, when he suddenly changed his mind as if he had thought of something. "Spare his life, imprison him. He might become my subordinate in the future." Danzo Shimura didn't take the intruder seriously at all. During this special period, Konoha's sensory barrier even covered the entrance to the village. Apart from a few high-ranking officials, no one knew the rotation schedule for the perception team. The most dangerous person in the village right now is Orochimaru, who has already started fighting Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo Shimura, who possessed Kota Amatsukami as a trump card, didn't even take Orochimaru seriously. In Konoha now, no one can rival him. Moreover, anyone who would use such methods to infiltrate Root's base is undoubtedly a coward, trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal secrets. But the voice that rang in his mind the next second made Danzo Shimura's expression change drastically, and he suddenly stood up. "Lord Danzo, the intruders have been found, they are members of the Akatsuki. The sound of the mountain wind exploded in Danzo Shimura's mind. Danzo Shimura's face immediately darkened. Why are the Akatsuki members here? And why now of all times? That damned Orochimaru! Danzo Shimura's first suspicion was not that of Itachi Uchiha, who was an undercover agent in Akatsuki, but rather that of Orochimaru, who had once been a member of Akatsuki. After all, Itachi Uchiha was even willing to destroy his own clan for the sake of his younger brother. As long as Sasuke Uchiha is still in Konoha, Itachi Uchiha will be Konoha's most loyal dog, it's impossible for him to be targeting him. However, just in case, Shimura Danzo still asked, is it Uchiha Itachi? No, the opponent's yin release chakra didn't have the aura of the Sharingan. Instead, it belonged to a man wearing an Akatsuki uniform, with purple wavy eyes and short orange hair, Yamanaka Fu described. Danzo Shimura's breathing suddenly became heavy, and he quickly asked, purple rippled eyes, are you sure? Seemingly sensing Shimura Danzo's change in mood, Yamanaka Fu remained silent for a few seconds before replying, I'm certain, the other party possesses eyes with purple ripples, such powerful ocular abilities. He has already discovered me and destroyed the surveillance cameras. Gather all squads, everyone, and join me in taking down that guy. Shimura Danzo immediately gave the order, then strode out of the room with lightning speed, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Rin-Egan. That brat from back then actually offered himself up. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Under the notification of Yamanaka Kaze, who possessed the ninja art of mind control and whose base also had barriers and devices, the root members who did not go out to provide support or fight the enemy, nor escort the villagers to the shelter, instantly transformed into streaks of black afterimages and flew towards Izayoi's direction. Izayoi witnessed this entire scene. Izayoi chuckled to herself, very good, this way I can wipe you all out in one fell swoop. Immediately, several figures appeared behind Izayoi, they were Reiga Kurosuke, who had been turned into a human puppet, and his Kurosuke family. Izayoi raised her hand and made a coded gesture. Immediately, the shadow clone in the cave of the Naga River controlled the puppets and rushed off in a certain direction. Ranmaru, who was in charge of making the 300 puppets invisible, also turned to look in the direction of the root organization, his eyes gleaming red. Meanwhile, Izayoi's true form strode towards Shimura Danzo. The underground base is very spacious and contains many ancient buildings from the Warring States period. It is dimly lit, making it ideal for concealment. Soon, Izayoi arrived at a bridge. At that moment, 4 overlapping shouts suddenly came from all directions. Ninjutsu, 4 purple flame formation. A purple, transparent barrier rose up from both sides of the bridge. At the same time, figures emerged from the heights of those ancient buildings, or used earth-style ninjutsu to pop half their bodies out of the base's ceiling, simultaneously forming hand seals and uttering a series of shouts. The latest novel is first published here. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Water release, Water Formation Wall. Wind release, Vacuum Ball. Escape from the Yellow Spring Marsh. Lightning release, Gurai. Combined ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Various kinds of 5 elements escape techniques, which are extremely difficult to learn but also incredibly powerful, and even composite ninjutsu formed by combining 2 nature transformations, poured down from above the 4 purple flame array, which had not yet been fully assembled. Even the ground beneath Izayoi's feet turned into a swamp, attempting to seal his ability to move. When Root takes action, it goes all out. Faced with such tactics and coordination, even S-rank rogue ninjas from Akatsuki would feel immense pressure, except for a few individuals. After all, a ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence. Without intelligence, the best way to deal with the enemy is through overwhelming firepower. Even among the 5 Kage, apart from Onaki, the other 5 Kage would not be able to easily cope with this barrage of firepower consisting entirely of advanced ninjutsu. Unfortunately, Izayoi is no ordinary cage-level character. He is a cage-level powerhouse who, like Obito Uchiha who possesses Kamui, wields power based on rules. Then Izayoi rose into the air, easily breaking free from the constraints of Yomi no Swamp, and with her arms outstretched, she softly shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" The chakra quickly transformed into repulsive force, then compressed to form a transparent green dome that enveloped Izayoi. The shield shattered instantly, unleashing an invisible repulsive storm. It resembles wind release, yet far surpasses it in power, like an adult's hand patting bubbles. The various ninjutsu techniques that were poured down were instantly blasted apart, turning into energy bodies and flames of various colors, which slowly dissipated. After scattering these ninja techniques, the repulsive storm slammed heavily against the purple transparent barrier on all sides, like a bison ramming against a wooden door. The barrier instantly bulged and deformed outward, like an inflated balloon. But soon, the balloon deflated and returned to its original shape. The remaining repulsive force was insufficient to shatter the 4 purple flame array, which could trap even a shadow-level expert. Ninja technique, mind transference. As Izayoi released her repulsive force while floating in the air, a shout suddenly rang out from the dark shadows. The invisible yin energy penetrated the barrier and seeped into Izayoi's body. Chapter 81. Ouch, it hurts so much, my head hurts so much. Izayoi felt nothing as the invisible yin release chakra seeped into his body. Just like the ninjutsu that was deflected and scattered by Shinra Tensei, this chakra was deflected and scattered by an invisible force of rules before it could penetrate Izayoi's body, causing the caster to suffer serious after-effects. The heart-wrenching screams came from the shadows, where someone sought a fatal opportunity to seize Izayoi's body and then help Lord Danzo remove Yamanaka Kaze's Rinnegan. His gaze pierced the darkness as he watched Yamanaka Kaze, writhing on the ground with his hands clutching his head, his eyes bulging with fury. Izayoi was speechless for a moment, then couldn't help but utter 2 words in his native dialect, "Silly boy." Using a mental type yin release ninjutsu on an Otsutsuki, especially a noble Otsutsuki who has awakened the ultimate eye technique, is truly courting death. Aside from physical skills and rule-based abilities, the Otsutsuki's resistance in all aspects has reached a non-human level. This is only the red-tier Otsutsuki bloodline. If they are pure-blooded Otsutsuki from outer space, their resistance is so strong that they can be immune to ninjutsu, and even genjutsu at the level of bloodline limit and divine techniques. This immunity alone is enough to make 99% of ninjas feel hopeless. Continue, use area of effect tactics. No one paid any attention to the screams of the mountain wind. In the darkness, Danzo Shimura's voice echoed. His voice blended into the wind release technique. If Izayoi didn't have the Tensagen and Kagura's mind's eye, she really wouldn't know where he was. Fire release, ash concealment technique. The barrier tore open a small hole, and 4 root members formed hand seals, spitting out a large amount of dust, instantly turning the inside of the barrier into a grey haze. Before the barrier closed, the 4 of them gritted their teeth, and a wisp of fire instantly seeped into the barrier like a lit fuse, igniting the ash and bursting into a huge orange-red flame, about to cause a tremendous explosion. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive storm once again blasted away the dust and flames, while simultaneously slamming forcefully against the barrier. This repulsive storm was incredibly powerful. The barrier, like an inflating balloon, rapidly expanded and became severely deformed. Although the barrier remained intact and sturdy, the 4 people maintaining it saw it closing in on them. Although they were all spellcasters, the flames above the barrier did not recognize a master. Before they could dispel the barrier, the 4 casters were hit by it. Ah! As screams rang out, the 4 purple flame array vanished instantly, and a repulsive storm spread outwards, shattering the stone bridge and stirring up thick dust. The already dimly lit underground base was suddenly plunged into complete darkness, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Just as Izayoi was about to increase the intensity and test the limits of the 4 purple flame array barrier, he was slightly taken aback. Glancing at the 4 charred corpses beneath the broken bridge, Izayoi shook her head and murmured, "What a pity, they were all prime targets for exploitation." After he finished speaking, Izayoi's eyes flashed as if she had seen something. Without the slightest hesitation, Izayoi unleashed a repulsive storm once more, blasting away and obliterating the nano-sized poisonous insects invisible to the naked eye. As soon as they landed, ninjutsu of various colors attacked from all directions once again. They still didn't encounter Izayoi before being mercilessly blasted away by the repulsive force. The members of Root, clearly aware of the power of this ability, stopped using a barrier to trap Izayoi. Instead, they used Earth Release to turn the earth into a swamp and employed various ranged ninjutsu to force Izayoi to continuously use that ability to gather intelligence for Lord Danzo. "Why haven't the other squads arrived yet? Didn't you relay my orders?" In the darkness, Shimura Danzo looked at Yamanaka Kaze, who had recovered slightly, and asked a question. "I've notified everyone, but they haven't arrived yet." "They must have encountered the enemy," Yamanaka Fu said, clutching his head and looking distressed. "I sensed several chakra auras earlier, they must be this person's subordinates. However, their chakra isn't strong. Unless we defeat them one by one, they can't possibly be a match for those small teams." Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Abarame Torun, whose sneak attacks had repeatedly failed, and asked, "Torun, did you figure it out?" "Yes, Lord Danzo." Abarame Torun nodded and said, "This person's technique is very unique and powerful. It can deflect and shatter any ninjutsu, and its cooldown time is extremely short. However, this technique also has a flaw. That is, if he wants to release a powerful invisible storm, he must charge up for a while, converting his chakra into the nature transformation of that technique. At that time, a green shield will also appear around him. If it's a continuous, instantaneous attack, the power of the second shot, assuming there are no buildings nearby, is essentially an enhanced version of wind release, great breakthrough that can deflect any ninjutsu. If one has exceptional physical abilities, they might even be able to withstand the second shot. He seems to know this too, so he rarely uses instantaneous attacks, preferring to charge up in place or while airborne. This is actually the best time to attack, but..." Yunu paused slightly, then didn't continue. Yamanaka Fu picked up where he left off, looking at Izayoi who was being held back by the Root members' firepower, and said in a deep voice, "However, his yin release chakra is extremely powerful. The Yamanaka clan's secret techniques are useless against him, and probably genjutsu as well. To make him reveal a weakness, we not only need to prevent him from charging up, but we also need to prevent him from even casting instantaneous spells. That's simply impossible. Furthermore, the insect told me that his chakra is extremely powerful, and trying to exhaust his chakra through a war of attrition is probably unrealistic," Abarame Torun added. "The latest novel is first published here. Flight and offense/defense combined, a technique that can be used indefinitely, and the technique that summoned giant objects back then. Is this the power of the Rinnegan?" Danzo Shimura's gaze towards Izayoi instantly filled with fervor and greed. The legendary foremost of the 3 great dojutsu must possess more than just these 3 abilities. "It seems that I will have to take action myself." Danzo Shimura already had a strategy in mind. Without hesitation, he unwrapped the bandage around his right eye, removed the device sealing the Sharingan on his arm, and made a few coded hand gestures to Yamanaka Fu and Abarame Shino. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Fu and Abarame Torun immediately nodded, then vanished in an instant. Izayoi, who was playing a turn-based game with the members of the Root organization, was in a very pleasant mood. Every now and then, Izayoi would see a blue beam and a green beam of light flying from a certain direction, penetrating all obstacles and seeping into his body. Sometimes, even purple beams of light would fly in. With each beam of light entering his body, Izayoi would hear a system notification in his mind, and then he would unhesitatingly break down the entry into points. The points keep increasing, each increase being a random 2-digit, 3-digit, or even 4-digit number. In the eyes of Shimura Danzo and the others, Izayoi was suppressed by their firepower and could only stand still and fight them at a loss. In reality, Izayoi saw the members of Root as precious treasures, and he couldn't bear to harm them. Even if they accidentally killed him, Izayoi would feel heartbroken, no less so than if she had suffered a severe hemorrhage when she was broke. If Kato is the world's richest man, then the Root organization is a treasure trove of points in Izayoi's eyes. Thanks to Danzo Shimura's pickiness, everyone who could become a member of Root was either a Chunin with green aptitude, a Jonin with blue aptitude, or a bloodline limit holder with purple aptitude. Moreover, very few members own a single word, almost all are elites with 2 or 3 words or more. On the battlefield outside, the puppet needs to kill several people before it can drop a green item. When killing members of Root, almost every 2 people killed will result in one person dropping a green, blue, or even a double kill entry. Such a high drop rate is something Izayoi has never encountered since she obtained the talent affix system. At that moment, Izayoi suddenly felt a lump in her throat. His good days have finally arrived. The anxiety about slow leveling up, being overtaken or surpassed by overpowered characters at the start of Shippuden, and then aliens descending, with the ninja world constantly entering the era of bloodline limits and divine techniques, has finally been cured. Chapter 82. Shinra Tensei. Once again, a repulsive storm was released, scattering the 5 elements escape techniques coming from all directions. As if sensing something, Izayoi suddenly withdrew her gaze from the Kurosugi family, who were fighting with other squads, and glanced at the shadowy area to her left. A figure dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask that covered half of his face rushed out from inside and flew towards Izayoi at an extremely fast speed. Escape from the Yellow Spring Marsh. As if receiving an order, the Root members immediately ceased their firepower. One of them used Earth Release again, turning the ground beneath Izayoi's feet into a swamp. 2 muddy hands emerged, trying to grab Izayoi's feet and pull his body into the swamp. This tactic has been used before. If nothing unexpected happens, Izayoi will rise into the air again, releasing a repulsive force to blast everything away. Really? A few seconds after releasing the repulsive force, Izayoi's body floated into the air again, dodging the muddy hand's grasp. She drifted into the air, spread her arms, and softly uttered, "Shinra Tensei." An invisible repulsive force instantly shattered the upward-reaching muddy hand, as well as the rapidly approaching Aberame Torun. However, when the repulsive storm struck Aberame Torun, his body instantly transformed into countless black insects, which were blown away and blasted to pieces by the repulsive storm. This is the secret technique of the Aberame clan, insect clones. The repulsive storm had only spread a few meters away, and hadn't even disappeared yet, when Yamanaka Kaze suddenly emerged from the churning swamp and rushed towards Izayoi, his body still radiating a large amount of flames, clearly covered in explosive tags. "Did you find a weakness in Shinra Tensei? That makes sense. After so many rounds of fighting, and with so many elite troops, it would be utterly incompetent not to have found one." Watching Yamanaka Kaze rush towards him, disregarding his own safety and determined to die with him, Izayoi chuckled and muttered to himself, "Since that's the case, let's see what tricks you're up to." After saying that, Izayoi unleashed another invisible storm. However, the power of this storm is significantly weaker than the repulsive storm from before. After all, there is no perfect ninjutsu in this world, not even bloodline limits or divine techniques. Izayoi's repulsive and attractive forces have only one advantage over Pain's, a shorter cooldown time. Nagato needed to transfer chakra through the yin-yang release black rods in order for Pain to unleash Shinra Tensei. Even the weakest version of Shinra Tensei takes 5 seconds to convert chakra into repulsive force. Therefore, Pain would enter a 5-second cooldown period after each use of Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. If Nagato's main body releases Shinra Tensei, the cooldown might be shorter, or it might remain the same. Izayoi didn't know the exact cooldown time of Nagato, but it was 2 seconds. To be precise, it's like unleashing Shinra Tensei, which is on par with Pain's Deva path. He needs to charge up for 2 seconds to convert his chakra into a repulsive storm. Without any preparatory force, the repulsive force he releases is simply a strong wind with rebounding properties. This is because he possesses the chakra control, gold, attribute, which allows him to instantly mobilize a considerable amount of chakra. However, even if it's just a strong wind, it's still a force governed by rules, and no one can withstand it without sufficient strength. Clearly, Yamanaka-fu does not possess this ability. The repulsive storm, like an invisible chariot, came rushing in and blasted the mountain winds that had leaped into the air back to the ground. Rumble! Before it even landed, the mountain wind turned into a human bomb, exploding like fireworks. As Izayoi slowly landed, she instantly unleashed Shinra Tensei once more, and the strong winds dispersed the mushroom cloud that had failed to take shape. Looking at the location of the body in the mountain, one could see that the crater created by the explosive tags contained no severed limbs or human fragments, only a puppet made of materials. The mountain wind just now was clearly just a puppet. Izayoi's expression remained unchanged, clearly indicating that she had already seen through his deception. Watching Shimura Danzo appear before him in an instant, as if teleported, 2 fingers aimed at his left eye, the moment the strong wind vanished, Izayoi mimicked Pain's expression and said indifferently, "So you've finally decided to come out? Shimura Danzo, today is your death day." As soon as he finished speaking, Shimura Danzo's finger, which was about to succeed, stopped just centimeters away from the eyeball. Looking at the pain of devastation with his face covered in black iron nails, Danzo Shimura seemed to recall something, his expression changing slightly as he said, "No, the brat who possessed the Rinnegan back then wasn't you. So that's how it is. That red-haired brat died, and you obtained your companion's eyes. Henzo has confessed everything, and he left this world before you. Omegakure is now our Akatsuki's territory." Izayoi presented the Akatsuki with a grand gift. Immediately, he merely glared at her, and a powerful repulsive storm blasted Shimura Danzo away. Danzo Shimura, who was mercilessly blasted away, wore a strange smile. The next second, his body vanished like a mirage. Then he reappeared in front of Izayoi, his 2 fingers flashing as he stabbed at Izayoi's left eye. Izanagi. Record status at close range, restart and continue if it fails. Those unfamiliar with Izanagi would be caught off guard by Danzo Shimura's attack. Even Uchiha Shisui, known as Shisui of the body flicker, was caught off guard and tricked by Shimura Danzo. Having tasted sweets at Uchiha Shisui's place, Shimura Danzo is now using the same trick again. From the moment it flew out to the moment it reappeared, there wasn't even a second's interval. Izayoi just unleashed a repulsive storm, and now she can't even cast it instantly. Looking into the purple rippled eyes, Danzo Shimura's eyes were filled with greed. The Sage of 6 Paths' eyes are mine. However, he was fast, but Izayoi was even faster. Izayoi, who had already sensed something was wrong through her Tenseigan, swiftly raised her hand and grabbed Shimura Danzo's wrist. Looking at the astonished Shimura Danzo, she said, "Being able to find the flaws and weaknesses of Shinra Tensei and devise countermeasures is indeed remarkable. However, your strength is your Achilles heel, the gap between us is too great. Farewell, Danzo Shimura. Farewell, gods." Seeing Izayoi preparing to unleash his ultimate attack, Shimura Danzo, in his Izanagi state and utterly fearless of death, unhesitatingly used his strongest trump card against Izayoi. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in his right eye spun wildly, then the Tomo turned into black lines that connected together, forming a black dart pattern. As Shimura Danzo stared wide-eyed at Izayoi, the Mangekyo Sharingan power, nurtured for many years and amplified by Hashirama's cells, instantly seeped into Izayoi's mind through his eye. In the next instant, their spirits arrived in a blood-red space similar to the world of Tsukuyomi. An eyeball the size of the moon floated above the blood-red space, its pupil pattern resembling a black dart. This enormous eyeball gazed downwards, its movement slightly shifting like a living thing, as if seeking the manifestation of a target's will, preparing to unleash its power to destroy it. The target appeared very quickly. However, the person whose will manifested was neither Izayoi, who became pain, nor Izayoi's original form, but Shimura Danzo. How did I get here? Has Kota Amatsukami failed? How is this possible? Just moments ago, Danzo Shimura was viewing things from God's perspective, but suddenly he materialized in the crimson space, leaving him completely bewildered. The eye techniques residing within the Mangekyo Sharingan can't they simply involve pulling the enemy into a genjutsu space and then using the power of Kota Amatsukami to destroy or modify their will, thus turning them into one's puppet? This is not what I imagined. Danzo Shimura, who had initially been confident of victory, could no longer remain calm. He looked around but couldn't find any trace of Izayoi. At the same time, his will could not return to the other gods in the heavens. Just as Shimura Danzo was painfully forming hand seals, preparing to dispel Kota Amatsukami, his expression changed drastically again. Why can't I dispel it? Isn't this Kota Amatsukami's illusion space? Could it be? Swish! As if in response to Shimura Danzo, two long slits suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky above Kota Amatsukami's eyeballs, as if the sky itself had cracked open. Immediately, the two cracks slowly opened, and blue and white light burst out from within. The dazzling blue and white light, like the rays of the sun, instantly transformed the oppressive and eerie blood-red space into a beautiful blue and white space, like a fairyland. The latest novel is first published here. When the gap opened to its widest extent, a pair of blue-white eyes floated in the sky. A white light swirled around the pupil, forming a white flower pattern that swayed as if blown by the wind, exquisitely beautiful and containing supreme, ultimate pupil power. If we were to say that the eyeballs of Kota Amatsukami were the size of the moon, those eyes were as large as two giant suns, looking down at Kota Amatsukami and Shimura Danzo. It was no longer the tone of pain of the Deva path, but the voice of a young boy, echoing throughout the blue and white space. Your eye technique is utterly insignificant before these eyes. As the words fell, her exquisitely beautiful blue and white eyes, like the midday sun, released a dazzling white light that visibly engulfed the space. The first to be affected was the Kota Amatsukami, which floated in the sky. Upon being touched by the white light, the moon-like eyeball instantly turned to dust without even a sound of explosion. This isn't the Rin-Egan, and you're not that brat with the Rin-Egan. Who are you? Even in his spiritual form, Shimura Danzo sensed the approaching death and cried out, I am absolutely certain I have never heard your voice before. Who ordered you to kill me? If we have no grudge against each other, and you spare my life, I am willing. No. Before he could finish his sentence, Shimura Danzo, staring at the white light that was already engulfing him, let out a desperate cry. His body, like the other gods in heaven, turned to dust. To be precise, the entire space vanished into nothingness. An unknown amount of time passed within the illusionary space, while in the real world, it was merely a fleeting moment. In the eyes of the root members, Lord Danzo was still depicted with his wrist held by the enemy, staring wide-eyed at them with his right eye, which was a Mangekyo Sharingan with a dart pattern. However, soon, some members of the root organization with amazing eyesight and keen senses began to show shock and disbelief. They all saw it, in Danzo's eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern of shuriken suddenly changed back into the three-tomo Sharingan. The sparkle in his eyes, and the yin release chakra within his brain, vanished in an instant. Along with that, the Izanagi on his body automatically dissipated, and the Sharingan on his arms completely closed. Without the suppression of the Sharingan's yin release chakra, Shimura Danzo's arm, created from Hashirama's cells, suddenly began to wriggle, as if something was burrowing inside. Upon realizing it couldn't break free, it immediately began to rush into the body along the arm, attempting to wreak havoc. Tear! Izayoi reached out and grabbed it, tearing the entire arm off. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shimura Danzo did not utter a single scream. Although he is not dead yet, this Lord Guoying has become a half-dead, vegetative state. Looking at Shimura Danzo, whose eyes were not closed but rather vacant, Izayoi sighed softly, the strongest genjutsu? It certainly lives up to its reputation. Apart from Izayoi, no one knew what had just happened. Unlike Yamanaka Fu's yin release chakra, which couldn't even penetrate the body and was repelled by the Otsutsuki's resistance and the ultimate eye technique's yin release chakra, this was different. Danzo Shimura's Kota Amatsukami successfully broke through this defense, and then tragedy struck. Because his eye power offended the Tensagen's eye power, which was developing its second stage of the power of all things in the universe. Izayoi's Tensagen has not yet completed its final evolution, even he cannot unleash its full power. However, this does not mean that the Tensagen is not an ultimate eye technique. On the contrary, its status and power surpass those of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo Shimura failed to destroy or alter Izayoi's will. Instead, the power of the Tensagen destroyed his spirit and will within the illusionary space of Kota Amatsukami. Even Izanaga could not rewrite this reality. This is suppression of status, a dimensional reduction attack from another dimension. We can end here. After eliminating Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, Izayoi glanced at a dark spot, then looked at the Root members who were still standing there, stunned and unable to recover, and said softly. As his voice fell, several figures instantly appeared around him. Controlled by a shadow clone, it can use all of Izayoi's 5 elements escape techniques, making its strength far surpass that of the Kurosuke family in their previous lives. Immediately, Izayoi changed her previous passive defense and took the initiative to use Universal Pull and Shinra Tensei to support the human puppet. Watching the ninjutsu that didn't need to be bothered with by the opponent, as it was naturally repelled and attracted by gravity, and seeing the puppet that only cared about fighting, Izayoi's lips curled up slightly. After observing for so long, he has figured out why puppets cannot increase the drop rate, while human puppets can. The reason is that they don't qualify as Izayoi's techniques. Even with minimal chakra, Shadow Clone Jutsu cannot increase the critical hit rate, because it is Izayoi's ninjutsu. Wireless puppets are also a technique of Izayoi. Human puppets, however, possess unique characteristics that shadow clones and other puppets lack. This peculiarity is likely due to the corpse and the heart. For a human puppet to unlock its pre-birth bloodline limit, both the corpse and the heart are indispensable, and the heart cannot be damaged in the slightest. Only in this way can the chakra input into the chakra core be transformed into the nature changes required for bloodline limits and pre-death abilities through the circulation of the heart and meridians. In gaming terms, this new mechanism could perhaps be described as an alternative team-up system. Chapter 83. When Izayoi got serious, the members of Root were instantly powerless to resist. Faced with the unsolvable forces of attraction and repulsion, they could neither escape nor use any ninjutsu or secret techniques, which would be mercilessly deflected and shattered. Even illusions had no effect. Even if they choose to flee and blend into the darkness, they will still be caught and killed by the puppets skilled in lightning nature transformation. Soon, apart from Shimura Danzo, who became a vegetable, and another guy who hid and was deliberately let go by Izayoi, all the members of the Root organization were killed by the Kurosuke family. As each Root member fell, beams of light of different colors shot from their corpses toward Izayoi. There are green ones, blue ones, and purple ones. Break down. Break down. Complete decomposition. Faced with the barrage of system notifications, Izayoi chose to dismantle them all. In an instant, the score surged again, reaching 97,277. Looking at the numbers in the points column, Izayoi felt both happy and heartbroken. To his delight, a single Root organization provided him with over 80,000 points, nearly 1/10 of which were fragments of unknown level. What's heartbreaking is that this was achieved by taking everything in one fell swoop. There are only a handful of elite units like Root in the entire ninja world. For Izayoi, who can repeatedly refresh the keyword entries. This is a money tree that will continuously grow gold ingots. The best approach is to come and harvest the crops every so often. However, Izayoi hates being coveted and has no intention of saving Hiruzen Sarutobi. Therefore, to avoid being targeted by Shimura Danzo, Izayoi chose to take the initiative and eliminate Shimura Danzo first. Having missed the Konoha Crush plan, Izayoi will never find another opportunity as good as this. Even if we could kill them by force, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. While Izayoi's transformation technique is perfect, it cannot alter chakra fluctuations, posing a significant risk of exposure. Having already forged bonds with Konoha, Izayoi had no desire to live the life of a rogue ninja feared by everyone. With a few hand gestures, Izayoi commanded Nanga River's shadow clones to control a group of puppets to pack the corpses of root members into a large sealing scroll. Then, Izayoi used gravity to lift Shimura Danzo and head in one direction. After Izayoi and the puppet left, heavy breathing could be heard from a dark spot near the ceiling. After only a few breaths, the person held their breath again, not daring to remove the disguise of the secret technique. As for taking the opportunity to escape, they certainly wouldn't dare. However, the Deva path pain that Izayoi transformed into, along with his abilities and his conversation with Shimura Danzo, were all memorized by this guy hiding in the shadows. Boom! Arriving at a mountain wall connecting to the Hokage rock above, Izayoi reached out and placed her hand on it. The repulsive force was like ocean waves, crashing against the mountain wall one after another. The stone, the metal inside, and the seals were all violently blasted open by the repulsive force. Soon, the entrance to a secret room appeared before Izayoi's eyes. Inside the secret room were several bookshelves filled with scrolls of all sizes and colors. It was also divided into three main areas: the intelligence area, the ninjutsu area, and the secret techniques area. There was no forbidden area. Shimura Danzo didn't have any forbidden scrolls? Izayoi absolutely refused to believe it. This is one of the reasons why he spared his life and did not kill him immediately. Reaching the bookshelves in the secret techniques section, Izayoi glanced at them and clicked his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, openly collecting the secret techniques of the Yamanaka and Nara clans, even the Akimichi and Abarame clans, even the Hokage wouldn't dare do that. No wonder he's Lord Danzo. If this secret room were revealed, Danzo Shimura would surely incur public wrath. Secret ninjutsu. This is a closely guarded secret within the ninja clan, one that not everyone is qualified to learn. This is also the foundation of every ninja clan. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, wouldn't dare to plot these clan secret techniques. This also shows how much power Danzo Shimura wielded in Konoha, and just how audacious he was. I can take what the village has, and I can have what the village doesn't. Removing this malignant tumor in advance was definitely the right decision. The latest novel is first published here. After glancing at the bookshelf, Izayoi quickly found what she wanted. A small red scroll was taken out of the pile of scrolls. The seal had the words mind reading written on it. Since the psychic orb hasn't awakened yet, I'll just have to make do with this secret technique for now. Izayoi opened the scroll and began to read. Soon, Izayoi mastered the mind-reading technique that allowed the Yamanaka clan to firmly control key positions in the interrogation department. The ultimate eye technique, yin release chakra, along with the nature transformation automatically acquired by the awakened Tenseigan, makes Izayoi seem to have a cheat code no matter what ninjutsu she learns. His chakra control, in particular, is at the gold level. This talent is second only to the Tenseigan in its benefit to Izayoi. Without this talent, Izayoi would at most have mastered the Super Hurricane Ball or developed Naruto's Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, and would never be able to easily fuse 2 or 3 nature transformations into various ultimate techniques. If this talent cannot be further developed in the future, then once the Otsutsuki bloodline is upgraded to an unknown new level, Izayoi's next step will be to upgrade chakra control to a red attribute. Ninja Technique, Mind Reading. After placing Shimura Danzo on the ground, Izayoi reached out and placed her hand on his head. Powerful yin release chakra instantly seeped into his brain, beginning to read his memories. Soon, Izayoi obtained the information she wanted. So they were all stored in the clan's territory. What a reckless fellow! Izayoi muttered to himself, then seized control of the shadow clone, found a puppet, and plunged a blade into Shimura Danzo's neck, ending the life of this scourge. A beam of light, one purple and one blue, shot out from Danzo Shimura's corpse and seeped into Izayoi's body. After choosing to decompose, Izayoi's points finally broke through the 100,000 mark. Immediately afterwards, Izayoi carried Shimura Danzo's body out of the secret room and returned along the same route, so that the guy hiding in the darkness could see Shimura Danzo's body with his own eyes. At the same time, a large number of puppets instantly entered and quickly emptied the scrolls inside. The elite subordinates that Shimura Danzo painstakingly cultivated over decades, the ninjutsu and secret techniques he amassed through various means, and the intelligence gathered at the cost of countless spies, all of it benefited Izayoi. The Konoha Crush plan had barely begun, and before all the villagers had even been evacuated to shelters, half of Konoha's resources had already fallen into Izayoi's hands. Along with Hiruzen Sarutobi's best friend, he also left this world before him. However, that's far from enough. As Izayoi stepped out of the underground base, she glanced in the direction of the central street, a slight smile playing on her lips, before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 84. Just as Izayoi's main body and the puppet army controlled by her shadow clones were frantically harvesting the corpses of root members and the three ninjas on the street. Using the transformation technique to transform into pain, the shadow clone, acting alone, also used the ability of its red eyes to create images to quietly infiltrate the Hokage building. As the most important place in Konoha, the Hokage building needs to be guarded by a large number of Anbu even if a war breaks out outside. Moreover, it has everything from surveillance cameras to perception barriers. With such tight defenses, even if a fly were to fly in, the Secret Service could appear at lightning speed and swat it dead if they wanted to. If Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't given the order, Naruto Uzumaki would have been captured by the Anbu the moment he entered the Hokage building, and wouldn't have had a chance to reach the Hokage's office or so easily take away such a large book of seals. Captain Tenzo, someone has infiltrated the Hokage building with chakra, but we can't find their location on the surveillance footage. They might possess a secret technique like the transmission technique or a bloodline limit. As soon as Izayoi entered the Hokage building, she immediately alerted the sensory team. After exchanging information with the ninjas in the sensory team and the monitoring backend, they immediately reported the news to Captain Tenzo, who was in charge and whose position was not yet occupied by the Hokage or the elders. I see. Tianzang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. You continue to maintain the barrier, leave the intruders to us. Yes. Although she couldn't hear their voices, Izayoi still saw their conversation. Izayoi was not surprised that she had been discovered. If they can't even handle someone who can't hide, then the Anbu don't deserve the privilege of being directly under the Hokage and disregarding everyone else. Izayoi's mission was also to confront the Anbu. However, he still has one small task to complete. Then, Izayoi vanished in an instant. With a loud bang, the door to the room where the perception class was located was smashed apart by a powerful force. Izayoi walked in, giving the sensory class no chance to react, and raised her hand, softly shouting, "Shinra Tensei!" A repulsive storm, neither strong nor weak, swept through the entire room, shattering everything in it, from fixtures to objects. The ninjas wearing sensory devices were sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. The incoming objects also struck them, causing secondary injuries. Before they could even get up from the excruciating pain, Izayoi instantly appeared in front of them, channeling chakra into their pressure points and stunning them all. The sensory barrier surrounding the Hokage building vanished instantly. Thus, a group of puppets who had been waiting outside for instructions infiltrated the Hokage building with the help of their red eye abilities. After knocking out all the sensory ninjas, Izayoi, as if discovering something, immediately made a move to kill them. Suddenly, two shouts rang in his ears. Escape from the Yellow Spring Marsh. Mokyutan, tree wall. The walls were covered with a large amount of woody vines, turning the entire room into a wooden house. The floor turned into a swamp, but instead of muddy hands or earth dragons attacking Izayoi, it simply plummeted downwards. Having lost their foothold, Izayoi, along with the unconscious sensory ninjas, all fell into the bottomless abyss. However, during the fall, wooden vines extended again, catching the unconscious sensory ninjas, binding them into bundles with only their heads sticking out, and hanging them on the wall, awaiting rescue. More wooden vines, like octopus tentacles, came toward binding Izayoi. Another portion transformed into sharp, long spears and spikes, which shot towards Izayoi. Shinra Tensei. Izayoi, as always, used brute force to overcome all obstacles, releasing repulsive force to shatter the vines and splinters while simultaneously accelerating her descent. After passing through the passage created by wood release, Izayoi arrived at the underground base beneath the Hokage building. As soon as he landed, a long black snake rapidly approached, attempting to bite Izayoi's foot and connect with his shadow. Following the direction from which the black snake had spread, a member of the Dark Guard wearing a cat face mask was maintaining a hand seal posture. The art of shadow imitation. Since it was just a shadow clone, Izayoi didn't gamble on whether the shadow imitation technique would work on him. He simply took to the air, spread his arms, and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" Boom! An invisible repulsive storm roared out like a gale. Wherever it passed, the surface of the underground base and all the buildings were blasted to pieces. The secret agents, who had already surrounded the intruders and were preparing to use tactical coordination to subdue or kill them, never expected that the enemy would have such power, and that they would unleash a powerful attack without warning. Those members of the Dark Guard who were struck by the repulsive storm were all sent flying. The unfortunate fellow collided with a building or rebel during his flight, sustaining serious injuries. The lucky ones, like those who were hit by a wind escape technique, were thrown a distance before landing heavily on the ground. Only Tianzang, the top expert in the Dark Division, does not belong to either the former or the latter. While flying backwards, he calmly formed hand seals, used wood release to create a large number of vines, knocked away the surrounding rocks, and grabbed his flying companion. However, the next second, all the vines were torn off by the repulsive storm. Tenzo could only use wood release to create a large net woven from vines behind him, catching him and his companions around him. After the repulsive storm dissipated, Tenzo immediately issued orders, "You all leave here and go out to find reinforcements. It would be best to inform Lord Jiraiya and the elders, the invaders are not powerful enough for you to handle." "Yes." The highly efficient members of the Secret Service immediately nodded in agreement, then, enduring the excruciating pain and discomfort, vanished in an instant, preparing to exit to the surface through another exit. Izayoi did not stop him, because his only target was Tenzo. Universal Guidance. An invisible force of gravity transformed into a giant hand, pulling Tianzang off the ground and dragging him towards it. This is gravity. The latest novel is first published here. The expression on Tianzang's face beneath the mask changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, in other words, that seemingly irresistible storm just now was actually a repulsive force. At the same time, Tianzang swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wood release, descent of the Sea of Trees." Rumble. The underground base, now in complete disarray, was suddenly struck by a violent tremor. One by one, green saplings sprouted from the soil. Then, as if they were in a realm of accelerated time, these saplings grew rapidly and became trees, turning the underground base into a small forest in the blink of an eye. With the forest blocking its way, Tianzang successfully broke free from the pull of gravity and landed on the treetop. Just as Tianzang was preparing to form hand seals again to create a large number of wooden clones to help him probe the enemy and gather intelligence. A shout rang out from above, instantly changing his expression as he realized how foolish he had done. Shinra Tensei. A green dome floated above the forest, with swirling air currents surrounding Izayoi. Izayoi converted a large amount of chakra into repulsive force, compressed and stored it, and then released it. In an instant, it seemed as if a transparent white light shield could be seen expanding out of Izayoi's body. The barrier was like an indestructible screen, wherever it passed, everything was ruthlessly shattered, and even dust and mist were kept outside. Even a forest of individual trees shatters instantly upon impact with the barrier, unable to even bend down to defend itself. With nowhere to hide, Tianzang could only take cover inside a hollow in a large tree, forming hand seals, wood release, wood wall. A row of wooden pillars rises from the ground, curving to form an arch that envelopes the heavenly treasury, like a silkworm cocoon. Rumble. The next second, Tianzang heard a loud bang explode in his ears, and the ground below shook violently. Click! When the sound of wood cracking reached his ears, despair filled the face beneath Tianzang's mask. With a deafening roar, Tianzang seemed to be engulfed by something and instantly lost consciousness. The violent shaking even reached the ground. At this moment, several figures were rapidly flying towards the Hokage building on the ground. The leader was a tall, white-haired man who stood at 1.91 meters tall, a rarity in the ninja world. Feeling the earth tremble, Jiraiya flew through the air, urgently asking, "Are you sure the intruder is a man wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, with orange hair and purple wavy eyes?" "Yes, Lord Jiraiya," the Anbu quickly assured them. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was overjoyed. Jiraiya, who thought his disciple had been dead for many years, was not only alive but also nearby. This made Jiraiya wish he had a flying ninjutsu so he could fly to Yahiko's side immediately. But soon, as if struck by a sudden thought, Jiraiya thought to himself with worry, "Yahiko, what have you all been through all these years? Why are you wearing the Akatsuki uniform? And why is Nagato's Rinnegan on you?" When Jiraiya and the Anbu arrived at the Hokage building and reached the underground base, both Pain and Tenzo have disappeared. The underground base is now just a huge crater, as if it had been hit by a meteorite, with rubble and trees scattered around the edge. Upon seeing this, both Jiraiya and the Anbu members' pupils contracted. The Dark Guards were shocked by the range of the technique and worried about Captain Tenzo's safety. Jiraiya's heart, however, was filled with immense sorrow. Without a doubt, this is a power possessed only by the Rinnegan. He had a premonition that his former disciple seemed to have gone astray. What exactly has happened over the years? Chapter 85. Unbeknownst to anyone, both the root organization and the Hokage building had been invaded by a powerful enemy. Few people even noticed that a fourth force was quietly cleaning up the battlefield and tidying up the bodies of their comrades. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas were all working together in perfect harmony. Some escorted the villagers to the shelter, while others, rather than fighting back, were merely stalling for time to save their own lives and wait for their companions to return so they could launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, the battle raged on Konoha Square. Because the first Hokage was resurrected using the impure world reincarnation technique and created a forest using wood release, advent of tree world, the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru could only be seen by those skilled in sensory perception and possessing X-ray vision. They also sensed that the third Hokage was not in a good situation. Inside the examination hall, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, two elite jonin, were responsible for protecting the lives of the audience, working together to deal with the sound ninja led by Kabuto Yakushi, as well as some sand ninja who came to provide support. Meanwhile, Gaara and his two siblings have already been captured by Izayoi and the other Konoha 11. The Konoha Crush plan had just begun when Hinata and Shino Aberame, who reacted quickly, joined forces with Sasuke Uchiha, who was also unaffected by Genjutsu, as well as Shikamaru Nara and Niji Hyuga, to attack Temari and Kankuro. Because Gaara used the feigned sleep technique, Temari and Kankuro dared not teleport to take him away. Faced with the combined attack of the Bronze Saints, they were quickly defeated. If Kurane hadn't come to warn them in time, the siblings might have been killed by the fearless cockroaches. They wouldn't care about the value of their lives, it was far more valuable than killing them. Gaara, using the technique of feigning sleep, surrendered his body to Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. The chakra at the level of a tailed beast surged forth, creating endless waves of sand that quickly coalesced into Shikaku's body, while also shielding Gaara from the ultimate technique, the Thunderclap Cannon, which was formed by the fusion of 3 nature transformations. However, Shikaku's body had just taken shape, and before he could even shout "I'm out," his consciousness returned to Gaara's body. Even after its body was fully formed, Gaara's upper body still emerged from its head. Those below would hardly notice this target, except for Izayoi's shadow clone. Izayoi, whose shadow clones are not very resistant to blows, took advantage of Shikaku's incomplete awakening and quickly flew to its head, punching Gaara's face, which was not protected by the sand armor. Gaara, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, was instantly awakened. Shikaku's enormous body instantly transformed into endless waves of sand, forming a massive sand dune above the examination hall. By the time Gaara regained consciousness, he had already been carried by Izayoi to the stands in the players' area. "If you move even slightly, I will kill you." Izayoi's voice rang in his ears. "Don't kill Gaara. He's my brother too, he has a reason to live. Please don't kill him." The pleading female voice brought Gaara back to his senses. Gaara felt a complex mix of emotions as he looked at Temari, who was bound by ropes and who was usually terrified of him but was now pleading for his life. However, no one cared about his feelings. Kurenai gave the order, "Hinata, seal his chakra. If he breaks free, sever his limbs. This guy can't be killed." "Yes." Hinata acted immediately, landing a series of pressure point techniques on Gaara, sealing his pressure points. His temples bulged with veins, and his eyes were fixed on Gaara's body, ready to alert everyone if anything seemed amiss. Just then, Hinata heard Izayoi's voice, asking knowingly, "How's the situation with Hanabi?" "Don't worry, father has already left with Hanabi." "That's good." Izayoi nodded, then prepared to stop and observe. The main characters in the Konoha Crush plan are Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru, the master and disciple duo. He's just a mysterious fourth party taking advantage of the chaos. Kurenai had no intention of involving them in the war, and said to Izayoi and the other Bronze Saints, "Take these prisoners with you and come with me." After saying that, Kurenai led Izayoi and the others on a detour away from Konoha Square and headed to the Konoha Torture Department. These 3 are all children of the Kazekage, so they must know a lot. Along the way, they were attacked by many sand ninja and sound ninja. But soon, Konoha ninjas arrived to provide support. No longer needing to conceal her strength, Izayoi floated into the air and unleashed her ultimate technique, Judgment. Faced with Izayoi treating his ultimate technique like a normal attack, not only the sand and sound ninjas, but even the Konoha ninjas who came to provide support were completely dumbfounded. Gazing at the beam that could be compressed or expanded, the former a weakened version of the Thunderclap Cannon, the latter a laser pillar capable of striking over a wide area, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes burned with fervor, and he almost drooled. Even the lightning release, Chidori, which I only recently learned but haven't had a chance to use yet, suddenly lost its appeal. At the same time, Sasuke Uchiha made a decision in his heart. Once the war was over, he went to practice water release, nature transformation. Then, he tried to persuade Izayoi to teach him, first with polite words and then with force. If Izayoi refused, he would pester him relentlessly, eating and drinking for free, and standing by as a third wheel, until Izayoi was willing to teach him the secret techniques. "Damn it, my home!" Just as Uchiha Sasuke was thinking of a solution, A furious curse that broke his composure suddenly brought him back to his senses. Flying through the air, displaying its divine power, it exuded an aura of dominance, like a god descending from heaven. Izayoi, usually gentle, polite, respectful of her teachers, and precocious like an adult, suddenly stared in a certain direction and began to curse. Then, abandoning Kurane and the other cockroaches, he flew off in that direction. Hinata's gaze also sharpened instantly, and without leaving a word, she vanished in a blur and followed closely behind. Following their direction, Kurane and the others were immediately left speechless with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. In the middle of the city, a huge three-headed snake was wreaking havoc on the surrounding buildings. Explosive tags and the 5 elements escape technique failed to kill it, instead, they made it even more ferocious. While its 3 heads attacked the ninjas who had harmed it, the 3-headed snake swung its tail and accidentally destroyed a 2-story detached house. This house is Izayoi's home. It's no wonder that Izayoi was so vulnerable. Kurane, regaining her composure, said to the cockroaches, "Ignore them, you all continue following me." Storm release, judgment. A white laser beam shot down from the distant sky, hitting the bullseye of the 3-headed serpent's middle head. Immediately, the massive laser beam contracted at a visible speed, transforming from a simple electrothermal attack into a sharp laser cut. With a flick of the caster's arm, it sliced the entire 3-headed serpent in half, its corpse turning into a cloud of white smoke and returning to Ryokai Cave. Wow, what a powerful lightning attack! It wasn't lightning release, it was the ultimate storm release technique. The ninjutsu genius everyone's been talking about has made his move. What an amazing little guy! He even knows flying ninjutsu. Great, we've finally solved this problem. Go help the others. Seeing Izayoi descend from the sky, the Konoha ninja exclaimed in surprise before quickly turning into afterimages and rushing to support their comrades. Upon landing, Izayoi looked at the ruins before her, her lips twitching, the main body and those shadow clones, what a waste. When people get ruthless, they even criticize themselves. The latest novel is first published here. In fact, neither the shadow clones nor Izayoi's main body nor the shadow clones that controlled the puppets anticipated this scene. The main body is responsible for harvesting root tissues and the treasures of Shimura Danzo. Nanga River's shadow clones were responsible for controlling the puppets to finish off the enemies, collect the corpses, and hide them, which the Tensagen simply couldn't handle. The shadow clone protects Ranmaru and is responsible for charging Ranmaru. The shadow clones who infiltrated the Hokage building were busy cleaning up their tracks and leaving Konoha with Tenzo. None of them noticed the 3-headed snake, because it had come all the way from the village entrance, and in the original story, its fate was to be crushed by the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya. Unexpectedly, upon learning of pain, Jiraiya immediately abandoned everything and rushed to the underground base of the Hokage building. Perhaps all their luck went into the drop rate. The 3-headed serpent, of all people, was heading straight for the street where Izayoi's house was located. Of all the houses available, it just so happened to choose Izayoi's house. Hinata instantly appeared beside Izayoi and softly comforted him, "It's all right, Izayoi-kun. A house can be rebuilt, as long as you're safe. That's the only way. First, find the scroll. It contains my savings and our photos." Izayoi nodded. It was a done deal, and unless he could turn back time, even he couldn't change it. So, Izayoi used the Tensagen's clairvoyance to search for the location of something important in the ruins. Izayoi was found very quickly. "Hinata, you deal with those guys." Izayoi glanced at the few sound ninja who had appeared out of nowhere, and said to Hinata. "Yes." Hinata nodded sharply, then her hands emitted a large amount of chakra, which transformed into 2 purple lion heads. Hinata then used lightning release chakra to stimulate her cells and increase her speed, appearing in front of a sound ninja in a flash and striking out with a palm. When the sound ninja took this blow, the chakra in his meridians was instantly devoured. At the same time, an external chakra blasted through his skin and flesh into his body, impacting his internal organs. The sound ninja immediately coughed up blood and lost their ability to fight. Hinata instantly killed one sound ninja with a single palm strike and continued her attack on the other sound ninja. Using the advanced secret technique of the Hyuga clan's main branch, Gentle Step Twin Lion Fist, Hinata easily dealt with these cannon fodder level sound ninja. After she finished fighting, Izayoi also retrieved several scrolls and a few framed photos from the ruins. Seeing that the photos were undamaged, Izayoi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at the ruins before her, she consoled herself, "It's better that they're destroyed, it'll just give me a chance to get a bigger house." At that moment, Izayoi and Hinata both looked towards the Hokage rock. In their perception, a large amount of chakra was surging towards them from the direction of the Hokage rock. Having read the safety manual, they knew that Konoha had begun its counterattack. After escorting the villagers to the shelter, the ninjas had no more worries. The once strongest ninja village will unleash an astonishing level of cohesion. Unless the opponent is a large ninja village that has gathered all its forces, or a super strong person with the ability to defeat enemies of a lower level, no one can be a match for Konoha. Really? With the return of the escorting ninja, the Konoha side, which had initially appeared somewhat passive and even at a disadvantage against the combined forces of the Sand and Sound ninjas, instantly displayed overwhelming power, routing the Sand and Sound ninjas. At this time, the Sand Village ninja from Konoha Plaza brought back their findings. It turned out that their fourth Kazekage was actually Orochimaru in disguise, and the real Kazekage had disappeared. Led by Maki, the Sand Village ninja abandoned their search for Gaara and the others, and hastily fled Konoha while fighting, intending to bring the news back to the village so that the elders could make a decision. Unable to escape, the Sand ninja decisively chose to surrender. As long as they are not dead, the village will try to redeem them. Meanwhile, the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru, master and disciple, also came to a conclusion. Just like in the original story, the aging Hiruzen Sarutobi is no longer a match for Orochimaru. Furthermore, the opponent resurrected the first and second Hokage using the impure world reincarnation technique. Even if they were only 1/10 as strong as they were at their peak, they could still cause Hiruzen Sarutobi a great deal of trouble. When faced with a life-or-death situation, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who often instilled the will of fire into the younger generation, made a decisive choice. He gave up his chance to go to the Pure Land and offered his soul to the Grim Reaper. He then sealed the souls of the first and second Hokage. When he realized that he could not seal Orochimaru's soul as well, he decisively took away the souls of Orochimaru's hands, rendering him unable to use ninjutsu. Amidst Orochimaru's heart-wrenching roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a faint smile on his face, closed his eyes forever. They grew up together, became the Hokage's guards and disciples together, built Konoha together, fought each other openly and secretly, and even managed to defeat 4 opponents in Konoha. They became best friends during Konoha's weakest period, achieving the feat of dying on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. Unfortunately, one soul can go to the Pure Land, while the other can only stay in the belly of death. The Konoha Crush plan, initiated by Orochimaru, resulted in no winners for either Otagakuer, Konoha, or Tsunagakuer. The only winner, and also the biggest winner, is Izayoi. This plan to destroy Konoha allowed Izayoi to gain an instant advantage. Chapter 86. With the Sound Ninja defeated and the Sand Ninja fleeing, Konoha achieved victory. However, even though they won the battle inside the village, they gained no advantage whatsoever. Instead, they suffered numerous casualties and damaged many buildings. However, their greatest loss was the death of their supreme leader, the third Hokage. So even though they won, Konoha's morale plummeted to its lowest point. The entire village was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression and sorrow. Konohamaru, the grandson of the Hidden Leaf Village, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Naruto Uzumaki was also stunned, tears streaming down his face. The first person to acknowledge him, and also his beloved grandfather of 3 generations, has passed away. However, the most somber mood right now belongs to the elders of Konoha. Danzo is dead too, there's only one survivor in the entire root organization. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu looked at Jiraiya, whose expression had changed from playful to serious. The latter said in a deep voice, according to the sole survivor, only one person in a group of puppets wiped out root. That person wore Akatsuki uniforms, had eyes with purple ripple patterns, and could use repulsive and gravitational forces infinitely. He first killed Danzo, destroyed the root organization, then infiltrated the Hokage building, kidnapped Tenzo, and stole the scroll of seals and some scrolls. This person can fly, and can also become invisible. Their repulsive force can destroy everything, leaving not a trace. However, it's certain that the master of those puppets is Sasori of the Red Sand, who destroyed a small country back then. His puppetry techniques have reached a level where he can control them freely without needing chakra threads. He took the opportunity to steal a large number of corpses, most likely to make puppets. After Koharu Udaten finished speaking, Homura Mitokado also began to rebuke him. Jiraiya, you took on a disciple outside, and one who even possessed the sage's eye, yet you failed to report it or bring him back. This led to him joining the Akatsuki organization and colluding with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha Crush, indirectly causing the deaths of Hiruzen and Danzo. You need to take responsibility for this. Hey, don't splash all that dirty water on me. Jiraiya, who had been looking serious and deep in thought, suddenly frowned and said, I still don't know if that guy is Yahiko. According to the sketch provided by the survivor, he's covered in black spikes. He might also be a puppet, just similar to one of my former students. Besides, the old man invited Tsunagakure to come, who knew Orochimaru would impersonate the 4th Kazekage and even cooperate with the Akatsuki organization he used to belong to. Now that things have already happened, instead of shirking responsibility, you should hurry up and elect a new Hokage. At this point, Jiraiya suddenly became gloating again. Danzo was really unlucky. The old man died in battle, and Danzo, a former Hokage candidate, had a chance to become Hokage again. It's such a pity he went with the old man. Shut up, Jiraiya. Koharu Udaten scolded him, her forehead creased with exasperation, then immediately suggested, this incident is inextricably linked to you. Since Hiruzen and Danzo have both sacrificed themselves, you should become the 5th Hokage. No, I'm not interested in the Hokage. Jiraiya refused without hesitation, giving his reason, according to my investigation, Akatsuki's real targets are the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. This time, their invasion of Konoha prematurely exposed the sage's eyes, yet they didn't take the opportunity to take Naruto away. Instead, they targeted the scroll of seals and the root organization. This is truly bizarre. If it truly is the eye of the sage, that survivor couldn't possibly have survived, he must have been deliberately left alive. According to the survivor's information, Danzo and that demigod from Omegakure seem to have plotted something back then, leading him to come here today for revenge. If it's just about revenge, then why did he reveal that Akatsuki's territory is in Omegakure? Upon hearing this, Koharu Udaten and Homura Mitokadu's eyes flashed. You mean, he did it on purpose? Perhaps, or perhaps they truly haven't found the survivor. Jiraiya wasn't entirely sure, saying, that's precisely why I must continue the investigation. This Akatsuki organization, which gathers a large number of S-rank rogue ninja and is even suspected of possessing the sage's eye, is far too dangerous. The investigation can be handled by the Anbu, Koharu Udaten said in a deep voice. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage. Besides you, no one else is suitable to be the 5th Hokage. Who said that? Jiraiya smiled meaningfully. Isn't there one more of the legendary Sunin? You mean to say? Mitokado Yan and Udaten Koharu both widened their eyes. Ah, that woman is more suitable than anyone else, after all, she is the princess of Konoha. Jiraiya persuaded the two elders. The following day, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and rumbling thunder echoed. Before long, it started to drizzle. The ninjas of Konoha are all dressed in long black robes and trousers today, carrying a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, to attend the memorial service for the ninjas who died in battle. Even many villagers went there on their own initiative. On the table covered with white chrysanthemums, there were many portraits of the deceased, two of which were enlarged versions and placed prominently at the top. The rain suddenly intensified, as if the heavens were weeping for these heroes. The atmosphere should have been somber and heavy, but after Izayoi offered the white chrysanthemums and looked at the portrait of Shimura Danzo, whose portrait had been placed alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi's and whose life had been transformed from darkness to light after his death, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Izayoi quickly suppressed the impulse, made a gesture of worship with her hands, closed her eyes, and silently prayed, "May Lord Danzo rest in peace. I will make Root great again." Immediately, Izayoi, her face tense and expressionless, returned to the group. Rainwater slid down his face, as if mixed with tears. There were also a large number of ninjas with the same expression as Izayoi. However, many more wept softly, or cried out loud, or shed tears silently. Most of these people were either baptized by the will of fire, or were new generation or ordinary ninjas who had not yet experienced darkness or seen the dirty side of the village. The memorial service finally ended after half an hour of rain. At the same time, it also marked the official end of the era ruled by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. Once the fifth Hokage takes office, Konoha will enter a new era. In Orochimaru's words, Konoha, like a windmill that has been idle for many years, is finally about to start turning again. The higher UPS and the Land of Fire will be extremely busy from now on. Not only do we need to clean up the mess, but we also need to search for Orochimaru and the Sound Village, handle the relationship between the Land of Wind and the Sand Village, and there will definitely be a lot of negotiations ahead. After all, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Tsunagakuer, the children of the Kazekage, and a considerable number of Tsunagakuer ninja were all sealed and imprisoned. Jinchuriki are strategic weapons, and the Sand Ninja who participated in the Konoha Crush were all elite ninjas of the Sand Village. In any case, Tsunagakuer cannot give up. Both Konoha and Tsunagakuer, having lost their 5 Kage, cannot afford the cost of war. Otherwise, exposing their strength could trigger the Fourth Shinobi World War at any time. Therefore, they could only finalize the price through negotiation and bargaining. Izayoi had no interest in such political events. He didn't even have time to sort out the gains from the Konoha Crush plan. After the rain stopped, he began looking for an address for his new home. Now that her old home has been destroyed, Izayoi has no intention of rebuilding it. He plans to buy land and build a big house. With Danzo no longer a threat and himself now considered a rising star of Konoha, Izayoi was no longer afraid of anyone questioning the source of his wealth. Without evidence, no one dares to provoke a top-tier fighter. Moreover, Izayoi had the Hinata sisters as cover. "Ani-chan, the house is gone, where are you planning to live now?" The Hyuga sisters followed Izayoi. Hanabi spoke up, "The inn is too small and so expensive. Why don't you move in with Hanabi?" "Yes, Izayoi-kun, why don't you move in with me? I'll try to persuade father." Hinata softly agreed. Upon hearing this, Izayoi was somewhat tempted. But the thought of seeing Hiashi Hyuga's zombie-like face every day, and being subjected to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan treatment every day, sent chills down Izayoi's spine, and gave him goosebumps. He shook his head and teased Hinata, "No need, now is not the time to pay a visit. The latest novel is first published here." Hinata, realizing what he was talking about, blushed and stopped insisting. Moreover, if a boy suddenly moves into a girl's house, especially if she is a wealthy heiress, he will face enormous criticism, even if he is a promising future star. Although Hinata is often teased by Izayoi about whether she wants to take care of him, she knows that Izayoi is actually proud and definitely doesn't want to be looked at like that. Damn those sand and sound ninja! My hot spring resort was just finished. Only 2 wells were drilled, and it's been destroyed before it even opened. I took out a loan to invest in it, and now it's all over. Just then, a cry reached the ears of Izayoi and the other 2. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see a middle-aged man in a black suit, who had clearly come from out of town in the past 2 days, kneeling in front of some ruins, crying loudly like a child. Upon hearing his words, Izayoi's eyes lit up. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of passers-by, Izayoi's figure floated into the air, flying above the street, surveying the ruins in front of the middle-aged man, and measuring the area of this hot spring resort that had not yet opened for business. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on Izayoi's face. Drifting down from the sky to stand in front of the middle-aged man, Izayoi looked at the stunned man and asked with a smile, "Interested in doing business?" "I'm very interested in your hot spring resort." "Yes, yes, yes." Looking at this obviously extraordinary young man, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Hinata, go to Ino's flower shop and ask Ino for a favor, ask her to." Izayoi leaned close to Hinata's ear and whispered instructions. Hinata listened quietly, then nodded earnestly, "I understand, Izayoi-kun." After Hinata teleported away, Izayoi smiled at the middle-aged man and said, "Let's go to the Hokage building." Konoha is a military base of the Land of Fire, and its relationship with the Land of Fire is one village per country. To transfer land, the consent and witnessing of the village are required. Izayoi didn't know the price of the land, but she didn't want to be taken advantage of, so she planned to ask a member of the Yamanaka clan for help to avoid being ripped off by this middle-aged man. After all, no merchant is honest, this applies to every world. "No problem." The middle-aged man readily agreed, clearly eager to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. Even if his property is damaged, the village will provide some compensation, but it will still take a lot of time to repair and reopen it. During this period, the compounded interest far exceeded the village's compensation. Now that someone is willing to take over, middle-aged people couldn't be happier. When Izayoi and the others arrived at the Hokage building, Hinata quickly followed. Yamanaka Ino was also by her side. "Izayoi, wow, you actually want to buy a hot spring resort? When did you become so rich?" Yamanaka Ino teased. "It's a loan, but you'll have to pay it back later." Izayoi glanced at Hinata, creating a false impression for Yamanaka Ino. "I really envy your relationship. I wonder when I'll be able to be like that with Sasuke-kun." Yamanaka Ino wasn't surprised, just sighed slightly. Hinata smiled shyly, without trying to discourage Yamanaka Ino. According to her observation, Uchiha Sasuke had absolutely no interest in women. If he weren't a man, Hinata would have been hostile towards him. This guy can be even more persistent than she and Hanabi at times. After exchanging a few words, Ino Yamanaka said to the middle-aged man beside her, "Uncle Yuzuki, thank you for your help." "It's nothing." Yuzuki Yamanaka nodded with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of 2 girls who rolled their eyes and clearly identified the middle-aged man wearing a green vest, who knew these people were all influential figures, he didn't dare to cheat and quickly transferred the land of the hot spring resort to Shilai for 66.66 million taels of silver. The land is definitely not worth that price, and Izayoi will also have to bear part of the middle-aged people's losses. After signing the contract and obtaining the new land deed from the village, Izayoi was delighted and wanted to treat Yamanaka Ino and Yamanaka Yuzuki to a meal. The latter refused, but the former readily agreed. The weather is quite cool now, perfect for hot pot. So the 4 of them went to a hot pot restaurant. While the 3 girls were ordering, Izayoi took out a map of Konoha and circled the location of the hot spring resort with a pen, and then circled several nearby houses. The hot spring resort was spacious enough to build a house twice the size of her old home, but Izayoi was still not satisfied. He wanted to build a bigger new home, one that not only had hot springs, but also a large yard and a large house. So over the next few days, Izayoi visited each house one by one and successfully bought the land for those houses at a price they couldn't refuse. Including the hot spring resort, Izayoi's total expenditure this time amounted to a staggering 280 million ryo. After all, it's impossible to buy things from the scoundrels of Konoha without shedding some blood. After purchasing the land, Izayoi hired a professional team to measure the land area and then began drawing up design plans. Once Izayoi is satisfied with the design and it's completely finalized, construction can begin. Chapter 87. For ninjas who can travel at full speed and reach any part of the continent in a week, the ninja world is a very small place. This continent, in particular, is much smaller because most of its area has been divided up by the four major powers. Therefore, any incidents involving the four great nations and their ninja villages would quickly spread to every corner of the ninja world within a very short time. Just as the Uchiha clan was destroyed in the past, so too is the current Konoha crush and the deaths of 2 of the 5 Kage. In order to make Tsunagakure pay a heavy price, and in order to make Konoha feel guilty and not put themselves in a passive position, neither Konoha nor Tsunagakure concealed the incident. Instead, they released the information in detail. Then, the statements from both sides were compiled, and it was roughly like this. Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, assassinated the 4th Kazekage of Tsunagakure. He then impersonated the 4th Kazekage and deliberately broke the alliance agreement between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. He also collaborated with Akatsuki, a well-known mercenary organization in the ninja world, and led a group of Tsunagakure ninja and the ninja from Otagakure, which he founded, to launch the Konoha Crush plan during the Chunin exams. In this battle, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, was killed. The root organization was completely wiped out, and its leader, Danzo Shimura, was killed. The perpetrator was Sasori of the Akatsuki, along with a mysterious member who possessed the Rinnegan, the most powerful of the 3 legendary dojutsu. The survivor whom Izayoi spared was Sai, a skilled artist. He drew a lifelike portrait of pain. The Konoha leadership immediately placed bounties on the black market for Sasori and Pain, offering incredibly high prices that even Kakuzu found irresistible. At the same time, Konoha also made public all the information that Sasori of the Red Sand could control a large number of puppets without chakra threads, that Rinnegan users could use the 2 major abilities of repulsion and attraction infinitely, that demigod Hanzo was suspected of being killed by the enemy, and that the Akatsuki's headquarters were in Omegakure. As the saying goes, one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Regardless of whether what Konoha said was true or false, the legendary top of the 3 great dojutsu, the eyes of the sage of 6 paths in mythology, the fall of a demigod, and the news of Akatsuki's headquarters all successfully diverted the attention of various forces, focusing their attention on the Land of Rain, a small corner of the country. Nagato and Sasori, who had suddenly become the focus of the ninja world, were completely bewildered. Nagato, you're going to be too extreme. Yes, I know about what happened back then. Shimura Danzo was involved, but you've endured it all this time, boss. Why can't you just endure it a little longer? Now that the Rinnegan and the Akatsuki's headquarters have been exposed, and the 3 tails won't be able to revive for some time, what should we do next? Obito Uchiha and Zetsu, both black and white, immediately came to confront Pain, the Deva Path, and accused him. Neither Obito Uchiha nor the black and white Zetsu believed that Pain had killed Hiruzen Sarutobi or anyone else from Konoha. But if it happens to be Shimura Danzo who died, then that's quite possible. Only by plotting to kill Shimura Danzo could Nagato possibly forgive Orochimaru. After all, Kong Chen's ring was still in Orochimaru's possession. The other party can contact Nagato. Even though he was just a corpse, Pain's expression was starting to betray him. However, to maintain his composure, he remained expressionless and said, "It wasn't me. I haven't left a Megakure since the failed ambush on that mysterious person. Konan emerged from the shadows and chimed in, I can vouch for that. Neither Nagato nor Pain ever left a Megakure. So, it was that mysterious person who did it. Obito Uchiha's face beneath the mask was extremely pale. He didn't doubt that Pain was lying, a powerhouse of that level had no need to, and disdained to, do so. Transformation techniques also require a reference point, Black Zetsu said hoarsely. The leader rarely shows himself, those who have seen him have either become our companions or are now corpses. Logically, that mysterious person hasn't seen the leader's appearance unless he can see us, but we can't see him, Konan added, her expression extremely grim. She explained her analysis, that day, that person didn't leave. He was secretly watching us, witnessing us leave and return to Megakure. It might be more than that, Obito Uchiha said in a deep voice. His ability to accurately describe Hanzo's situation indicates that he knew about us a long time ago, but only acted now. He very likely does possess a second pair of Rinnegan. Black Zetsu didn't speak, but he was equally certain that the guy was indeed from the moon. That unknown eye technique, evolved from the Byakugan, possesses enhanced farsightedness and X-ray vision. Perhaps he's watching them from the shadows right now. This incident was his way of returning the favor. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's mood became even heavier. An enemy that can detect you but that you cannot is truly terrifying. Because, that's the kind of player he is. Fortunately, for the past few decades, I have remained hidden in the shadows, living in a state of invisibility. Its reappearance is also in the will of Madara Uchiha, a product of yin-yang release. He is his mother's son, a product of the yin-yang release of the progenitor of Chakra. Apart from his mother, even his two older brothers do not possess his longevity. Therefore, Hamuram must be dead, and his descendant must be someone born in the last few decades. He definitely doesn't know his true identity. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. As long as his true identity remains undiscovered, he will still maintain the initiative and advantage. However, this threat must be identified as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely become the biggest obstacle to the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Perhaps we'll have to use those white Zetsu. Black Zetsu thought to himself. Unless that person returns to the moon immediately after making their move, as long as the white Zetsu clone lays down a trap, they will definitely be discovered by the white Zetsu clone, which is integrated with the earth and vegetation, if they make another move. No one knows what Black Zetsu is thinking. Before long, Sasori of the Red Sand also came knocking. Chief, have you found that guy's trail? Sasori's voice was unusually excited, that guy is a genius. How does he manage to control so many puppets without chakra threads? This is different from my puppet technique, and even from yours, Chief. This guy is a born artist. Sasori of the Red Sand was completely unconcerned about being slandered, having a high bounty placed on his head by Konoha, and even having his organization and location revealed. He now shares Deidara's high regard for Izayoi. This guy is one of them, an artist who understands the beauty of a fleeting moment and the beauty of eternity. I don't know, Pain replied indifferently. Obito Uchiha and the others were speechless for a moment. Seeing outsiders getting involved, they stopped discussing the Rinnegan and the mysterious man. Black Zetsu asked, now we've become the focus of the ninja world. Regardless of whether the various factions believe us or not, they will definitely send people to infiltrate and probe this place. Whether we capture them or kill them, it's the same as exposing ourselves. Should we move our base? Pain said indifferently, there's no need for that. No matter how many people there are, those who come, will die. Black and White Zetsu nodded, and Obito Uchiha did not try to dissuade him. Because, Pain has that power. Unless the 5 great ninja villages besiege Nagato and exhaust his chakra, any elite squad, even one composed of the 5 Kage, that dares to infiltrate a Megakure will surely die. Apart from that mysterious person who possessed the Rinnegan/an unknown eye technique, no one in the ninja world could rival Nagato. If it weren't for his invincible Kamui, Obito Uchiha wouldn't even have dared to appear before Pain. Knock knock knock. This morning, at a hotel in Konoha. The knocking woke Izayoi. Who is it? What are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? Izayoi said in an annoyed tone. Because he knew that Hinata and Hanabi wouldn't knock on the door, but would wake him up gently or mischievously. Therefore, without even using their senses, they knew that the people outside were definitely not the Hyuga sisters. Click. The person outside tried to open the door and actually managed to turn the lock. When the door opened, a black-haired boy wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts stood in the doorway, looking at Izayoi with a slight frown and saying, "It's already 9:30, why are you still sleeping? Izayoi, you're too lazy. The latest novel is first published here." The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. "Ha! I'm not used to sleeping in this bed, and I fell asleep very late." Izayoi yawned, slowly got up, and put on her shoes. Snort! Sasuke Uchiha snorted, then leaned against the doorway with his arms crossed, saying arrogantly, "I heard you're homeless. Want to move in with me? I have plenty of rooms." Upon hearing this, Izayoi's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh right, I almost forgot about you, the head of the Uchiha clan." A few years ago, Sasuke Uchiha would have been furious. But right now, he was just speechless, then stated his condition: "You have to pay rent if you move in." "Money is a small matter," Izayoi waved her hand dismissively. "I don't want money." Sasuke Uchiha looked at Izayoi with burning eyes and said, "I want your ultimate technique." "So this was your real purpose?" Izayoi immediately revealed a playful smile, looking at Uchiha Sasuke and asking, "Want to learn the judgment skill or the lightning cannon?" "I want them all." Sasuke Uchiha said greedily. "I want to learn that fire release, Gaia energy cannon technique too. That rent is too expensive, I'd rather stay in a hotel." Izayoi shook his head and continued to tease Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, as expected, couldn't resist teasing and quickly replied, "As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll do whatever you want, or anything you want me to do." Still not sincere enough. Izayoi snorted, picked up her white robe, and went into the private bathroom to wash up and change. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the door with a furrowed brow, pondering Izayoi's words. Why isn't this sincere enough? He was willing to give away anything he had, even the Uchiha clan's land. If Izayoi wanted it, he would immediately go to the village to apply for the land deed back. He was even willing to be Izayoi's subordinate, and would do whatever Izayoi wanted him to do. Isn't that enough sincerity? Could it be that Izayoi wanted her to retrieve the land deed first and present it to him as a gift upon meeting him? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Uchiha Sasuke's expression froze, and he fell into a dilemma. However, thinking of the powerful Gaia energy cannon, the storm release, judgment, and the terrifying thunder cannon, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and made a decision. When Izayoi emerged from the ensuite bathroom, his face immediately tightened, and he stammered, "Be big brother, no, boss. Boss." Izayoi was slightly taken aback. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, whose whole body was covered in goosebumps and seemed to be surrounded by static electricity, Izayoi also got a layer of goosebumps from embarrassment. However, a pleasant mood replaced the awkwardness. Cough cough. Izayoi coughed twice and nodded in satisfaction. The sincerity is there, but the writing style is lacking. What's the meaning? Seeing that Izayoi didn't laugh at him, Sasuke Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief, his attention diverted, and his face full of confusion. But what Izayoi said next made the proud second young master's face turn bright red instantly. Izayoi then made a fist and palm gesture and said in a refined manner, "You should say it like this. I've been wandering for years, and haven't met you, Brother Ming. If you don't mind, I'd like to become your elder brother. Or perhaps, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow you, or even become your godfather. Although we're about the same age, I wouldn't mind having another adopted son. Finally, Izayoi looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a wicked grin, his head steaming, his face flushed red, looking like Tom the cat. Izayoi, I'm going to kill you. A roar shook the entire hotel. Just like his fight with Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha lunged at Izayoi, and the two quickly began wrestling. However, Izayoi's words eased the boy's embarrassment, allowing the matter to be turned over in a joke. Finally, Izayoi agreed to teach him the ultimate technique, and Sasuke Uchiha, whose head had been beaten to a pulp, reluctantly forgave Izayoi. After packing their luggage and storing it in the ceiling scroll, Izayoi checked out and left the hotel with Uchiha Sasuke. On the way, Izayoi asked, "Do you have any food left at home?" "No, I'm too lazy to go this far to buy things," Sasuke Uchiha said. "If I get hungry, I'll catch fish or go hunting." "Let's go buy the ingredients first," Izayoi said. "We also need some cooking utensils and seasonings, since Hinata could come over at any time." Thinking of Hinata's appetite, Sasuke Uchiha nodded silently. After the three finished their training, during their picnic, he would spend about an hour catching fish before he could have a bite to eat. Unless a giant beast is hunted. That woman, even at 7/10 full, could hold her own against Koji Akimichi. When she went all out, even Koji Akimichi was no match for her. He's a monster. But thinking of Hinata's bulky chest, Sasuke Uchiha sneered again. So what if you can eat a lot? So what if you have more chakra? Even if you master lightning release chakra to stimulate cells faster, you still can't be as fast as him. If it weren't for those glaring eyes, the pressure point strikes that could end the fight with a single well-placed attack, and the soft step double lion fist that could instantly kill an enemy with a single strike, this woman's physical skills would definitely not be a match for mine. Once he masters the transformations of lightning release chakra and the secret techniques of Izayoi, that woman will no longer be a match for him. Chapter 88. Oh, you two seem to get along really well. Are you on a date? Sakura and Hinata would be heartbroken if they saw you. Just as Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha were shopping for ingredients and kitchenware, on their way to the next shop, they suddenly heard a tauntingly sarcastic voice. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, Uchiha Sasuke's forehead immediately turned black with exasperation. Izayoi raised her hand in response. "Good morning, Jonin Kakashi." "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Sasuke Uchiha asked as he walked over. "I'm waiting for someone." Kakashi Hotaki leaned against a pillar, holding a make-out paradise drink in his hand, while his right eye subtly glanced at the dumpling shop next door. Through the Norin curtain, you can see two figures sitting inside, enjoying tea and eating dumplings. They were wearing black trench coats embroidered with red clouds, committing their crime against the wind. After all, the ninjas involved in the Konoha Crush plan, as well as those active in the black market, were all very familiar with this uniform. Noticing Kakashi Hotaki's gaze, Sasuke Uchiha tried to look in the same direction. Just then, a woman's voice reached their ears. "Kakashi, Izayoi, Sasuke, what are you doing here?" Turning their heads, they saw Kurenai and Asuma Sarutobi come into view. "Red Sensei, Asuma Jonin." Izayoi greeted them politely as always. "Are you two on a date?" Kakashi Hotaki teased, still with his usual smug look. Both Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai blushed slightly. Before they could respond, a gust of wind blew past them. Looking towards the dumpling shop, the figures inside had already disappeared. "I have other things to do, I'll be going now." Kakashi Hotaki put away the erotic book, nodded to Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai, and then vanished in a flash. Understanding his meaning and having also clearly seen what the gust of wind had been, Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai nodded. Without saying goodbye to Izayoi and Uchiha Sasuke, they vanished in an instant. Sasuke Uchiha, taking in everything, frowned deeply. What are these jonin doing? They went after your brother, Izayoi kindly reminded him. Your brother was just sitting there eating dumplings, didn't you see him? My brother. Sasuke Uchiha was startled for a moment, then his expression turned ferocious as he exclaimed urgently, was Itachi Uchiha here just now? Yes, but they've left now. Without a word, Sasuke Uchiha used lightning release chakra to stimulate his cells and increase his speed, instantly disappearing in the direction Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai had gone. Watching his disappearing figure, Izayoi's lips curled into a slight smile as she murmured, after this blow, you should crave power even more. This will give you the determination to pursue evolution and the will to bear the consequences. My chives are finally ready to be harvested. The banks of a river that separates the forest. Two figures wearing black trench coats embroidered with red clouds and straw hats with wind chimes were blocked in their path by Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Kurenai. So it was discovered after all. Kisame Hoshigaki removed his straw hat, grinning to reveal a row of shark teeth, and laughed. The leader is really too extreme, secretly cooperating with Orochimaru to infiltrate Konoha and kill people, without even informing us afterwards. But you Konoha people really underestimate us, daring to stop us with just 2 people. Kisame Hoshigaki, the hidden mist ninja, an S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure. Kurenai immediately recognized Kisame Hoshigaki's identity. Sarutobi Asuma took out his flying swallow sword and donned it, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the 2 men. Is that guy with the Rinnegan your leader? The Akatsuki organization was involved in the Konoha Crush plan. Are you 2 being sent here in response to our warrant for your arrest? In that case, you 2 will stay here today. Hey! Kisame Hoshigaki grinned again, then said to the person next to him, Itaka-san, are all Konoha ninjas this arrogant? Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, it's been a long time. Itachi Uchiha removed his straw hat, revealing his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. He stared at the horrified Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai, and said calmly, please leave us alone. I don't intend to kill you. Oh. After his initial shock, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but sneer, this way of speaking doesn't sound like someone who would annihilate their own clan. Uchiha Itachi. Just as the 4 of them were looking at each other, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. A roar filled with hatred, accompanied by the clatter of electricity like 1,000 birds chirping, reached the ears of the 4. Immediately, a figure flashed with lightning, appearing out of thin air behind Itachi Uchiha. A ball of blue-white lightning was clutched in its hand, and its Sharingan eyes spun wildly. With a murderous intent, it lunged towards Itachi's heart. Die, you beast! Despite the fatal blow delivered to Sasuke Uchiha with his back turned, Itachi Uchiha remained calm. The next second, it was just like when I face Temari every day. With a slight sway, Itachi Uchiha moved to the side of Sasuke Uchiha's palm, and Chidori missed its target. Then a hand grabbed his wrist and threw Uchiha Sasuke into the woods, where he slammed heavily into a large tree. Before Sasuke could even groan, Itachi appeared in front of him, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him up, while his other hand seized the still crackling lightning in Sasuke's hand and, with a gentle force, dislocated his wrist. Sasuke Uchiha, whose neck was being choked, couldn't even scream, his face was flushed red. However, his eyes showed no sign of yielding, they remained filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stared at Uchiha Itachi, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Sasuke! Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Kurenai's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed over to rescue him. At that moment, a large knife wrapped in bandages swept across like a blunt weapon, forcing both of them back. Kisame Hoshigaki, gripping Samehada, grinned and said, since the brothers are reunited, let's not disturb them. Sorry, this road is blocked. Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Kurenai exchanged a glance and then nodded. Immediately, the 2 coordinated perfectly. The former, wielding the flying swallow imbued with the nature transformation of wind release, charged towards Kisame Hoshigaki, while the latter swiftly formed hand seals, his body contorting as he vanished like a mirage. Then, Kurene's upper body appeared above Sasuke's head, wielding a kunao and stabbing at Itaki, attempting to force him back with this illusion. "Don't disturb us, Miss Hong." However, Itaki Uchiha merely raised his eyes expressionlessly, and the three Tomo Sharingan that spun around once unleashed an invisible yin release chakra, instantly stunning Kurene Ui and causing the illusion to vanish. Her true form appeared not far away, unable to move. After instantly defeating Kurene Ui, Itaki Uchiha looked at the struggling Sasuke Uchiha and coldly said, "Only 2 Tomo Sharingan? It seems your hatred for me isn't enough, you foolish little brother. Let me help you then." After speaking, the 3 Tomo in Itaka's eyes instantly transformed into black lines forming a shuriken pattern. He was about to use his Mangekyo Sharingan power, which was finite with each use, to cast Tsukuyomi on Sasuke, making him witness the night of the massacre of his clan once again, thus intensifying his hatred for him. "Hello." Suddenly, a voice entered his ears, "Uchiha Itaki, what do you intend to do to my underlings?" Swoosh! Before he could unleash his eye power, the piercing sound of air being torn apart, along with the deadly threat, made Itaki Uchiha immediately put Sasuke down and vanish in a flash. Almost the instant he disappeared, a white laser beam flew past where he had been standing. Immediately, the laser beam shot towards Sarutobi Asuma and Kisame Hoshigaki, who were engaged in combat. The two quickly leaped into the air to dodge, the former landed on a tree, while the latter landed on the river where Itaki Uchiha had appeared. Simultaneously, they retracted same hata, simplified hand seals, and shouted, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." A huge current of water surged up on the river, forming a water dragon that collided with the incoming laser. Although the water dragon was as thin as paper and easily sliced by the laser, it also successfully weakened the laser's power. Seemingly knowing that the laser wouldn't be able to harm the opponent, the caster stopped expending unnecessary chakra. The latest novel is first published here. Crushing the transforming storm release orb in his hand, Izayoi walked over to Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting on the ground panting heavily, and asked, "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Sasuke Uchiha replied in a hoarse voice, then, gazing at Itaki Uchiha standing on the river, he lost his temper again and shouted, "Izayoi, kill him for me. It'll be difficult, but let's give it a try, while they don't know my information yet." Izayoi turned to look at Itaki Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, then quickly raised her hand and condensed an energy ball the size of a basketball. "This is a raise nan? How can it be so big?" Kisame Hoshigaki asked in surprise, "And that storm release just now?" "Itaka-san, this kid seems to know your brother quite well, and apparently he's your brother's boss. Do you know him?" "He was the top student in Sasuke's class, and I think he was a commoner orphan." Itaki Uchiha still remembered Izayoi, and at the same time, he was surprised by Izayoi's strength. Orphans from humble backgrounds. Kisame Hoshigaki paused slightly, looking at the trembling same hata in his hand, a playful smile on his face, "Chakra that even same hata craves, this isn't something a commoner orphan could possess. Judging by appearances, this must be a member of the disappearing Senju. Mr. Itaki, let me play with him for a while." Kisame Hoshigaki was delighted. Itaki Uchiha calmly replied, "No, your technique is too drastic. Our identities and organization have been exposed, and a large number of ninjas should be heading this way now." The next second, both of their expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, 3 smaller energy balls emerged from the energy ball in Izayoi's hand. If it were just a simple ball of non-attribute chakra energy, it wouldn't be enough to cause 2 cage-level experts to change their expressions so drastically. The main point is that as soon as the 3 small energy balls condensed, they immediately turned into 3 different colors. They are respectively the transparent white of wind, the yellowish-brown of earth, and the orange-red of fire. Then, these three-colored energy balls suddenly began to rotate rapidly clockwise. After a few rotations, one of the energy balls mischievously rotated counterclockwise and collided with the other two energy balls. In an instant, the three colors mixed together, but instead of causing the large energy sphere to explode, the blue energy wall of the sphere turned as transparent as glass, revealing a fist-sized white ball of light inside. Anyone with the ability to sense things can feel the terrifying energy contained within this white ball of light. In particular, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, who had awakened their Sharingan, could both see that the chakra within that ball of light was filled with an aura of destruction. Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, who were familiar with information about the top ninjas in the ninja world, were no strangers to this technique, even though its shape was different. Before Kisame Hoshigaki could speak, Izayoi on the shore threw the transparent white energy ball in her hand towards them. What a joke! Dust release can be thrown out like that. Kisame Hoshigaki, no longer taking a frivolous stance, cursed loudly. Hurry up! Itachi Uchiha immediately used his teleportation ability to escape, with Kisame Hoshigaki in hot pursuit. Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenei, who had broken the magic shackles on the shore, dared not give chase and instead quickly turned and flew into the forest. This is outrageous! Izayoi, who succeeded on her first try and didn't even have time to name the move, had a slight change in expression before hoisting Uchiha Sasuke onto her shoulder and running away. Swish! The transparent white sphere of light that was thrown onto the river shattered instantly, as if it were a fragile piece of metal being struck. The white light inside, like lava erupting from a volcano, not only instantly filled the entire sphere but also caused it to rapidly enlarge. The transparent energy wall was still there, indicating that the white light did not break through the energy sphere, it merely expanded the sphere's size. However, the energy ball grew too fast, just like a tailed beast ball exploding. Turning his head to gaze at the engulfing barrier of light, faster than their instantaneous teleportation, a silent explosion clearly imminent, Itachi Uchiha suddenly shed a tear of blood from the corner of his eye, his pupils widening. Amaterasu. Black, undying flames appeared out of thin air and covered the barrier of light. But the next second, the indestructible flames, which few could withstand except through sealing, vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be precise, it was broken down by a higher power. Itachi-san, hold them off for 2 seconds. Kisame Hoshigaki quickly formed hand seals. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, but instead released astonishing eye power, transforming into a giant orange-red arm holding a shield, which collided with the advancing light barrier. This time, the light barrier's advance finally slowed down. Just then, Kisame Hoshigaki shouted, "Water release, water shark bullet technique." A giant water shark leaped out of the water, devoured Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, sank back into the water, and swam away at an extremely fast speed. Boom! They had swum an unknown distance when they both heard a belated, earth-shattering explosion in the water. Looking down from God's perspective, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared in the middle of a river that divides the forest in two. The ball of light was like an ever-expanding lid, enveloping the surrounding trees and river, covering an astonishing area. Although the explosion was loud, there was no visible energy dissipation, and not even an aftershock. Moreover, the orb of light disappeared very quickly. After the ball of light disappeared, a perfectly smooth, large crater appeared, without a single piece of debris or trace of an explosion. With river water flowing into it, it is believed that a lake will soon appear in Konoha. Chapter 89. What a terrifying explosion! After the earth-shattering explosion subsided, Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurenei returned to the battlefield. Standing atop a tree, they looked at the large crater in front of them, which would take a long time to fill even with the river flowing in, and their eyes trembled. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly looked at Kurenei Yui and asked, "Kurenei, Did your student really not achieve the storm release Kekii Genkai, or the dust release Kekii Toda? Izayoi isn't a liar, unless he doesn't want to tell. Kurenayui shook her head. I already asked him during the Chunin exams. His storm release technique is based on that enlarged Rei's Nan, then he injected 2 nature transformations into it, forcibly fusing them using ultra-high-speed rotation and top-tier form transformations. He can't yet directly convert chakra into storm release nature transformation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed in astonishment, what terrifying chakra control and ninjutsu talent! This is beyond what genius can describe, even the old man in his prime was far inferior to him. Yes. Kurenayui seemed to have thought of something, and smiled wryly yet with a hint of relief, saying, once the 5th Hokage takes office, I'll probably have to consider retiring. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for me to have my own students protecting me when I'm instructing Jonin on missions. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but laugh. But as he laughed, he thought of his 3 students and suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. A lazy bum, a vain bully, a gluttonous fat guy. Kurenayui was able to retire early and live a free Jonin life. Even if she encountered a major mission that required her to guide Jonin, she would still have powerful subordinates to back her up. And what about him? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but light a cigarette. Not long after, Kakashi Hatake arrived late, accompanied by Might Guy and a group of Jonin. Izayoi was unaware of the shock and reaction from the Jonin, and paid no attention to it whatsoever. After throwing out the dust release energy ball, he used teleportation to return to the city with Uchiha Sasuke. On the way, Izayoi put Uchiha Sasuke down and took him back to his wrist. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, whose expression was gloomy and who remained silent, Izayoi laughed and said, don't you feel resentful and hate your own weakness? Yes. Uchiha Sasuke nodded emphatically. He wasn't under the influence of Tsukuyomi and didn't repeatedly watch the scenes of his clan's extermination. Therefore, he didn't experience the psychological distortion and corruption that occurred when he woke up in the original story. However, at this moment, he was also filled with a longing for power. He's too weak. So weak that when they finally meet their enemy, they are utterly powerless to do anything about it. Do you want to become stronger? Izayoi looked exactly like Orochimaru at this moment, her tone full of seduction. Sasuke Uchiha nodded vigorously again, his eyes fixed on Izayoi. Knowing the meaning behind his look, Izayoi smiled and said, just a judgment or a lightning cannon won't kill that man. Even that secret technique, despite having the information advantage, couldn't kill Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Izayoi's confident smile despite his words, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up. Izayoi, he said, do you have a way to make me stronger, or to kill that man? It's risky, Izayoi said, staring at Uchiha Sasuke with a smile, are you afraid of dying? Sasuke Uchiha paused slightly, then grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with hatred, do you remember what I said before the Chunin exams? I'd give my life and soul to the devil if it meant gaining the power to kill that man. The real me died 5 years ago, so what's there to be afraid of? Sasuke Uchiha looked at Izayoi earnestly and said, use whatever method you have on me. If I die, it just means I'm nothing special. I beg you, Izayoi, that when you're strong enough, help me and the Uchiha clan kill that man. I'm counting on you. After saying that, the proud second young master was about to set aside his dignity and prepare to do a dogza, a deep bowing gesture, in front of Izayoi. Suddenly, an arm grabbed him. Don't be so serious. Izayoi patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, chuckling and teasing, it's just that there's a risk. There are ways to mitigate it. Besides, this is my first time taking on a subordinate, how could I let you die so easily? After you get your revenge, you'll be my slave for life. Once I kill that man, my life will be yours. Uchiha Sasuke made a solemn vow. We'll see about that later. Be prepared for hellish training. Izayoi waved her hand dismissively, but a smile played on her lips. My second subordinate, and a perfect second in command, is mine. Ani-chan, the scenery here is so beautiful. Izayoi had just moved into Sasuke Uchiha's house. The Hinata sisters came to visit the next day. On the banks of the Namka River, Izayoi sat on a beach chair, fishing and having a picnic with Hanabi. Nestled in Izayoi's arms, Hanabi ate her favorite banana while looking around. Her gaze fell on the waterfall, which resembled a silver river, and as if she had discovered something, she exclaimed excitedly, Ani-chan, look at that waterfall. There's a cave inside. Do you think there's treasure inside? No, there's only a pile of rubble, Izayoi laughed. Because that cave was blasted out by Ani-chan when he was practicing ninjutsu. Wow, that's amazing. As expected of Ani-chan. Hanabi looked at Izayoi with eyes full of admiration. Having gained emotional value, Izayoi wore a smug expression and continued, back then, Ani-chan was only about 7 or 8 years old, about the same age as Hanabi. Upon hearing this, Hanabi stopped offering emotional support and instead pouted, saying, Ani-chan was already so amazing when he was 7 or 8 years old, and he taught my sister so many things, but he only taught Hanabi how to climb trees and wade in water. Ani-chan is biased. Izayoi gently rubbed her sister-in-law's cheek and chuckled, I'm not teaching you now because you're still building your foundation. Just be happy, Ani-chan only awakened his healing abilities a couple of years ago, when your sister was already 10. When you turn 10, you'll definitely surpass Hinata in every way you did at 10. All round. Hanabi's beautiful eyes lit up, then she looked down at her flat chest, tilting her head back expectantly, will Hanabi's chest be as big as yours by then, sister? Amount. Izayoi was rendered silent by a single blow. He didn't criticize the fireworks, but instead turned to look in the other direction, changing the subject, the battle is almost over, your sister will win soon. On the distant river, Hinata and Sasuke Uchiha were engaged in a fierce taijutsu duel amidst the swift currents. Because his chakra was far inferior to Hinata's, Sasuke Uchiha was unable to unleash his full speed on the water and was suppressed throughout. Faced with the Byakugan's perceptive abilities, he couldn't even touch the hem of Hinata's clothes. In contrast, Hinata repeatedly discovered Sasuke's weaknesses, but instead of taking him down, she accompanied him in training his chakra control. Hinata only used gentle step twin lion fist to end the battle when Sasuke Uchiha was exhausted or his emotions became unstable. With all the chakra in his meridians devoured, Uchiha Sasuke fell directly into the river, then climbed ashore soaking wet, panting heavily. The latest novel is first published here. Come and rest for a bit, then let's start the next phase. It wasn't until Izayoi's voice came that Sasuke Uchiha got up and went over. After sitting down and eating silently to replenish his energy, Uchiha Sasuke stared at Izayoi and asked eagerly, what's the next stage? What's wrong with you? Izayoi, who was serving Hinata grilled meat, frowned slightly as she looked at Sasuke Uchiha and reprimanded him, while hatred can motivate you to become stronger, negative emotions can sometimes make you weaker and more extreme. I know you crave immense power, but if you don't have the mental fortitude to match that sudden surge, what's the difference between you and a wild beast? I was originally thinking of teaching you the super hurricane combo, but now I think I'll pass. It would be hilarious if you accidentally killed yourself. After speaking, Izayoi took a pre-prepared scroll from a bag next to the chair and tossed it in front of Uchiha Sasuke. I'll give you half a month to read all the books in this scroll. Until you've fully understood them, you must temporarily stop all training except for chakra control. Good. Sasuke Uchiha didn't express any dissatisfaction or lose his temper. He realized that his mindset had been problematic lately and that he needed to calm down. Of course, if you were to say that his people were someone else, Uchiha Sasuke would simply scoff. But since these words came from Izayoi, they must be true. After all, they had known each other for so many years, and Izayoi's precociousness had left a deep impression on them. They are polite, respectful to teachers and elders, and able to maintain a rational attitude no matter who or what they are facing. Perhaps it was this state of mind that allowed him to integrate so many different properties and control those new powers. Seeing Sasuke's obedient behavior, Izayoi smiled with satisfaction and gave him a surprise. You won't have read the book for nothing, the knowledge inside is the foundation of an S-rank ultimate technique. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up immediately, and he gripped the scroll tightly in his hand. Izayoi took out another scroll and handed it to Hinata, saying, Hinata, this is for you. Take a look when you have time. Hinata quickly ate the meat, stuffing her mouth full so her little face puffed up like two steamed buns, while taking the scroll and casually tucking it into her kimono's obi. Even though I've seen this adorable face countless times. Despite Sasuke Uchiha's disdainful gaze, Izayoi still picked up her camera and snapped a picture of Hinata. Yet, before the flash went off, a person making a peace sign suddenly appeared in front of the camera, followed by the sound of a mischievous child. You naughty girl, take this. Ouch. Unii-chan, I'm sorry. It wasn't until dusk that the four of them packed up and left the Nanhi River. After escorting the Hyuga sisters back to the city, Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha returned to their clan's territory. On the way, Izayoi seemed to remember something and suddenly said to Uchiha Sasuke, by the way, tomorrow they're starting to demolish the old house near my new place. Go help them out, and also ask Koji to come help clear the rubble. I'll treat him to barbecue afterwards. What a hassle, why don't you go? Uchiha Sasuke instinctively showed a look of disgust. Izayoi retorted matter-of-factly, aren't you my little brother? Shouldn't this kind of thing be done by the little brother? Sasuke Uchiha was speechless, and suddenly wanted to travel back in time to the day he strangled the man who had recognized Dog as his brother. But looking at the scroll in his hand, he suddenly found it quite appealing. Oh well, let's just treat it as sugar mixed with shit, finding joy in hardship. Chapter 90. Human Bomber Tank. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Water Release, Water Chaos. Ninjutsu, Feng Tsu Feng. In the early morning, a strange sight appeared in the central street of Konoha. Someone actually used the 5 elements escape technique in broad daylight on the street. This is strictly prohibited. However, no patrolling ninjas came to question or pursue them, because this was a demolition operation that had been reported in advance. Centered on the ruins of the hot spring resort, several surrounding buildings have been cordoned off. Led by Sasuke Uchiha, the Konoha ones are displaying their skills, using their respective ninjutsu and secret techniques to violently demolish the houses that Izayoi bought. Several days have passed since Itachi Uchiha returned to the village. For the past few days, Uchiha Sasuke has been helping Izayoi with demolition. At first, only he and Koji Akimichi helped. However, the cockroaches passing by accidentally witnessed this scene and spontaneously joined in. Money doesn't matter, the main thing is being able to openly and legitimately destroy houses, which is much more fun than practicing ninjutsu in the training ground. A series of explosions rang out, and thick smoke billowed into the air. By the time the young warriors were exhausted and their chakra was almost depleted, they hadn't even demolished a single house. Never mind, let me do it. Izayoi, who came to supervise the construction today wearing a hard hat, shook his head as he watched. Then he raised his hand and condensed an energy ball the size of a raised nan, infusing it with water and lightning nature transformations, quickly forming a small storm release sphere. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of judgment, and a battered house collapsed instantly. In less than 10 shots, the Izayoi had destroyed all the houses enclosed by the quarantine zone. After finishing, Izayoi said to the team not far away, let's get started. Yes. A small team of a dozen or so people, fully equipped, immediately began clearing the rubble. The cockroaches that hadn't been able to help earlier also joined in. However, the speed is still too slow. At this rate, it will probably take at least 10 days to transport all the rubble and debris. Then, Izayoi used a forbidden technique that she had never used since she learned it. He formed hand seals and said, "Multiple shadow clone technique." A series of popping sounds rang out, and thick fog rolled in. As a gust of wind dispersed the white mist, the 200 Izayoi began their operation. Among them, 3 shadow clones sped off towards the Nanga River, intending to return and bring back the sealing scrolls. The Bronze Saints were astonished to see that Izayoi had created so many clones. "Izayoi, how do you know Naruto's technique?" Nara Shikamaru asked, squinting at Izayoi's shadow clone. "If I remember correctly, this is a forbidden technique listed in the Scroll of Seals." Nara Shikamaru had no suspicion that Izayoi had stolen the village's Book of Seals, and he was unaware that the Book of Seals had been stolen. The Konoha leadership did not disclose the theft of the Scroll of Seals because, long ago, successive Hokage had taken precautions against the risk of theft or loss by preparing separate scrolls for the forbidden techniques. As long as the individual scrolls of those forbidden techniques are not lost, a new Book of Seals can be created at any time once a new Hokage takes office. The only loss is that our village's forbidden techniques have been leaked, and enemies might use them against our own people in the future. Nara Shikamaru was curious because, given Izayoi's identity, she shouldn't be able to learn such a forbidden technique. Even with the help of the Hyuga clan, it would be very difficult to obtain such a forbidden technique. Did Naruto teach him that? However, Izayoi's next answer caused Nara Shikamaru's lips to twitch slightly. The shadow clone, who was carrying stones, turned to look at Nara Shikamaru and asked doubtfully, "Does this even need to be learned? Isn't it something you can learn just by looking at it once?" After saying that, the shadow clone seemed to remember something and said with an embarrassed look, "Oh, sorry, I forgot that you guys have too little chakra, so you can't learn it even if you wanted to. You're so annoying, I can't take it anymore, just die." Kaiba Inyazuka, who happened to be passing by, immediately smashed the shadow clone into white mist with the stone. "Woof woof!" Akamaru barked in response. Seeing someone take the lead in starting a fight, the other guys immediately joined in. In no time, he was overwhelmed and brutally beaten by the sheer number of shadow clones, and begged for mercy repeatedly. "Everyone's worked hard, come and have some fruit." Just then, the girl's voice reached his ears. Hinata, Hanabi, Ino Yamanaka, and Sakura Harino, the 4 girls, pushed a fruit cart over and called out, "Ani-I-chan, have some water." Hanabi, who only felt sorry for her brother, immediately went to Izayoi and handed him a bottle of water. "Thank you, fireworks." Izayoi, who was in charge of supervising the construction, took the water and patted Hanabi's head with a smile. However, when he saw that the young men hadn't even worked for long before immediately abandoning their work to freeload, he was speechless. How come he has a group of lazy, good-for-nothing friends in every world? Fortunately, after replenishing their chakra and stamina, the Konoha ones began using shadow clone technique and officially unleashed their power. With the combined efforts of 200 shadow clones, along with other powerful individuals who also used the shadow clone technique, and more than a dozen teams, the massive ruins, which would normally take a long time to clear, were completely cleaned up in less than 2 days. To thank the young heroes for their help, Izayoi treated them to a lavish meal over the past 2 days, spending nearly 1,000,000 ryo, almost the equivalent of the reward for a most ordinary S-rank mission. "I'm so ripped off." However, having filmed movies together, worked together, and eaten together, Izayoi and the others rediscovered the feeling of being classmates, and their relationship became even stronger. After the demolition was completed, the next step was to lay the foundation. This is a very simple matter. Just go to the Hokage building and post a mission, requesting a few ninjas skilled in earth release to come and help. The original purpose of ninjutsu was to help people improve their lives. What would have taken several days to accomplish with ninjutsu can be done in less than half a day. After the foundation is laid, the next step is to hand it over to a professional team. Izayoi can rest now. On his way back to the Uchiha clan's territory alone, Izayoi suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Lindao behind him with a puzzled expression. Is it just my imagination? Izayoi murmured, then quickened her pace and left. After he disappeared, a white face suddenly appeared from the trunk of a large tree. The scene was terrifying. If any of the children in Konoha saw it, even the most unruly kids would never dare to enter the forest again. Gazing in the direction Izayoi had left, the white Zetsu clone, only its face visible, couldn't help but exclaim, such incredible senses. That brat, is he the Izayoi that Kisame and Ataka mentioned? Flying ninjutsu and dust release, he's practically a carbon copy of Oniki. Konoha is truly lucky to have such a genius emerge at a time like this. However, the white Zetsu clone was unaware that everything he did was being observed by Izayoi. A flash of blue light crossed Izayoi's eyes as she thought to herself, so they really did get in. That makes sense. With something this big happening, how could they not send in clones to gather intelligence? Looks like there's more than one. Immediately, Izayoi stared in a certain direction for a few seconds, then a cold smile suddenly appeared on her face. The mayfly technique is indeed powerful, allowing one to merge with the earth and vegetation, perfectly concealing chakra. If it doesn't show itself, even the Tensagen wouldn't be able to detect it. However, as a time traveler, Izayoi has more than one way to deal with this. Let you be smug for a few more days, then the tables will turn. Izayoi thought to herself. The latest novel is first published here. Wood release, Great Forest Technique. The scene shifts to the Land of Waves, a remote location, where a purple, transparent cuboid barrier rises. Inside the barrier lies a dense forest. At this moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard continuously in the forest. Tenzo, who had been captured by Izayoi's shadow clone, was using wood release in the forest. Numerous wooden vines extended from his arms, like snakes emerging from their cage, and bound a boy in front of him who was wearing a black cloak and whose face below the eyes was wrapped in white bandages, revealing only a pair of red eyes. The boy remained motionless despite the barrage of branches. After the tree branch successfully bound the boy, he turned into red powder and disappeared. The next second, Tianzang was struck on the back by a palm strike. Black tadpole-shaped incantations spread across his back, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. Immediately, the boy's figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. He used a set of Bagua 64 palms to seal Tianzang's chakra flow, and the final Bagua empty palm ended the battle. The boy looked down at Tianzang, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, and after a few seconds, he turned and left. Help him get treatment. No sooner had the boy left than a man's voice echoed through the forest. Immediately afterwards, a girl dressed in a black cloak and wearing a white mask appeared in the forest, knelt down beside Tianzang, and used her palm magic to heal him. Ahem, who exactly are you people? With his body controlled by a sealing technique and his chakra sealed by gentle fist, Tenzo could only move his mouth. He sized up the girl before him, coughing defiantly as he said, "If you think you can torture me this way to extract information, you're being naive. You'd be better off killing me than wasting your time here." The girl did not answer Tianzang. After giving him some basic treatment, the girl pried open Tianzang's mouth and stuffed a soldier's ration pill into it. After doing all this, the girl got up and left. Before long, the boy reappeared. After releasing the seal on Tianzang, he gave him some time to break through the acupoints. Tianzang was already numb to this. These days, the boy tortures himself at least a dozen times a day. When Tianzang was hit by that repulsive storm in the underground base, he thought he was going to die. When he woke up, he found himself trapped inside a barrier, becoming the boy's sparring partner. The boy initially only knew the 5 elements escape techniques, but gradually he displayed the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. However, his eyes were not Byakugan, but the legendary red-eye bloodline limit that could counter Byakugan. Then came various sealing techniques and advanced 5 elements escape techniques. The speed at which this boy grew up shocked even Tianzang. In less than 5 days, the boy's strength went from being evenly matched to completely overwhelming him. But strangely, the boy didn't kill himself, and neither did the person maintaining the barrier or the one behind it. Even if he was injured, they would send someone to treat him and feed him soldier pills to restore his strength. That's so weird. However, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Tianzang will not give up and can only continue to fight with the boy, looking for a chance to escape. Just as Ranmaru and Tenzo were about to start a new round of battle. Outside the barrier, Izayoi's shadow clone addressed Karin as she emerged, saying, "Karin, you can go back now." "Izayoi-kun, don't you need my help anymore?" Karin asked somewhat reluctantly. "No, it's just that I have good news for you," Izayoi said with a smile. "The 5th Hokage of Konoha is about to take office, and my main body will probably come to see you in a few days to recommend you to join Konoha. So you should go back and pack your things, and wait for my main body to come find you." "Really?" Karen's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, "I understand. I'll go back and pack my things now." "Yes, thank you for your hard work these past few days." Izayoi nodded. "It's no trouble at all, it's what I should do." Karin shook her head, waved her hand, and smiled, "Then I'll go back and make preparations." "Izayoi-kun, you go ahead with your work. If you need any help, just let me know." "Okay, goodbye." I don't know if it's due to Karen's destiny or because her hard work finally paid off. Karin had only been gone for less than 2 hours when Izayoi, who had been controlling Ranmaru and fighting Tenzo for 3 more rounds, finally saw a purple beam of light fly out from Tenzo's body. At that moment, Izayoi felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and she felt completely relaxed. It finally dropped. This damn drop rate, is it just because it's called wood release? Izayoi couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, Izayoi also knew that it wasn't because of wood release, but because of this new mechanism, the drop rate for defeating and killing enemies was completely different. To be precise, for all mechanisms, the drop rate for killing enemies is higher than the drop rate for defeating enemies. After all, the former allows for repeated refreshes of keyword entries, while the latter either results in either selling the item or losing money. Finally revealing a method to counter the mayfly technique, Izayoi, already in a transformation state, immediately controlled the puppet to release the 4 purple flame array and arrived in front of Tenzo, whose body control had been taken away once again by the heavy sealing of his limbs. "Are you going to kill me?" Seeing the person behind the scenes finally appear, Tianzang prepared to die. "You've worked hard. Now you'll be sleeping for the next few years." Izayoi placed her hand on Tenzo's head and said this before casting a sealing jutsu to seal Tenzo's consciousness. Taking out a scroll, Izayoi retrieved the stone coffin brought by Karin and sealed Tenzo inside it, then cast the sealing jutsu once more. Then they went to a large mountain and blasted out a cave, placed the stone coffin inside, and then sealed the cave before returning to the ninja continent with the puppet. Upon returning to the ninja continent, the shadow clone immediately turned into a cloud of white smoke, returning control of the puppet to its original form. Chapter 91. Ding! You have obtained the talent attribute Bloodline Limit Wood Release, Purple. Fusion or Disassembly. Integration. Although the system's voice was devoid of emotion, it sounded like heavenly music to Izayoi's ears at that moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly integrated this cross-border term. The next second, a new entry was added to Izayoi's entry list, Bloodline Limit Wood Release, Purple. After wood release, there's a parenthesis, that's A+ indicating that it can be upgraded. Izayoi's points deposit has exceeded 100,000, which is enough to upgrade 10 purple attributes to gold attributes, or upgrade 1 gold attribute to a red attribute. Although upgrading wood release only requires 9,999 points, Izayoi still didn't upgrade, because it would just be a waste of points. Danzo Shimura, Obito Uchiha, Tenzo, and the black and white Zetsu have personally proven that the strongest element was never wood release, but rather Hashirama Senju, whose chakra was almost comparable to his even when combined with half of the Nine Tails chakra and Naruto Uzumaki's. Hashirama Senju, who had developed the sage body to its fullest potential, could make any ninjutsu or bloodline limit shine. If Hashirama Senju possessed dust release, then dust release would be the most powerful ability, surpassing even bloodline limits like bloodline Tota, truly deserving its title. Without the yang release chakra of a sage's body, wood release is merely a decent bloodline limit, capable of nurturing ace fighters like Tenzo. Izayoi, who possesses the Tensagen, doesn't actually need wood release at all. However, in order to accelerate the growth of Sasuke Uchiha, and to deal with the mayfly technique of black and white Zetsu, Izayoi needs to use wood release. Now that it's finally out in the open, Izayoi can finally get rid of those disgusting things and make Konoha a truly peaceful place. So, wearing colored contact lenses, Izayoi activated her Tensagen. Her perspective shifted to a villa in Sakura Town, where she controlled a puppet being guarded, opened a safe, and took out a red scroll. Upon opening the scroll, various wood release ninjutsu techniques immediately came into view for Izayoi. This scroll is the wood release scroll that Shimura Danzo gave to Tenzo in the original story, and it is also one of Shimura Danzo's treasured possessions. However, this scroll does not contain Hashirama Senju's 3 wood release techniques: wood release, advent of the flowering tree world, wood release, wood dragon technique, and wood release, wood human technique. Naturally, it also lacks the profound technique of sage art, wood release, true several thousand hands, top transformation Buddha. Izayoi didn't pay any attention. He opened the wood release scroll and only glanced at the 3 body techniques of wood release. If we say that black and white Zetsu's disguise technique, mayfly technique, and spore technique are the ultimate versions of the 5 basic techniques, 3 body technique, instantaneous movement technique, and invisibility technique, that wood release, 3 bodies technique is the most advanced 3 bodies technique. Although it cannot compare to the 3 divine skills of black and white Zetsu, it completely overwhelms the 3 bodies technique and the shadow clone technique. Izayoi learned these 3 basic wood release ninjutsu after only a few glances. Then, after learning 2 more practical wood release ninjutsu, he turned his attention away. Izayoi, fishing rod in hand, came to the courtyard and, addressing Sasuke Uchiha who was sitting cross-legged reading a book by the side, asked, "Sasuke, want to go fishing together?" "No, go find Hinata and Hanabi to keep you company." Without looking up, Uchiha Sasuke said, "I have a feeling that the mission system for C rank and above will be restarted soon, and then I might have to go out on missions. Since I still have time, I want to read a little more." Sasuke Uchiha suddenly looked up at Izayoi, waved the book in his hand, and asked, "By the way, the S-rank technique you mentioned, is it a medical technique?" "It's kind of a support jutsu, somewhere between medical ninjutsu and sealing jutsu," Izayoi thought for a moment, then waved and laughed, "Anyway, you'll definitely like it. Good luck." Izayoi left Sasuke's house in a flash, and instead of going to find Hinata and Hanabi, she went to the Naka River alone. Taking the beach chair out of the sealed scroll, Izayoi began baiting the hooks, then cast the line beautifully, thus beginning the angler's afternoon. After a few minutes, seeing that there was still no movement, Izayoi began to prepare her nest. Grab a handful of bait and throw it into the water, using the float to try and attract other fish closer. He looks like a professional angler. But no one noticed that one of the white seeds among the baits Izayoi threw out had drifted downstream. A figure, soaking wet, climbed up from the bank of the downstream river. It was Izayoi's wood clone, created using the wood transformation technique. The moment the wooden clone reached the shore, it vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already on the cliffs above the Nanhi River. Hiding inside a tree hollow, the wood clone placed its hand on the ground and infused its wood release chakra into the earth. Instead of causing branches to sprout from the soil, it spread its chakra through the tree roots, connecting with the roots of plants and underground water within a 1 kilometer radius in all directions. Without needing to use Kagura's mind's eye or activate the Tensagen, the wood release chakra of the wood clone detected a special chakra beneath the ground in this area. This special chakra is attached to a section of tree root and assimilated with it. No matter how strong the sensory techniques are, they cannot detect it. Even if one can see through the earth, one can only see that section of tree root. But in this world, there is no perfect ninjutsu. Just like elemental weaknesses, every ninjutsu has a counter. The wood release technique, which combines the water release and earth release nature transformations, can counter the mayfly technique, which allows the creature to blend into the earth and vegetation and move at high speeds by relying on networks of organic matter such as plant roots and underground water. After locating the white Zetsu clone, the wood clone didn't even need to form hand seals, simply whispering, "Wood release, silent killing binding technique." In an instant, the tree root that the white Zetsu clone was attached to suddenly came to life. The tree roots grew rapidly, wrapping the chakra attached to it like a rice dumpling, while a terrifying suction force devoured the chakra completely, giving the opponent no chance to escape at high speed. At the same time, tadpole-shaped black runes appeared on the tree roots, sealing the consciousness of the white Zetsu clone. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Almost the instant the white Zetsu clones were sealed, every white Zetsu clone scattered throughout Konoha and even the entire ninja world felt as if a white line had flashed through their minds, instantly knowing which clone had been in trouble. The next second, the white Zetsu clones hidden in various parts of Konoha fled the village without hesitation. While in the state of the mayfly technique, black and white Zetsu, who were wandering the ninja world gathering intelligence, suddenly popped their heads out of the ground. The white Zetsu among them, no longer feigning indifference, said gravely, "The mayfly technique has been broken. One of the white Zetsu clones sent to Konoha has been discovered and captured." Black Zetsu, who was connected to white Zetsu through spiritual possession, also learned of this news, and his black face seemed to darken even further. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, "The mayfly technique allows the user to become one with the earth and vegetation, making it undetectable even by the strongest sensory techniques. Even barriers cannot hinder its movement. And even if its location is discovered, a quick reaction is enough to overcome even the most powerful earth release ninjutsu. To be able to capture a white Zetsu clone silently, that's definitely not something a ninjutsu can do. Is it a secret technique, or a bloodline limit? I don't know." That clone was sealed away instantly, it didn't even have time to share the information back. Baiju shook his head and asked, "Should we send more clones?" Black Zetsu remained silent for a moment. Knowing he was deep in thought, white Zetsu did not disturb him. A moment later, a meaningful smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face, and he said in a hoarse voice, "No need to send anyone. This might actually be good news." "Good news? What do you mean?" Baiju asked, puzzled. "It seems we've all overlooked something very important." Black Zetsu looked up at the sky, a playful smile on his face. That unfilial son, Hamura, only took one branch of his clan with him. Another branch remained in the ninja world, abandoning their original surname over the past 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, white Zetsu's eyes widened immediately. "You mean, the Hyuga clan?" "That possibility cannot be ruled out," Black Zetsu stated his analysis. "The ability to break the mayfly technique is extremely rare, in at least 1,000 years, I have never seen one. However, even I dared not approach those two unfilial sons back then. If it were the Rinnegan and that unknown eye technique, they might be able to see through the mayfly technique. The latest novel is first published here. If that's the case, it means that the mysterious person isn't from the moon, but rather has human blood from the Hyuga clan, a case of atavism." "I see. White Zetsu seemed to understand slightly, then excitedly asked, should we investigate the Hyuga clan? Who do you think is most likely to awaken that eye technique, Hyuga Hayashi? A dojutsu containing the power of all things in the universe requires a massive amount of chakra to support it, Black Zetsu pointed out incisively. If someone in the Hyuga clan has chakra that defies common sense, then he/she is the most likely candidate. What if no one matches? That doesn't rule out the possibility that someone from that lineage secretly sent their most outstanding disciples to Konoha. They could observe those white-haired guys. Kakashi Hatake is a good fit. Before he transplanted the Sharingan, his chakra was astonishing. He's not. If he were from that lineage, then even without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan wouldn't have any side effects on him, Black Zetsu said with absolute certainty. All right. White Zetsu nodded, then said with a troubled expression, however, since the mayfly technique has been exposed, White Zetsu's clones may not be able to infiltrate Konoha. If the art of the mayfly won't work, then the art of disguise will, Black Zetsu sneered. That's right. White Zetsu's eyes lit up. We can disguise ourselves as Konoha ninjas and infiltrate, or even steal the identity of a Hyuga clan member. Even if we're discovered, we'll only have to sacrifice a clone. Without hesitation, White Zetsu immediately began to act. Izayoi was completely unaware of the reactions from the Black and White Zetsu side. If he knew, he would surely exclaim, this 1,000-year-old cunning fellow is indeed extraordinary. However, he was still the better one. After all, Black Zetsu's thinking hasn't yet broken free from the confines of logic. He never imagined that an outsider could perfectly replicate the ancestral Otsutsuki bloodline, and not even be white-haired. Since he could also fly, both the Konoha High Command and the White Zetsu clones subconsciously assumed that Izayoi had mastered Earth Release, Light-Heavy Rock Technique or a similar Earth Release ninjutsu, rather than the leader of Akatsuki or the mysterious figure. After all, Izayoi's background is too innocent. Even a massive amount of chakra can be explained by the awakening of a vortex from a previous generation or the Thousand Hands bloodline. Both of these bloodlines are descendants of the Yang Release Sage body, and have absolutely no relation to Yin Release Eye techniques/Rinnegan. The scene returns to the Nanhi River. After sealing the White Zetsu clone, the wood clone used wood release to transport the buried rice dumplings to the surface, then vanished instantly to explore the underground in another location to see how many more White Zetsu clones were hiding in Konoha. Izayoi then got up, floated up to the cliff, and walked to the rice dumpling. To avoid any accidents, before unwrapping the rice dumpling, Izayoi first uses the wood transformation to become an ordinary middle-aged person, and then unties the tree root that forms the rice dumpling. The White Zetsu clone inside had already fallen into a coma. Let me see if your brain is empty or full, Izayoi murmured, then placed his hand on the White Zetsu clone's head and whispered, mind-reading ninja technique. The moment the yin release chakra seeped into the White Zetsu clone's head, Izayoi's face was filled with disappointment. Clearly, the brain of the White Zetsu clone is empty. This means that Izayoi cannot obtain the two divine techniques, the mayfly technique and the impersonation technique, from the White Zetsu clone through her mind-reading ability. If Izayoi could obtain the mayfly technique and the impersonation technique, combined with the wood clones that can absorb chakra and be self-sufficient, he would be equivalent to 100,000 White Zetsu. At that time, the roles of offense and defense will truly shift. However, this was within Izayoi's expectations. He had other methods. After all, the biggest advantage of time travelers has always been their familiarity with the plot. After sealing the White Zetsu clone and throwing it into a cave to double seal it, Izayoi jumped into the river, caught a few fish, and went home to show off to Sasuke Uchiha. A fisherman never goes home empty-handed. And so, the time came to August 22nd of Konoha year 60. Exactly half a month has passed since the Konoha Crush plan. During this period, Konoha ninjas only had two types of missions to do. One was D-rank missions within the village, and the other was being ordered to go out and gather intelligence on Orochimaru and Otagakure. Apart from these two types of missions, the Hokage building shut down its mission system and refused any requests from outsiders. The mission system will not restart until a new Hokage takes office in the village. The lack of missions for so long has resulted in a large number of ninjas on the streets of Konoha. Although morale has plummeted to its lowest point, it is not enough to cause panic. However, on this day, Konoha suddenly became lively. Because someone claimed that he saw two legendary ninjas at the village entrance, one of whom was none other than the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, Princess Tsunade of the Land of Fire, the medical genius of the ninja world. In no time, the news that Lady Tsunade had returned to Konoha to succeed as Hokage spread throughout the entire village, though no one knows who spread it. Morale rebounded instantly. Chapter 92. August 25. Early this morning, Hinata and Hanabi arrived at Sasuke Uchiha's house. Izayoi-kun, Sasuke-kun, today is the 5th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. I brought your clothes, please check if they fit. Hinata and Hanabi were not wearing kimonos today. Instead, they wore trousers and white shirts with a red fire character embroidered on the back. Because the clothes fit her perfectly, Hinata's bulge at the chest made the clothes look like two chubby bunnies, making her the center of attention on the street and attracting the envy and jealousy of countless women. You must be tired. This is one of the inconveniences of living in the suburbs. Izayoi took the clothes, casually put them on her shoulder, and continued to rub Hanabi's little face. Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Hinata and Izayoi, a mischievous smile suddenly appearing on his face. He took the clothes and said seriously, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Hinata's face instantly turned red, and she was at a loss for words. This address had too much of an impact on her. However, his feelings for Uchiha Sasuke grew rapidly. Hinata has been secretly training in the super strength fist taught by Izayoi lately, and she was originally planning to use Sasuke Uchiha as an experiment for their next duel. Now that I think about it, I'd better not. Izayoi also looked at Uchiha Sasuke with surprise, finding it hard to believe that such a title would come out of the mouth of this aloof young master. But the next second, Izayoi caught Uchiha Sasuke's wicked sense of humor. Then, Izayoi laughed and said, "Verbal thanks aren't enough, let me teach you a blessing." "What blessing?" Sasuke Uchiha asked instinctively. "This greeting is for the new year, and it can't be said in Japanese." "Ahem, let me teach you." Shizai coughed twice, then, speaking slowly in Mandarin to a secluded spot, said, "Happy New Year, elder brother and sister-in-law. You are my master, and I am your son. Big brother and sister-in-law. Happy New Year. You're my grandfather, and I'm your son." Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously imitated, his accent quite distinctive. However, after catching a glimpse of Izayoi's suppressed laughter, his expression immediately turned cold. "You despicable BD, you're lying to me again." "No. You glanced at me just now, you BD. Oh dear, we've been exposed." Izayoi exclaimed in surprise. "Unii-chan, he's bluffing you." "You're the one who's been exposed now," Hanabi kindly reminded him. Izayoi immediately retorted righteously, "Sasuke, you're despicable. Lying is not a good habit." Die. Knowing he'd been taken advantage of again, Sasuke Uchiha immediately pounced, ready to beat Izayoi senseless. Izayoi easily dodged his attack by sidestepping, and then poked a finger into one of his pressure points. Sasuke Uchiha froze on the spot, trembling all over. A numbness swept through his body, rendering him completely unable to move. "You still need to practice, Sasuke-kun." Izayoi chuckled, patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, and went back to her room to change. Seeing the Hyuga sisters trying to laugh but too embarrassed to do so, only able to suppress their laughter, the second young master's face instantly turned red, and he went back to his room to change his clothes. A few minutes later, 4 men and women dressed in white shirts, chatting and laughing, walked out of the Uchiha clan compound, which was no longer so deserted, and headed towards the central street of Konoha. As you pass by Izayoi's new house, you can see that the house is already growing. In this world of ninjutsu, many problems can be solved with ninjutsu. Coupled with the power of money to pave the way, the progress will far exceed that of the previous life by many times. The succession ceremony was held at the Hokage building. By this time, the street below the building was already crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder. Ninjas who couldn't get a good spot would simply jump onto telephone poles, or stand on walls and rooftops. The 4 of them arrived late and could only stand at the very back. "Unii-chan, I want to ride high." Hanabi tugged at Izayoi's sleeve. "Good." Izayoi smiled and nodded, then squatted down and let Hanabi straddle his shoulders. Holding his sister-in-law's hands, Izayoi straightened up, allowing her to see the crowd and the Hokage building from a higher vantage point. Tsunade didn't keep the villagers waiting long. Soon, she appeared on the rooftop of the Hokage building, wearing a tea-green robe with black trim and holding the Hokage hat. "Adult Tsunade! How beautiful! I've finally met the legendary Princess Tsunade. Lady Tsunade is finally back. It was Lady Tsunade who healed my leg, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to be a ninja. I will always follow Lady Tsunade." Upon seeing Tsunade appear, cheers and shouts erupted throughout Konoha, just like fans seeing their idol. Regardless of gender, whether they were members of the ninja clan or ordinary people, the vast majority of people at this moment had faces filled with fanaticism and worship. This is a treatment that Jiraiya and Orochimaru will never enjoy. Not only them, but even when Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze succeeded to the position, their popularity was far less than Tsunade's. This is the Senju clan, and also the true essence of Konoha's legitimacy. The first and second Hokage ushered in a period of peace for Konoha, and also marked a golden age when Konoha could defeat 4 opponents single-handedly. As their granddaughter, Tsunade is also one of the legendary Sunin, a renowned medical expert in the ninja world. No one is more suitable to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha than her. Under her leadership, Konoha will surely become strong again. That's what the villagers, who blindly trusted the Thousand Hands, all thought. So beautiful. Looking at Tsunade on the rooftop, her blonde hair flowing and her assets still showing no signs of sagging, Hinata exclaimed in slight amazement, "If the book is correct, the Hokage is supposed to be 52 years old now, right? She looks like she's only in her 30s. How does she maintain her youthful appearance?" Izayoi laughed, "Did you see the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead?" Upon hearing this, Hinata and Hanabi both activated their Byakugan and carefully examined the mark on Tsunade's forehead. Even Sasuke Uchiha was slightly curious and activated his Sharingan. What Izayoi said next caused their expressions to change slightly, and Hinata and Hanabi even showed joy on their faces. That mark is called the Yin Seal, which is also an S-rank secret technique I plan to teach you. Its effects include storing chakra, enhancing physical functions, rapid healing, and preserving youth. Storing chakra? No wonder they made me read medical books. Uchiha Sasuke's lips curled up slightly, instantly filled with the motivation to read. Hinata is the same, but her motivation is to stay young. Girls all love beauty, and the more beautiful a girl is, the more she wants to preserve her youth. Hinata is no exception. Not to mention Hinata, even Hanabi, who is only 7 years old this year, grabbed Izayoi's hair and said in a spoiled tone, "Unii-chan, Hanabi wants to learn the Yin Seal too." "I'll teach you when you're older," Izayoi said with a chuckle, trying to scare you. "If you learn now, your body might be affected. You might not grow tall enough, or you might grow taller but your body shape might remain the same." Hanabi glanced at her flat chest, then at Hinata's chubby rabbit-shaped mound, and quickly shook her head, saying, "Then I won't learn." Because the four were standing in a secluded corner, and the villagers' cheers were so loud, no one heard their conversation. Even if she heard it, Izayoi didn't care at all. He has a suitable explanation for both the super strength fist and the yin seal. At that moment, a strong, loud, and coherent voice resounded throughout the entire street. From this moment forward, I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade placed the Hokage hat on her head, announcing that Konoha had officially entered a new era under the rule of the fifth Hokage. A cheer even louder than before instantly resounded throughout the sky. Konoha with a leader and Konoha without a leader are completely different great ninja villages. Before Tsunade took office and before Konoha announced its fifth Hokage candidate, Konoha was not exactly lifeless, but both ninjas and villagers were filled with confusion and fear of an enemy attack or a sudden outbreak of war. Now that Tsunade has taken office, their faces instantly regained their energy, and their hearts were filled with confidence. The latest novel is first published here. The next day, the Hokage building restarted the mission system. Those outsiders who had already received the news immediately flocked to the scene. After a long period of inactivity, the ninjas began to work and earn money. I'm going out on a mission. That day, Sasuke Uchiha finished packing and looked at Izayoi, who was lying on her side reading a book about interior design, and sneered, "If you're scared living alone in the suburbs, then have Hinata come and keep you company, or you can sneak into the Hyuga clan and have Hinata lull you to sleep." Oh! Izayoi turned the page without looking up, and said calmly, "If I were to be so frightened that I lose my mind, I might forget how to cultivate the yin seal. So when you go out on missions, remember to pray for me every day, hoping that I will be safe and sound. I wish you a long and healthy life." Unable to out-argue Izayoi, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and began to curse. After all, he hadn't forgotten that Izayoi's goal was to break free from the limitations of lifespan. Upon seeing Izayoi about to look up, Sasuke Uchiha immediately vanished in a flash, finished his curse, and ran away, finally feeling relieved. "Izayoi-kun." Not long after Sasuke Uchiha left, Hinata's voice reached Izayoi's ears. Hinata instantly appeared before him and said, "Red Sensei sent me to inform you that we must go to the Hokage's office immediately, the Hokage wishes to see us." Upon hearing this, Izayoi's eyes flashed. Considering the time frame and the fact that two people were summoned at the same time, Izayoi immediately guessed why Tsunade wanted to see them. Then, Izayoi smiled at Hinata and said, "Hinata, your wish is about to come true." Hinata tilted her head cutely. Izayoi said no more, but threw down the book in her hand, reached out and pulled Hinata into her arms, picked her up in a princess carry, and flew into the air. "Ah!" Hinata gasped in surprise as Izayoi lifted her into the air for the first time, instinctively reaching out to hug his neck. Then, looking down at the forest and the distant city, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Izayoi-kun, the village looks so beautiful from this angle. Is it pretty? It's nothing special, I get tired of it after a few looks, but..." Her tone suddenly paused. Izayoi looked down at Hinata, who was gazing at her with beautiful, curious eyes, and smiled, "I'll never tire of looking at Hinata. I can spend a whole day looking at her photo album." Buzz! The sudden, direct shot made Hinata's face flush red instantly, and her head seemed to ring like a steam whistle, with white steam rising from it. With her immunity back to zero, Hinata lowered her head shyly, tapping her fingers in Izayoi's arms. However, the corners of her cherry-red lips turned up in a smile, making no attempt to hide her joy and sweetness. Looking at Hinata transformed into a steam princess, Izayoi suddenly regretted flying into the sky. After all, as Hinata's immunity improved, her personality became completely different from the original work. It's easy to see Hinata blush, but it's extremely rare for her to turn into a steam princess. There's never even been a chance to take a photo with a steam princess. If they were on the ground, Izayoi could secretly create a wooden clone, throw out the ceiling scroll containing the camera, and have the wooden clone take pictures from the shadows. However, this romantic moment will be forever etched in their hearts, and they will never forget it in this lifetime. After flying to the outskirts of the city, Izayoi landed at Hinata's request. Hinata gently patted her cheeks, her expression softening with a smile. She took Izayoi's hand and led him to the Hokage building. Holding hands was already Hinata's limit. If you want to walk arm in arm with Izayoi on the street, you'd probably need to boost your immunity by a whole new level. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, the two let go of each other's hands and proceeded to the outside of the Hokage's office as companions. Knock knock knock. Izayoi politely knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened from the inside. A woman dressed in a black-gray robe, with short black hair, delicate features and a quiet demeanor, holding a pig in one arm, came into view of Izayoi and Hinata. It was Tsunade's personal bodyguard and secretary Shizuan. You must be Izayoi and Hinata, please come in. Shizuan greeted them with a smile, then stepped aside and introduced herself. My name is Shizuan, I'm the Hokage's secretary. The Hokage has been waiting for you for quite some time. Hello, Ms. Shizuan. Izayoi, along with Hinata, responded politely. Upon entering the office, the first thing they saw was Tsunade, sitting at her desk, chin in hand, scrutinizing them. Lord Hokage. Izayoi and Hinata bowed respectfully. Tsunade nodded, her expression serious as she cut to the chase. The reason I summoned you here is to meet the two best genin of the Chunin exams. Your performance in the third official match was flawless. Not only did you win both matches, but your opponents were also the princess of an allied nation and the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. You thoroughly crushed their arrogance. Well done. In the end, Tsunade smiled and showered her with praise. Before Izayoi and Hinata could respond modestly, Tsunade said again with a serious expression, I have reviewed your records from the Ninja Academy and your written exam scores for the Chunin exams. They are impeccable. Therefore, I hereby officially, in my capacity as the 5th Hokage, promote the Genin Izayoi and Genin Hinata Hyuga to the rank of Chunin of Konoha. Thanks adult Hokage. Izayoi and Hinata bowed again, the latter's joy evident. Chapter 93. Izayoi, Hinata, these are your disguises. Shizuan smiled and handed 2 green vests that she had prepared in advance to Izayoi and Hinata. Thank you, Miss Shizuan. Hinata smiled gently and thanked her. If it weren't for the inconvenience of wearing a kimono, she would have liked to put on this vest right now. Although Izayoi wore a smile, she didn't like the green vest. There's no other reason than that she's too ugly. Izayoi also decided that even if he became a jonin in the future, he would dress however he wanted, just like Kurane Yui. Once you establish a reputation, people will see your name, not your Chunin or Jonin persona. Seeing the two accept the vests, Tsunade softened her tone and smiled, saying, You're both teammates. It's rare for a team to have 2 members promoted to Chunin at the same time during the Chunin exams. So you need to discuss beforehand who will be the team leader. Yes, Hokage-sama. Izayoi and Hinata nodded in agreement, then exchanged a smile. Tsunade, who just returned, either doesn't know enough about Izayoi and Hinata, or she's just teasing them. After all, given Izayoi's strength and his relationship with Hinata, it's obvious who the leader of Team 8 is. Once you become Chunin, you'll have the privilege of leading teams on missions and obtaining exit permits. Regarding reward distribution, if there's no Jonin to guide the team leader will receive the highest reward, with Chunin teammates receiving more than Genin teammates. Tsunade then explained the benefits of being a Chunin, before waving her hand and saying, All right, you can go back now. Hinata was about to bow when Izayoi spoke up, Hokage-sama, I would like to recommend someone to join Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who was about to bury herself in her work, and Shizuan, who had placed her teacup on the desk, immediately turned their gazes over. Tsunade frowned slightly and said, you're the top student and now a chunin of Konoha. You should understand Konoha's position in the Land of Fire. To prevent spies from infiltrating the village, whether ninja or ordinary people, it's very difficult to join Konoha if their ancestral records can't be found and their lineage can't be proven. So, does the person you recommended meet this requirement? I think it fits. Izayoi nodded. Then tell me, are you recommending an ordinary person or a ninja? Tsunade also became interested, put down her pen, picked up the tea that Shizune had poured, and took a sip. However, before she could swallow, Izayoi's next words made her spit it out. She's a ninja, she's a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Puff. The tea splashed onto some documents, but Tsunade ignored it, staring at Izayoi with a bewildered expression. Wondering if she'd misheard, she asked again, what did you just say? Which clan's descendant? A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she is one of my people. Izayoi repeated, and then dropped another bombshell. Cough cough. The remaining tea immediately choked Tsunade, causing her to cough repeatedly and her face to turn red. Jingyin quickly and gently patted his back, pressing a certain A-cup ointment. At the same time, she looked at Izayoi with a look of surprise. No wonder his chakra was so enormous according to the intelligence, it turns out he's a distant relative of Lady Tsunade. Once Tsunade had caught her breath, her eyes immediately lit up with excitement, yet also with a hint of doubt, as she looked at Izayoi and asked, You're a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Yes. Izayoi nodded, and before Tsunade could ask any further questions, she rolled up her sleeves and offered her forearm to Hinata. Hinata, understanding perfectly, held Izayoi's forearm and gently bit down on it. Blue chakra suddenly appeared at Hinata's mouth and at the point where Izayoi's forearms were clasped together. As soon as the chakra appeared, it flowed into Hinata's body like water. Physical therapy. Seeing this, Tsunade looked somewhat dazed. She hadn't seen this familiar yet unfamiliar treatment method for many years since her grandmother's death. After regaining her senses, Tsunade's gaze towards Izayoi suddenly held a touch of warmth. She wasn't unaware of Izayoi's strength or his talent. When she first saw the information that Shizune had gathered, she was also amazed by the super hurricane sphere developed by Izayoi, as well as the secret technique formed by the fusion of 2 and 3 nature transformations. However strong she is, as the Hokage, Tsunade couldn't possibly fawn over a subordinate who was still a genin. At most, they would silently offer support on the other person's path to advancement, ensuring their unlimited potential and helping them quickly become someone like Kakashi Hatake. Among the new generation, the only one who received special treatment from Tsunade was Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya's disciple, the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who helped her overcome her hemophobia and allowed her to see the shadows of Dankato and Nawaki. But now, there's one more person Tsunade needs to treat specially. The Uzumaki clan are distant relatives of the Senju clan, so it's quite normal for them to treat their relatives differently. I never imagined you were a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, whose awakening occurred only once in a generation. Tsunade looked at Izayoi's black hair and couldn't help but laugh. Even among members of the Uzumaki clan, very few can awaken the physical healing ability. The purity of your bloodline must be very high. But it's strange that your hair is black instead of red. Perhaps it's because I still have the blood of the Senju clan within me. Izayoi dropped another bombshell, raising her right hand under the stunned gazes of Tsunade, Shizune, and even Hinata, and a green sapling sprouted from her palm. The Hokage's office fell into a deathly silence. From Izayoi's perspective, you can see Tsunade and Shizune's expressions slowly turning into stunned disbelief, which is quite exaggerated. Then a scream shattered the silence of the Hokage's office, causing the Hokage building to shake violently. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one guarding outside, and that there was no one in the corridor either, Tsunade and Shizune's exclamation would definitely attract ninjas to break down the door. If they hadn't failed to sense the chakra surge, the envy would have arrived in a flash. Moku. Moku Moku release. Looking at the sapling in Izayoi's hand, even the formidable Tsunade couldn't help but stammer. Shizuan stared at the sapling in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the legendary bloodline limit would appear before her in such a form. This kind of shock is no less than that of a starving beggar suddenly found by his super-rich father, who is about to die and is his only son, about to inherit billions of dollars. Hinata covered her mouth, looking at Izayoi with a mixture of surprise and delight. Hinata knew more than Tsunade and Shizuan. She was the only one who knew that Izayoi possessed the Tensagen. I thought that the unknown, powerful eye technique was Izayoi's bloodline limit. Unexpectedly, Izayoi is a hybrid of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and has awakened the legendary bloodline limit, would release. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in Konoha, the land of fire, and even the entire ninja world. After all, the story of the god of shinobi pacifying the chaotic world and establishing the current order of one country and one village is as well known as the myth of the Sage of Six Paths establishing the shinobi sect. Moreover, compared to the mythical story of the Sage of Six Paths, whose authenticity is uncertain, the story of the god of shinobi is only a few decades old. There are still many old monsters in the ninja world, all of whom lived through the era of the god of shinobi. The bloodline limit that brought peace to the chaotic world holds extremely special significance for Konoha. This is not only a legendary bloodline limit, but also represents a noble title of Konoha's orthodox lineage. As long as Izayoi reveals her wood-release technique, neither her father nor the clan elders will stop her from associating with Izayoi. Thinking of this, Hinata was immediately filled with excitement. A gust of wind blew by, and Tsunade instantly appeared in front of Izayoi, grabbed his wrist, and channeled green chakra into Izayoi's body. As if sensing something, Tsunade's expression gradually turned to wild joy. Ha ha ha! Such vitality and yang release chakra, it truly is wood release. Tsunade patted Izayoi on the shoulder and laughed loudly, "You brat, you clearly awakened this bloodline limit a long time ago, but you've been hiding it all this time. How could you bear it? The latest novel is first published here." "I actually wanted to use it," Izayoi said with a meaningful smile. But a 13-year-old boy wiped out the strongest clan in the ninja world overnight and successfully escaped Konoha from its protective barrier. Who would dare use that? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's smile faltered slightly. Seeing that Izayoi clearly knew a lot and was incredibly precocious, Tsunade instantly guessed that he had also awakened the Kagura mind's eye. Her eyes showed a hint of pity, but on the surface, she nodded and praised, "You hid it well. You did the right thing." Immediately, Tsunade flashed a smug smile and patted Izayoi's shoulder heavily, "But from now on, you don't need to hide anymore. From now on, I'll protect you." "That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear, Hokage-sama." Izayoi crushed the withered sapling and exchanged a smile with Tsunade. From this moment on, Izayoi's identity and status will undergo a complete transformation. Previously, one might have needed to defeat the Hyuga clan with strength or prove their worth with their talent. But now, all I need to do is use wood release, and the Hyuga clan will immediately become my lapdogs. No one in Konoha, or even the entire ninja world, could resist the allure of wood release. "By the way, where is the person you recommended?" Tsunade seemed to remember something and couldn't help but ask, "Is that person like you, someone who awakened the Uzumaki clan's bloodline in a generational gap, or is he a descendant of the red-haired Uzumaki clan?" "Her name is Karin, a descendant of the red-haired Uzumaki clan. I've settled her in Sakura Town in the Land of Fire," Izayoi said truthfully. "Hinata and I met her in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams. At the time, she was a ninja from Kyuzagakure, but because she awakened her healing abilities, she was used as a medical kit by the Kyuzagakure ninja. If it weren't for my knowledge of the Uzumaki clan and Kagura's ability to sense our shared aura, she might have died from severely overdrawing her life force." Tsunade's eyes instantly turned cold, and she sneered, "What a bunch of senile old fools. Just because their chakra is weak, do they rule out the possibility of them being descendants of the Uzumaki clan? Since when has red hair become a common hair color in the ninja world? No wonder Konoha has declined to this extent in just over a decade. Immediately, Tsunade said domineeringly to Izayoi, "Your recommendation is too weak. Go and bring back that girl named Karin. I'll vouch for her." "Yes." Izayoi immediately smiled and nodded. This is one of the reasons why his wood release technique was exposed. If it's just a recommendation from a Chunin or Jonin, Karin, a former grass ninja, would have to pass the interrogation department. Locked in that dark room, who knows what methods those psychologically twisted guys will use to interrogate her, or whether they'll secretly use illusion magic to hypnotize her, or mind-reading techniques to forcibly access Karin's memories. In this way, some of his secrets, such as the heavenly treasury, which were in his hands, would definitely be exposed. However, if it's one of the legendary Sunin or the Hokage himself vouching for you, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about. These important figures all have the privilege of breaking the rules. Izayoi-kun, that's wonderful. As Hinata emerged from the Hokage building, she could no longer contain her excitement and threw herself into Izayoi's arms, tightly embracing the waist of her beloved and whispering cheers in his embrace. Izayoi hugged Hinata tightly, lowered her head to touch forehead to forehead, and smiled, "Are you happy?" "Uh-huh." Hinata nodded vigorously. It wasn't just the joy of becoming a Chunin, but more so the excitement and exhilaration of discovering that there were no more obstacles between us and Izayoi-kun. Perhaps overcome by emotion, the shy Hinata suddenly looked up at Izayoi and boldly spoke, "Izayoi-kun, I." Before she could finish speaking, Izayoi pressed her finger against her mouth. Izayoi looked around and laughed, "Someone's watching us. Let's get out of here." "Oh." Hinata responded instinctively and followed Izayoi out of the Hokage building. Turning into a narrow alley, Izayoi asked Hinata, "Hinata, what were you trying to say?" "And nothing." Hinata, who had calmed down, lowered her head shyly and tapped her fingers. Although no steam was rising, her little face must have turned bright red at that moment. After all, only Hinata knew how bold she had just been. Now that her emotions had subsided, Hinata no longer had the courage to say it aloud. However, she didn't notice that Izayoi's gaze towards her was filled with tenderness. Izayoi knew exactly what Hinata was planning to do. That's why he chose to interrupt. Such romantic words should, of course, be uttered at an even more romantic moment. "And how can we get the woman to speak?" Izayoi grabbed Hinata's small hand and smiled, "Are you hungry? How about we go get some barbecue today?" "Uh-huh." Hinata smiled and nodded, then glanced at the scroll tucked into her belt and asked, "Izayoi-kun, we've all been promoted to Chunin, shall we treat everyone to a meal? They should all be out on missions now. Let's treat them to a big meal once their new home is finished." Izayoi thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Okay, let's go find fireworks then." "Okay, Hanabi's school starts soon, let's spend some time with her these next few days." "Uh-huh." A young boy and girl walked hand in hand along the path. As the sunlight shone down, the faint reflections of two children dressed in snowman costumes, holding hands, could be seen behind them. Chapter 94. After becoming a Chunin, Izayoi was finally able to openly enter and leave Konoha. After having a simple meal with Hanabi and Team 8 to celebrate his and Hinata's promotion to Chunin, Izayoi took Hinata to pick up Karin the next morning. Just like Izayoi and her sister-in-law's trip, the two of them took photos and enjoyed themselves along the way, leisurely making their way to the Cherry Blossom Street. Hinata, who was leaving the village alone with Izayoi for the first time, was as happy as a child and very proactive. Not only did they seize the right to take photos, keeping their cameras close at hand, but they also changed their usual passive attitude, actively asking Izayoi to pose or using transformation magic to take solo and group photos. There is a photo of Izayoi floating in the air with her hands behind her back, holding a sphere of storm release light in one hand, exuding an aura of domineering power. There's a photo of Izayoi using her transformation jutsu to turn into her childhood self, then being held in Hinata's arms with an awkward yet forced smile on her face, taken by Hinata's shadow clone. A jealous princess also used her transformation magic to become her childhood self, fulfilling her dream of riding high. She straddled Izayoi's shoulders, their fingers intertwined, a scene of radiant smiles. Hinata's immunity would surge when she was alone with Izayoi. She took Izayoi's arm and leaned on his shoulder with a happy smile, only to be kissed on the cheek by Izayoi, leaving her looking surprised. There's also Izayoi's tantrum request, which Hinata blushed and agreed to, swimming in the spring pool under the waterfall while wearing a school swimsuit, and the stunning scene of the surging waves when she came ashore. Several months have passed since they bought the camera, and Izayoi and Hinata, who were already geniuses, have long since become excellent photographers. Whether it's the lighting, the angles, or even the overall visual appeal, it's almost perfect. Every single photo that comes out is worthy of being a cover. These photos were secretly kept by Izayoi and Hinata in their respective albums. Last time I went out on a mission, I didn't have any time to play with Hinata. To make amends to the girl, Izayoi took Hinata on a journey through all the villages, towns, and bustling cities along the way, allowing them to sample various local delicacies. If Hinata finds a dish that catches her eye and she chooses to eat more of it, Izayoi will secretly send a wood clone over after he leaves to obtain the recipe from the owner using money or other means, preparing to give Hinata little surprises from time to time in the future. After all, feelings are mutual, only sincerity can warm hearts. And so, Izayoi and Hinata spent more than a week playing together before finally arriving in Sakura Town. During this time, there will naturally be perks such as sharing a hotel room, back scrubbing, hair washing, and acupressure massage. Although it wasn't the first time Hinata had helped Izayoi scrub his back and wash his hair, Izayoi was in the early stages of developing his Tenseigen and couldn't see at all. Hinata's concern outweighed her shyness. This is the first time Hinata has had her back rubbed and hair washed in Izayoi's sight, and it's still too much of a shock for her. Even though she was wearing a bathrobe, Hinata looked like she was taking a hot bath without the exhaust fan on her face was flushed, she was having difficulty breathing, and she was on the verge of fainting. However, the fact that she didn't faint indicates that her immune system is already very strong. Izayoi-kun, Hinata-sama, you've arrived. As soon as Izayoi and Hinata arrived at the villa in Sakura Town, Karin, as if she had already spotted them, came out to greet them at the door. Karin, long time no see. Hinata raised her hand in greeting, smiling gently. Just call me Hinata. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Hinata. It's been a long time. Karin nodded and said with a smile. Izayoi smiled as she looked Karin over, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, your spirit and energy have improved again. That's more like what a member of the Uzumaki clan should be like. Hee. It's all thanks to Izayoi-kun. He eats so well every day, I feel like I'm getting fat. Karin crossed her slender waist and laughed. You haven't been slacking off lately, have you? Have you learned that technique? Izayoi asked. I've already learned the raise nan. Karin nodded repeatedly, then raised her hand to condense a blue-white energy ball. Very good. This shows that your chakra control and form manipulation skills are at a very good level. Izayoi smiled as she stated the purpose of their trip. Pack your things, then come back to Konoha with us, and we'll begin the next phase of your training. Karen's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly stood at attention, replying, Yes, sir. Although my current life is like paradise, with no worries about food and drink every day, and I also have advanced ninjutsu training. But more than that kind of life, Karin wanted to stay by Izayoi's side. Just being by Izayoi's side makes even breathing feel sweet. Even if it was just giving a shadow clone a job, Karin was very satisfied with those days. Now that she can finally join Konoha, and see Izayoi anytime, and even receive guidance from Izayoi's true form. Karin trembled at the thought, and a silly grin involuntarily crept onto her face. Looking at Karin, who seemed lost in some beautiful fantasy, with a silly smile, Hinata couldn't help but tilt her head, her eyes filled with pity. Is joining Konoha really that exciting? It seems her previous life was truly like hell. Hinata also decided that she would treat Izayoi's clan better from now on. Upon entering the villa, Izayoi had Karin show Hinata around and help her unpack, while she herself went back to the basement. Inside the basement now stood a large number of puppets. None of these puppets were made from pure materials, they were all created from corpses. Not only did they retain their abilities from when they were alive, but their bodies were also modified, allowing them to conjure various weapons at will and even release light projectiles. The materials used to create these puppets were all ninjas from the Root organization and the Konoha Crush clan who died in battle. Leading the group was none other than Lord Danzo, who had reattached his arm and whose right Sharingan could transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the ultimate technique of Kota Amatsukami is unusable, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is still intact. Moreover, with the Hashirama cells in one arm as a safeguard, the power consumption of this Mangekyo Sharingan is many times lower than that of Itaki Uchiha, and it is almost impossible to go blind. Combined with his own abilities, Shimura Danzo remained a cage-level shinobi. Now, he has become the strongest puppet in Izayoi's hands. Once Izayoi masters Yin-Yang release, Danzo Shimura will soon be able to use Kota Amatsukami again, at which point his power will be even greater. Lord Danzo is perfectly suited to be the leader of the puppet army. The darkness of the ninja world, even in death, they remain hidden in the shadows, continuing to benefit the ninja world is truly moving. After storing all the puppets inside a large sealing scroll, Izayoi went to the two safes again. The safe containing Kato's wealth was placed inside a sealing scroll. Izayoi opened another safe, which contained a large number of scrolls of various sizes. One of the enormous scrolls was the Book of Seals that Konoha had lost. He took out a red scroll with the word Vortex written on it, and then took out a yellow scroll from his person. He then walked to the desk, sat down, and opened both scrolls. The red scroll was covered with numerous sealing techniques. The yellow scroll, however, was completely blank. Izayoi used a style of handwriting that was almost like scribbles, clearly a hastily copied work, to completely replicate the sealing technique of the red scroll onto the new scroll. Izayoi's current identity is that of a half Senjuo and half Uzumaki. The super strength fist, more accurately a chakra burst, can be explained by talent. However, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan cannot be explained by family inheritance. After all, Konoha has only been around for 60 years, and there are traces of Izayoi's family history. If his family possessed a genetic scroll of sealing techniques, his parents wouldn't be in this position. The bloodline of Izayoi can only be explained by the awakening of a generation. Therefore, if Hinata and Sasuke Uchiha wanted to be able to openly train in the Yin Seal and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Izayoi had to use Karin as a shield. If Karin takes this scroll and joins Konoha, the victory is practically assured. After copying all the sealing techniques, Izayoi stored the second safe, then carried the two large scrolls out of the basement. Having found Hinata and Karin, Izayoi handed the yellow scroll to the latter, solemnly instructing her, "Karin, this is a sealing technique scroll from the Uzumaki clan. From now on, when you practice the sealing techniques on this scroll, if anyone asks about its origin, you must answer that it's an inheritance left to you by your mother, hidden in a very secluded place until we left Kusagakur. Only then will you lead me to find this scroll." "Yes." Karin nodded seriously. Having served as an assistant to the Shadow Clone in the Land of Waves and witnessed the legendary bloodline limit, Karin also knows that Izayoi harbors many secrets. But she didn't care. Even if Izayoi is a bad person, she's willing to be one. Hinata is the same. During the third official exam, Hinata discovered that Izayoi, who was participating, was just a shadow clone. She then guessed that Izayoi had also participated in the Konoha Crush plan and had done some things that were unknown to others. The super strength fist and the yin seal are the best explanations. After packing their things, Izayoi and the other two began their return journey. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already September 10th. Izayoi helped Karin fill out the village registration form. First, she created a shadow clone and had it take the scroll back to be kept safe. Then, she took Karin to see Tsunade. "You're Karin?" "Yes, yes, Hokage-sama." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked at Karin, who seemed somewhat restrained and unable to look her directly in the eye. Her gaze slowly softened from scrutiny to gentleness as she smiled and said, "I'm sorry you've had to endure this all these years. Welcome to Konoha." Thank you, Hokage-sama." Karin bowed repeatedly, her face filled with surprise and delight. She hadn't expected joining Konoha to be so easy. "Do you need me to arrange a place for you to stay? Or would you like to stay by my side and be my secretary and disciple?" Tsunade extended an invitation, eager to recruit talent. Tsunade, who also possesses the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, is undoubtedly one of the people in the world who understands the Uzumaki clan best. The Uzumaki clan are all geniuses in sealing and healing. Those who awaken unique abilities are geniuses among geniuses. If someone awakens the adamantine sealing technique, then they are the best candidate for a Jinchuriki. Every Jinchuriki who awakens the Vajra seal will inevitably become a perfect Jinchuriki. Mito Uzumaki was like that, and so was Kushina Uzumaki. Even if Karin hadn't awakened the adamantine sealing chains, her talent would still make her the most suitable person to inherit his mantle. If she trains her for a few years, Konoha will have another ace fighter, and she will be an all-rounder who excels in combat, sealing, sensory perception, and medicine. At this. Karin was caught off guard by Tsunade's high regard for her and was momentarily at a loss. She instinctively looked at Izayoi beside her, her eyes filled with pleading. Izayoi smiled and said, "Hokage-sama, Karin is my family, and also my subordinate. What does it matter?" Tsunade crossed her arms and snorted. "We all share the same blood, and you're all my family. Besides, I'm the Hokage, you're my subordinate, and your subordinates are naturally my subordinates too. What's wrong with letting me use you?" After saying that, Tsunade added disdainfully, "Besides, at your age, do you even know how to mentor someone? Don't you need to go out on missions? Having Karin by my side will allow her talent to quickly materialize and fully unleash the potential of the Uzumaki clan." Izayoi frowned slightly, feeling that Tsunade's words made a lot of sense. Before Izayoi could speak, Tsunade looked at Karin and said, "I know you really want to repay this kid, so you should stay by my side. I will train you to become an excellent ninja, giving you the strength and status to help him." Upon hearing this, Karin's eyes lit up immediately. The look in Izayoi's eyes was no longer pleading for help, but filled with expectation. Clearly, the girl was smitten. However, since Izayoi didn't agree, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Karin cared more about Izayoi's feelings than about becoming the Hokage's disciple. As someone who, in the original work, could compete with Sakura Haruno and Obito Uchiha for the title of Ultimate Simp, Karin's humility was something even Izayoi couldn't change. Because of her background and upbringing, the girl's psychology has become distorted, resulting in an extremely severe people-pleasing personality. If Izayoi hadn't intervened beforehand, Hinata wouldn't have fared much better. A moment later, Izayoi made her decision and nodded. Upon seeing Izayoi nod, Karin immediately said to Tsunade, "Hokage-sama, I wish to become your disciple." "Then how can you still call yourself Hokage?" Tsunade said, feigning displeasure. Teacher." Karin quickly changed her form of address, scratching her head and revealing the same silly grin as Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Tsunade's expression became dazed again, as if she saw Kushina's reflection, and her affection for Karin grew even stronger. So she continued, "From now on, you can live with me." "No." This time, Karin refused without hesitation, looking at Izayoi beside her and saying, "I want to live with Izayoi-kun." "All right, but starting tomorrow, you have to come here at 9 o'clock every morning." Tsunade didn't insist. "Yes. All right, you can all leave now. If you need anything, just come find me." Tsunade waved her hand and continued working. Karin has become the Hokage's disciple. When Izayoi and Karin walked out of the Hokage building, Hinata, who was waiting for them at the entrance, was initially slightly surprised, then sincerely smiled and said, "Congratulations, Karin." "Hee. As long as it can help Izayoi-kun, that's fine." Karin scratched her head and chuckled foolishly. Izayoi smiled without saying a word. The reason he agreed to let Karin become Tsunade's apprentice was indeed because Tsunade was more suitable to train Karin than he was. Although Izayoi has superhuman strength and vortex sealing techniques, as well as a large number of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques training methods. But there are two things he lacks. One is the 100 healings technique developed by Tsunade in the original work. Second, the spirit scroll from Shikotsu Forest. Mount Maiboku and Rika Cave both possess their own unique sage arts, and Shikotsu Forest, being one of the three great sacred sites, must also have its own sage arts. As a descendant of a celestial being, Karin is also suited to cultivate celestial arts. If she simultaneously masters sealing techniques, superhuman strength, medical ninjutsu, yin sealing, the 100 healings technique, and sage mode, along with her three unique abilities, then her strength will undoubtedly be among the pinnacle of the 5 Kage, making her more suitable than Sakura Haruno to become one of the new three ninja in the final battle. Furthermore, if Karin becomes Tsunade's disciple and a contractor of Shikotsu Forest, she can persuade Tsunade or the Slug Sage to also get Hinata to sign a contract with Shikotsu Forest. That's killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Izayoi couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips into a slight smile. He quickly changed the subject with a smile, "Let's go buy some necessities for Karin first. Tonight, we'll invite Hanabi over for a welcome party for Karin." One man and two women began a shopping spree. That night, Izayoi and three others held a banquet at Uchiha Sasuke's house. At this time, Sasuke Uchiha was still out on a mission. It's been half a month, and they still haven't come back. Neither Izayoi nor Hinata, who had experienced the land of rivers, were surprised. Moreover, Team 7 has the protagonist's halo. At least 8 or 9 out of 10 missions will encounter unexpected events. Uchiha Sasuke might be fighting somewhere right now. After the banquet, Izayoi personally escorted the Hyuga sisters back to the outskirts of their clan. And so, Karin officially joined Konoha, becoming Tsunade's second disciple before Sakura Haruno, and was about to defy fate. "I thought you'd forgotten about me." A few days later, after resting for more than a month, Izayoi and Hinata finally began their first mission to advance to Chunin. Abarame Shino, who had been waiting for them at the usual spot, looked at Izayoi and Hinata, who were both wearing green vests as it was their first time leading a team on a mission, and said calmly. Whether it was a misperception or not, both Izayoi and Hinata seemed to hear a hint of resentment and grievance in Shino Abarame's tone. Hinata subconsciously glanced to the side. Izayoi chuckled and said, "The Hokage asked me to bring Karin back a while ago, which took some time. I called you all here as soon as I finished." Shino Abarame stood with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing. However, both Izayoi and Hinata seemed to see that Shino Abarame's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were filled with contempt. "Ahem. Let's go get our mission." Even Izayoi couldn't help but glance at him guiltily this time, and quickly coughed lightly to change the subject. Abarame Shino's lips curled slightly beneath her collar before she let them go. But the next second, Shino Abarame's smile froze. He discovered something terrifying. With teacher Kurane absent this time, and Izayoi leading the group, doesn't that mean he'll be eating dog food? Chapter 95. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Class 8 carried out a total of 3 missions, 2 C-level and 1 A-level. To be precise, there were 3 C-level missions, one of which was changed to an A-level mission midway through. If a mission involves fighting a ninja, regardless of whether that ninja is a rogue ninja or someone whose strength is probably even inferior to that of a ninja academy student, it will still fall into the category of a B-rank mission. The wealthy and nobles may not care about money, they usually request B-rank or higher ninjas from the village to escort them. But not everyone is so willing to spend money. Many cunning individuals harbor wishful thinking, believing they won't encounter ninjas, and thus attempt to achieve B-level or higher results by paying the price of a C-level mission. The first 2 C-level missions went very smoothly for Class 8, without any unexpected incidents. In fact, it's impossible for Class 8 to encounter any accidents. Not counting the Tensagen, Izayoi also has a Kagura mind's eye with a range of tens of kilometers. Hinata's Byakugan has a far-seeing range that is already very close to 30 kilometers, and in terms of smell, it can even detect insects like Shino Aberamays. Their survival skills are ridiculously strong. Unless the enemy possesses space-time ninjutsu, even if they can fly, they simply cannot catch Team 8, because their location would be exposed dozens of kilometers away. Therefore, Class 8 is destined not to encounter accidents like Class 7, which had 9 out of 10 missions. If the client is obedient, even if there are ninjas lying in ambush on the road, Team 8 will suggest they take a detour and only accept the reward for a C-rank mission. However, during their third mission, Team 8 encountered a client who was a notorious troublemaker from Konoha. He has a little money, but not much, yet he insists on putting on airs, considering himself an aristocrat and a tycoon. Not only is he arrogant, but he also refuses to listen to Izayoi's advice. He had clearly told the client beforehand that there was a band of thugs about 20 kilometers ahead and suggested taking a longer route, but the client instead scolded him for lying and trying to waste his time. Without adult supervision, the arrogant and proud students of Class 8 immediately prepared to teach him a lesson. When the team encountered the bandits, Squad 8 immediately decided to abandon the mission, which scared the client so much that he wet his pants. The client quickly upgraded the mission level to B, but Izayoi refused, saying that Squad 8 might not be able to defeat them. Ultimately, this arrogant client upgraded the C-level mission to A-level, and even the top-tier A-level mission, for a reward of a full 1 million taels. After Hinata and Shino Aberame swiftly defeated the enemy, the client became incredibly obedient and dared not renege on the agreement. Clearly, he also realized that if he reneged on his debt, the people who might take his life would be these 3 teenagers. As a result, an A-level mission was added to the 8th class's battle record sheet without them even realizing it. Despite carrying out 3 missions in a row, apart from Shino Aberame feeling numb, Izayoi and Hinata didn't feel tired at all. Because Izayoi led all 3 missions. Aside from periodically using Kagura's mind's eye and Byakugan to scout their surroundings, they traveled on foot, just like when they went to pick up Karin. They walk side by side, eat together, stay close together while keeping watch, and even when they sleep, they take turns lying on each other's laps. This is true both when performing a mission and when returning. Not to mention Shino Aberame, even the worm inside him had a poor appetite during that period. Even though I haven't eaten anything, I feel very full. After 3 consecutive missions, Shino Aberame finally couldn't take it anymore and asked to rest for a while before she was finally free. Hinata's eyes were still filled with regret at this. After all, back in the village, there were Hanabi, Karin, and even Sasuke Uchiha vying for her affections. Only when he goes out on missions does Izayoi belong to her alone, and he only dotes on her. 2 months later, the construction of Izayoi's new house was 50% complete. At this rate, it should be completed by mid to late December. Unfortunately, his wood release technique has a very large range, so it can't help with many delicate details and can even cause trouble and slow down the progress. If it were just an ordinary house, Izayoi could easily solve it with a single wood release, 3-bedroom, 1 living room technique. In the morning, in the land of fields. Inside a base built underground. Ha, ha, damn third Hokage! At that moment, a hoarse voice uttered curses from a dimly lit room. Orochimaru was standing in the bathroom, washing away the blood that kept flowing from his hands. Despite the excruciating pain in both hands, they were unable to move. Because that excruciating pain is a pain of the soul. Outside the bathroom, Kabuto was preparing medicine, his expression worried. Lord Orochimaru, he said, the soul that lost your arms is causing this body, which wasn't originally yours, to reject your soul, accelerating its collapse. At this rate, you must complete your reincarnation within a week, or your body will completely collapse. I know, you don't need to remind me. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his terrible mood making him lose all his usual composure. Seeing the seemingly endless flow of blood, Orochimaru said in a deep voice, I need to reincarnate ahead of schedule. Go to Konoha and bring Sasuke-kun to me. Time is too tight. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, the cursed seal hasn't been implanted yet. With his current strength, he might not be able to evolve to Cursed Seal 2 in a short time. Therefore, even if Lord Orochimaru successfully reincarnates, he won't be able to obtain Yugo's power. Ha! Kabuto, don't underestimate that man's brother. Orochimaru chuckled evilly. To kill that man, even if he dies, he'll crawl out of hell. That kind of willpower will help him overcome all hardships. I believe that once he's died once, he'll be completely transformed. I see. Kabuto suddenly realized what method Orochimaru was planning to use to help Sasuke Uchiha evolve ahead of schedule. Go, have the Sound 4 bring Sasuke to me within 3 days, Orochimaru said in a deep voice. Yes. Kabuto nodded and left the room. However, as he passed a room in the corridor, Kabuto suddenly stopped. Hearing the painful and weak voices inside, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and then pushed open the door and went in. Drink up! Boom! At dusk, the Nanhi River. A girl's sharp cry was followed by the deafening explosion of a torpedo in the water. Amidst flashes of lightning and blue arcs of electricity swirling around him, Sasuke Uchiha stared wide-eyed at the towering column of water before him, his eyes trembling with fear. The water column turned into a torrential downpour, soaking Uchiha Sasuke. Gazing at the red-haired girl in the rain, in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, her red eyes, the same color as her hair, were now flashing with a light even more scarlet than the Sharingan, making her look like a demon. You woman, were you trying to kill me just now? Uchiha Sasuke roared, his fighting spirit completely extinguished by that one punch. Karin paused slightly, scratching her head, and said, but, didn't you just tell me to go all out? I'm asking you to have a taijutsu duel with me on the river to help me train my chakra control. Haven't you already mastered lightning release, nature transformation? Uchiha Sasuke felt a wave of exhaustion, as if he were seeing a female version of Uzumaki Naruto. Oh! Karin seemed to realize something, scratched her head, and chuckled, sorry, I've been practicing super strength fist lately, it's just an instinctive reaction. Please, please don't react instinctively. Sasuke Uchiha's heart skipped a beat again, and his lips twitched. If Karin had instinctively used lightning release chakra to stimulate his cells and then instantly appeared in front of him to deliver that punch, Sasuke Uchiha would have felt as if he had already seen his parents and clansmen. Realizing that this woman might be a beat slow on the uptake, just like Naruto, Sasuke immediately dispelled his Chidori stream form and said coolly, never mind, we'll practice another time. But in his heart he thought, there won't be a next time. Hinata is such a good sister-in-law, she always silently acts as his sparring partner until he's exhausted, then ends the fight in a way that saves him face. He'd rather train with Hanabi than with Karin again. This is the type who controls themselves. The joy of awakening the three Tomo Sharingan not long ago was also destroyed by Karin's punch. Sasuke Uchiha's figure vanished in a flash, his back somewhat forlorn. Karin tilted her head, puzzled, as she stared at the spot where Sasuke Uchiha had disappeared. How could that person's emotions undergo so many changes in such a short period of time? Karin, unable to understand, didn't pay much attention to it. Karin instantly appeared beside Izayoi, who was fishing, and asked with a smile, "Izayoi-kun, it's almost dark. Are you going to continue fishing? Should I go back and cook something and bring it to you?" "No need, let's go back together." Izayoi glanced at the full bucket of fish and contentedly put away her fishing rod. "Izayoi-kun, let me help you carry the water buckets." "No need, you're soaking wet, go back and change." "It's okay, I'm very healthy now, I won't catch a cold." "Alright, you've been working hard lately, let's have fish soup tonight." The smiling girl, carrying a bucket of water in one hand, sometimes walked side by side with Izayoi, and sometimes skipped ahead, full of energy, a stark contrast to a few months ago. After joining Konoha, Karin seemed to become more lively and cheerful. "I thought life in Sakura Street was like paradise." Unexpectedly, she became even happier. During the day, she cooks for Izayoi-kun and that cold-faced pretty boy, then goes to work at the Hokage building. Both her teacher and her senior sister show her great care. Those wearing green vests, who used to be high-ranking Chunin and Jonin, treated her with friendliness and even a hint of respect, completely unlike the malice shown by the people from Kusagakuer. In her social circle, she also has Hinata, a rich heiress, as her best friend, and Hanabi, a quirky and clever little sister. Such a blissful life would often wake Karin from her sleep in terror, her pillow soaked with tears, fearing it was all just a dream. Karin knew that all of this was brought to her by Izayoi. Therefore, Karin worked even harder during her training. She wanted to become as powerful as the teacher and gain a very high status in the village so that she could help Izayoi. During their daily rest periods, Karin also took meticulous care of Izayoi. She does all the cooking, laundry, and housework herself. If Izayoi wanted, she could easily live a carefree life like during the Tensagen fetal movement period, where food was served to her and clothes were put on her back. Even Sasuke Uchiha has gotten used to having Karin taking care of him. As you can see, upon returning to the Uchiha clan head's residence, Uchiha Sasuke had already changed his clothes and was reading a book by the side of the tree, waiting for dinner to be served. Normally, he would voluntarily go hunting and cook. Otherwise, by the time Izayoi cooks, he'll probably starve to death. While Karin went to change her clothes, Izayoi put away her fishing rod, then suddenly went back to her room, took out 2 scrolls, and threw them in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Picking up the scroll, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Izayoi with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" "Congratulations on the gift of your evolved eyes," Izayoi laughed. Sasuke Uchiha was slightly taken aback, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. However, on the surface, he still snorted arrogantly, "You sent it too early. You should have waited until I evolved my Mangekyo Sharingan before sending it." Despite saying this, Uchiha Sasuke curled the corners of his mouth and eagerly opened the scroll. "These are illusion scrolls and fire release scrolls." Sasuke Uchiha stared at Izayoi in astonishment, immediately bombarding him with 3 questions. "Where did you get so many genjutsu training methods? And fire release, great fire annihilation, fire release, great fire destruction, and fire release, dragon flame song, aren't these our Uchiha clan's fire release techniques? How did they end up in your hands?" "I stole it, so you can't say I gave it to you," Izayoi said truthfully. Seeing that Izayoi didn't seem to be lying, Sasuke Uchiha seemed to realize something, his eyes widening slightly as he said, "During the Chunin exams, you weren't your original body." "Correct, no prize." Izayoi pointed at Uchiha Sasuke and laughed, "Now you're my accomplice. If I get caught, I'll expose you." Tch. Childish. Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, then fondled the scroll in his hand, no longer so eager for the yin seal. Each stage of the Sharingan has a different name. The one Tomo Eye is called the Eye of Insight, which enhances dynamic vision, allowing one to see through all ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. The two Tomo Eye is called the Copy Eye, which can copy any technique that it has seen through. The three Tomo Sharingan is called the Illusion Eye, and this is the stage at which the Sharingan is considered invincible in one-on-one combat. No hand seals are needed, a single glance is enough to trap the enemy in an illusionary world, and by the time they realize what's happening, their head has already been severed from their body. Fighting the Uchiha clan requires sacrificing one's eyes, which is worse than losing an arm. To unleash the full power of the three Tomo Sharingan, one must master a large number of genjutsu, illusion techniques. The two scrolls from Izayoi arrived at just the right time. Once Sasuke Uchiha learns the techniques on these two scrolls, his strength will increase dramatically once again. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have discovered something, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Darkness travel technique. Isn't that a forbidden technique? You even have that. I can easily develop even S-rank secret techniques, so I wouldn't just steal a few trash ninjutsu, would I?" Izayoi rolled her eyes. Sasuke Uchiha didn't speak, but instead looked at Izayoi with gleaming golden eyes. "So, you have a lot of good stuff in your possession." "Certainly." Izayoi smirked smugly and said deliberately, "Call me Godfather, and I'll give you another good thing." Father-in-law. This time, it was Izayoi's turn to look at Uchiha Sasuke with a bewildered expression. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was reaching out like a chimpanzee, Izayoi said irritably, "You really have no shame. Do I still have any face left in front of you?" Sasuke Uchiha shouted, his face flushed red. "How many times have you taken advantage of me, UBD? Anyway, I've already yelled, so hurry up and give it to me." Speechless after being rebuked, Izayoi could only give a thumbs up and say, "Good, you can bend and stretch, you're a hero. Don't change the subject, or I'll complain to Hinata about you damaging your reputation at the Hyuga clan's gate." Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have found Izayoi's weakness and struck at its Achilles heel. "You won." Izayoi's lips twitched, and she finally chose to back down. Who would have thought that after hunting eagles all day, he would be pecked in the eye by Sasuke Uchiha, a mere fledgling eagle? Just as Izayoi was about to get up and take out the gift ahead of time, his expression suddenly changed slightly, leaving Uchiha Sasuke looking completely bewildered. Knock knock knock. The sound of footsteps running on wooden planks could be heard. Karin, dressed in her pajamas, ran from inside to Inoki's side, her expression grave as she was about to remind him, "Izayoi-kun. Okay, I understand." Izayoi nodded and smiled, "Go change your clothes first. Sasuke and I will go greet our guests." "Yes." Karin nodded vigorously, then quickly ran back into the house. Sasuke Uchiha realized what was happening and asked seriously, "An enemy? Orochimaru sent someone to pick you up," Izayoi teased. Sasuke Uchiha's expression instantly turned extremely serious, and he said coldly, "What a persistent nuisance. Don't worry, it's not him, just some of his men," Izayoi reassured him, then added, "But one of them is quite strong. If a fight breaks out around here, your house might be destroyed. I'll go and meet him first." After saying that, Izayoi floated into the air. Uchiha Sasuke also followed closely behind in a body flicker. A moment later, Karin, dressed in her combat suit, also flew out. Meanwhile, the Sound 4, who had infiltrated Konoha during the sensory squad rotation, included Teiwa, a genjutsu expert. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. "What's going on?" Wasn't it said that Sasuke Uchiha was the only one in the Uchiha clan's territory? How come there are two such massive amounts of chakra? Have we been discovered? Kidomaru's expression turned solemn. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the white-haired boy who was flying ahead, their former captain, and he asked, Kimimaro, shall we continue? Keep moving forward. I'll handle those two. Your mission is to take Uchiha Sasuke away. Kaguya Kimimaro spoke calmly, her sickly pale face devoid of any color. But his eyes were so resolute, and his voice was filled with determination as he said, once you capture Uchiha Sasuke, leave Konoha immediately. I will buy you time. Lord Orochimaru, since I cannot become your vessel for reincarnation, then let me perform one last dance for you. By the end, Kaguya Kimimaro's voice had become so faint that only she could hear it. His expression was filled with reminiscence, as if he had returned to that year, that person, and those flowers. My existence is made meaningful by our meeting. Lord Orochimaru, you are the meaning of my life. Chapter 96. They're here. The Sound Five had just flown out of the forest and had not yet reached the Uchiha clan's territory when they saw a figure flying in from the sky ahead. The flying ninja, it's Izayoi, the one who defeated Gaara of the Sand during the Chunin exams. Be careful, that guy knows a powerful, long-range storm release technique. Looking at Izayoi in the sky, the Sound Four immediately recognized her and quickly reminded her. Kaguya Kimimaro took out a photograph from her robes, glanced at it, then looked at Izayoi in the sky. Confirming that the person in the photograph wasn't Uchiha Sasuke, she tossed the photograph aside and said, You go find Uchiha Sasuke, I'll deal with him. After speaking, Kaguya Kimimaro raised her hand towards Izayoi and whispered, Shikatsu Miyako 10-finger piercing shot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tiny holes opened at the fingertips, and segments of finger bones shot out like bullets. The finger bones kept firing and growing, and in just a few breaths, they formed a barrage of bullets, like a swarm of bees, shooting towards Izayoi. The Sound Four didn't hesitate. Almost the instant Kaguya Kimimaro made her move, they transformed into four afterimages, scattering to the left and right, preparing to bypass Izayoi in the sky and capture Uchiha Sasuke, whose chakra was still behind them. Izayoi didn't stop them, her gaze was fixed intently on Kaguya Kimimaro below, even through the barrage of comments. In an instant, several bubbles appeared around Kaguya Kimimaro, 2 purple and 3 blue. Bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse, purple. Shadow level aptitude, purple. Chakra control, blue. Physical prodigy, blue. Otsutsuki bloodline, blue. Looking at Bubbles, who had the potential to be a cage level, purple, character, Izayoi's eyes showed a hint of regret. With the help of the Earth's curse seal, or more accurately, natural energy, Kaguya Kimimaro has clearly defied fate. At only 15 years old, he has just entered a period of rapid growth. If he hadn't contracted a bloodline disease, he might have become the #1 ninja in the Shippuden era. Those who can establish connections with the Otsutsuki clan and are also geniuses are no ordinary people. Unfortunately, the current Kaguya Kimimaro is merely experiencing a final burst of energy before her death, and is no longer capable of fulfilling her potential. Even if he does nothing, by the time he gets back to Otagakure, or even before he gets back, he might die on the way. But now, it might be Izayoi who benefits. The gambling addict's moment has arrived. Then, Izayoi raised her hand and clapped her hands, gale palm. The howling wind and distorted air currents, like a giant hand, swatted away all the incoming barrage of bullets. Immediately, Izayoi's figure descended. Seeing that Izayoi had voluntarily given up her flying advantage and hadn't engaged in any aerial maneuvering, Kaguya Kimimaro was slightly taken aback. However, with little time left, he didn't dwell on it and instead sped towards Izayoi. During this time, numerous black markings first appeared on Kaguya Kimimaro's body. Then, these markings spread rapidly like ink, covering her entire body and shimmering with a red light. When the light faded, Kagaya Kimimura's skin, which was so white it was almost bloodless, had turned brownish black. Black markings appeared on her face, and her back was completely bulging, with several huge white bone spurs and a tail growing out, making her look exactly like a humanoid lizard. Cursed Seal 2. With little time remaining, Kagaya Kimimaro seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from Izayoi and immediately went all out. Pulling her spine out from behind, Kagaya Kimimaro manipulated the hard bones, transforming them into a soft whip, and lashed out at Izayoi. Seeing the bone whip hurtling towards him, Izayoi, who had just landed, couldn't help but laugh. Yours isn't big enough. Let me show you something bigger. After saying that, Izayoi raised her hand and shouted, "Wood release, exploding spear tree." With a wriggling motion, multiple wooden vines burst forth from the ground, like snakes unleashed from their cage, deflecting the incoming bone whip. They rapidly coiled and grew, instantly transforming into a large tree, attempting to devour Kagaya Kimimaro, whose pupils constricted and whose face showed shock. However, Kagaya Kimimaro, who had already transformed into a humanoid lizard, was incredibly fast at this moment. With just a flash, she dodged the tree's attempt to devour her. Not only that, he also used the cover of the big tree to instantly move to Izayoi's left side, and the spine in his hand extended and thrust out like a spear, like an arrow, towards Izayoi's head. Without even turning her head, Izayoi had a sturdy tree root suddenly rise from the ground, smashing the incoming bones upwards and blocking Kagaya Kimimaro's view. Wood release, Vajra summoning wood. Too weak. Izayoi's voice came from behind, startling Kagaya Kimimaro so much that her expression changed drastically. She quickly manipulated the bones in her body, turning them into sharp bone spikes that burst out from her back, transforming herself into a hedgehog. Boom! The bone spurs had just emerged when a terrifying, deafening roar erupted. Suddenly, Izayoi appeared behind Kagaya Kimimaro and threw a punch that collided with the bone spikes that burst out of his body. The bone spur failed to pierce Izayoi's fist and was blocked by a layer of emerging blue flames. Then the blue flames transformed into distorted air currents, like a shockwave, instantly shattering the bone spurs of the corpse, which were harder than steel. The shockwave that shattered the bone spikes still slammed into Kagaya Kimimaro, blasting him away. So strong. As Kagaya Kimimaro was sent flying, blood streamed from her mouth, and her internal organs churned within her. Even though she managed to control her bones to form a periosteum, she couldn't withstand the shockwave. Upon landing, gazing at the incomparably powerful Izayoi, his eyes were filled with despair. The guy in front of him was from a completely different dimension. Even he, with his cursed seal activated at level 2, was no match for him. The Sound 4 would certainly be no match for him either. With this in mind, Kagaya Kimimaro's eyes hardened, and she made a decision. As long as we delay for a while, according to the information given by Mr. Kabuto, Sasuke Uchiha has only awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan. With that kind of strength, he is no match for the Sound 4. All I need to do is buy them a little time. Ah! Kagaya Kimimaro suddenly let out a beast-like growl, her entire body flashing with red light once more. She then channeled most of her chakra, which she had been using with the medicine to suppress the disease, into the ground, and roared with a ferocious expression, "Shikatsumayaku, dance of the early fern." In an instant, the earth trembled slightly. What happened? This location is the Nanhi River. Is that Sasuke Uchiha practicing ninjutsu? Such an evil aura. It doesn't feel like yin release chakra. I feel like I've sensed something similar somewhere. Oh no! Quickly, spread the word. Orochimaru's men have infiltrated Konoha, and they're fighting Uchiha Sasuke. Without the barrier to stop it, this sudden burst of terrifying chakra instantly caught the attention of the sensory team. Even on the outskirts of the city, some ninjas skilled in sensory perception looked at the woods where birds had taken flight with visibly changed expressions. Before long, a group of ninjas who received orders via walkie-talkies transformed into afterimages too fast for the naked eye to see, and flew towards the Uchiha clan's territory. They moved so fast that they arrived in the woods in no time. The scene returns to the battlefield. As Kaguya Kimimura's roar resounded, rows of bone spurs, each incredibly long and thick, burst forth from the ground in an instant, like white waves crashing towards Izayoi. The speed was so fast, and because the distance was so close, even if Izayoi could fly, she would not be able to escape the bone spike's attack range instantly. However, Izayoi showed no intention of dodging. He gazed at the white wave, its area and speed astonishing a veritable killing blow for a non-flying ninja, and clapped his hands, laughing, a magnificent move. Such a masterpiece deserves this as my return gift. After speaking, a blue chakra aura erupted from Izayoi's body. Then he shouted out the name of the technique that had pacified the chaotic world. Wood release, the world of trees descends. Rumble. An even stronger earthquake instantly engulfed the battlefield, and also affected the Uchiha clan's territory and the surrounding forest. Sasuke Uchiha and Karin, who had already engaged in battle with the Sound Four and gained an absolute advantage, as well as the Konoha ninja who were flying through the forest at full speed towards the Uchiha clan's territory, could all feel this tremor. Immediately, an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. There were rows of green trees, like ancient giant pythons that had been sleeping underground, suddenly awakening, breaking through the soil, and raising their massive bodies like rivers. The trees in the forest are all so big that it would take several people to hug them, they're already quite large. However, standing before those towering trees that rise from the ground, the difference is like that between a child and an adult. The Konoha ninja's eyes trembled as they gazed at the trees, whose height and girth far surpassed those of the forest, yet which continued to wriggle, grow, and spread trees that could rival the forest of death. One of them even spoke in a trembling voice. Moku. Mokyutan. Before anyone else could gasp in surprise, one of the ninjas suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "The jutsu's range is too large. Turn around right now." More and more trees sprang up ahead, the mature, towering trees dominating the space and excluding any newcomers. This forced the trees that grew a little later to lean to the side, forming a green sea that instantly transformed the open space into a forest. It also submerged the surrounding woods and Uchiha clan territory, and demolished many buildings. Even Sasuke Uchiha and Karin, who were fighting, along with the Sound Four, were submerged by the green waves. Fortunately, the main direction of this technique was towards the Nanga River, otherwise, if it had been pushed towards the Uchiha clan's territory, the entire clan's territory might have been wiped out. Even so, 1/10 of the Uchiha clan's territory, which was only affected, was destroyed. Even in a forest where saplings are overthrown by larger trees and birds and beasts flee in panic, none can escape the fate of being swallowed up. Once everything returned to calm, a stunning scene unfolded. From the perspective of the Konoha ninja, a towering forest of trees, comparable to a death forest, stood before them. The grove of trees that stood next to it was like a field of chives next to a field of rice. The difference was simply enormous. Even the ninjas and villagers on the outskirts of the city can see this incredibly exaggerated little forest if they look this way. Look, what's that? Before the Konoha ninjas could react, they saw someone raise their finger and point to the sky. Looking in the direction the other person pointed, under a sky filled with a stunning sunset, a figure, tiny as an ant compared to towering trees, flew into the sky above the forest. Is it a bird? No, that's a person. The flying ninja, it was him all along, the ninjutsu genius who developed the ultimate technique of storm release. I remember he was a disciple of the Red Jonin, a classmate of Sasuke Uchiha, and a very good friend. It is said that his chakra is extremely powerful, suggesting he may be a genius who awakened his bloodline from a previous generation, etc. Those who recognized the figure were all sharing the information they knew. Suddenly, as if realizing something, they froze in shock. Then, everyone's expression turned to one of utter astonishment at a visible speed. Could it be? A ninja stared wide-eyed at the sky above the forest, a figure already raising its hand to conjure a blue-white energy ball. Although he didn't say it aloud, everyone knew what he wanted to say next. At this moment, everyone's expression became incredibly fanatical, and the way they looked at Izayoi was like a lecherous ghost looking at a peerless goddess. Izayoi was completely unaware of the Konoha ninja's reaction. After raising his hand to condense the super hurricane sphere, Izayoi poured in the three nature transformations of water, lightning, and fire, quickly turning the blue-white energy sphere into a cyan energy sphere with flowing flames. Fire the light cannon! Izayoi gave Kagaya Kimimaro the highest level of funeral, and at the same time, to see if she could increase the drop rate, she began her gamble. The cyan energy sphere changed shape, transforming into a cyan beam of light that shot down. Unlike the energy diffusion of storm release, judgment, this cyan pillar of light, though enormous in size, is not a simple electrothermal attack, but rather contains a destructive power with flowing flames. Although it only has one more nature transformation than storm release, judgment, its power is on a completely different level. A beam of blue light fell into the forest, striking Kagaya Kimimaro precisely where she was bound by branches and hanging from the top of a towering tree, becoming a fixed target. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the area. Even on the main street, everyone heard a deafening roar, like muffled thunder. People on the outskirts of the city could also see a huge mushroom cloud rising from the forest. Izayoi, engulfed by the mushroom cloud, stared through the dust and mist at the spot where Kagaya Kimimaro had been standing, her tensagen hidden behind her beautiful contact lenses. At this moment, Kagaya Kimimaro, along with a large group of towering trees around her, had all turned to dust, and may have become part of the dust and mist. In order to take a gamble, Izayoi chose to abandon Kagaya Kimimaro, a superior human puppet. If the gamble is lost, not only will a large amount of chakra be wasted, but a powerful human puppet will also be lost. If the bet is successful, Izayoi will gain another attribute, and it will be highly compatible with the Otsutsuki bloodline. In the future, when the Otsutsuki bloodline is upgraded to an unknown level, it may be able to advance to the bloodline limit, which is also an essential core attribute for synthesizing the bloodline limit. Therefore, Izayoi's current mood is like the thrill of gambling on Sickbo, and even more so, the thrill of betting everything. A few seconds later, Izayoi's lips curled up slightly. Shipped. Within the thick dust and mist, two beams of light, one purple and one blue, emerged, visible only to Izayoi. A moment later, two beams of light flew to Izayoi and seeped into his body. Izayoi clenched her fist slightly, waiting for the moment to decide her emotions. Ding! You have acquired the talent attribute Otsutsuki bloodline, blue, which overlaps with your own talent attribute. Fuse or dismantle. Ding! You have obtained the talent attribute bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse, purple. Fusion or disassembly. Merge everything. Fearing she might make a foolish mistake, Izayoi chose to forego the points from one blue labeled entry and merge them all. At the same time, he clenched his fist and swung his arm forcefully. You won the bet. There's a 50% chance you'll either get the goods or get nothing. Since graduation, Izayoi has only gotten 2 blue level items from Rock Lee, but this time her main character finally got lucky. At this moment, Izayoi felt so joyful. Meanwhile, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Karin also came to an end. Chapter 97. It still comes down to that. Before reaching the cage level, which is like being in another dimension, battles between genin and cage level powerhouses are battles of intelligence. On the Sound Force side, information about Sasuke Uchiha was still limited to him having awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan, being skilled in the Uchiha clan's low-level fire release techniques, and mastering lightning release chakra to stimulate his cells. He was fast, but not to an unbelievable degree. Since Sasuke Uchiha didn't appear in the official third exam, they weren't even aware that he had mastered the lightning release, Chidori. With such strength, any one of the Sound Four could easily defeat him using only their cursed power. If the four of them team up, they can kill them instantly. But they never expected that only 2 months would pass. Sasuke Uchiha's strength underwent a dramatic change. They knew absolutely nothing about Karin. Once the battle began, the Sound Four were quickly overwhelmed. Sasuke Uchiha, whose Sharingan had evolved to the 3-Tomo Sharingan, possessed innate Sharingan Genjutsu, mastered lightning release nature and form transformations, and learned the Chidori stream. The Sound Four were completely outmatched, much like they were facing Kimimaro Kagaya before he developed his bloodline limit. Even with the Cursed Seal 2 activated, their speed was pitifully slow in Sasuke's eyes. With Karin's help in dealing with Jirobo and Teiwa, Sasuke Uchiha quickly used Sharingan Genjutsu, lightning release chakra to stimulate cells, and lightning release Chidori to instantly kill Kidomaru, who didn't even have time to use the spider's secret technique. Unexpectedly, Izayoi's side dealt with the enemy even faster. Before Sasuke Uchiha could even flash a disdainful smile, open his mouth to mock Sakon and Yukon, and put on a show, he, Karin, and the Sound Four were engulfed by the advancing sea of trees. This is wood release. Sasuke Uchiha leaped through the forest, dodging the indiscriminate attacks of tree branches, his eyes wide with horror as he exclaimed, "That Izayoi guy, he's actually a descendant of the Senju clan, and he's even awakened the legendary bloodline limit." At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha was deeply shaken. He never imagined that Izayoi was hiding such a deep secret. No wonder this guy has such a huge amount of chakra. No wonder he was able to remain calm and composed even when facing the legendary Sunin. Even when the opponent was that guy with the gourd on his back, he dared to send a shadow clone to participate in the competition, while his real body took advantage of the Konoha collapse plan to steal Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls. I thought it was the confidence stemming from his vast chakra reserves and mastery of various profound techniques, but to my surprise, this guy never used his true power from beginning to end. The thought that Izayoi possessed not only several secret techniques but also the legendary bloodline limit of wood release made Sasuke Uchiha's lips twitch slightly. Strangely, however, Sasuke Uchiha felt no resentment or jealousy whatsoever. Several years ago, every time he lost to Izayoi, he felt resentful and would go back to train desperately. Occasionally, he would feel jealous of Izayoi's talent, which was even stronger than his own, an Uchiha who had awakened his Sharingan. But at some point, Sasuke Uchiha had come to admire Izayoi wholeheartedly, and even developed the same admiration he had for Itachi Uchiha when he was a child. Only in front of Izayoi would Uchiha Sasuke be as lively as he was when he was a child. After the advance of the forest of trees ceased, Sasuke Uchiha and Karin were both safe and sound under Izayoi's control. As for the Sound Four, including Kidomaru's corpse, they were all bound together with tree branches into dumplings and hung from the tops of towering trees. Sasuke Uchiha and Karin merely delivered the finishing blows, yet they killed all 4 members of the Sound Ninja, who were capable of fighting on par with a group of Konoha's special Jonin and even escaping unscathed. It moved so fast that Izayoi couldn't stop it in time. However, seeing how decisive the two were, Izayoi felt more relieved than regretful. The figure landed gracefully in front of the two, and Izayoi smiled and praised, "Well done. Hee. Actually, Sasuke could have taken them all by himself. I didn't help at all." Karin scratched her head and laughed. Sasuke Uchiha stared at Izayoi and said quietly, "Would release, you've been hiding it well. It's not that I'm good at hiding it, but rather..." Izayoi's lips curled into a slight smile as she declared domineeringly, "No one can force me to use wood release." Cut. Uchiha Sasuke curled his lip in feigned disdain. Karin suddenly looked towards the dark forest and said, "Someone's coming." No sooner had the words been spoken than several figures flew over. The one leading the group was none other than Jing Ian, who had rushed over from the center street immediately after receiving the news. Seeing that Izayoi and the others were all safe and sound, Shizune visibly relaxed, then smiled and said, "Izayoi, Karin, Sasuke, the Hokage requests your presence." "Yes." The three of them nodded. "Go and take these corpses down to the torture department." "Yes." Shizune gave instructions to the special jonin behind her, then led Izayoi and the other two to the Hokage building. Tonight, Konoha is destined to be anything but peaceful. The commotion caused by the wood release, tree world descending and the beam cannon fire was truly immense. Once you reach the outskirts of the city, everyone can see the forest formed by those towering trees. That enormous mushroom cloud was visible from most of Konoha. If you go into the forest, you can also see a huge depression. Furthermore, there was a group of Konoha ninja who witnessed the birth of the forest and knew what ninjutsu was used to create the mushroom cloud and the crater. The three of them, including Izayoi, had not yet finished reporting to Tsunade. Izayoi, a descendant of the Senju clan, shone brightly in the Chunin exams, demonstrating the 5 nature transformations and the secrets of storm release. He also mastered flight ninjutsu. Less than half a year after graduating, he was promoted from Genin to Chunin. The news that he had awakened the bloodline limit would release spread throughout Konoha. The entire Hidden Leaf village was instantly in an uproar. Moreover, it seems that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Even the common people knew that the forest and the mushroom cloud were the work of their own people, a boy named Izayoi, who had awakened the wood release bloodline limit that no one had mastered since the first Hokage. In an instant, everyone in Konoha, from commoners to ninja clans and Konoha's high-ranking officials, was discussing and paying attention to Izayoi. The most excited of them all were the Hyuga clan, the existing powerhouse of Konoha. Even Niji Hyuga knew about Izayoi and Hinata's relationship, and he mocked Izayoi, saying he should have some self-awareness and that a relationship between him and Hinata was impossible. The elders of the main family were naturally aware of Izayoi's existence. After all, Hinata is different from the original character, her talent is too dazzling. With an extremely high Byakugan purity and a vast amount of chakra, he mastered the secret technique rotation and the advanced secret technique gentle step twin lion fist at the age of 12, his talent completely surpassing that of Hyuga Hayashi. Therefore, the clan elders repeatedly urged and blamed Hayashi Hyuga, urging him to quickly carve the caged bird on Hanabi to solidify Hinata's position as the first successor. The elders initially thought that Izayoi was being delusional and planned to separate them completely when they reached a dangerous age. The scornful look from the main family member would never be seen. Hinata's Byakugan purity is so high that it's impossible for it to be diluted by an outsider's bloodline. Even if Izayoi were to marry into the family, it would be impossible. However, as Izayoi shone brightly in the Chunin exams, displaying astonishing ninjutsu talent, the elders' thoughts began to change slightly. Marrying into another's family doesn't seem like an impossible option. As long as Hinata is happy, that's all that matters. Furthermore, Hinata's current strength is also thanks to the other party. And now, Hayashi Hyuga, the future father-in-law, was still in a daze. The servants came to inform him that the clan elders had convened a clan meeting and asked him to attend immediately. Upon arriving at the venue, Hayashi Hyuga heard the gratified voice of an elder of the clan. "Chieftain, you have given birth to a fine daughter." "Excellent, excellent." Hayashi truly lives up to his reputation as clan leader, he had foresight. It's fortunate he didn't carve the caged bird seal on Miss Hanabi beforehand. The clan leader's judgment of character is truly remarkable. It seems he noticed Izayoi's extraordinary chakra long ago with his Byakugan and has already guessed his bloodline. I am truly ashamed of my own inferiority. Fortunately, I didn't act on my own back then and send someone to warn Lord Izayoi, otherwise I would have become a sinner against the Hyuga clan. Watching the chattering, admiring elders, Hayashi Hyuga was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? I'm just a doting father who's not good at expressing himself. As long as my daughter is happy, that's all that matters. Even if you don't allow Izayoi to marry into the family, I will eventually use my authority as the clan head to bring Hinata and Izayoi together. It would be best if you all strongly opposed it, then I would take the opportunity to make Hanabi the clan leader and expel Hinata from the family, so that neither of my daughters would have to be caged birds. Anyway, back then, Izayoi was Konoha's ace fighter, and you couldn't do anything about it. As for Izayoi being a descendant of the Senju clan and having awakened the wood-release bloodline limit, I genuinely had no idea. Hayashi Hayaga's lips twitched slightly. However, he was also overjoyed at that moment. She's hooked a rich husband. Fortunately, after noticing Hinata's change and learning that Izayoi was secretly teaching his daughter, Hayashi Hayaga did not separate the two. Izayoi, who had mastered the shadow clone technique and basic wind release at the age of 6, and even taught herself tree climbing and water walking, techniques not taught at the Ninja Academy, was considered a commoner genius of this era, possessing graduation-level strength upon entering the academy. During the Chunin exams, this commoner genius displayed strength and talent that surpassed Kakashi Hatake and was in no way inferior to Minato Namikaze. From that point on, Izayoi and Hinata faced little resistance. Even though he took it upon himself to leave Konoha with his youngest daughter, Hayashi Hayaga didn't care. Unexpectedly, this commoner genius awakened the wood-release bloodline limit in the blink of an eye and became a legitimate Senju noble of Konoha. What does such strength, ninjutsu talent, bloodline limit, and identity signify? No one knew this better than Hayaga Hayashi and the clan elders. The 6th Hokage. As long as Izayoi doesn't die prematurely, he will be the best candidate for the 6th Hokage once he grows up. To be precise, he is undoubtedly the 6th generation. If it were anyone else, the various ninja clans and jonin would not agree. Konoha was founded by the Senju clan. The various ninja clans were also followers of the Senju. They submitted to the Senju because of Hashirama Senju's wood release, which brought peace to the world. It's safe. Hayashi Hayaga couldn't help but smile. Neither of my two daughters can catch caged birds anymore. No one dared to let the future Hokage marry into the family, not even the Hayaga clan. Whether it's to establish a connection with the Hokage or to give the descendants of the Hayaga clan a chance to awaken wood release, Hinata will marry. Compared to wood release, the Byakugan is utterly insignificant. In this way, the Hayaga clan can only be inherited by Hanabi. Once Izayoi becomes Hokage, Hayashi Hayaga can take advantage of the situation to carry out reforms, or entrust this task to Hanabi. Thinking of this, Hayashi Hayaga felt so happy, like a winner in life. At this moment, an elder of the clan suggested, Lady Hinata and Lord Izayoi are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. I believe that, clan head, you should make their relationship public as soon as possible. Indeed, Lady Hinata is deeply in love with Lord Izayoi, and Lord Izayoi has brought her back many times. It's clearly a mutual relationship. We should let them establish their relationship as soon as possible, another clan elder chimed in. I heard that Lord Izayoi's house was damaged during the Chunin exams, and he is currently staying with the Uchiha clan. I think it would be better for Lord Izayoi to move to the Hayaga clan. Absolutely, absolutely. Watching the clan elders chattering away again, eager to send their daughters away and offering advice, Hayashi Hayaga's lips twitched slightly once more. If he weren't so young and of such low seniority, he really would have liked to speak up. Elders, mind your manners. However, it was precisely because of his young age that Hayashi Hayaga could not understand the elders' fanaticism for wood release. Chieftain, what do you think of our proposal? After the elders finished speaking, they suddenly looked at Hayaga Hayashi, who hadn't uttered a single word since they entered. Hayashi Hayaga pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I believe that the feelings of the younger generation should be decided by them. However, the elders are right, since Hinata already has someone she likes, and the two are mutually attracted, we shouldn't become an obstacle to their relationship. In that case, let's have Hinata invite Izayoi to her birthday party when Hinata's birthday arrives. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes lit up. Great idea! That's good. When we hold a birthday party for Hinata, we'll invite Lord Izayoi separately. I'm sure he'll feel our goodwill. And let's take this opportunity to let the clansmen get to know the future son-in-law, a win-win situation. As expected of the clan leader, the young man's mind is indeed sharp. It's decided then. This year's birthday party for the young lady must be a grand affair. Seeing the clan elders start chattering again, Hayashi Hyuga was speechless once more. From then on, these highly respected elders held no authority in his eyes whatsoever. Chapter 98. Kid, get ready for a different kind of life. When Izayoi came out of the Hokage building, she was startled by the scene before her. Outside the Hokage building, a large crowd had gathered. As Izayoi and her two companions emerged, a commotion immediately arose in the crowd. Look, that handsome young man with black hair, that's Izayoi. Wow, he's so tall. I heard he was in the same year as my son, and was the top student at the Ninja Academy. His hair color is the same as the First Lord's, no wonder he's a descendant of the Senju clan. I watched him fight during the Chunin exams. Not only can he fly, but he also has an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. Great! Konoha has a wood-release ninja again. No one will dare to bully us anymore. That incident will never happen again. The murmurs reached my ears, and the villagers looked at Izayoi with burning fervor. Many villagers, their expressions filled with fervor, were itching to rush over and surround Izayoi immediately. Seeing this, Izayoi quickly grabbed Sasuke, Uchiha and Karin, one in each hand, and flew away from the center of the street. As Izayoi flew away, the cheers below grew even louder. At this moment, Izayoi experienced the same treatment as Naruto Uzumaki in the original story, who became a hero of Konoha, and also deeply understood the importance of wood release to Konoha. Both have become legendary bloodline limits, but as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha would at most attract villagers to buy tickets to watch the battle, wanting to witness the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. However, the wood release technique caused a sensation throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. Both the ninja clans and the Konoha ninjas saw Izayoi as the future of Konoha, and their morale not only rebounded but also surpassed what it was before the Konoha Crush plan began. The villagers felt an even stronger sense of security. No longer afraid of the nine-tailed fox's rampage, nor of enemy attacks, war suddenly broke out. The story of the god of shinobi, like the myth of the Sage of Six Paths, is a household name. Even ordinary people know that wood release has quelled chaos, suppressed tailed beasts, and made one person capable of fighting against an entire nation. Just by running to the outskirts of the city and taking a look at the dense forest formed by those towering trees, both villagers and Konoha ninjas would become confident and full of self-assurance. Wood release is the cornerstone of Konoha. Even if the Sage of Six Paths eyes truly existed, their status in Konoha wouldn't compare to wood release. After all, no one has ever witnessed the power of the Sage's eye, but wood release is a real phenomenon. You'll never have peace again. Sasuke Uchiha, who was being held tightly by Izayoi's waist, gloated, "From now on, when you go on a date with Hinata, just wait to be humiliated like a monkey." Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively let out a scream. It turned out that Izayoi had let go, causing Uchiha Sasuke to fall. As the ground rapidly enlarged in his vision, Sasuke Uchiha's face turned pale. Just then, a wooden vine suddenly wrapped around his waist, suspending his body in the air. Looking up at Izayoi, who was flying in the sky but dangling below with vines, Sasuke Uchiha instantly broke down, roaring, "BD, I'm going to kill you. You really don't understand the situation." As Izayoi finished speaking, Sasuke Uchiha, who was hanging below, instantly turned into a human yo-yo, tossed up and down by Izayoi, swaying left and right, or spinning clockwise and counterclockwise. When Uchiha Sasuke landed, his face had turned purplish blue. The intense nausea prevented him from seeking revenge on Izayoi. Instead, he vomited against the wall with a goo. I'm going to kill you, UBD. After vomiting, Sasuke Uchiha was extremely weak, but he still wanted to seek revenge on Izayoi. However, Izayoi cured him with just one sentence. Do you still want the gift? Want? Sasuke Uchiha immediately fell silent, revealing a resentful and obedient expression. Karin stood to the side, looking like she wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to, struggling to hold it in. So she went to cook, her shoulders shaking. Izayoi didn't tease Urshisi any further, and soon retrieved a red scroll that could be held in one hand. Under Sasuke Uchiha's expectant gaze, Izayoi opened the sealing scroll and took out what was inside. With a bang, as the smoke dissipated, a combination lockbox made entirely of metal came into Uchiha Sasuke's view. When Izayoi entered the password and opened the safe, 2 rows of test tubes filled with green liquid immediately appeared. Looking at the 2 rows of tubes that were clearly for medication, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but ask, "What are these?" Intercolumnar cells. Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's expression instantly changed. The first Hokage's cells. How do you have these? Good question. You should ask why the village has this thing. Izayoi laughed. Sasuke Uchiha's expression shifted between light and dark. He wasn't stupid, he instantly understood everything. The village once conducted a wood release experiment. You got it right. Izayoi nodded and said, I discovered it while I was stealing something, and I also learned some very interesting secrets related to the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan. What secret? Wait. Sasuke Uchiha asked instinctively, then suddenly widened his eyes as if remembering something. Is this the risky method of becoming stronger you mentioned a while ago? Not bad, you've got a quick mind. Izayoi looked at Uchiha Sasuke with surprise, then said without hesitation, your Uchiha clan's Sharingan, besides the 1 tomo to 3 tomo forms, can continue to evolve. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Before Izayoi could finish speaking, Sasuke Uchiha interrupted, his face filled with murderous intent. Itachi Uchiha's eyes are those with 3 tomo or more. Let me finish. Izayoi couldn't help but roll her eyes, and continued, eyes with 3 tomo or more are indeed called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, such eyes possess unique eye techniques with unknown abilities but extremely powerful effects. However, using these unique eye techniques consumes a certain amount of ocular power. If used excessively, the eyes will go blind. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up immediately. You'll go blind? Really? According to the information I've received, it's indeed true. However, there are solutions, and 2 in fact. Izayoi flashed a peace sign, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with a playful smile. The first method is to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan from a close relative, which will grant eternal eye power. As soon as he finished speaking, Izayoi saw Sasuke Uchiha's expression instantly freeze. Immediately, Urshisi, without any instruction, began performing various face-changing acts for Izayoi. Stunned, shocked, suddenly realizing, angry, hateful, twisted. His eyes uncontrollably transformed into the 3 tomo Sharingan and began to spin wildly. Sasuke Uchiha's brain continuously secreted yin release chakra, and his negative emotions were also rapidly escalating. Oh! Uchiha Sasuke suddenly sneered, gritting his teeth, no wonder he only spared me, and said all that nonsense, telling me that once I had the same eyes as him, I could go and get revenge. Turns out, this guy was using me as a spare eye. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha resolved his doubts, and his hatred for Itachi Uchiha grew even stronger and purer. Izayoi didn't tell him the truth either. Instead, she took out a test tube and lied, saying, the second method is to transplant interstitial cells. This is the village's research result. Scientists have discovered that Hashirama cells can balance the power of the Sharingan. If an outsider possesses the Sharingan, simply transplanting Hashirama cells can minimize the side effects. For those with the Mangekyo Sharingan, transplanting Hashirama cells not only reduces the consumption of ocular jutsu but also automatically replenishes lost ocular power. There was one more thing I didn't say. If Sasuke Uchiha were to receive Hashirama's cells, his eye power would increase dramatically. The Hashirama cells will draw out the Indra Chakra within him, rapidly activating the potential of his sage eyes, red. However, just like how Konoha once conducted wood-release experiments but has yet to produce a second wood-release ninja, if the transplant fails, the result will be death. After uttering the last word, Izayoi stared at Uchiha Sasuke's face and teased, "So, do you want a transplant?" "Yes." Uchiha Sasuke nodded without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Izayoi tilted his head, looking at Uchiha Sasuke in surprise. "I didn't seek revenge against Itachi Uchiha, I was indeed afraid of dying." Sasuke Uchiha smiled confidently, "But I believe you won't let me die." "All I'll do is collect your corpse," Izayoi said irritably, then put the test tube back and closed the briefcase. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke asked with a puzzled look, "Aren't you going to help me with the transplant?" "I'm not a doctor or a scientist." Izayoi rolled her eyes, stood up, and said, "Let's eat first. Tomorrow we'll clear the clan's territory and the forest across the Nanka River. In a couple of days, I'll take you to get your injection." "Oh." Although Sasuke Uchiha was curious about who they were going to see, he still obediently responded. Just like the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the Konoha Crush plan, they couldn't be hidden at all. The news of a wood-release ninja appearing in Konoha spread almost immediately. As soon as dawn broke, the entire Land of Fire knew about it. In less than 2 days, the news spread throughout the entire ninja world. Izayoi's photos and intelligence were quickly delivered to the top levels of various factions. Such a rapid pace was naturally due to Konoha's encouragement and support. Of course, geniuses who haven't yet reached their full potential need protection. However, if someone has just graduated, has mastered all 5 nature transformations, has developed several unsealed secret techniques, and is a rare flying ninja in the ninja world, possessing the ace-level wood-release ninja power, then there is no need for them to hide or be protected. Even without wood-release, he possesses the power to threaten a cage. Moreover, with the advantage of flight, none of the 5 Kage, except for Noki, could threaten Izayoi. At this point, bringing Izayoi to the forefront is the best option. Konoha has just lost the 3rd Hokage and an elder, as well as the root organization, which is comparable to the Anbu. Even if Tsunade succeeds as the 5th Hokage, she cannot escape the fact that Konoha has become even weaker. A weakened Konoha will not only face skepticism from its clients, but will also attract the covetous eyes of other ninja villages, and even resistance from smaller ninja villages. At this time, wood-release is a powerful stimulant. Knowing that Konoha has once again produced wood-release ninjas after decades, those powerful figures will definitely prioritize Konoha when commissioning missions. Those ninja villages where the old monsters haven't all died out will be wary of Konoha and dare not launch a war rashly. This is the strategic deterrent effect of wood-release, far surpassing that of the tailed beasts. After all, the tailed beasts were captured by the 1st Hokage using wood-release and then distributed equally among the various countries of the ninja world. Land of Earth, Hidden Rock Village. Konoha, they were truly destined to survive. Looking at the boy in the photo, Oniki seemed somewhat dazed, as if he had returned to many years ago, when he also held a photo of a blonde youth in his hand, his eyes filled with jealousy as he said, "Whenever we're in dire straits, this village always seems to produce exceptionally talented young people. Is it just because the Land of Fire has the best resources?" After saying that, Oniki murmured to himself with a worried expression. At this age, he's still a decade or 2 away from Hashirama's peak. Now is the best time to deal with him. But I can't afford to gamble. And neither can Iwagakure. Just as Onaki was feeling melancholy, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just because he doesn't dare to gamble doesn't mean others don't. Thinking of this, Onaki drifted to a window, gazing in the direction of the land of rain, and murmured, "The silent disappearance of the ANBU squad, could it be, that the myth of the Sage of Six Paths is actually true? If it's the Sage's eye, I wonder if it could handle wood release. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Humph, just bluffing." Looking at the intelligence report before him, the fourth Rakage scoffed, "Even with the legendary wood release, how much power can a mere brat unleash? The fact that you're pushing him out now shows that Konoha has run out of talent. If it weren't for the Kare incident, which made me owe Tsunade a favor, I would have already shown Konoha what the strongest ninja village truly is. The Land of Wind, Tsunagakure Village. That was a brilliant move." Looking at the intelligence in her hand, Cho, now acting Kazekage, couldn't help but sigh slightly. Making the Senju abandon their surname and completely integrate into Konoha is not only to bridge the gap between the ninja clans and the common people, but also to leave a glimmer of hope for both the Senju and Konoha. "The first Hokage, the second Hokage, it seems you all anticipated this moment." After speaking, Cho looked at Gaara, who had been redeemed last month and was now studying diligently, gradually becoming less cold due to the influence of family affection, and instructed him, "Gaara, after you become Kazekage, remember not to become an enemy of Konoha. Make good use of the advantage of the alliance." Cho didn't finish her last sentence, afraid of upsetting Gaara. "Because wood release is the nemesis of tailed beasts." Gaara paused slightly, not understanding, but still nodded. Chapter 99. The Land of Rain, Amegakure, Hidden Village. A wood release ninja, a mysterious person with a second pair of Rinnegan. Pain looked at the photos and information Konan handed him, his face expressionless, and said, "It seems that to become a true god, one must pass the trials ordained by fate. No one, no matter who they are, can stop me from achieving peace." Unlike Pain's Chuyunibiu, delusional tendencies. On the other hand, Obito Uchiha and Zetsu, both black and white, were in heavy hearts. First that mysterious person, and now illegitimate wood release ninja. Why are these unexpected incidents popping up one after another lately? Obito Uchiha, looking at Izayoi's report, seemed somewhat irritated. "The Nine Tails attack, it's bad enough he didn't kill this brat. For someone his age to possess such power in wood release clearly means he didn't just awaken it. How could he tolerate that? Doesn't he know the importance of wood release? If he reveals it, Konoha will definitely do everything in its power to nurture him. If Izayoi had revealed his wood release technique earlier, he could have dealt with this threat while wiping out the Uchiha clan. The result is now 5 nature transformations, the more advanced Raise Nan, as well as flight and wood release. Unless the sneak attack succeeds, even Obito Uchiha wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. In particular, the ability to fly was the type of person Obito Uchiha least wanted to encounter. "Do you think he might be that mysterious person?" Baiju suddenly blurted out the truth. However, this prompted Obito Uchiha to question him, "Can the Rinnegan revert to its normal state?" Baiju immediately shut up. "Of course you can, provided that you evolved the Rinnegan yourself." Black Zetsu thought to himself, also feeling that Izayoi couldn't possibly be the mysterious person. If Izayoi is a mysterious person and also possesses the Rinnegan, then it means that he achieved the unification of the two poles before graduating, something Madara Uchiha only accomplished when he was nearing his death, which is impossible. The premise for the unification of the two poles is that one must be the reincarnation of Ashura or Indra, then develop the sage's body or Sharingan to the extreme, and then obtain an extreme amount of yang or yin power, merge the two, and slowly generate the power of all things in the universe. Either condition is extremely difficult and will take a very long time. It took Black Zetsu over 1,000 years to create his second pair of Rinnegan. How could a kid who just graduated not long ago possibly do that? Even if Izayoi's Rinnegan was transplanted, he should still be unable to unleash its full power, just like Nagato in his youth. Moreover, the transplanted Rinnegan cannot be restored to its normal state. If Izayoi were a descendant of the moon lineage, secretly sent to Konoha, his hair would definitely be white, and his eyes would also be white-eyed. Clearly, Izayoi doesn't fit even one of the characteristics. This is just a lucky one, a would-release ninja unexpectedly born from the bloodline of Hashirama Senju, the most outstanding reincarnation of Ashura in history, after decades of accumulation. This would-release ninja's future achievements in would-release will definitely not surpass those of Hashirama Senju, who possessed the sage body. But ironically, this brat from the Senju clan also inherited Tobirama Senju's talent for ninjutsu. At such a young age, he has mastered so many nature transformations and even developed the secrets of storm release and dust release. Once he receives Konoha's full support, he might become the second Tobirama Senju in terms of ninjutsu. This is also a major threat to the Infinite Tsukuyomi project. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu subconsciously cursed under his breath. It just so happens to be at this time. Damn you, Hago Romo and Hamura. You two unfilial sons have been dead for so many years, yet you still cause me so much trouble. No one knows the grievances Black Zetsu suffered. After information about Izayoi spread throughout the ninja world, a bounty was posted on the black market for him. The reward is a staggering 180 million taels of silver. Asuma Sarutobi, an elite jonin, one of the 12 guardian ninja, and the son of the Hokage, had a bounty of only 35 million ryo on the black market. As a result, a kid who had just graduated not long ago was offered a bounty of 180 million taels of silver, directly topping the black market's bounty list. This shows how much the person behind the scenes feared would release and how much effort they invested. Izayoi was completely unaware of this. If he knew, he would definitely show the same disdainful smile as Urjuzi. Poor BD. With this little money, they can't even buy the land for my new house. Who do they think they are? At the same time, it's clear that ninjas, as mere tools, are truly worthless. Even those who possess bloodline limits and quell chaos are no exception. While teaching Sasuke Uchiha the training method for the Super Hurricane Chain Ball, Izayoi used Storm Release, Judgment to control the power of the Wood Slayer. It took 2 whole days to completely clear out the Uchiha clan's territory and the towering trees across the Naka River. During this period, Hinata and Karin contributed the most. Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori was so powerful that it didn't even break a towering tree that would take more than a dozen people to encircle before he ran out of chakra and became weak at a young age. In contrast, Karin and Hinata, who had just mastered the super strength fist, used these large trees as punching bags to practice their punches. With their enormous chakra reserves and astonishing endurance, they could break dozens of large trees a day when they worked together, which greatly discouraged Sasuke Uchiha. In the past 2 days, the cockroaches have also come to visit one after another. After all, Izayoi's fame has skyrocketed these past 2 days, even celebrities can't match his popularity. Izayoi, you're something else. You kept it all under wraps. Yes, I thought I misheard your name at first, but it really is you. A descendant of the Senju clan, possessing the legendary would-release bloodline limit, you're something else. You absolutely have to treat us to a meal. Having been forced to stay at Sasuke's house, Izayoi had no choice but to host a banquet for these BD friends. Fortunately, these guys were loyal enough to help Izayoi cut down trees after they had eaten and drunk their fill, although apart from Naruto Uzumaki, the others did almost nothing. Naruto Uzumaki, who contributed the most by using the multiple shadow clone technique and the Raise-Nan combination, was secretly rewarded by Izayoi with a ninjutsu scroll, which was surprisingly an offensive one-wind release, vacuum ball. This ninjutsu, in the category of the 5 elements release techniques, is equivalent to the Uchiha clan's fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. It's still considered a low-level ninjutsu and is very common. Even so, it moved Naruto to tears. After all, it was only after he relentlessly pestered Kakashi Hatake that Kakashi was willing to teach him the wind release technique, which was a major breakthrough for him. After that, this guy said that one major breakthrough in wind release was enough for him, and he never taught Naruto Uzumaki any more advanced wind release techniques. If Naruto hadn't learned the Raise Nan from the perverted sage, he would still only know the wind release, great breakthrough. He had only come to repay Izayoi for his frequent hospitality, and the other party had so generously given him a ninjutsu scroll. As expected of the third person to acknowledge me, after my third grandfather and Irika-sensei, he is also the opponent I truly respect and admire. Naruto Uzumaki, like a child who had just received a favorite toy, skipped away happily. This is outrageous. It took them 2 days to clear such a small number of trees. Sitting on the edge of the wall, Karin wiped the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief and exclaimed, "It's unimaginable what a spectacular sight it would be if Izayoi-kun's would release, advent of a world of trees were unleashed on the battlefield." Hinata nodded in agreement. Although she didn't see it that day, the logging over the past 2 days made her realize why the elders had been so enthusiastic towards her lately, constantly asking her about Izayoi, and even teasing or hinting that she should announce her relationship with Izayoi as soon as possible. Wood release is incredibly powerful. At the same time, Hinata felt a surge of secret joy. The clan elders have all approved of Izayoi, and her father won't stop her. She can now confess her feelings to Izayoi without any obstacles. However, after being interrupted by Izayoi last time, Hinata never had the courage to speak up again. "I'm just too timid." Wood release, 4 pillars technique. Meanwhile, Izayoi, having seen off the young brethren, used wood release, 3 rooms and 1 hall technique to repair the Uchiha clan's territory, which had been destroyed by the advent of the tree world. In the future, Konoha might expand to this side, and at that time, it will all be land worth a fortune. Izayoi would never do anything to damage her subordinate's property. After restoring the clan's territory, Izayoi said to the nonchalant Sasuke Uchiha, "Go back and pack your things, we'll be leaving soon." "Great!" Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up immediately, and he instantly teleported back to pack his things. Izayoi also went to inform the 2 women. "Hey! Izayoi-kun, are you going out with Sasuke-kun?" Karin looked around, a little timidly asking, "I'll be staying at Hinata's house for a while." "When are you guys coming back?" "It's uncertain for now. It might take 2 or 3 days if things go smoothly, but it could take more than a week if things go slowly," Izayoi said with a smile. "You all need to train even harder from now on, otherwise Sasuke's strength might leave you far behind when you come back this time." The 2 women were slightly taken aback, then looked at each other and nodded vigorously at Izayoi. "If Hinata has time, could you please supervise the construction for me? I'm afraid something might happen if no one is watching over it, which could delay the completion of our new home," Izayoi instructed. "Leave it to me, Izayoi-kun." Hinata nodded with a gentle smile. After chatting with the girls for a while, Izayoi went back to her room to get her things. Then she went to the Naka River first, and then took Uchiha Sasuke to get the exit permit before heading straight for the land of rice fields. Indeed, the person Izayoi chose for Sasuke Uchiha to administer the injection was Orochimaru. To be precise, it was Orochimaru's knowledge and Kabuto Yakushi's practical skills. Although Izayoi has the entry for medical genius, he has never studied medicine. Despite being absolutely certain that there would be no problems with Sasuke Uchiha transplanting Hashirama's cells, and even if problems did arise, he could use wood release to absorb that extremely destructive power. However, barefoot doctors can never compare to professionals. Furthermore, Orochimaru possesses the summoning scroll from Ryokai Cave, which Izayoi could obtain to enhance Sasuke's strength. If neither Tsunade nor the Slug Sage agrees to Hinata signing a contract with Shikotsu Forest, then Ryokai Cave is another option. If you wish to learn magic after the 16th night, you can choose from the 3 holy lands. We have to go to Orochimaru's place. Halfway through the journey, Uchiha Sasuke finally realized what was happening and stared wide-eyed at Izayoi, saying, "Land of the rice fields, the person you're taking me to find isn't Orochimaru, is it?" "You got it right. Are you crazy?" Sasuke Uchiha exclaimed incredulously. "You knew that guy was after my Sharingan, yet you still delivered yourself to his doorstep. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to escape?" "Don't worry, he's not the Orochimaru he was in the Forest of Death anymore," Izayoi reassured him, explaining, "During the Chunin exams, the third Hokage sealed the souls in his hands, so he can't use any of his ninjutsu now, and his body is on the verge of collapse. This is his weakest moment. The village will soon extract this information from the brains of those corpses, and they will definitely retaliate. Then it will be much harder for us to find Orochimaru." Izayoi looked at Uchiha Sasuke and smiled confidently, "Besides, don't you trust my strength? Would I have brought you here if I wasn't confident?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he's useless, it's just that it's only October, and only 3 months have passed since the exam in the Death Forest. I was so terrified by Orochimaru's murderous aura that I vomited on the spot, and I still remember it vividly. Little did they know, with his current genjutsu abilities, even if Orochimaru still had his hands, he wouldn't be able to easily subdue him. The Land of Fields is one of the northern neighboring countries of the Land of Fire. Starting from Konoha, you only need to pass through a dense forest and grassland area, and then pass the Valley of the End, which was blasted out by the god of shinobi using the secret technique of wood release, to reach the Land of Rice Fields. Genin full speed instant body, Identu no need. Using lightning release chakra to enhance their speed, Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha arrived in the Land of Rice Fields in just half a day. Izayoi knew Orochimaru's location perfectly well. It wasn't found on the road, but rather it was a shadow clone responsible for protecting Ranmaru who secretly followed Orochimaru across half of the Land of Fire after he left Konoha, witnessing him return to the underground base. The reason they didn't kill Shimura Danzo immediately was also because of the Hashirama cells. The latter was to increase Sasuke Uchiha's strength and raise his own chances of success. Boom! Izayoi slammed her fist into the ground, unleashing a terrifying burst of chakra that instantly blasted open an entrance to the underground base. Immediately, Izayoi led Uchiha Sasuke inside. Before they had taken more than a few steps, a group of sound ninja appeared in the corridor. Seeing this, Izayoi smiled at Uchiha Sasuke and said, "I'll give you a test, take care of these guys, then come find me." After saying that, Izayoi's body disappeared as if she had teleported. The sound ninja ahead all felt a gust of wind brush past them. Sasuke Uchiha, who had already awakened his 3 Tomo Sharingan, looked at him as if he had seen something incredible, and his expression changed slightly as he said, "Lightning release nature transformation and wind release nature transformation." Izayoi, that guy. Internally, lightning release chakra stimulated his cells, externally, wind release nature transformation enveloped his entire body, reducing air resistance. Uchiha Sasuke never imagined that high-speed movement could be done in such a way. But soon, Sasuke Uchiha smirked and said smugly, "I see. Once I learn wind release, nature transformation, it'll be mine." Her body transformed into a gust of wind, or like a flash of lightning, and Izayoi passed through corridors, quickly appearing in a dimly lit room. "Yo, we meet again, Lord Orochimaru." Seeing Orochimaru covered in bandages, his body on the verge of collapse, and blood oozing from every pore, Izayoi raised her hand to greet him warmly. Chapter 100. Ha, the Sound 4 and Kimimaro, they really have become your stepping stones. Looking at Izayoi standing before him, Orochimaru showed no panic. Instead, he let out a hoarse laugh, his bandaged face revealing a pair of yellow, vertical pupils filled with burning greed. He said, "I guessed you were a descendant of the Uzumaki or Senju clans, someone who awakened their bloodline a generation before me, but I never expected you to be even more outstanding than I imagined. Not only do you possess ninjutsu talent comparable to the second Hokage, but you've also awakened the first Hokage's bloodline limit. What surprises me even more is that you clearly awakened wood release long ago, yet you knew how to conceal it. After Tsunade succeeded to the throne, you immediately seized the opportunity and quickly became Konoha's hope. This is beyond what precociousness and deep cunning can achieve. I think that besides having the Senju bloodline, you are also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, awakened the Kagura mind's eye, and witnessed much of Konoha's darkness firsthand. Orochimaru's tone was full of certainty in his last sentence. Orochimaru, who had planted many spies in Konoha, easily obtained more detailed information about Izayoi. His first 6 years were unremarkable, but for the next 6 years he was inseparable from the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan's main family. He was a Minato-like commoner genius. I thought he was pursuing the young lady of the Hyuga clan in order to climb the social ladder and achieve upward mobility. Unexpectedly, it turned out that it was all just a facade. He had long since awakened wood release and knew of his special abilities, but he refrained from revealing or showing off them. Instead, he kept a low profile and waited until his strength reached the level of an ace before slowly revealing his talent. Only after his clansmen became Hokage and could become his protectors did he fully reveal his true trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this moment to reveal his wood release. He should have used it during the Chunin exams to subdue the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Tsunagakuer. That's the perfect stage. Orochimaru, who understood all of this, thought of Izayoi far more highly than Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake. He even thought that his younger self wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Izayoi's shoes. Before Izayoi could speak, Orochimaru laughed and revealed his guess. You came to me alone to take my head and pave the way for yourself to become the 6th Hokage. Izayoi was unaware that in Orochimaru's eyes, he had become a cunning and calculating individual. After listening to Orochimaru's analysis, Izayoi couldn't help but clap his hands, sincerely praising, as expected of Lord Orochimaru, with just such limited information, you deduced that I possess the bloodlines of both the Senju and Uzumaki. Swoosh! Just then, a blurry figure appeared behind Izayoi, its green light so dazzling in the dim room. Lord Orochimaru, run! Kabuto's voice rang out, and the chakra scalpel in his hand went straight for Izayoi's nape. Unfortunately, he had no idea just how terrifying a wood-release ninja who didn't need hand seals could be. Izayoi remained motionless, when suddenly a ripple appeared behind him, and several wooden vines stretched out like octopus tentacles, binding Kabuto Yakushi's limbs and body. The blue chakra immediately flowed along the wooden vines into Izayoi's body. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru's face lit up with fervor as he exclaimed, absorbing chakra. It really is authentic wood release. Wood release is an all-powerful bloodline limit. It not only combines offense and defense, but also features wide-ranging scene-based moves, as well as abilities such as flying, escaping, and sealing. However, this is only the common perception. Only the old monsters from the first Hokage era, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, and Orochimaru, who conducted experiments with wood release, knew that the true strongest ability of wood release was actually chakra absorption. Once entangled by branches, chakra is rapidly absorbed, becoming nutrients for the tree to grow stronger and more resilient. The greater the enemy's chakra, the stronger the wood release technique. Fighting a wood release ninja, you get weaker the more you fight, while they get stronger. How can you possibly win? That's why the tailed beasts became the playthings of the first Hokage. Seeing that Izayoi's wood release also had the ability to absorb chakra, Orochimaru immediately realized that the other party was definitely not an experimental subject created by Konoha, but a true descendant of the Senju. At this moment, in Orochimaru's eyes, Izayoi became an even more perfect vessel for reincarnation than Sasuke Uchiha. If he could take over Izayoi's body, with his knowledge, as well as Izayoi's talent and bloodline limit, Orochimaru wouldn't be afraid of anything, not even Itachi Uchiha, or even the Akatsuki leader with the Rinnegan. However, Orochimaru also knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Izayoi. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. Orochimaru quickly composed himself, looked at Izayoi who had effortlessly subdued Kabuto without moving, and laughed. Izayoi-kun, Kabuto was only acting out of loyalty to his master, he meant no harm. My body is on the verge of collapse, and it seems I can't reincarnate. How about we make a deal? I'll give you my head, and you spare Kabuto's life. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes widened, and he was moved to tears, displaying superb acting skills. If Izayoi hadn't known why Orochimaru wasn't afraid of death, he would have been completely fooled by these two. After quickly draining Kabuto's chakra and manipulating wooden vines to bind him into a dumpling, Izayoi was just about to speak. Another afterimage appeared out of thin air beside him, it was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback when he saw Uchiha Sasuke, who appeared out of nowhere with his 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes, before his gaze turned fervent once more. The simultaneous appearance of 2 perfect reincarnation vessels before Orochimaru was no less shocking than having 2 unconscious, naked beauties thrown in front of a lecherous ghoul. If Orochimaru hadn't lost all his ninjutsu and wasn't on the verge of physical collapse, unable to even unleash a tenth of his strength, he would have taken the gamble even if Izayoi were a would-release ninja and Sasuke Uchiha had evolved his genjutsu eyes. What a disgusting look! Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Sasuke Uchiha broke out in goosebumps and said with disgust, "Can this guy really be trusted?" "Don't worry, Lord Orochimaru is still very trustworthy," Izayoi said with a smile. Upon hearing this conversation, Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he chuckled, "Looks like Izayoi-kun isn't here to kill me." "I never said I came to kill you, Lord Orochimaru," Izayoi laughed. "While I don't know why you have such thoughts, you should know very well that wood release has paved the way for me, your head is merely icing on the cake." "Ha, that's true." Orochimaru nodded in agreement and chuckled, "So, you brought Sasuke-kun to see me because there's something I can help you with?" "Indeed, I've come to make a deal with Lord Orochimaru." Izayoi nodded, then took out 2 scrolls from her person and handed them to the 2 pillars beside her. Sasuke Uchiha instantly understood, took the scroll, unrolled it, and formed hand seals to retrieve the contents. With 2 loud thuds, as the smoke dissipated, a white Zetsu clone and a metal combination lockbox appeared. Orochimaru's gaze focused on the white Zetsu clone, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is Zetsu." It seems Lord Orochimaru also knows about this creature. "Is it called Zetsu?" Izayoi feigned ignorance, saying, "This guy's ability is very special, he can merge with the earth and vegetation. If it weren't for my wood release, and the fact that he was hiding in the shadows watching me, I wouldn't have been able to detect him." "Ha, this is a clone of a member of the Akatsuki named Zetsu." Orochimaru, regaining his composure, looked at Sasuke Uchiha and chuckled. The Akatsuki is the mercenary organization that Itachi Uchiha joined after his defection. Sasuke Uchiha frowned slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, and he memorized the name of the organization. "This guy's body is a bit special, it's a gift I gave to Lord Orochimaru as a token of my appreciation." Izayoi crouched down, pried open the white Zetsu clone's mouth, and smiled at Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, your current body should completely collapse in a few days. Would you like to reincarnate into this body ahead of time?" Orochimaru fell silent. However, looking at Izayoi's smile, he knew he had no choice. Suddenly, the bandages on Orochimaru's face snapped, and he opened his blood-red maw, spitting out a giant white serpent that shot towards Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. Izayoi, however, widened the mouth of her white Zetsu clone even further, her smile undiminished. After quickly scanning Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha with its yellow vertical pupils, the white phosphorus serpent finally obediently crawled into the mouth of the white Zetsu clone. Immediately, the white Zetsu clone's body writhed, its skin visibly turning into human skin color, and clothes appeared out of thin air. A short while later, the white Zetsu clone transformed into Orochimaru. This body. Orochimaru, who had successfully reincarnated, slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Apart from Izayoi, no one knows Orochimaru's current feelings. As I said before, there is no perfect ninjutsu in this world. The weaknesses of the reincarnation technique are also very obvious. When Orochimaru tries to take over a body from a vessel, the vessel usually resists. At this point, Orochimaru has to fight it in the mental space, which weakens both his spirit and soul. Even if the vessel doesn't resist, Orochimaru will still experience a period of weakness after the reincarnation is successful, as his soul adapts to the new body. But now, Orochimaru has no side effects whatsoever. Neither his spirit nor his soul weakened, and his soul didn't need to adapt to the new body. It was as if this corpse was Orochimaru's original body before he learned the reanimation jutsu. Even more incredibly, this body was merely a clone. There's a huge secret about Ju. Orochimaru instantly realized this, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue, a playful smile on his face. As expected of an organization with the eye of the immortal, it seems there are still many secrets unknown to the public. Just then, Izayoi's laughter reached my ears. It seems Lord Orochimaru is quite fond of this body. Turning to look at Izayoi, who remained calm and collected, or rather, who didn't take him seriously at all, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly before chuckling in a hoarse voice, I really like this gift from Izayoi-kun. So, what kind of deal do you want? What Izayoi said next caused Orochimaru to lose control of his emotions instantly. Does Lord Orochimaru wish to undo the Reaper Death Seal? Call. Orochimaru, breathing rapidly, asked, does Izayoi-kun know the solution? I didn't know at first, but I recently found a member of the Uzumaki clan, and then I found out, Izayoi lied without blinking. The Reaper Death Seal is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It sacrifices one's own soul to summon a Shinigami to seal the target's soul, a forbidden technique that's an extreme one-for-one exchange. Then what's the solution? Orochimaru asked hastily. The solution is to find the legendary Grim Reaper's mask, have someone sacrifice themselves to summon the Grim Reaper, and then retrieve the soul from the Grim Reaper's belly, Izayoi said, shrugging and chuckling after making Orochimaru's mouth curl up in a smirk. As for where the Grim Reaper's mask is, I have no idea. I see. Orochimaru seemed to realize something, but was still somewhat skeptical. However, Izayoi's words gave him a direction. All that's needed now is to investigate the secrets of the Uzumaki clan to find out whether it's true or false. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt even better and couldn't help but smile. This information is very important. What can I do for you, Izayoi-kun? I want one thing, and help me perform surgery on Sasuke. Izayoi entered the password and opened the metal combination lockbox. These are interstitial cells. Orochimaru recognized it immediately, subconsciously ignoring the preceding words, and looked at Izayoi meaningfully. If I remember correctly, most of these things were in Danzo's possession, right? That guy, wasn't he killed by the Akatsuki leader? Izayoi-kun, you really don't recognize Zetsu. I don't recognize it. I found it at the Hokage building. Izayoi lied without batting an eye, laughing, thanks to that guy with the Rinnegan. If he hadn't destroyed the Hokage building's sensory barrier and caused a ruckus inside, I wouldn't have been able to sneak in and get the wood-release ninjutsu scroll, and this thing. I see. Orochimaru suddenly realized why Izayoi, this genius who awakened his powers in a previous generation, had descended upon the wood-release tree world. It wasn't inherited, it was stolen from the Forbidden Arts Library. Sasuke Uchiha understood perfectly well where Izayoi had obtained those genjutsu scrolls, fire release scrolls, and even forbidden techniques like the dark travel technique. Looking at Hashirama's cells, and then at Sasuke Uchiha with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Orochimaru chuckled, it seems Izayoi-kun knows quite a bit. Yes, so don't try anything funny. Izayoi smiled gently, uttering words that made Sasuke Uchiha feel safe. If I find out you're up to no good, I'll kill you all. Even though there was no chakra aura erupting, Izayoi's words made the already dimly lit and cold room, built underground, even colder in an instant. Especially Kabuto, who was instantly defeated, broke out in a cold sweat. He was able to maintain his confidence even in front of Kakashi Hatake and Tsunade. Orochimaru also felt a strong sense of pressure. He had only ever felt this kind of oppressive feeling from Itachi Uchiha in pain. This little brat has indeed grown up and is now quite powerful. However, on the surface, he also showed a gentle smile and nodded, saying, "No problem, it's nothing." Chapter 101. Inside the brightly lit laboratory, Uchiha Sasuke lay on the operating table, his eyes warily fixed on Orochimaru and Kabuto standing on either side of him. Seeing this, Izayoi couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be nervous, I'll be keeping an eye on things. If you don't trust them, don't you trust me?" "Humph, I'm afraid you'll sell me out." Uchiha Sasuke curled his lip and snorted coldly. "Hee. Izayoi-kun and Sasuke-kun have such a good relationship," Orochimaru chuckled. "As far as I know, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha were also very close friends, fighting side by side. Now that you are descendants of the Senju and Uchiha clans, it seems the friendship of your ancestors will continue in your lives." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Izayoi, feeling a warmth in his heart as he recalled the unwavering kindness Izayoi had shown him over the years. Izayoi, however, corrected him solemnly, "It's not friendship, it's fatherly love. I am Sasuke's adoptive father, that's what he called me." Orochimaru and Kabuto were immediately taken aback. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you!" Uchiha Sasuke roared, ready to get up and fight Izayoi for 300 rounds. But the next second, wooden vines grew from the ground and bound Uchiha Sasuke to the operating table. "Stop with the empty talk. Prove it to me with your actions after your surgery, when you're stronger." Izayoi teased, then turned to Orochimaru and Kabuto, "Let's get started. Hinata is waiting for me to come home." "Good." Orochimaru nodded somewhat embarrassedly, feeling that he might really be getting old and unable to keep up with the pace of these young people. Kabuto gave Sasuke Uchiha an anesthetic injection, told him to close his eyes and sleep, then arranged the Hashirama cells, sterilizing the tools while watching Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't immediately tell him to begin. Instead, he looked at Izayoi and asked, "Izayoi-kun, where do you want to transplant Hashirama's cells to Sasuke-kun?" Instead of answering, Izayoi asked, "Lord Orochimaru, where do you think would be the best place for the transplant?" The 5 internal organs are the core of the human body, and also its greatest treasure. Unlike Izayoi, Orochimaru wasn't a habitual liar, he took his promises very seriously and spoke without reservation, and among the 5 internal organs, the heart is the most important pumping organ. In the 8 gates, the heart is also the gate of death. Both blood and chakra are powered by the heart to circulate throughout the body. If you want to maximize the effect of the Hashirama cells, then my suggestion is the left breast area. Then let's use the left chest area. Izayoi nodded, and at the same time, he understood why Madara Uchiha had transplanted Hashirama's cells into his left chest. So that's what it was all about. Seeing that Izayoi agreed, Orochimaru didn't waste any words and directly said to Kabuto, "Let's begin, Kabuto." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto nodded first, then, as if remembering something, asked, "What dosage is needed?" Orochimaru looked at Izayoi again. "Inject him until he can't take it anymore," Izayoi thought for a moment and said. "Anyway, if something goes wrong, my wood release can absorb the energy from Hashirama's cells, he won't die. There was one more thing I didn't say. If he had died in this way, Sasuke Uchiha would definitely have met the Sage of Six Paths and then returned with a cheat code. However, according to the method of unifying the two poles, Uchiha Sasuke will not die. No matter how many Hashirama cells are injected, they will be balanced and absorbed by Indra's chakra, which will only stimulate more potential of the Sage Eye, red. Orochimaru and Kabuto were, of course, unaware of Izayoi's thoughts. After listening to Izayoi's words, the two of them felt that they made a lot of sense. Especially Kabuto Yakushi, who had personally experienced the feeling of having his chakra absorbed by wood release, the speed was simply too fast. The chakra absorption of the copper armor is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of wood release. Kabuto began his work, first cutting off Sasuke's clothes with scissors, then using a chakra scalpel to make a small incision in his left chest, stopping the bleeding, and then using a syringe to transplant Hashirama cells into his flesh. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru began to hold his breath. When he saw a vial of purified Hashirama cells being fully injected, Sasuke Uchiha's body did not experience a violent rejection reaction, nor did his eyes immediately fill with greed and fervor after the experimental subjects' bodies began to twitch. Absolutely perfect. This talent is even greater than that of his brother. Although the Sharingan and Hashirama cells can balance each other's power. However, Orochimaru, who had conducted experiments on Hashirama cells and the Sharingan, was very clear that this balance was only temporary. Once the power of the pupil weakens, or the yin release chakra weakens, the scales will change, and the yang release chakra within Hashirama's cells will become aggressive. To suppress the powerful Hashirama cells, one either needs a powerful external force to neutralize them, or one needs eye power at the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Clearly, Sasuke Uchiha's current body, and even his eye power, cannot withstand this level of purity of Hashirama cells. If we inject him with this tube of Hashirama cells now, his body should turn albinistic without any external neutralization. As a result, Sasuke Uchiha's body didn't move at all. Those few interstitial cells are far from enough. Kabuto seemed to have noticed this as well, and looked at Orochimaru in surprise. After seeing Orochimaru nod, he opened another test tube and transplanted the Hashirama cells inside into Sasuke Uchiha's left chest. After 3 rounds of treatment, Sasuke Uchiha's body finally reacted. Suddenly, his left chest pounded violently, his heart beat like a drumbeat, so loud in the quiet laboratory. Logically, with such a violent reaction, the wound should be bleeding profusely. Amazingly, not only did the wound not bleed at all, but the cut surface was also turning white at a visible speed. Continue. Orochimaru shouted excitedly. Izayoi also smiled. Without needing to activate the Tensagen, Izayoi's Kagura mind's eye could sense that at this moment, the chakra within Uchiha Sasuke's heart was as intense as a candle flame turning into a bonfire. The chakra known as yang release is circulating continuously within his body. Drawn by this force, Sasuke Uchiha's brain was also frantically secreting yin release chakra. The terrifying physical and mental energy automatically merged into chakra. If we were to quantify Sasuke Uchiha's chakra, his chakra level is currently rising at an alarming rate. To put it bluntly, cheating. Kabuto also noticed this, and continued the injection with a shocked expression. With each dose, the albinism on Sasuke Uchiha's left chest would spread a little more. However, his body did not show a strong rejection reaction, instead, his chakra grew stronger and stronger. On the 10th tube, a magical scene appeared. Suddenly, Sasuke Uchiha's heartbeat calmed down, and then a face appeared on his completely whitened left chest. Upon seeing that face, Orochimaru and Kabuto were both startled, the first Hokage. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, just like Uchiha Madara in the original story, had the face of Senju Hashirama appear on his chest. Izayoi took out her camera, snapped a picture, and then stared intently at Uchiha Sasuke. Several bubbles appeared around him. The most eye-catching bubble is undoubtedly the fairy eye, red. However, before today, Uchiha Sasuke did not have golden bubbles. But now, one of his bubbles has undergone sublimation, changing from purple to gold. Super Shadow Qualification, Gold. Furthermore, a new bubble appeared, which was Bloodline Limit Would Release, Blue. Seeing the changes in ninja aptitude and the new terms, Izayoi's lips curled into a slight smile. Clearly, Uchiha Sasuke successfully defied fate. A mere blue-labeled would-release technique wouldn't be enough to elevate Sasuke Uchiha's potential, much less defy fate. After all, even Tenzo's bloodline limit, would release, is at the purple level. The reason why Uchiha Sasuke was able to defy fate. Just as Izayoi thought, the yang release chakra within Hashirama's cells, which might also be yang energy, drew out Indra's chakra within him, causing his chakra to surge and its upper limit to increase. Moreover, unlike Obito Uchiha and Tenzo Uchiha, whose would-release techniques could not be upgraded, Sasuke Uchiha's would-release, blue, was only at the beginning. As he grows stronger, his chakra will become more powerful, and his would-release will definitely be upgraded to the level of Madara Uchiha in the future. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he possesses almost limitless ocular power and can activate the complete Susanoo without transplanting Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. If Ashura's chakra still remained in Hashirama's cells, then Sasuke Uchiha might have already begun to unify the two poles, and even without the Sage of Six Paths power-up, he would have awakened his third pair of Rinnegan decades later. From this moment forward, weak chakra will no longer be Sasuke Uchiha's weakness. Once he awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will immediately become one of the strongest individuals in the ninja world. At that time, the drop rate will also increase, and Izayoi has a good chance of getting the Sage's Eye Red item again before Shippuden begins. Incredible! Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, who had perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells, and sensing the powerful chakra and life force within him, that is, yang release chakra, Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly. He seems to have discovered an incredible secret. This secret likely involves the origins of the Senju and Uchiha clans. At this moment, Orochimaru wished he could immediately find the Grim Reaper's mask, retrieve the souls of his hands from the Grim Reaper, and then begin experiments to confirm his conjecture. At the same time, Orochimaru subtly gave Kabuto a wink. The pharmacist understood immediately and was about to take action. "Hey, don't pretend I don't exist." The faint voice of Izayoi caused Kabuto Yakushi to freeze instantly, his movements and expression completely still. The vines grew from the ground like tentacles and snatched the syringe from Kabuto's hand. The wooden vines binding Uchiha Sasuke also emitted blue chakra, and then Uchiha Sasuke's wounds healed rapidly. Immediately, the wooden vines detached themselves. Sasuke Uchiha made a nasal sound and groggily opened his eyes. Through the blurry vision, three figures came into view. Then a familiar voice reached my ears. "You're awake. The surgery was a success, you're a lovely girl now." "What?" The congratulatory voices startled Sasuke Uchiha awake, and he subconsciously touched that area. Only after grasping the reality did Uchiha Sasuke breathe a sigh of relief. Click! Just then, the sound of a camera shutter being pressed rang out. Upon seeing Izayoi holding a camera, Sasuke Uchiha was instantly horrified, his face unusually panicked as he exclaimed, "Damn it, what are you doing?" After saying that, Sasuke Uchiha immediately pounced on Izayoi, trying to snatch the film. "Calm down, quickly feel the changes in your body. Give me the negatives first." Uchiha Sasuke shouted, realizing for the first time that power wasn't so important. The two of them became afterimages, chasing each other inside the laboratory. Of course, Izayoi couldn't let this incredibly embarrassing moment pass by. She quickly put the camera back into the wristband-style sealing scroll and shrugged at Uchiha Sasuke. A hole. Seeing that he couldn't get his dark past back, Uchiha Sasuke immediately threatened, "If you dare to leak it out, I'll kill you." "Don't worry, do you think I'm that kind of person?" That's exactly the kind of person you are. Sasuke Uchiha shouted, his face flushed red. Orochimaru and Kabuto both looked on with embarrassment, and resolved in their hearts that they must never offend Izayoi again. This precocious brat is not only extremely cunning, but also has a very wicked personality. This was the first time Orochimaru had ever seen the aloof Uchiha clan so thoroughly tortured. The thought of Izayoi plastering that photo all over the streets filled Orochimaru's eyes with pity as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke. The strong are not afraid of defeat, nor of death, but only of losing face. From now on, this brat will probably be completely under Izayoi's thumb. Let's not talk about that now, let's see what changes have occurred in your body, Izayoi said, changing the subject. Sasuke Uchiha calmed himself down, and before he could even sense the changes within his body, he saw Hashirama Senju's image on his chest and was immediately startled. What is that? That's normal. It's a side effect of transplanting Hashirama cells, Izayoi comforted him. Gaining great power always comes at a price. Besides, it's not like it's on your face. Just don't go shirtless in the future. Seeing Izayoi's smug expression, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, you better not let me get more power than you, or I'll make you pay. If that's the case, then I'll be very happy, Izayoi said with a sincere smile. Snort. Uchiha Sasuke gave a soft hum, then began to sense the changes within his body. Before long, his expression changed drastically, such powerful chakra, and. As if he had discovered something, Sasuke Uchiha raised his hand excitedly, and a branch grew out of his palm, sprouting several green leaves. Congratulations, you're now a wood-release ninja. Izayoi congratulated him with a smile. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, however, showed no surprise. Those who successfully receive Hashirama's cells can indeed awaken wood release. However, this wood release technique is not orthodox, it lacks both strong resilience and the strongest chakra absorption, and is merely a decent bloodline limit. Sasuke Uchiha quickly realized this as well, and with a slightly disappointed smirk, said, "Tch. It's nothing compared to your wood release." "Nonsense, you should know how strong my chakra is." Izayoi rolled her eyes. "Your current chakra is already quite remarkable, enough to use wood release. Moreover, transplanting Hashirama's cells mainly boosted your chakra and eye power. Now you possess yang release and water/earth release. If you cultivate wind release nature transformation, you'll be like me, possessing all 5 nature attributes." Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "So, that means I can learn all of your secret techniques. Yet, you're happy, aren't you?" Izayoi teased with a smile. "Humph. I'll forgive you for now." Sasuke Uchiha crossed his arms and said with a smug look on his face. Chapter 102. Seeing that the two's farce had ended, Orochimaru walked over with Kabuto Yakushi, revealing a wicked smile, and said, "Izayoi-kun, Sasuke-kun, are you satisfied with this surgery?" Judging from Orochimaru's demeanor, he doesn't seem afraid that Izayoi will go back on her word and discard her after she has served her purpose. Perhaps they had a backup plan for resurrection, or perhaps they knew they couldn't defy Izayoi and were betting that he was a man of his word. Indeed, for professional matters, you really need to find professionals. Izayoi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. The surgery is done, now it's time to settle the deal. Trade. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, almost blurting out, "Wasn't the surgery just now a transaction?" Immediately, Orochimaru seemed to remember something, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. He remembered what Izayoi had said earlier, the surgery for Uchiha Sasuke came later, and the first thing she wanted was something from him. Because of the interstitial cells, he subconsciously ignored what had just been said. At this moment, Izayoi tilted her head and looked at Orochimaru, saying matter-of-factly, "The surgery is just a return gift for our first meeting. Lord Orochimaru, you don't actually think that a single surgery can replace the information about that white Zetsu clone and the Shinigami mask, do you? Hat. So what does Izayoi-kun want? Orochimaru forced a smile, but inwardly cursed, thinking, what a cunning brat. He's setting a trap with every word he says. Wanting something and wanting something are completely different things. By agreeing to help with the surgery, Orochimaru had essentially accepted the deal. Now, Izayoi can absolutely demand an exorbitant amount. If they don't give it to me, then I'll have an excuse to turn against them. If I give it to them, what if they want what's most important to them? How should I choose then? Orochimaru was once again on the defensive. If he had known in advance that Izayoi would be here, he would have had Kabuto Yakushi leave with the important items. At that time, if Kabuto finds an opportunity, he will be able to revive him. Now, Orochimaru, who knows about the death mask and has obtained the perfect vessel, the white Zetsu clone, doesn't want to die. No matter how outrageous Izayoi's next demands were, Orochimaru had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly woke up. Was this kid doing this on purpose? First, use the information about the white Zetsu clone and the Shinigami mask to lure him in, and then use this psychology to control him. Could it be that the Grim Reaper mask is in his possession? Orochimaru's breathing suddenly became erratic and rapid. Izayoi, of course, had no idea that Orochimaru had started acting like a madman again. He was also very direct, saying, I want the summoning scroll from Ryokai Cave so Sasuke can sign a contract with Ryokai Cave. Ryoji Cave. Orochimaru never expected that what Izayoi wanted was a summoning scroll. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke Uchiha next to Izayoi, and his eyes burned with desire once more. If Sasuke Uchiha signs a contract with Ryokai Cave, will he have a chance to plant a cursed seal on Sasuke's neck later? However, after sensing Sasuke Uchiha's current aura, Orochimaru immediately dismissed his thoughts. Unless he regains the soul of his hands, he is no match for Uchiha Sasuke at all. So, Orochimaru also played a little trick, laughing, I thought Izayoi-kun wanted the impure world reincarnation technique, but it turns out it's just the summoning scroll from Ryokai Cave. It's just a small matter, but... Orochimaru paused slightly, looking at his hands with a troubled expression. The souls of my hands have been taken by the third Hokage through the summoning of the Shinigami. I can't use the summoning jutsu to summon the Ryokai Cave scroll. If Izayoi-kun can help me find the Shinigami mask, then you can do whatever you want with the Ryokai Cave scroll. After he finished speaking, Orochimaru saw Izayoi's ambiguous smile and his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Izayoi then looked at Kabuto and said, if Orochimaru can't perform hand seals, then why not have Kabuto-senpai do it? That's what you Sunin did at your class reunion in Tanabata. Hat. I knew I couldn't fool you, Izayoi-kun. Seeing that Izayoi knew even these things, Orochimaru stopped his charade and said, Izayoi-kun, the Shinigami mask is in your hands. What price do I need to pay for you to hand it over to me? Why are you so certain, Lord Orochimaru, that the death mask is in my hands? Izayoi asked with a playful smile. Seeing Izayoi's smile, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, I wasn't sure before, but now I'm finally certain. After all, Izayoi-kun, you're too steady. In terms of intellect and scheming, I think the Nara clan is far inferior to you. Thank you for the compliment. Orochimaru, you're quite impressive yourself, figuring out so quickly that the item was in my possession. Seeing Orochimaru's ecstatic expression, Izayoi, engaging in some mutual flattery, stated his condition, want the Shinigami mask? No problem. Just help Sasuke master the sage mode of Ryokai Cave, and I'll give it to you. Sasuke Uchiha, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly stared blankly at Izayoi. Although I don't know what sage mode is, it must be something extremely valuable to exchange for something that can break the forbidden technique used by the third Hokage at the cost of his life. This kind of thing might even be considered a foundational asset for Konoha. And now, Izayoi is actually using a treasure of this caliber to exchange for even greater power. At that moment, a warm feeling suddenly welled up in Uchiha Sasuke's heart, and he felt his eyes welling up with tears. It seems like having a godfather isn't such a bad thing, is it? Orochimaru looked at Izayoi with surprise. You even know Sage Mode. If Lord Orochimaru possesses my abilities, I believe you know even more, Izayoi said with a faint smile. That's true. Thinking of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind's Eye and the first Hokage's would release, Orochimaru suddenly realized something. He immediately nodded in agreement. No problem, I can introduce Sasuke to the White Snake Sage and help him learn the Sage Mode of Ryokai Cave. Then take out the summoning scroll. Pocket. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, who immediately understood, forming hand seals with Orochimaru's blood, crouching down and slamming his fist on the ground, summoning jutsu. With a bang, the white mist dissipated. A white snake, the size of an adult, appeared out of thin air. The white snake seemed to be carrying some kind of mission. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a huge scroll. The seal on the scroll clearly reads the three characters Rikadi. Izayoi patted Sasuke Uchiha on the shoulder and said, "Go on, sign your name on it with your blood." "Good." Sasuke Uchiha nodded, then walked over, opened the summoning scroll, bit his finger, and wrote his name on the blank scroll. "Well then, it's a pleasure to cooperate, Lord Orochimaru." "Hehe. It's a pleasure working with you. Sasuke-kun, just let me know when you're ready to learn Sage Mode using the snakes from Ryokai Cave." Orochimaru's tone sounded somewhat eager. It seems he's had enough of the pain of losing both hands. Just like depriving a smoker of cigarettes, for a scientist and a cage-level ninja, losing both hands and being unable to use ninjutsu is more painful than killing him. In addition, Orochimaru now has too many enemies. The Akatsuki organization, composed entirely of S-rank rogue ninja, and the two major ninja villages of Konoha and Tsunagakuer. If Izayoi hadn't come to make a deal, he would be dead by now. Now that Izayoi knows his location, the people on Konoha must have also broken the seals of the Sound 4 and Kimimaro, and read their memories from their brains. The ninja force might already be heading towards the land of rice fields. We must relocate as soon as possible. Now that the transaction is complete, we won't disturb Lord Orochimaru any longer. I'm really looking forward to seeing you again, Izayoi-kun. Hehe, me too. After Sasuke Uchiha signed the contract with Ryokai Cave, Izayoi exchanged a few more pleasantries with Orochimaru before preparing to leave. Before she had taken more than a few steps, Izayoi stopped as if she had remembered something, turned around and asked Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, do you have 2 Kusanagi swords? Would you like to transfer the other one to me?" "Izayoi-kun, your information network is truly impressive," Orochimaru said quietly, a deep sense of apprehension lurking in his eyes. He does indeed possess 2 Kusanagi swords and is searching the world for a third, but this is something even Kabuto Yakushi doesn't know. What's wrong with this kid? He's even more sinister than him. However, Orochimaru still opened his mouth wide and spat out a scroll covered in slime, saying to Izayoi, "This Kusanagi sword is for you, Izayoi-kun." "Sasuke, go pick it up quickly," Izayoi said to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the sealing scroll covered in slime, and a look of disgust instinctively appeared on his face. "Nonsense, this is for you too." Izayoi rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Anything that Lord Orochimaru can collect is a treasure. Haven't you heard the legend of the Kusanagi sword?" Izayoi-kun has good taste." Orochimaru, flattered, smiled and said, "There are 3 Kusanagi swords in total, each with its own abilities. The strongest is the Totsuka blade, which can not only change shape, but also permanently seals anyone struck by it into a dreamlike genjutsu space. For years, I have been searching for the Totsuka blade, but unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. In the end, Orochimaru's tone was filled with regret. Upon hearing about such a miraculous weapon, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up. He disregarded the slime on the ceiling scroll and quickly picked it up and wiped it dry. Then we'll be leaving now, Lord Orochimaru. Izayoi waved his hand, offering a friendly reminder, by the way, I suggest you relocate quickly, the location of this base has already been obtained by the torture department. Thanks for the reminder, Izayoi-kun. The two polite individuals chatted very pleasantly, like close friends despite their age difference. Both sides benefited greatly from this transaction. Uchiha Sasuke defied fate, his strength skyrocketed, and his drop rate increased. Once you master the Super Hurricane Ball technique and the Dragon Cave Sage technique, you will immediately become a top-tier ninja in the ninja world. At that time, the drop rate will surge again. Before the Tensagen completes its final evolution and unlocks the Tensagen Chakra mode and the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Izayoi has a real chance of unleashing the Sage Eye, Red, again. Orochimaru also obtained a white Zetsu clone, and still has hope of breaking the Reaper Death Seal. Everyone is a winner. 2 weeks later, the Nanhi River. Ha ha ha. Thick branches grow from the bank, connecting to the opposite bank like an arched bridge. Uchiha Sasuke stood on a tree branch, laughing triumphantly as he looked down at Hinata and Karin standing on the river below. His face was full of arrogance as he said, Nanda, is that all you've got? Bring it on. I've only just warmed up. Seeing the smug Uchiha Sasuke, Hinata, and Karin, who had been mocked, were speechless. Then they looked at each other and nodded in unison. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Hinata made a gesture similar to Tai Chi, then pushed forward with both palms, transforming her massive chakra into a shockwave far stronger than the 8 trigrams palm, which blasted towards Uchiha Sasuke on the tree branch. Too slow. Sasuke Uchiha sneered, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning once. Then, with a single leap, he easily dodged the attack of the Bagua empty wall palm. After flipping twice in the air, Uchiha Sasuke completed the hand seals and exhaled a wisp of flame downwards, fire release, great fire annihilation. The flames instantly grew larger, transforming into a raging inferno, crashing down like a meteorite. Water release, water shock wave. Karin clasped her hands together, and the Nanga River beneath her feet immediately surged with a large amount of water, forming a waterspout that shot into the sky and collided with the meteorite-shaped fireball. A hissing sound rang out, and white water vapor spread out like mist. Not good. Overconfident and arrogant, Uchiha Sasuke instantly realized the foolish thing he had done, and his expression changed drastically. Sniff sniff. The sound of something cutting through the air reached Sasuke's ears, and he saw blue chakra appear like a barrage of bullets within the thick fog. He quickly drew his Kusanagi sword from his waist, rapidly imbuing it with lightning release nature and form transformation, and swung it at incredible speed to deflect the incoming chakra. It turns out that the chakra was actually a series of water needles. Swoosh! Just as he blocked the water release, heavenly cry, another whooshing sound came from the left and reached Uchiha Sasuke's ears. Seeing Hinata charging towards him, clearly having stepped onto the mountainside, Sasuke Uchiha quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Wood release, great forest technique." Her arms transformed into numerous wooden vines, like the tentacles of an octopus or a swarm of snakes unleashed from their cage, binding Hinata as she flew towards them. However, Hinata simply let out a shout and slammed her fist into the wooden vines that had bound her. An immense amount of chakra erupted, instantly blasting the resilient wooden vines into countless fragments. The shockwave even blasted Uchiha Sasuke off the opposite bank from a distance. Sasuke Uchiha, who hadn't been hurt, had just regained his footing when a mocking voice came from behind him. "Nanda, is that all you've got? Sasuke-kun." A hand was placed on Uchiha Sasuke's back, and tadpole-shaped incantations immediately spread out. Battle over. Chapter 103. Damn it! Using a sealing technique is too cheap. If you're so capable, undo it and attack me again. As the thick fog dissipated, Sasuke Uchiha, whose limbs had been sealed and whose body control had been taken away, shouted and screamed in resentment. Sasuke-kun, are you still a kid who hasn't graduated yet? Karin retorted, her face full of exasperation. You were the one who wanted to fight 2 against 1, and you even made Hinata and me go all out. Now that you've lost, are you trying to cheat? Sasuke Uchiha's expression froze instantly. Hinata, who had just landed, kindly advised, Sasuke-kun, you need to control your temper. Every time your strength increases dramatically, you get carried away, which is a fatal weakness. Sasuke Uchiha's face turned bright red. Click! Click! At that moment, the sound of camera shutters being pressed kept ringing out. As Izayoi snapped a picture of Sasuke Uchiha in an unflattering pose, she shook her head and sighed, no good, Sasuke. I finally got to capture your handsome side, but you were defeated in less than 10 rounds. You look awful. So long-winded. Uchiha Sasuke felt utterly ashamed at that moment. If he had known it would turn out this way, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless. In future battles against Hinata and Karin, I absolutely cannot use fire release anymore, otherwise I'll be handing the advantage to these 2 women with amazing sensory abilities. After Karin released the heavy seal on her limbs, Sasuke Uchiha, who was too ashamed to face the 3 of them and also afraid that Izayoi would continue to tease him, was about to leave in a flash. Wait, don't go yet. Izayoi immediately stopped him, saying, now that your chakra is so vast, you're perfect for assisting me. After saying that, Izayoi turned to the 2 girls and said, Hinata, Karin, you 2 come and help me too. Yes. Hinata and Karin nodded immediately. TCH. Why the rush? It's not like there's nowhere for you to stay. Uchiha Sasuke muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Izayoi couldn't help but tease, you're not reluctant to let me move out, are you? Who can't bear to part with it? Sasuke Uchiha, who had been targeted, said angrily, I wish you despicable BD, would move out soon so you can stop tormenting people every day. Don't worry, my new house is huge. There will be a really big arena. You can come over anytime if you want to stay overnight or fight. Humph. I don't care. They arrived at the central street of Konoha with Sasuke Uchiha, who was speaking sarcastically, and Hinata. By this time, Izayoi's new home had grown quite a bit, after all, it wasn't a high-rise building. 2 more professional teams have joined the team and are currently renovating Izayoi's new home. Izayoi and her 3 companions used the multiple shadow clone technique to begin assisting these professional teams, while also learning their skills. If any problems arise in the future, they can fix them themselves. At the same time, Izayoi also discussed with the professional team in charge of underground modification to mechanize certain areas and install some ninja tools. Unlike the cockroaches who often cause more trouble than help, the 4 Izayoi members are all geniuses and are the master's favorite apprentices. They only need to be explained once to grasp the concept immediately, and they rarely make mistakes, which greatly speeds up the process. At this rate, I'm afraid Izayoi's new house will be completed before December. Rain-hidden village, a torrential downpour. Quickly. Scatter. Even if it means death, we must get this information back to Lord Rakage. Several figures wearing raincoats were running wildly on the muddy road. The leader then swiftly issued orders. The figures behind him immediately vanished, leaving only after images. A figure appeared instantly in a narrow alley, and a mask could be seen through his fluttering hood. It can be seen from the words of the leader that they are the ANBU of Kumagakuer. The Cloud Ninja ANBU bit his finger, and with the speed at which the rainwater couldn't wash away the blood, he swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground, summoning jutsu. With a bang, a grey wolf appeared in the alley. The Cloud Ninja took out a scroll from his person and was about to put it into the Grey Wolf's mouth when a dark shadow suddenly enveloped him and the Grey Wolf. Boom! A gigantic bowl descended from the sky, crushing the man and the Grey Wolf to death on the spot. The latter didn't even have time to return to the spirit world. On the rhinoceros's head stood a man with long orange hair, wearing a rogue ninja headband, and an expressionless face. This was the animal path. On the other side, a cloud ninja Anbu didn't even have a chance to use a summoning jutsu before a piercing sound of air being torn apart came from behind. Several tracking missiles flew over, and no matter whether the cloud ninja used teleportation or took a curved path, they could not shake off these missiles. With no other option, the cloud ninja Anbu could only turn around and use lightning release to try and shoot down the missile. Rumble! When the lightning struck the missile, the cloud ninja Anbu realized they had far underestimated its power. The dazzling flames engulfed the rain and drowned him as well. After the explosion subsided, the cloud ninja Anbu members were battered and bruised, barely alive. The next second, a figure descended from the sky, delivering a final blow to the neck of a cloud ninja Anbu. That is precisely the Azura path. The remaining cloud ninja Anbu were also instantly killed by pain in various ways. Someone had their chakra drained by the hungry ghost realm, and then their neck was snapped, causing them to die. Someone was devoured by the hellish king of hell who appeared through a psychic connection. Some even had their souls extracted, and upon death, they delivered all the details of their squad's mission and their actions during their infiltration of Omegakure to Nagato in the form of intelligence. Only the leader of the ANBU squad successfully escaped Omegakure. Just as he appeared at the foot of a rocky mountain, leaning against the cliff face, panting heavily, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes beneath the mask. A detached voice suddenly brought him back from heaven to hell. Universal guidance. An invisible force, like a giant, unseen hand, grabbed the dark squad leader's body and slowly lifted him into the sky. No matter how much the Dark Division captain struggled, he could not escape the invisible and intangible hand of God. Above him, through the misty rain, a figure dressed in red clouds and black robes drifted down. His purple, wavy eyes, exuding a chilling majesty, looked down at the ANBU squad leader. Pain said indifferently, "Let the cat and mouse game end here." Immediately, he raised his hand to the dark squad leader and whispered, "Shinra Tensei." A magical scene immediately appeared. A vast expanse of rain, covering an astonishing area, vanished into thin air. The Dark Division captain, floating in the air, transformed into a blur and crashed into the rocky mountain below. The mountain shattered instantly, and a large crater appeared in the ground. Even more incredibly, such a huge commotion didn't even have time to dissipate before it was swept away by an invisible storm. After instantly killing the ANBU squad leader, Pain didn't leave. Instead, he glanced at a rocky mountain to his left and said calmly, "Come out, Jiraiya-sensei." As he finished speaking, a tall figure in a raincoat immediately appeared at the top of the rocky mountain. He took off his rain hat, revealing a head of long white hair. It was Jiraiya. "It really is you, Yahiko." Jiraiya looked at Pain in the sky with a complicated expression, then suddenly shouted, "Yahiko, what exactly happened all these years?" Pain didn't attack Jiraiya. Instead, he slowly floated down to the opposite side of him and said calmly, "These past few days, haven't your shadow clones gathered the information they wanted?" "Jiraiya-sensei. That's why I asked, what exactly happened all these years?" Jiraiya questioned repeatedly, his expression filled with sorrow. "Are you Yahiko or Nagato? Was that angel of Omegakure, Konan? Why did I receive news of your deaths back then? If you weren't dead, why didn't you come to Konoha to find me? And why did you form an organization like Akatsuki? And what exactly happened with Shimura Danzo and Hanzo? Why did you team up with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, and why did you capture Konoha's wood-release ninja and steal the Scroll of Seals?" These questions puzzled Jiraiya for a long time. If he hadn't gone to find Tsunade, he would have come to Omegakure immediately after the Konoha Crush plan ended to investigate. At first, he didn't believe his 3 disciples were still alive, thinking that the person who killed Nagato had used the Rinnegan or other abilities to turn his disciples into puppets. Therefore, he was very cautious and only allowed shadow clones to infiltrate Omegakure. However, as his shadow clone gathered more and more information, he had to admit that his 3 disciples were indeed not dead. But one thing is certain, something must have happened to the 3 disciples, or something bad must have happened to one of them, otherwise their temperaments wouldn't have changed so drastically. Pain remained expressionless in the face of Jiraiya's questioning. However, upon hearing that he had also captured a wood-release ninja and stolen the scroll of seals, Pain's zombie-like expression finally crumbled. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly, as if in defense of himself, and he said calmly, "Shimura Danzo is dead, and I'm glad. But I didn't kill him, and I've never been to Konoha." "What?" Jiraiya paused for a moment, then glanced at the shattered rock face, his expression turning to disappointment. "Whether you're Yahiko or Nagato, my disciple never lied before. It seems you've truly changed over the years. The ninjutsu traces you left in Konoha are exactly the same as the method used to kill that ANBU member just now. This special ability is clearly the power of the Rinnegan, you can't lie." Pain, Tendo. For the first time in his life, Nagato experienced the feeling of having unspeakable suffering. He really couldn't understand it. Someone with the sage's eyes should be invincible in the entire ninja world, except for him. Why does such a powerful person lack any of the demeanor of a true leader? Throwing mud at others, isn't that something only the weak and petty do? Why did fate grant that person a second pair of Rinnegan, forcing them to undergo a divine trial with him? Is it because he is so virtuous and righteous that he must eliminate the one who represents the darkness of humanity in order to become the true savior? Perhaps wanting to salvage his image in his teacher's eyes, Pain arrogantly declared, "God's disdain lying. With my strength, I have no need to join forces with anyone. Since you, Jiraiya-sensei, have investigated Akatsuki, you should be well aware that Orochimaru is now a traitor being hunted by the Akatsuki. The person who joined forces with him to assassinate Shimura Danzo, capture the wood-release ninja, and steal the scroll of seals is a mysterious individual with a second pair of sage eyes, and also my destined nemesis." "What? A second pair of Rinnegan?" Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. But quickly, as if realizing something, he said with a strange expression, "Isn't it the 7th pair of Rinnegan?" Pain has been speechless more times today than he has been since his transformation. The majesty of God crumbled once more. But since the person before him was his mentor, he could only patiently explain, "Those people with black nails on their bodies are all my puppets." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression immediately turned sorrowful, and he whispered, "So, you really are Nagato?" Pain gazed expressionlessly at the rain, and said calmly, "I will become a god in Yahiko's name, to achieve true peace, and to destroy those endless wars." "Is this why your Akatsuki organization is targeting the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki? Do you want to collect all the tailed beasts?" Jiraiya questioned. "The peace brought about by this violent rule is not true peace at all. That's because of your limited perspective, nothing more," Pain said indifferently. "That's the difference between mortals and gods. Apart from that mysterious fellow, no one in the ninja world can understand my thoughts right now. Only that guy is worthy of being my opponent. Go back, Jiraiya-sensei. You've gathered enough information. My enemy now isn't your 5 great ninja villages, but the opponent destined by fate. If you're still not satisfied, then even if you're my teacher, I'll kill you." After leaving behind this warning, Pain's figure rose into the air and flew towards Omegakure. "Nagato, I will stop you!" Jiraiya shouted at Pain's retreating figure. "It is my duty as a teacher to correct my disciples' thoughts." Pain ignored it. Watching Pain's figure disappear into the rain, Jiraiya muttered with a grim expression, "The possessor of the second pair of Rinnegan, the mastermind hidden behind the scenes in the ninja world. I never imagined the situation would be this bad. This trip to Omegakure had a profound impact on Jiraiya. At first, it was thought that the trouble was caused by Nagato's Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Akatsuki organization was indeed his disciple. It seems that Yahiko's death caused a huge change in Nagato's personality, the child of prophecy. However, based on the conversation and observation just now, Jiraiya realized that Nagato hadn't gone completely to extremes, he had simply taken the wrong path. He believed his disciple's words. That's precisely why the situation is getting worse. The immortal has more than one pair of eyes, he has a second pair. That person was the mastermind behind the Konoha Crush plan, even Nagato didn't know their identity. Why did he kill Danzo Shimura? Why did they capture Tenzo, the test subject of the wood release experiment? Why did they steal the Book of Seals from Konoha, along with a large number of scrolls? The Akatsuki's goal is to collect the tailed beasts, violently rule the ninja world, and achieve an alternative form of peace. And what about this mysterious person? What is his goal? The unknown is the most terrifying. After his conversation with Pain, the mysterious man with the second pair of Rinnegan had become the most dangerous person in Jiraiya's mind. With this in mind, Jiraiya decided to embark on another journey through the ninja world to see if he could gather information about that mysterious person. With a bang, Jiraiya turned into a cloud of white smoke. So this was also a shadow clone. However, neither Pain nor Jiraiya noticed that in a distant place, another pair of eyes were watching them, none other than Izayoi's wooden clone. Chapter 104. No fight broke out? It seems the butterfly effect is getting bigger and bigger, Izayoi thought to himself. Not only did Jiraiya meet with Pain, but even the scene of Pain's 6 paths instantly killing the Cloud Ninja Anbu squad was witnessed by Izayoi's wood clone. After acquiring wood release, Izayoi only needed to create 10 wood clones to monitor the entire ninja world. The wood clone is second only to the white Zetsu clone. It also has the ability to transmit information in real time, and its resistance to attacks far exceeds that of the shadow clone. Even if your chakra is almost depleted, you can find an unlucky person to act as a power bank, absorb their chakra, and become self-sufficient. If it weren't for the farsightedness and X-ray vision of the reincarnation eye, one could only view from a godlike perspective, or switch to a first-person perspective to magnify the image and monitor a certain area, and would not have the ability to eavesdrop. Izayoi's 10 wooden clones were absolutely no less effective than the White Zetsu army. Although she couldn't eavesdrop, through such a long period of surveillance, Izayoi could still sense the impending storm. Because of the main body's manipulation, the Akatsuki's headquarters had already been exposed in advance. In order to confirm whether the Sage's Eye truly exists, various factions dispatched secret service teams to infiltrate Omegakure and gather intelligence. After the mysterious disappearance of the ANBU squad, they put pressure on neighboring countries to send ninjas from those small ninja villages. Pain spared no one from these invaders, annihilating them all. They showed no intention of relocating their base, as if they were prepared to go to war at any time and confront the siege of various ninja villages head-on. The various ninja villages that lost a number of reconnaissance teams are now in a wait-and-see mode. They were waiting for a warning from Omegakure to see if their leader was still the demigod Hanzo. Given Hanzo's performance and personality during the Second Shinobi World War, he would definitely use his own methods to warn the various ninja villages, letting them know that the demigod is not old yet. If Hanzo appears, it means the intelligence is false, and Konoha is deliberately spreading false information to distract all forces and prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. If Hanzo hadn't shown up, the information from Konoha would most likely have been true. At that time, all the major powers will definitely conduct a second round of probing. Once the existence of the Sage's Eye is confirmed, there is a high probability that war will break out in Omegakure. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths in mythology are no less alluring than the wood release, the bloodline limit of the god of shinobi. Especially in Konoha now, after decades, a wood-release ninja has appeared again. No one can be sure whether Izayoi will become like the first Hokage in the future. If the opponent becomes the god of ninja in the new era, Konoha will regain its position as the strongest, and may even possess the power to break the balance. The best course of action for all the major ninja villages right now is to join forces against Konoha and nip Izayoi in the bud before he becomes someone like the first Hokage. However, given the relationship between the various ninja villages, it's clear that they cannot join forces. The only way they can deal with Izayoi is to cultivate a shinobi world Azura to contend with the future god of shinobi. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the foremost of the three legendary dojutsu, are the best choice. Moreover, none of the factions are aware of the Rinnegan's abilities, and given the gambling mentality, someone is bound to be unable to resist. After all, Omegakure isn't Konoha, so it doesn't have that many ninjas. But if anyone can't resist and strikes first, they'll definitely get a severe lesson. Given the current state of the ninja world, they'll probably have to swallow this loss, unless they're brainless radicals. Thinking of this, Izayoi gazed in a certain direction and chuckled to herself, "It's good that things are chaotic, chaos will benefit me. In a while, I'll add fuel to the fire." Time flies, and November has passed in the blink of an eye. With Izayoi and 3 others using the multiple shadow clone technique to assist, the renovation of the new house proceeded at a speed far exceeding the house's growth rate. Construction began in mid-August and was completed in early December, taking more than 3 months. Izayoi's new home was finally finished. The address is located in the southeast area of Konoha's Central Street, a few streets to the right of Konoha's hot spring town. They are just a few streets away from the Hyuga clan, which is located in the southwest region. Because the hot spring resort was located on a relatively busy street with a large flow of people, Izayoi bought all the houses around the resort, so that his new home was surrounded by 4 streets in a square. To avoid being disturbed, to avoid being watched, and to prevent certain ninjas from choosing to fly over his rooftop when they were scaling walls, Izayoi, like the Hyuga clan, built 4 towering walls to surround his new home. The front and back walls are the front and back doors, and the left and right sides are full of artistic brick carvings. Inside the giant walls, there wasn't 1 house, but 2. Located at the front gate is a traditional building with a garden design similar to the Hyuga clan's patriarch's residence, combining the style of a traditional house with a traditional garden. The courtyard features artificial rock formations, various trees, ponds, stone bridges, and a profusion of flowers, creating a natural landscape painting. It's hard to imagine that outside this house lies a bustling street with a huge flow of people. The traditional building, full of ancient style, appears to be a wooden structure on the outside, but it is actually quite ingenious inside. Many parts have been processed by Izayoi wood craftsmanship, making it tough and sturdy. Many places that look like they're set in ancient times are actually mechanized, and ninjutsu tools and chakra cores are placed everywhere. The cores are inscribed with densely packed jutsu formulas and can connect to the courtyard outside at any time, raising a huge hemispherical barrier that can not only withstand powerful attacks but also block the spying of various senses. The traditional building boasts an impressive floor area and countless interior designs, along with 3 separate hot spring pools that can be enclosed or opened to the public. The building located at the back gate is a modern-style villa, surrounded by landscaped gardens, with swimming pools both indoors and outdoors. Between the traditional buildings and villas lies a vast, circular open space paved with white tiles, which also holds a hidden secret. This circular open space can be raised to form an arena. The statues on all 4 sides also contain chakra cores and are engraved with spells. Once activated, they will raise a barrier, allowing people to perform freely inside. Besides the surface, the underground space is equally amazing. It is Izayoi's underground base. This is Izayoi's new home. After the new house was completed, Izayoi hosted banquets for the Konoha ones, as well as Tsunade and Shizuan, in batches, inviting them to a lavish meal and enjoy the private hot spring. There are 3 hot spring pools, one for Izayoi and the Hinata sisters, and another for Karin. The other two are for male and female guests. Wow, it's so big. When the demolition was underway, the area didn't seem that big. How come the house is so huge now that it's been rebuilt? This is too luxurious. How much would it cost? I'm afraid even if I did all my work in my life, I still couldn't afford such a large plot of land, let alone build a house like this. The Konoha Senshi, visiting Izayoi's new home for the first time, were all stunned. Whether it was Naruto Uzumaki, an orphan, Sakura Haruno, from a commoner ninja family, or even Kaiba Inyazuka, all of them were greatly impacted. Lacking much education, they couldn't think of any words to describe the luxury of Izayoi's new house. Only Nara Shikamaru, the most intelligent of them all, gave Izayoi a meaningful look. It seems that this classmate, who is just as precocious as him, is hiding quite a secret. Land in a prime location is worth a fortune. To buy a piece of land this size, the price would be at least in the hundreds of millions. If I remember correctly, when Izayoi bought this land, he hadn't yet revealed his wood release technique. Back then, he was just a ninja prodigy. Even if the Hyuga clan thought highly of him, they wouldn't have spent so much money investing in him. The reward for an S-rank mission is usually starting at 1 million taels, and at most it will not exceed 5 million taels. A top secret, S-level mission would cost no more than 10 million taels. Even if Izayoi becomes an elite jonin in the future, he would still need to complete dozens of S-rank missions, or a dozen or so top-secret super S-rank missions, to repay this debt. This money was only for purchasing the land. The cost of building such a house would be no less than the price of the land, and might even be double that of the land. In other words, the house is worth at least 500 million taels of silver, or even more. The Nara clan has raised deer for generations and is Konoha's largest supplier of medicinal herbs. Even Nara Shikamaru's family doesn't have the money to build such a house. Even if the Hyuga clan is wealthy, they couldn't possibly mobilize such a large sum of money in just over 3 months. Clearly, Izayoi's excuse was fake, the money was probably all his own. So where did this money come from? Without a doubt, Izayoi still harbors secrets unknown to others. However, Nara Shikamaru didn't expose him, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino, as if she had noticed something, couldn't help but ask, "Izayoi, don't you have a plaque on your door?" "Don't hang it yet, hang it later," Izayoi said with a smile. "I'm so sorry." Yamanaka Ino then realized what was happening, quickly stuck out her tongue, clasped her hands together, and looked embarrassed. Although Izayoi's identity has been confirmed, the Senju clan has long since abandoned their original surname and completely integrated into Konoha. Even the 5th Hokage was called Tsunade, not Senju Tsunade. The surname is usually written on the door plaque, so what she said was indeed very impolite. "It's all right, I'll just hang the plaque up when the time comes. I hope you won't be surprised." Izayoi gave a playful smile, which piqued the curiosity of the cockroaches. Could it be that Izayoi has the bloodline of another ninja clan besides the Senju clan? Shino Aberame glanced at Karin, then nodded in realization. It seems that Izayoi will hang the whirlpool plaque on the door by then. The cockroaches, visiting for the first time, began to look around. The man strolled around outside, admiring the exquisite garden design, looking just like a country bumpkin visiting the city. Shino Aberame, on the other hand, stood in front of an ancient tree crafted from wood-type wood, completely unable to move his feet. "What a wonderful insect nest! I really want to raise insects in it." After wandering behind the traditional buildings, both Naruto Uzumaki and Kaiba Inyazuka were drawn to the arena and wanted to try it out. Once the barrier was erected, Naruto Uzumaki and Kaiba Inyazuka immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The result was naturally a one-sided victory for Kaiba Inyazuka. After defeating Kaiba Inyazuka, an overconfident Naruto Uzumaki provoked Sasuke Uchiha, who had been disdainful throughout and thought these guys were naive. Naturally, Naruto ended up getting a brutal beating. Even Hinata and Karin wouldn't be a match for Sasuke Uchiha in a one-on-one fight now. If you are careful and cautious and avoid being instantly killed by the sealing technique, you have a good chance of winning against the two women working together. To catch up with Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata and Karin need more than just learning superhuman strength and a few sealing techniques, they also need to defy fate. The boys toured the exhibits outside, while the girls toured the exhibits indoors. Wow, what a huge walk-in closet! Hey, this isn't a sewing machine, is it? And all these machines, Hinata, you can make your own clothes. Upon entering a spacious room, both Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura were stunned by the scene before them. Looking at the various clothes hanging in the glass wardrobe, and the large amount of expensive fabrics on the other side, as well as sewing machines and various garment-making machines, I felt the disparity of the world. Upon hearing this, Hinata smiled gently and said, I can't make clothes. These clothes were all made by Izayoi-kun. What? The two women were shocked again, their eyes widening. They rushed towards Hinata, grabbing her arms, gritting their teeth, and crying out in tears. Hinata, did you save the world in your past life? Having a good family background is one thing, but having a body like that is another. And to make matters worse, he's handsome, has a great personality, is incredibly capable, and even has a boyfriend who can sew. Ugh, I'm so envious. Me too. Looking at the two women who seemed like defeated dogs, Hinata's lips curled up slightly. However, this setback was just the beginning. When they started soaking in the hot spring that evening, the two girls were so humiliated by Hinata's physique, which allowed her to float at such a young age, that they couldn't even find a place to hide. They had no mood to relax in the hot spring at all and just wanted to finish as soon as possible, go home, and have a good cry under the covers. If you're unlucky, you might even suffer setbacks in your dreams. Even if they wanted to come and enjoy the free hot springs in the future, they would resolutely refuse to bathe with Hinata. Only Karin was a comrade they truly recognized. The only thing that could make Hinata feel inferior was Tsunade, who came to visit the next day with Shizuan. Hinata will need several more years to catch up with Tsunade's scale. However, Karin and Shizuan next to them were completely defeated, only daring to show their noses and eyes while taking a bath, blowing bubbles in the water. After spending 2 days entertaining the Konoha ones and the master-disciple pair Tsunade and Shizuan, Izayoi finally relaxed. The following morning, after swimming, Izayoi took a shower, put on a bathrobe, and leaned back on the sofa in the living room, letting out a comfortable sigh. Home is always the most comfortable place. Izayoi-kun, you've worked hard these past few days. Hinata stood behind the sofa, gently massaging Izayoi with her pressure point techniques while smiling softly. Hinata, you've worked hard these past few days too. Izayoi looked up, trying to meet Hinata's gaze, but was blocked. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he said, Hinata, this outfit suits you really well. Isn't the pattern on it cute? Upon hearing this, Hinata's face immediately flushed red, and she said shyly and hesitantly, this outfit is too embarrassing, I wouldn't dare wear it out in the summer, but it is indeed very cute. Because the room was heated, Hinata was dressed very lightly at this time. Below are white women's shorts, and on top is a perfectly fitted yellow tight-fitting t-shirt that shows off a perfect figure. In Izayoi's previous life, this would have been a very ordinary summer outfit. Even with a perfect figure, wearing such an outfit will only make you the center of attention, as you won't be showing any skin other than your long legs. The premise is: Hinata's yellow tight-fitting t-shirt is a regular plain-colored t-shirt. Hinata's t-shirt had a cartoon animal face printed on the front, with a very cute smile. Hinata didn't know what kind of animal it was, only Izayoi, who made the outfit by hand, knew. It was called Pikachu. Because of her enormous wealth, and the fact that her t-shirt was a tight-fitting short-sleeved one, Hinata stretched the Pikachu on her chest out of shape. This is why Hinata is shy and doesn't dare to wear it outside. Chapter 105. Unii-chan, Yaaya. On December 12, Hanabi's sister-in-law finally made a long-awaited appearance. Upon entering the traditional building, they found Izayoi sitting on the tatami mats, surrounded by numerous scrolls. Hanabi immediately rushed into his arms, letting out a false cry full of grievance. "What's wrong?" Izayoi casually tossed aside the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, hugged his sister-in-law back, gently stroking her back, and asked, "Who bullied my Hanabi? Tell Unii-chan, and Unii-chan will use his transformation jutsu to avenge you." Puff. Hanabi, who was faking her tears and acting pitiful, couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, she still put on an act, wiping away imaginary tears with her fingers, looking up at Izayoi, and saying pitifully, "It's father, and the clan elders." A cold glint flashed in Izayoi's eyes, and she said in a deep voice, "Are they forcing you to shoot the caged bird? If that's the case, then he needs to make a trip to the Hokage clan now. If the wood release isn't intimidating enough, then let them experience the power of the Tensagen." His relationship with Hinata is so obvious, yet he still dared to let Hanabi shoot the caged bird. Where does a powerful family that doesn't even have a single cage-level expert get such audacity? A caged bird? What's that? Hanabi was slightly taken aback, clearly unaware of the cruelty within her family. However, seeing the terrifying expression on Izayoi's face, Hanabi knew she had gone too far. She quickly pouted and said, "Father and the clan elders, I don't know what's wrong with them lately. They've been making Hanabi practice more every day, saying things like how if she continues to be lazy, she won't be able to bear the family's honor in the future. Not only do they have people guarding the gate after school every day, but they also won't let Hanabi go out on her days off, and they won't let my sister take me out either. It means Hanabi doesn't have any time to come out and play with Unii-chan." Izayoi was speechless for a moment, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He thought the Hokage clan was incredibly audacious and was prepared to fight him, a wood-release ninja, head-on. Unexpectedly, the Hokage clan remained pragmatic, having already prepared to marry off their eldest daughter and begun grooming their second daughter as the heir to the main family. Even his future father-in-law thought the same way. No wonder Hanabi hasn't come to see him lately. Hinata thought it was September when school started. Hanabi was busy with her studies, and the Uchiha clan's territory was near the Naka River, so Hinata came over without waiting for her to finish school. The Hokage clan also didn't allow her to go out alone. It turns out that fireworks are restricted to the home. Izayoi pinched Hanabi's cheek and asked with a smile, "So how did you get out today?" "The elders agreed to this today." Hanabi took a letter from her pocket and handed it to Izayoi, saying, "The elders asked me to deliver this to you. Make sure it reaches Unii-chan." Upon hearing this, Izayoi curiously took the envelope and opened it. There was only one invitation inside. When Izayoi saw the words on the invitation, the corners of her mouth immediately turned up slightly. "Unii-chan, what does it say on it?" Seeing Izayoi's expression, Hanabi immediately got up curiously, went behind Izayoi, leaned on his back, rested her chin on his shoulder, and looked at the invitation together. A moment later, Hanabi pouted again, looking disgruntled. Father and the elders are so biased. They didn't send an invitation to Unii-chan's birthday party, but they made Hanabi deliver the invitation to my sister's birthday party. It's so unfair. After saying that, Hanabi grabbed Izayoi's hair and threw a tantrum, saying, "I don't care, Unii-chan has to come to Hanabi's birthday party next year." "Yes, yes." With her hair a complete mess, Izayoi quickly raised her hands in surrender, promising repeatedly, "I'll definitely attend Hanabi's birthday party next year. Even if they don't send me an invitation, I'll shamelessly sneak over." In fact, Izayoi wanted to celebrate Hanabi's birthday separately this year, just like the Hinata sisters would celebrate his birthday with him every year. However, Hanabi's birthday is too unfortunate, it falls on March 27th. That period coincided with the time when Izayoi's Tensagan fetal movements occurred. By the time Izayoi's fetal movements ended, Hanabi's birthday had long passed. Hanabi, of course, knew nothing about these things. Having received Izayoi's promise, she finally relented, hugging Izayoi's neck from behind, kissing his cheek, and saying with a grin, "Hee, it's a deal then, okay? If Ani-chan tries to go back on his word later, Hanabi will secretly put laxatives in your milk and spit on you." Izayoi's eyes instantly sharpened. She pulled Hanabi from behind to the front, rubbed her cheek, and said with a forced smile, "Spitting. How did you come up with this prank? Tell me, have you done this before?" "No. No." Hanabi said vaguely, "I only secretly drank Ani-chan's milk." "What's the difference between that and spitting?" "Wait, wouldn't it be easy to spot someone stealing a drink?" "Hee, I secretly added water to it. No wonder it tasted different a few times." "You're asking for it." Izayoi flicked Hanabi on the forehead, and the two started playfully wrestling on the tatami mats. Just like when they hadn't seen Hinata for a month, their feelings for each other were like a honeymoon after a short separation. Having not seen her sister-in-law for almost 2 months, Izayoi also really misses this clingy little pillow. Hanabi's longing is many times stronger than that of Izayoi. In the original work, Hanabi is a sister complex because after she gained self-awareness, her older sister was the only one in the family who treated her the best and was the gentlest to her. They were like fathers and clan elders, each one so serious. Originally admiring her older sister, she was placed under even greater expectations by her father and the clan elders after winning a duel. She was instilled with ideas such as bearing the family's honor and was forced to mature prematurely into a little adult. However, in Hinata's eyes, she is still a cute little sister. Izayoi's appearance not only changed Hinata, but also Hanabi. In the original story, Hinata, who is introverted, had no idea how to take care of children. In contrast, Izayoi, who has lived 2 lives, not only has ample time and patience, but also sufficient knowledge and ability to nurture Hanabi. In front of Izayoi, Hanabi doesn't need to pay attention to any etiquette and can freely express her true nature. Her older brother will always tolerate her. Even if she did something wrong, Izayoi would educate her in a gentle tone and by telling her stories. She would never lose her temper or scold her with a stern face. The only serious training was to improve her strength. Afterwards, she would be made to bite back to vent her anger and heal her injuries. Even though Izayoi is only 5 years older than her, and when she entered the ninja academy, her older brother and sister hadn't even graduated yet, she was still so outstanding. Whether it's peers, upperclassmen, or even teachers at the ninja academy, none of them can compare to Izayoi. Therefore, Hanabi idolizes Izayoi even more than she idolizes her father. Over the years, Hanabi has changed from being a sister complex character as in the original story to being a brother complex character. This is the first time since Hanabi gained self-awareness that she has been separated from Izayoi for so long. As they joked around, she suddenly nuzzled against Izayoi's chest, her voice trembling slightly, and said, "Ani-chan, Hanabi has missed you so much these past few days." Izayoi paused slightly, then reached out and patted Hanabi's head, smiling, "Since you don't want to stay home to train, then come train at Ani-chan's house from now on. Like before, Ani-chan will guide you. May I?" Hanabi's beautiful, misty eyes brightened slightly, but she quickly shook her head dejectedly, saying, "No, father and the elders won't agree. Write a letter, Ani-chan, take it back to them and they'll agree." Izayoi smiled confidently, her tone even more domineering. Why did he take advantage of the Konoha Crush plan to eliminate Shimura Danzo and the Root organization directly? Instead of discovering a new mechanism, simply infiltrating the Hokage building, capturing Tenzo, unleashing his wood release, purple, Kekei Genkai, and then using a wood clone to impersonate pain, periodically attacking Konoha without killing them, just farming stats? More than these gains, Izayoi wanted to turn Konoha into her own sanctuary. If Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were still alive, even if he possessed wood release, he wouldn't have achieved his current status or enjoy such freedom if it were exposed. Without them, after Tsunade took over, Izayoi became the future of Konoha, and on the surface, he was one of the strongest in Konoha. He can be polite and respectful to his teachers, and he can also, not eat beef. Izayoi believed that the pragmatic Hyuga clan would agree. If they disagree, he can then get them to agree. Hanabi, of course, had no idea that her older brother was even more domineering than she had imagined. Upon hearing Izayoi's words, she immediately raised her hand and cheered, "Great! Hanabi can be with Unii-chan again. Unii-chan, Hanabi loves you to death." Hanabi hugged Izayoi's neck again, kissed his left cheek hard, then climbed onto his shoulder and shouted, "Unii-chan, Hanabi wants to ride high, wants to go outside and see the scenery." "Yes, yes." Izayoi still let her sister-in-law do as she pleased, getting up with her hands clasped together and leading her to visit the garden outside. "Unii-chan, did you catch all these fish in the pond?" "Ha ha ha." As expected, Hanabi understands Unii-chan best, she spotted the most crucial point right away. "Hee hee. Unii-chan, those trees, you created them using wood release, right?" "Some are, but those cherry blossom trees were brought back from the cherry blossom street on a special trip." "Unii-chan, I saw a swing. Hanabi's going to swing on it." "No problem, that's for you." "Unii-chan, quickly get the camera out, let's take a picture together." "Oh right, I almost forgot." For the rest of the day, Izayoi spent most of the time with Hanabi, showing her around their new house. After getting tired of exploring the gardens and traditional buildings, the two went to the villa. Although the weather has gotten colder, there is still a heated indoor swimming pool. Hanabi, who comes from a wealthy family, is not interested in traditional architecture, but she really likes modern villas. Especially something like a swimming pool. "I've never experienced fireworks before." So, after putting on the school swimsuit that Izayoi had tailored for her, Hanabi jumped into the heated pool and had a good swim. "The water isn't cold at all, Unii-chan, why don't you come swimming too?" "Good." Izayoi, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, jumped into the water and had a swimming race with her sister-in-law. After swimming, the two went to the indoor court to teach the sister-in-law how to play table tennis and basketball. Izayoi didn't know if there were ball sports in the ninja world. However, Izayoi managed to create one, and in addition to the sports field, there was also a card room. When the young heroes come to visit, if Izayoi doesn't have time to entertain them, she'll leave them here to play ball, cards, or go outside to fight in the arena, letting them pass the time on their own. Tsunade often brought Shizuan over to play cards with Hinata and Karin, and she always won the Charity Card King title. Karin played with her sister-in-law until evening. She had finished her training and returned to the kitchen to cook. Hinata also came to find Hanabi and went to help in the kitchen. So the two sisters had dinner at Izayoi's house. After eating and drinking their fill, the four rested for a while before changing into school swimsuits and soaking in the private onsen bath. Gurgle. Looking at Hinata's squirtle floating on the surface of the water, Karin was still only showing her nose and eyes, blowing bubbles in the water. Unii-chan, why isn't this hot spring open air? Hanabi sat next to Izayoi, looking up at the ceiling of the wooden shed. It can be outdoors. Would you like to see the night view while watching the fireworks? Izayoi asked with a smile. Uh-huh. Hanabi nodded repeatedly and smiled. It's not snowing today, the sky must be very beautiful. In that case, let's soak in the open-air hot spring. Izayoi got up to activate the barrier, then pressed a button, and the mechanized wooden shed immediately retracted. So beautiful. The cheers of the three women immediately came from the hot spring. Izayoi didn't go over immediately, but went to the kitchen and prepared some fruit platters and drinks. After glancing at the sake specially prepared for Tsunade, Izayoi hesitated for a moment before warming it up as well. Izayoi had always heard of soaking in hot springs and drinking sake, but had never tried it. The atmosphere is good today, and Izayoi is also preparing to break one of the three ninja taboos. When Izayoi brought these items back to the hot spring, it immediately caused a stir. Hey! Izayoi-kun, do you want to drink? But isn't that one of the three forbidden things for ninjas? Karin asked, looking surprised. Izayoi-kun, this isn't right, is it? Hinata said, pointing her finger and avoiding eye contact. Hee. Ani-chan, Hanabi will pour you a drink. Only Hanabi, carefree and oblivious to the three ninja prohibitions, picked up the sake jug and poured sake for Izayoi. Trying a little shouldn't be a problem, I'm just curious. Izayoi smiled and took a sip, her brows furrowing slightly. Ani-chan, what does it taste like? Hanabi asked immediately, curious. Hinata and Karin also turned their gazes towards them. It's a little sweet, kind of savory. Izayoi smacked her lips, then looked at Hinata and Karin with a smile, would you like to try some? No. Hinata and Karin, being the obedient children, quickly shook their heads and waved their hands. Ani-chan, why didn't you ask me? Hanabi pouted. If you dare to steal a drink, I'll beat you up, Izayoi warned, clenching her fist. Ani-chan is so annoying. Hanabi cupped a handful of hot water in her hands and splashed it on Izayoi's face. How dare you splash me? Take this. Izayoi threw down her wine glass and retaliated by splashing water. Ani-chan, you're bullying me. Sister and Karin-nichan, come quick, help me. Hanabi, stop fooling around, Hinata said helplessly. Karin responded with a smile, Hanabi, I'm here to help you. The two women began to attack Izayoi, repeatedly splashing water on each other. Gradually, some people started to break the rules, actually using chakra. The water flowed like a pillar and accidentally injured Hinata, who had moved to a corner and was resting with her eyes closed. The hair, which had been wrapped in a towel, instantly fell apart, leaving the person soaked to the bone. Hinata opened her pale purple byakugan, her gaze sharpening. Gentle fist technique. Bagua water flow palm. A jet of water exploded, instantly turning the originally cozy hot spring into a battlefield. Chapter 106. A3. A royal flush. A plane. Inside the villa's card room, Tsunade, who was taking a nap, brought Shizuan to find Izayoi to play cards. No matter how many hands the charity poker king loses, his addiction remains just as strong. However, this time, she broke down. Seeing that he had only thrown down a 3 of diamonds, Izayoi immediately ended the game with a royal flush and a straight flush. After a moment of surprise, Tsunade's face lit up with anger as she exclaimed, with such a good hand, why didn't you bid for the landlord role? Is it my fault? You were the one who insisted on taking it. Izayoi shrugged, mercilessly retorting, besides, Hokage-sama, your luck with the cards is terrible, you can't carry the team at all. Even if I, with a hand like yours, were to play as a peasant, Shizuan might just have a winning hand. What did you say? You want to fight, kid? Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, looking furious. Lady Tsunade, calm down. Shizuan quickly offered a wry smile to comfort her. Izayoi, however, showed no fear, shaking her head and sighing, playing cards with you, Hokage-sama, is utterly unsatisfying. I'm really afraid you'll lose all the military funds allocated by the daimyo. What? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would embezzle public funds? Who knows? After all, when gamblers are blinded by greed, they're capable of anything, aren't they? You brat, if you've got the guts, go fight me in the ring. If I don't fight it, I'll have to pay for the repairs myself. Ah! Seeing Tsunade so angry she was practically spitting fire, yet utterly helpless against Izayoi, Karin, carrying a fruit platter, gently said, Izayoi-kun, please don't bully Tsunade-sensei. Just telling the truth. Izayoi stood up and laughed, Karin, you fight. I'm going to train. Etc. Tsunade stopped Izayoi, her expression serious. Let's find somewhere else. The four of us can play mahjong, and I also want to talk to you about something. Izayoi tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Then the four of them moved to another table and started playing mahjong. You've been resting for so long, when are you going to go on a mission? Tsunade said while shuffling the cards. Although you're rich, your battle record is just too poor. If this continues, it'll be difficult for you to participate in the Jonin exams next year. No rush, let's talk about it later, Izayoi laughed. Besides, Shino hasn't been promoted to Chunin yet, Hinata and I can't fall too far behind him. Actually, the Chunin exams are held twice a year. The reason you only remember the July Chunin exams is because that one was more elaborate, designed to assess the national strength of the allied nations. As Tsunade played her cards, she slowly smiled and said, considering that some teams already have members who have been promoted to Chunin, to avoid an imbalance of strength in the Chunin exams in July, those teams that already have Chunin members are not allowed to participate in the July Chunin exams. However, the remaining Genin members can participate in the Chunin exams held in the first half of the year, which are only for Genin members of our village. I see. Raikai. Izayoi suddenly realized, then covered the tile. Tsunade's forehead instantly darkened, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on her face. She continued, Shino Aberame is quite strong. To be precise, almost no member of the Aberame clan is weak. With his strength, the Chunin exams in the first half of the year shouldn't be too difficult for him. So you'd better work harder next year and not be as lazy as you are now, Tsunade said sarcastically. When Kakashi Hatake was your age, he would already be an all-around Jonin. Self-draw, 7 pairs. You managed to draw this kind of hand? What kind of luck is that? Tsunade broke down again, then pushed the cards away. I'm not playing anymore, it's pointless. You don't have to fight, but you can leave after you pay. I'll owe you for now. Tsunade, who had been so aggressive, instantly softened her tone, then changed the subject, her expression serious. Also, be careful when you leave Konoha. Jiraiya sent me some information the other day. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the foremost of the 3 legendary dojutsu, are real. And there's more than one pair of eyes like that. The one who joined forces with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha Crush was not the leader of Akatsuki, but a mysterious figure of unknown gender, age, and identity, Tsunade said in a deep voice. Taking advantage of the chaos in Konoha, he not only infiltrated the Root organization's underground base, killing Shimura Danzo and all the members of Root, but also stole the bodies of all the fallen ninjas and captured an Anbu member who had been a wood-release experimental subject. It's now confirmed that the Rinnegan can use rule-based abilities like repulsion and gravity, and can even create puppets from human corpses, retaining their abilities from their previous lives. In the future, Shimura Danzo, members of the Root organization, and that would-release experimental subject might appear before us as enemies. At this point, Tsunade said with a hint of relief, luckily you were smart enough not to reveal your would-release beforehand, otherwise, during the Chunin exams, that mysterious person's target would very likely have been you. If it weren't for her exceptional ability to control her facial expressions, Izayoi's lips would definitely be twitching slightly right now. I thought it was something serious, but it turns out it was just a reminder to be vigilant. However, Izayoi nodded solemnly, I understand, Hokage-sama. Since you have Kagura's mind's eye, I'm not too worried about you. However, this is the first time the Rinnegan has appeared. No one knows if these eyes have any other hidden abilities, so it's better to be cautious. Tsunade stood up, patted Izayoi on the shoulder, and said with a mischievous grin, the new scroll of sealing techniques is ready. If you want to learn forbidden techniques, I can give you a price. Don't waste your ninjutsu talent. Well. Izayoi shook her head and sighed, you can even sell forbidden techniques? Hokage, your claim that you wouldn't embezzle public funds is utterly unconvincing. Fine, don't take it then, brat, you'll regret this. Tsunade stormed off in anger. Izayoi, who almost couldn't help but continue the joke, suddenly stopped herself from speaking. At that moment, Karin waved to Izayoi and smiled, Izayoi-kun, lunch is ready. If you're hungry, just heat it up in the kitchen. I'm going to the Hokage building to help out and train. I understand, good luck. After Tsunade and her two companions left, the villa instantly became deserted. Hanabi hasn't started her holiday yet, she should still be at the Ninja Academy at this time. Hinata is probably busy and hasn't come over yet. The other cockroaches had all gone out on missions, leaving only Izayoi in the huge villa. Izayoi didn't feel lonely. Instead, she returned to the traditional building, created several wooden clones, and sent them to the underground base to practice a certain technique. The main body then arrives at a room full of tools, sits at a table, and continues to create a birthday present specially prepared for Hinata. December 27th. This day was just an ordinary day for Konoha, and even for the entire ninja world. However, for the Hyuga clan, this day is a very important one. This is because it is the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan's main family. As Hinata demonstrated her talent, her status within the clan far surpassed that of the original story. Before Izayoi revealed her wood-release technique, the clan elders, in order to solidify Hinata's position, even reprimanded Hayashi Hyuga multiple times, blaming him, the clan head, for leading the way in violating ancestral precepts by not carving the caged bird seal on Hanabi. If it weren't for my age, I might have resorted to violence. After Izayoi revealed her wood-release technique, Hinata's status within the clan rose even higher. The elders, who were already very kind to her, became even more compassionate and warm-hearted. This year's birthday banquet was more grand than ever before. Since last night, members of the branch family have been busy making arrangements in various places within the clan. Whether they are members of the main family or branch families, everyone needs to leave work early today and return to the clan to prepare for the eldest daughter's birthday celebration. The last time it was this grand was 9 years ago. On that day, even though the Cloud Village delegation came to Konoha, the Hyuga clan did not go out to participate in the celebration, but instead celebrated the young lady's birthday within the clan. However, after that year, the young lady's birthday banquet was no longer held in a grand manner. This year's sudden grand occasion has made many members of the Hyuga clan feel as if they've caught a whiff of gossip. This day was also a very special and meaningful day for Izayoi. 9 years ago today, Izayoi used the newbie gift pack rewarded by the talent attribute system and completed a miraculous change of fate. If Izayoi hadn't copied Otsutsuki Toneri's red entry, her current strength would definitely not be this astonishing. Even if he copied Naruto Uzumaki's Sage Body, red, and unleashed Sasuke Uchiha's Sage Eyes, red, thus achieving a unification of the two extremes, his strength would still be far inferior to what it is now. After all, these two red entries are quite different from the Otsutsuki bloodline, red, and it would take at least a dozen years to awaken the Rinnegan. In contrast, Izayoi, a prince with the Otsutsuki bloodline, red, and the Byakugan, red, has already awakened the Tensagen. Sensing the power within her eyes, Izayoi had a premonition. In a little while, the baby will feel its second fetal movement. As dusk fell, Izayoi, having finished her bath and donned the white robe given to her by the Hyuga sisters, smiled at Karin and said, "Karin, come with me to Hinata's birthday party." This isn't a good idea. Karin scratched her face, somewhat embarrassed. The Hyoga clan only invited you, Izayoi-kun. If I go along, won't that put you in a difficult position? Don't worry, you're my family. They'll only try to please you. Izayoi patted Karen's head and smiled. Besides, Hinata specifically told me to bring you with me. Hehe, then I'll just follow along and freeload. Karin said with a beaming smile, skipping around. Izayoi-kun, wait a moment, I'll go get the gift. However, when Karin came out, she had changed her clothes and was wearing a purple kimono with petal patterns, which gave her an air of being a descendant of a wealthy family. Immediately, the two left their home and headed to the Hyoga clan's territory. Throughout the journey, Izayoi was the center of attention, with many villagers greeting him warmly. Every time Izayoi goes out, she receives this kind of treatment on the main street. Things are better now, at least I can still walk on the street. At first, the villagers went even crazier, forcing Izayoi to fly whenever she went out. With a mask-like smile on her face, Izayoi nodded in response as she quickened her pace. After traversing several streets, Izayoi and Karin finally arrived at the Hyoga clan. The Hyoga clan seems to have received advance notice of Izayoi's departure, or perhaps they were already waiting at the door. When Izayoi and Karin arrived at the entrance to the clan compound, two white-haired elders, with several clan members behind them, it was unclear whether they were descendants or subordinates, immediately greeted them warmly, saying, "Welcome, Lord Izayoi, to the Hyoga clan. We are truly honored." Amount. Karin was taken aback by this display of force. Izayoi was also slightly taken aback. Seeing that none of them had caged birds on their foreheads, they were clearly members of the main family, and seemingly very high-ranking elders. Coming to her senses, Izayoi bowed politely and said, "Greetings, excuse me." Seeing how easy Izayoi was to get along with, the two elders' smiles widened even more. One of them quickly said, "The clan leader and young lady have been waiting inside for quite some time. Lord Izayoi, please follow me." After saying this, the two elders stood on the left and right, not even daring to lead Izayoi by half a step, and simply pointed the way, leading Izayoi into the Hyoga clan's territory. Their enthusiasm and attitude exceeded Izayoi's expectations, astonished Karin, and even left the Hyoga clan members who happened to witness this scene at the buffet speechless. The clan elders are all powerful and respected figures within the family. Their decisions are sometimes so difficult that even the clan chief cannot disobey them. For the members of the branch family, these elders are just like the clan chief, both being high and mighty figures. Yet this very important figure stood undignifiedly on either side of Izayoi, his wrinkled face beaming with a radiant smile, his eyes barely visible. His kind demeanor was not like that of an elder treating a favored junior, but more like the obsequious and fawning manner of a servant before his master. It's extremely offensive and severely damages its image. As a result, Izayoi, who was so flattered by the two clan elders, immediately became the focus of the Hyoga clan. Both members of the main family and branch families stared at Izayoi with curiosity, causing her to endure a barrage of disdainful looks along the way. Some people recognized Izayoi, and after a moment of realization, their expressions also became excited and agitated, as if they had just understood something. After Izayoi and the elders left, whispers began to rise and quickly spread throughout the clan territory. It turns out that the reason why the young lady's birthday banquet this year was held in such a grand manner was to entertain Lord Izayoi, who had awakened the wood release. The young lady and Lord Izayoi are definitely not just classmates and friends. This descendant of the Senju clan, the future of Konoha, is their future son-in-law. The atmosphere within the Hyoga clan instantly became lively. Meanwhile, Izayoi, guided by the clan elders, arrived at Hinata's house for the first time. Unii-chan. At the entrance of the clan head's mansion, Hayashi Hyoga and the Hyoga sisters had been waiting for a long time. The unruly Hana immediately rushed into Izayoi's arms. Seeing this, Hayashi Hyoga and the clan elders did not reprimand him, Instead, the latter's smile widened. The better the relationship between the future son-in-law and the future head of the main family, the greater the benefit to the Hyoga clan. In this way, there's no fear that the eldest daughter will be separated from the Hyoga clan once she gets married. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hanabi. Izayoi hugged Hanabi, who rushed towards her, and patted her head with a smile. At the same time, Izayoi also looked at Hyoga Hayashi next to Hinata. This was the first time he had met his future father-in-law. Leading Hanabi to Hayashi Hyoga, Izayoi bowed slightly and said, "Nice to meet you, uncle." Izayoi greets you. "Welcome to the Hyoga clan, Izayoi." A smile appeared on Hayashi Hyaga's usually serious face as he bowed in return, saying, "Thank you for taking care of my daughter all these years." Seeing this, the elders all smiled with satisfaction, and then instructed, "Hayashi, you are in charge of entertaining Lord Izayoi. Do not neglect him. Happy birthday, Hinata. I won't bother you any longer. Take care, elders." Hinata, who had already walked through the clan's territory with her father, immediately bowed in respect. After the greetings, Izayoi looked Hinata up and down, her eyes slightly brightening, and sincerely praised her. "Hinata, happy birthday. You look absolutely gorgeous today." Hinata was still wearing a white kimono with petal patterns and a purple obi, but unlike her usual kimono which was suitable for battle, today's kimono was a traditional one worn only on important holidays. The hem of the kimono was almost ankle length, and she was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. Her long, silky black hair was transformed into a he-style hairstyle, giving her an even more regal air. Hinata's delicate and pretty face was adorned with a light layer of makeup. Coupled with her height and figure, which were almost identical to those in Shippuden, Hinata radiated light at that moment, making Karin, who was still in her teenage form, feel ashamed of herself. Hinata blushed slightly at Izayoi's praise, but instead of bowing her head in embarrassment, she smiled gently and replied, "Thank you, Izayoi-kun. You look as handsome as ever today." After they finished speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled again. "Let's talk inside." Led by Hayashi Hyoga, Izayoi stepped into Hinata's house for the first time. This is a good start, and it also means that from now on, when Izayoi comes to find Hinata, she will no longer need to wait outside the Hyoga clan's territory, she can come and go freely at any time. Upon arriving at Hinata's family's dining room, the table was already laden with delicacies, as well as traditional birthday dishes such as red bean rice and mochi, seaweed soup, and a 5-tiered cake in the center. "Sister, make a wish and blow out the candles." After lighting the candles, Hanabi ran to turn off the lights and urged her. Hinata also ceremoniously put her hands together in a prayer gesture, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. In no time, Hinata, with her amazing lung capacity, blew out all the candles in one breath. "Happy birthday, Hinata!" Once the fireworks lights were turned on, Karin immediately smiled and presented her gift, an exquisitely wrapped gift box. "Thank you, Karin." Hinata smiled gently as she accepted the gift. Hanabi leaned closer, looking at Izayoi's empty hands, and asked curiously, "Unii-chan, where's your birthday present?" Hinata looked over with expectant eyes. Izayoi patted Hanabi's head and smiled, "My gift is a little special, I want to give it to Hinata separately later." Upon hearing this, Hinata became even more excited. "Let's eat first." Hayashi Hyoga, who was out of step with the younger generation, immediately invited Izayoi and the others to sit down. In front of Hayashi Hyoga, Izayoi and the others were equally restrained. Even the seemingly unruly fireworks display is governed by strict etiquette. As if sensing their awkwardness, Hayashi Hyoga only ate for about 10 minutes before getting up and saying to Hinata, "I'm going over there for a bit. Hinata, you stay and entertain Izayoi and your friends, and also ask for Izayoi's opinion." After saying that, Hayashi Hyoga nodded to Izayoi and then walked out of the house. "What opinion?" Izayoi looked at Hinata with a puzzled expression. There's actually another banquet outside, but father and the clan elders were worried that Izayoi-kun wouldn't like that atmosphere, and they were also afraid that the clan members might accidentally offend him, so they've arranged a separate family banquet, Hinata explained softly. The clan elders all want to meet Izayoi-kun and introduce him to the clan members, so they asked me to ask your opinion, Izayoi-kun, whether you would like to attend that banquet. I see. Izayoi suddenly realized, at the same time feeling a bit amused and exasperated. Wow, the Hokage clan is truly pragmatic, they've thought things through very well. No wonder they sent him an invitation but hosted him at a family dinner, they even considered his feelings. Good, that's loyal enough. It has to be said that the Hokage clan successfully won over Izayoi's favor. Izayoi was very satisfied with her first impression of them. However, on the surface, he shook his head and smiled, saying, let's meet again sometime. Right now, I just want to celebrate your birthday with Hinata. Hinata nodded repeatedly. She didn't actually like those kinds of occasions either, preferring simple family dinners. Ani-chan, did you bring the camera? After her father left, Hanabi instantly revealed her true colors, sitting on Izayoi's lap and teasingly saying with a smile, Sister looks so beautiful today, won't you take a picture? Izayoi's eyes lit up immediately. She rubbed her sister-in-law's cheek and laughed, it's all Hinata's fault. She drugged me at the door. If Hanabi hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten everything. Rolling up her sleeves, Izayoi took out the camera stored in the sealed scroll, loaded it with new film, and pressed the shutter on Hinata, who was currently eating heartily with her little face puffed up like two buns. Hearing the sound, Hinata, who was holding a large chicken leg, cast a questioning glance at her. The princess with her signature Haim hairstyle, holding a large chicken leg, doesn't appear rude at all, instead, she exudes a charming contrast. Her puffed-out cheeks and adorable, puzzled look have been captured and preserved forever. Ani-chan, create a clone, let's go take a picture with my sister and Karin Nichan. Good. Izayoi and Hanabi, who don't eat much, started to cause trouble. Handing the camera to the wooden clone, Izayoi, along with Hanabi and Karin, came to Hinata's side, giving the center position to the birthday girl, and then took a group photo sitting at the dining table. At first, it was a normal photo shoot, and it didn't disturb Hinata who was just getting into the mood. After Hinata devoured all the plates, leaving only the 5-tiered cake in the middle, which she had only eaten a little of, she finished eating. Izayoi and Hanabi exchanged a smile, and in perfect unison, grabbed a handful of cream. The former slapped Hinata across the face, leaving the girl looking up at him in a daze. Hanabi, on the other hand, suddenly betrays her beloved older brother by throwing the cream in her hand at Izayoi, hitting him right in the face. The latter stared incredulously at the clingy little pillow. Karin, meanwhile, covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. Click! The shutter clicked, and the wooden clone captured the scene. Izayoi-kun. Hinata stood up, her fists clenched, her eyes obscured by shadows, and her entire body emanating a black aura. Cough cough. I was wrong, it was all my fault. Izayoi took out a handkerchief and wiped the cream off Hinata's face, as well as the black aura from her body. Smiling, she changed the subject, saying, Hinata, I have a surprise for you. Let me show you. After saying that, Izayoi turned to Karin and said, Karin, you stay here and keep Hanabi company, or Hanabi can take you out for a walk. Immediately, Izayoi and Hinata vanished into thin air. The wooden clone also disappeared. Hanabi, who had grabbed a handful of cake and was ready to retaliate at any moment, exclaimed in surprise, there wasn't a sound. How did Ani-chan and Ine disappear? Karin also formed hand seals, unleashing her full power with Kagura's mind's eye, then exclaimed in shock, even Konoha doesn't have the chakra of Izayoi-kun and Hinata. That was, a space-time ninjutsu. Wow, that's amazing. Although Hanabi didn't know what space-time ninjutsu was, her beautiful eyes lit up when she heard that Izayoi and Hinata weren't in Konoha. They can leave Konoha in an instant? Does that mean Unii-chan can take Hanabi on trips anytime? She exclaimed. Chapter 107. The Land of Lightning is a truly magical country. Unlike the mountain ranges of the Land of Rivers, where villages and cities can be built on or at the foot of mountains, the Land of Lightning was founded atop a towering mountain peak, shrouded in mist during the day and occasionally echoed with deafening thunder. The military base is hidden in the clouds and is also known as the Hidden Cloud Village. However, at night, especially on a rare cloudless day, the country becomes exceptionally beautiful. Izayoi-kun, look, look! The starry sky is so close, so beautiful. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Izayoi and Hinata climbed from the foot of the mountain to the top of a large mountain. Hinata, unaware that she had already gone abroad, thought that Izayoi was going to take her for some after-dinner exercise, so she excitedly started climbing the mountain. Now that they had finally reached the summit, the girl, filled with a sense of accomplishment, thought she had discovered the surprise prepared by Izayoi. She grabbed his hand and pointed to the starry sky, cheering. No matter how beautiful the starry sky is, it can't compare to even a fraction of Hinata's beauty. Izayoi's sweet words flowed effortlessly, making the girl's cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, the joy at this moment had already outweighed the insignificant shyness. Hinata took Izayoi's arm and leaned on his shoulder, gazing at the starry sky with a soft smile. Izayoi-kun, thank you for the surprise. This is the first time I've ever seen the starry sky from such a high place. Upon hearing this, Izayoi was slightly taken aback. Looking down at the girl's radiant smile and blissful expression, so easily satisfied, Izayoi couldn't help but lean over and kiss her cheek, smiling, this is just the beginning. I have many more surprises in store for you. Then, holding Hinata's small hand, which was rapidly rising in temperature due to the attack, Izayoi led her to the edge of a cliff. There, surprisingly, was a long stone bench, clearly prepared in advance. Hinata felt a warmth in her heart, as if she could see Izayoi coming to scout the location in advance, then finding the best spot to build the stone chair, or perhaps moving the stone chair over. Clearly, Izayoi had been preparing for her birthday for several days, or even longer. Just like how she started agonizing over what gift to prepare for Izayoi at the beginning of the year, after deciding on a scarf and clothes, she spent a long time selecting materials and learning how to knit a scarf from the elders in the clan, knitting it stitch by stitch. The clothes are constantly under scrutiny. Not only must the size be perfect, but if the appearance is unattractive or the material is substandard, they are immediately remade. Now that her concern has been reciprocated, Hinata feels a sense of happiness from the mutual affection. Even if this is all the birthday present she received this year, she is perfectly content. After all, there were always some regrets about the birthday gifts from previous years. At that time, Izayoi had not yet gained the approval of her father and family, and her father did not allow her to celebrate her birthday alone. Every year, Izayoi Hajime gives me my birthday present. But starting this year, things are completely different. From then on, Izayoi could freely enter and leave the Hyuga clan as if she were going to his house. From then on, Izayoi never missed her own or Hanabi's birthdays. Thinking of this, Hinata's face once again beamed with a happy smile. She took the initiative to place Izayoi's arm on her shoulder, then gently leaned into his arms. Sitting on the stone bench with her beloved, they admired the starry sky that adorned the quiet and romantic night. Just then, a red box appeared in front of Hinata, and then she heard Izayoi's gentle voice. Happy birthday, Hinata! This is... Hinata looked up at Izayoi, her eyes filled with surprise. Izayoi couldn't resist playfully flicking her nose, laughing, I know you're easily satisfied, but do you really think coming to see the stars is my birthday present? Do I seem like such a petty person? Of course Izayoi-kun isn't stingy, it's just... Hinata took the box, playing with it lovingly, then, as if remembering something, she couldn't help but laugh. Izayoi-kun was so poor back then, the gifts he gave were all so interesting. What do you mean by interesting? It should be called full of heart, after all, it's something I made by hand. Izayoi's hand, which was resting on Hinata's shoulder, suddenly lifted her chin, pinching her cheek, and she threatened fiercely, I'll give you one chance to rephrase your words, or I'll make you a hand grip strengthener. The gift from Izayoi-kun is so thoughtful. I really like it. Hinata said obediently, her voice muffled because her cheeks were being pinched. Humph, I'll let you off this time since it's your birthday. Satisfied, Izayoi released her grip and urged, open it and see if you like it. Hinata opened the box with great anticipation. The next second, the girl's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she exclaimed instinctively, what a beautiful necklace. However, after seeing the necklace clearly, she immediately looked up at Izayoi and said with some heartache, Izayoi-kun, this necklace is too expensive. There was no need to spend so much money. It's free. This necklace was also handmade by me, and the materials were a gift from a kind person. Izayoi pinched Hinata's cheek and chuckled, take it out and see if you like it. Hearing that it was also handmade by Izayoi, Hinata's happiness immediately outweighed the heartache of spending money. Hinata took the necklace out of the box, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if reflecting several colors. The necklace in front of me looks very simple. The chain is made of natural pearls, and each pearl shines with a unique luster under the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, you'll also notice that the chain isn't entirely made of pearls, there are also a few diamonds. At each end of the chain is a round-cut blue gemstone, with a pear-shaped purple diamond dangling below. Izayoi reached out and held the 8-gram purple diamond, smiling, I originally wanted to set a light purple diamond in it, so these two gems would represent our eye colors, but light purple is too ugly. This darker color looks much better. The girl remained silent, only excitedly kissing Izayoi's cheek. Then, cradling the meaningful necklace in her hands, she looked up, her face filled with happiness, and asked, Izayoi-kun, does this necklace have a name? It's called the Margaret necklace, Izayoi laughed. Margaret? Does that name have any meaning? Hinata asked curiously. Yes, it's another name for a flower. Izayoi leaned close to Hinata's ear and whispered Margaret's other name to her. After listening, the innocent and naive Hinata nodded in realization, so it's Daisy. It certainly doesn't sound as good as Marigold. 16 nights passed in silence, and a rare feeling of shame welled up within me. Once a person is tainted, they can never be cleansed. Hinata, let me put it on for you. Izayoi took the necklace from Hinata, got up, went behind the stone bench, and put the necklace around Hinata's neck. After putting it on, Izayoi hugged Hinata from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and smiled, do you like it? Hinata nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, this is the best birthday present I've ever received. Izayoi-kun, thank you. The girl kissed Izayoi's cheek again. I'm glad you like it, but the surprises aren't over yet. Izayoi rolled over and sat back down next to Hinata, pulling the girl into her arms. Instead of revealing the surprise, she changed the subject, saying, Hinata, there's something I've always wondered about. Could you help me figure it out? What's wrong? Hinata's attention was instantly diverted, and she looked up curiously. Izayoi looked down into the girl's beautiful eyes and smiled, how did you dare to run away from home alone back then and wander around the deserted streets? Upon hearing this, Hinata's memories, which had not faded with time, immediately resurfaced. Gradually, guilt, sadness, happiness, and lingering fear appeared on his face, a very contradictory combination of expressions. If 9 years ago today was a very significant day for Izayoi. For Hinata, that snowy night 9 years ago was the most meaningful day. Hinata nestled against Izayoi's chest and whispered, that day was actually the funeral of my uncle, my father's younger brother, Niji's father. The reason I ran away from home was because, my uncle died because of me. Izayoi didn't speak, but instead pulled the girl into her arms even tighter. Hinata continued, 9 years ago today, I was sleeping at home when someone suddenly broke into my room and kidnapped me. Luckily, my father, who had just returned home, found me while I was climbing over the wall and rescued me. But 2 days later, I heard the news of my uncle's death. At that time, I didn't know why my uncle died. I only vaguely heard my father and mother's conversation and learned that my uncle died in my father's place, probably because my father accidentally killed the intruder. Back then, I didn't know I was also a victim. I thought I had killed my uncle, so I ran away from the clan's territory in grief. After speaking, Hinata's low spirits suddenly lifted, and the sadness in her eyes was replaced by happiness. She looked up at Izayoi and smiled, but I'm so glad I ran away back then, otherwise I wouldn't have met you, Izayoi-kun, and maybe we would never have crossed paths. The thought of that possibility sent a shiver of fear through Hinata's eyes, and she was often awakened by such nightmares on many nights. That snowy night was a turning point in Hinata's life. Little did they know, back then, there was a child dressed in a snowman costume who had been circling the streets outside the Hyuga clan's residence for hours in the snowy night, his face turning red from the cold. However, on the surface, Izayoi lowered her head and pressed her forehead against Hinata's, gently rubbing against her and chuckling, I'm also glad I couldn't sleep that day and impulsively decided to go out for some fresh air, otherwise I wouldn't have run into the runaway princess. Gazing into Izayoi's smiling blue eyes, Hinata felt a familiar emotion well up inside her. Finally, she mustered her courage once more and boldly uttered the words she hadn't been able to say before, Izayoi-kun, I love you. Izayoi was slightly taken aback, staring blankly at the girl whose cheeks were flushed but whose gaze did not dart away, instead looking at him shyly. Immediately, Izayoi smiled and replied, I like you too, Hinata. Then let's be together, okay? Hinata lowered her head and stretched out her small hand, her heart pounding. Despite it being a cold winter day, I was already sweating profusely from the heat. Fortunately, Izayoi knew the limits of a young girl, and didn't dawdle at this important moment. Aren't we already together? Izayoi placed her palm on Hinata's palm, and then the two of them flipped over in perfect unison, their hands clasped together, their fingers interlocked, and they smiled at each other. Before Hinata could even throw herself into Izayoi's arms and openly embrace her boyfriend for the first time, Izayoi suddenly turned to look at the starry sky, pointed, and exclaimed, Look, a surprise is here. Hinata looked in the direction Izayoi pointed, her beautiful eyes widening slightly, reflecting the orange-red flames within them, and she exclaimed, So beautiful. Suddenly, a patch of orange-red flame appeared in the starry night sky in the distance, and streaks of red shooting stars flew out from it, streaking across the horizon without disappearing in an instant. But if Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked over, she would realize that this wasn't a shooting star at all, it was clearly a meteor shower. Chapter 108. Beep beep beep. While Izayoi and Hinata were admiring the shooting stars, an alarm sounded in Kumagakure, an area many kilometers away. It was past 9 o'clock at night, and most of the villagers were still awake. Even those who were asleep were not fully immersed in dreams. So when the alarm sounds, villagers who participate in several evacuation drills each year rush out of their homes. What is that? Meteorites. It's a meteor shower. Run! Is the end of the world coming? Many villagers had just rushed out of their homes when they discovered the reason why the village's air raid sirens had sounded. Looking up at the orange-red flames in the sky, I saw that they were formed from giant fireballs. These fireballs were actually meteorites that descended at high speed, creating a layer of flame through friction with the atmosphere, enveloping their entire bodies. This scene, viewed from a distance, is incredibly beautiful. Many people may even have made prayer gestures and begun to make wishes. But for the hidden cloud village, it was a natural disaster akin to the end of the world. One Nigerian, who recognized it as a meteor shower, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Just then, after images flashed in all directions. One of the after images stopped. It was a black man wearing a vest, with dark skin and a strong build. He shouted at the villagers who were still standing there dumbfounded, "What are you all standing here for? Quickly follow the safety manual and go to the shelter with the commanding troops." The villagers, awakened by the scolding, rushed towards the shelter. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Rakage building, the fourth Rakage was also gazing solemnly at the meteor shower falling from the sky. Behind him, Mabi, with dark skin and short white hair, said urgently, "Lord Rakage, according to the sensory team's analysis, the meteor shower will hit the village precisely in 3 minutes at most. Please evacuate this area immediately." "What nonsense are you spouting? I am the Rakage, how could I possibly desert my post?" The fourth Rakage reprimanded him, then asked knowingly, "In these 3 minutes, can the villagers take shelter in the shelter?" "This time frame is too short. Only villagers from the outskirts of the city can reach the shelter," Mabai said with concern. "And we can't be sure if the shelter's sturdiness and protective barriers can withstand the impact of the meteor shower." The fourth Rakage wasn't surprised and quickly issued the order, "Give the command to gather the villagers together and have the barrier team cast a protective barrier around them. If one barrier isn't enough, cast multiple barriers. Even if the village is destroyed, the villagers' lives must be saved." After speaking, the fourth Rakage slammed his fist into the rooftop railing, clenching his teeth as he said, "Damn it! This came too suddenly. I shouldn't have sent B to the Cloud Thunder Gorge. If B were here, with his 8 tails Jinchuriki Chakra and my own, we might have been able to use the 4 Red Yang formation to withstand these meteor attacks. The sensory team has already contacted the person in charge of delivering supplies to Lord Killer B. Lord Killer B should be assisting us from afar," Mabi said. "The Lightning Release and Earth Release teams are also in position. As soon as the meteors reach a certain height, they will use techniques to strike and double-layer defense, minimizing the power of the meteor shower and protecting this mountain." The gloom in the fourth Rakage's eyes eased slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "Has the sensory team found the mastermind?" "Not yet, but we can confirm that the other side is hiding somewhere on this mountain," Mabi said, his face grim. "The meteor shower's landing location was precisely aimed at our hidden cloud village. If this was a man-made technique, then there must be an anchor point, otherwise, it's terrifying. It means that the person behind it can summon a meteor shower to strike any location in the ninja world at any time. Such a technique could probably only be performed by the sage of 6 paths from mythology." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the fourth Rakage's eyes. "So, this is Akatsuki's retaliation. It's uncertain for now, but the probability is higher than other major ninja villages," Mabi said truthfully. "Currently, none of the known bloodline limits and secret techniques in the ninja world, even lost forbidden techniques, can summon meteors, let alone such an astonishing number of meteor showers. Even the wood release bloodline limit used to quell chaos is no exception. But if the sage of 6 paths from mythology, and the one with the most powerful of the 3 legendary dojutsu, truly existed, then summoning meteorites could very well be a power of the Rinnegan. After all, the moon in mythology was created by the sage of 6 paths." Looking up at the ever-growing, or rather, ever-approaching flames, fear filled Mabai's eyes. If this conjecture is confirmed, it would mean that there exists an extraordinary being in the ninja world. Compared to that, the threat posed by Konoha's would release ninjas is utterly insignificant. Even the ninja god who quelled the chaos of the world could not compare to him. After all, the mercy of the god of shinobi is still celebrated in the ninja world today. And the person behind this who resorts to strategic strikes at the slightest disagreement is simply a madman. Being targeted by such terrorists, Even if Kumagakure is rebuilt, it might still suffer another strategic attack at any moment. As one of the 5 major powers, it is very likely to exist in name only. This is an apocalyptic crisis specifically targeting the hidden cloud village. Ninjutsu, 4 Purple Flame Formation. At this moment, shouts echoed throughout various parts of hidden cloud village. As night fell, rectangular purple transparent barriers rose up over Kumagakure. Some of these barriers are even composed of several layers. At least a dozen ninjas inside used magic to protect hundreds or even thousands of villagers. There are also several layers of protective barriers surrounding the Reikage building. The 4th Reikage looked up at the meteor shower that had filled his vision, a spectacle of flames obscuring the starry sky. His face was expressionless, his eyes reflecting the flames in a palpable red glow of killing intent. The man behind him, Mabai, had vanished, and it was unknown what he had gone to do. Just as the orange-red flames formed by the meteor shower were about to engulf the hidden cloud village like a flood, several purple barriers suddenly opened up in the sky, releasing countless streams of electricity that shot into the sky like pillars. Lightning release, false darkness. Lightning release, black spotted blade. The shouts of various spellcasters also resounded throughout the area. At the same time, a huge purplish-black energy ball flew from afar into the sky ablaze with light. Boom! Rumble! As the tailed beast ball exploded with tremendous force, a series of explosions instantly deprived everyone of their hearing. The countless villagers protected by the barrier covered their ears with their hands, their faces showing pain. Even many of the cloud ninja were like this. The dazzling flames of various colors, like fireworks blooming across the sky, burst forth and engulfed the entire hidden cloud village. The terrifying shockwave, like a hurricane, howled and raged. Several mountain peaks centered around Cloud Hidden Village were shaking violently. The mountain peaks, swept by the storm, even had cracks blasted into their walls. If it were daytime, one could even see the massive mountain where Kumagakure is located, with cracks appearing on its surface at a visible speed. Amidst the deafening, sky-piercing explosions that echoed through the valleys and propagated for countless kilometers, faint, mosquito-like shouts continued to rang out. Ninjutsu, Tensu no Jutsu. Earth release, Earth flow city wall, block it for me. As if someone had stepped on a landmine, the mountains surrounding Kumagakure also erupted in explosions, amplifying the tremors, sound waves, and hurricane-like effects. Even Hinata, nestled in Izayoi's arms and watching the shooting stars from a mountaintop countless kilometers away, could see dazzling fireworks blooming amidst the distant mountains. Hinata, unaware that she was in the land of lightning and mistaking it for an uninhabited mountainous region, exclaimed again in surprise, "Is this what it looks like when a meteor explodes at night? It's so beautiful, even more beautiful than the land of rivers. Is it pretty? How's this surprise? Do you like it?" Izayoi leaned down and kissed Hinata's cheek, smiling. Hinata nodded repeatedly, a happy smile on her face, and boldly kissed her boyfriend on the cheek. Then, nestled in Izayoi's arms, she smiled and said, "This is the happiest birthday I've ever had, I'll never forget it." "Me too." Izayoi picked Hinata up and placed her on his lap, continuing to enjoy the fireworks and starry sky while holding his girlfriend. Unlike Hinata, who felt incredibly happy and romantic at that moment, a human tragedy was unfolding in Kumagakure. The hurricane created by the explosion and shockwave lasted for an unknown period of time before gradually subsiding. Mushroom clouds rose up and then dispersed to form a thick cloud of dust that enveloped several mountain peaks surrounding the hidden cloud village. Even with the constant strong winds caused by the towering altitude, this enormous area of dust and fog will not dissipate for some time. Just then, a tiny, ant-like figure, surrounded by red powder, appeared out of thin air above the dusty area. The black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, the short orange hair, the black studs on his face, and the purple wavy eyes. It was Pain. To be precise, it was Pain, the Deva Path, transformed from Izayoi's wooden clone. Just as the wood clone technique is second only to the white Zetsu clone technique, the wood transformation technique is second only to the disguise technique. Ordinary transformation techniques, without strong chakra control, will automatically dissipate with just a slight impact. Only someone with Izayoi's gold-level chakra control could maintain the transformation technique while simultaneously using physical healing abilities to treat others. Even so, if Izayoi suffers a relatively violent impact, the transformation jutsu will automatically dissipate. Therefore, Izayoi's shadow clones didn't play the childish ninja game with Gaara. But now, Izayoi's wooden clone has no such concerns at all. Even if the enemy's attack is strong enough to destroy the wooden clone, the wooden transformation will not be cancelled. Because the effect of the wood transformation is like carving, it won't change unless Izayoi actively cancels it. If one's chakra is entirely absorbed from others, the wood clone technique can even temporarily possess the effect of disguise, making it flawless. His figure floated in the air, Izayoi's gaze ignoring the dust and mist, taking in the situation of Kumagakure and transmitting it to his main body in real time. As Izayoi held Hinata, admiring the starry sky and whispering sweet nothings, occasionally practicing his grip strength, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He thought to himself, while I expected they would accept this gift, I didn't anticipate such a high survival rate. No wonder they're currently the most united and strongest ninja village. But it's good news nonetheless, at least, they haven't developed a chakra cannon yet. In this world where sealed scrolls exist, Izayoi is unsure whether Kumagakure has created a chakra cannon. Therefore, he directly arranged for several wood clones to simultaneously use the gravity of the Tensagen to pull down a large number of meteorites from outer space, using a meteor shower to greet this strongest ninja village. The purpose is to test the Hidden Cloud Village. The results are in, the Hidden Cloud Village doesn't yet possess such a devastating weapon. Therefore, Izayoi passed the command to the wooden clone. The wooden clone, floating in the air, was once again surrounded by red powder before its figure disappeared. Before long, the area of dust and mist that would have taken a long time to dissipate was also dispersed by the wind. The Hidden Cloud Village, shrouded in dust and mist, comes into view. At this moment, Kumagakure was in complete disarray. The town was almost reduced to ruins, with less than 1/10 of the buildings remaining intact, dilapidated, or barely standing. The ground is covered with numerous meteorite craters of varying sizes. The area outside the crater was littered with debris from collapsed buildings and meteorite explosions, burying countless bodies. The terrifying shockwave even seeped into the mountain from top to bottom, leaving the peaks riddled with cracks, like a precarious building. In addition, there are rectangular barriers, like transparent buildings, standing on the ground of Kumagakure. Inside were villagers groaning in pain, as well as Cloud Ninja who were severely injured or even killed by the shockwave. If it weren't for the multiple protective barriers, the people inside would have suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the meteor shower had disappeared, the ninjas who had used up a lot of chakra to maintain the barrier dispelled it, took out their rations to restore their strength and chakra, and then went to rescue the wounded. The Cloud Ninja, skilled in medical ninjutsu, immediately treated the nearest injured. Soon, all the barriers disappeared. Little did they know, their actions were tantamount to inviting a wolf into their home. In the next instant, a large amount of red powder appeared out of thin air. One after another, figures dressed in red clouds and black robes appeared on the ruins, their arms extending cold, gleaming blades as they attacked the Cloud Ninjas wearing vests. Enemy attack! It's the Akatsuki! Sound the alarm immediately! Don't panic! The barrier team and the medical team will escort and protect the villagers. The rest of you, follow me to deal with the enemy. The shouts and whistles were so loud in the silent night sky. After the apocalyptic meteor shower, Kumagakure faces a new calamity. Chapter 109. The puppet army, consisting of thousands of pure puppets and human puppets, immediately targeted the Cloud Ninja wearing vests as soon as they appeared. Sometimes their arms transform into sharp blades, sometimes they raise their hands to condense golden light bullets, which then attack with a whooshing sound as they pierce the air. The ninja's execution ability is astonishing. Despite the intense impact of the sound waves, the barrier team and the medical team endured the severe discomfort and directed and helped the villagers evacuate. Furthermore, since the puppet army had no interest in them, the villagers' evacuation went very smoothly. The remaining ninjas, on the other hand, faced off against the puppet army. Clouds flow and dragon rises. A voluptuous blonde woman, whose beauty even surpassed Tsunade's, gripped a short blade in her backhand, unleashing a dazzling flash of electricity in the night, and shattered a puppet with a single blow. Looking at the puppet corpses that only used weapons and light projectiles to attack, Samui glanced at the puppets fighting their companions, effortlessly employing the 5 elements escape technique, even simplifying it to just 1 or 2 hand seals. Lu Mei frowned slightly and loudly warned, "Be careful of those puppets that can use ninjutsu. They are made from corpses and are very likely to retain their abilities from their previous lives, even their bloodline limits. Look, these people are all wearing Konoha headbands. There are also headbands from Tsunagakure here. And the headbands from Otagakure are all headbands worn by rogue ninja. I remember now. A few months ago, Konoha was attacked by Orochimaru, Tsunagakure, and the Akatsuki in a plan to destroy the village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha elder Danzo Shimura, and his root organization were all killed. The bodies of the 3 ninja villages were taken by Sasori of the Akatsuki and turned into puppets. Damn Konoha and Tsunagakure! Even after our own people have died, they still have to cause us trouble." The other cloud ninjas quickly noticed something was wrong with the puppet army and shouted to relay the information. Each cloud ninja squad immediately identified the enemy's characteristics and employed a variety of tactics to counter them. Little did they know, these headbands were merely a smokescreen, designed to mislead them into making incorrect judgments. Each puppet, until the chakra in its chakra core is exhausted, is only capable of using the 5 elements release techniques, along with other secret and forbidden techniques the Izayoi. If they possess bloodline limits and secret techniques, they might even have abilities that Izayoi doesn't possess. When the enemy recognizes their identity, bloodline limit and secret techniques, and uses ninjutsu or tactics to target them, the puppet will suddenly use a skill that is neither the original forms nor a specialty of its village. This will give them an absolute intelligence advantage and could even result in a fatal blow. As it turned out, Izayoi's tactics were very successful. Abarame Torun released a large number of poisonous insects, which simply flew past 2 cloud ninja wearing vests, and the latter immediately fell to the ground with screams. The other cloud ninja saw this and quickly shouted a warning, "It's the Abarame clan from Konoha, and a poison insect user at that. Be careful of his insects, don't get touched." After saying that, the cloud ninja drew his ninja sword, his entire body enveloped in lightning release chakra that could change shape, and then charged towards Abarame Torun. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Abarame Torun formed hand seals and unleashed a massive wave of fire. It was fire release, great fire annihilation. The cloud ninja were instantly engulfed by the wave of fire, letting out a scream. The other puppets also used this method to gain an advantage, either severely injuring or killing some cloud ninja. The remaining pure puppets, who were no match for the cloud ninja, worked in a division of labor. One group was responsible for assisting the human puppets and harassing the cloud ninjas by releasing light bullets from a distance. The other group of puppets took the opportunity to steal the corpses of the fallen cloud ninjas, and also looted the bodies of ninjas buried in the ruins. Then, with Ranmaru's red eyes, they quickly disappeared and retreated. As the number of cloud ninja casualties increased, beams of light, visible only to Izayoi, flew out from the corpses and into the distance. However, the advantage of the human puppet was only temporary, and it was quickly exposed. Under the command of highly experienced special Jonin and Jonin, the cloud ninja, who were only skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu and could only unleash their full power in close combat, shifted their focus to pure puppets. The other cloud ninjas, who excelled at ranged attacks, used long-range ninjutsu to attack the puppets, overwhelming them with firepower to force them to use their own techniques to counterattack, while simultaneously gathering intelligence and exploiting the puppets' weaknesses. Soon, a ninja with sensory abilities gathered crucial information and shouted, "These puppets have limited chakra. They can't draw chakra while fighting, nor can they recover their strength by consuming soldier pills." Upon hearing this, many cloud ninjas' eyes lit up, and some special jonin even raised their hands to make coded hand gestures, using delaying tactics. The puppet army instantly lost its intelligence advantage. Storm escapes, encourages setbacks, locks in harsh elements. Unlike the puppet army and the cloud ninja forces human wave tactics and firepower coverage, Darui singled out a Barame Torun, who possessed elite combat power, and unleashed multiple powerful lasers to blast away a Barame Torun's insects, thus keeping this dangerous figure occupied. Hai, also one of the Cloud Village's elite fighters, sought out Yamanaka Fu, who could use ordinary puppets to perform the mind transfer puppet curse seal technique, thus holding back two of the puppet army's generals. With the two tails Jinchuriki absent, the eight tails Jinchuriki yet to arrive, and the fourth Raikage not even having made a move, the puppet army was already completely on the defensive. One of Ranmaru's wooden clones, responsible for protecting him, couldn't help but praise, "Impressive." As expected, trying to defeat the strongest ninja village with just a few hundred puppets is unrealistic. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden clone's expression suddenly changed. Then, he manipulated Ranmaru to release the red eye illusion technique, concealing himself and all the wooden clone's figures. Because of the tensagan of the wood clone, the figure of a third party was seen. It was none other than a white Zetsu clone who had already infiltrated Kumagakuer, impersonating some villagers with a disguise technique, and was currently using the mayfly technique to search for the mastermind behind the puppet army. Several white Zetsu clones emerged from the ruins, using the mayfly technique to sever their auras, and secretly observed the battle between the puppet army and the cloud ninja forces. If nothing unexpected happens, black and white absolutes are already aware of the situation here. Obito Uchiha probably knows about this too, and is on his way here. We need to finish this quickly. Come out, my ace. Izayoi relayed the instructions to the wooden clone responsible for controlling the puppet army. Swoosh! Before long, a kunao that blended into the darkness appeared above the cloud ninja troops who were engaging the puppet army in ranged combat. Immediately, after images appeared around the kunao, which materialized into physical kunao in the blink of an eye, pouring down like a rainstorm. It is the multiple shadow clone technique with shuriken. Watch out above. Scatter quickly. The sensory ninja immediately noticed the chakra above his head and quickly shouted a warning. A major breakthrough in wind release. A versatile jonin who had mastered several nature transformations immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a gust of wind into the sky. Thump thump thump. A series of popping sounds rang out, and thick white fog appeared in the sky. Even so, a small number of kunao still ended up among the cloud ninja forces, but they were all evaded by the cloud ninja who were skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu and possessed high-speed movement abilities. But the next second, a black flash, almost blending into the night, flickered among the cloud ninja troops, its cold gleam sweeping across the cloud ninja who were near the kunao. Pft pft. A series of sounds, the tearing of cloth and the bursting of flesh almost overlapped. Wow, so fast! An all-around jonin, without even seeing what the enemy looked like, only managed to utter that one sound before losing his life. Swish! After instantly killing the cloud ninja surrounding the kunao, the black flash finally revealed its figure, Danzo, dressed in Akatsuki uniform, wielding a ninja sword, with an expressionless and cold demeanor. The three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye suddenly transformed into the shape of a dart, emitting a blinding red light in the night. The next second, a cloud ninja who accidentally made eye contact with him instantly became stunned. Danzo Shimura appeared in front of the cloud ninja as if he had teleported, slapping him with a palm that sent him flying while simultaneously applying the Flying Thunder God technique. The cloud ninja were unaware of these things. Seeing their companion flying towards them, the two cloud ninja instinctively reached out to catch him. Immediately, a black flash came into view, followed by a cold, radiant light, carrying chakra of unknown nature, whether lightning or wind, that flashed past their necks and bodies. Then, the vest that was supposed to provide defense suddenly made a tearing sound, and before the blood could even spurt out, Shimura Danzo had already vanished. Moreover, they weren't even as good as that all-around Jonin, they didn't even have time to utter a last word before they were completely silent. The sound of tearing cloth echoed continuously. Lord Danzo's right eye darted around, and he simultaneously used lightning release and wind release nature transformations to push his speed to the limit, weaving through the cloud ninja forces as if they were empty. Faced with extreme speed and the perceptive abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the cloud ninja, skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu and adept at high-speed movement, were like wooden figures standing motionless in Shimura Danzo's eyes. The ninja swords in their hands were either coated with wind release nature transformation to enhance their sharpness, or wrapped with lightning release nature transformation to enhance their penetrating power. Like cutting leaks, each slash either took a life or seriously injured a cloud ninja. When facing cloud ninjas who are able to react, he uses the genjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan to immobilize them, then strikes with a slash, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God technique seal, and sends them flying. The black flash, in less than 30 seconds, claimed hundreds of lives. Only then did the cloud ninja recognize this person. It's Shimura Danzo, an elder of Konoha. Quick! Scatter! That's the Flying Thunder God technique. Whatever you do, do not try to catch your comrade's body, and do not go near those kunao. Those are the Flying Thunder God technique of the second and fourth Hokage. The heart-wrenching scream instantly scattered the crowd. Even though their side had over 2,000 ninjas, excluding those escorting villagers, those on missions, those guarding the border, and even the lower-ranking ninjas without proper identification, they were terrified and fled in disarray by a single enemy. The advantage gained from being grouped together and using firepower to suppress the enemy was instantly wiped out. That's the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Before Shippuden arrived, and before the Impure World Reincarnation and Eight Gates became legendary techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique was the #1 legendary technique. After all, this is a space-time ninjutsu that earned the two Hokage the title of the fastest ninja in the ninja world. Seeing the cloud ninja troops disperse, the puppet army immediately seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of powerful 5 elements escape techniques, some wide range and others single target, to reap the lives of the cloud ninjas who were scattered and whose attention was no longer on them. In an instant, countless beams of light shot into the sky. Pure puppets, and human puppets with little chakra remaining in their chakra cores, spared the cloud ninja who had only been severely injured and unable to fight after the attack. They simply picked up the lifeless corpses of the cloud ninja and, using the invisibility ability of their red eyes, quickly left the battlefield. However, this advantage is very short-lived. Righteous thunder sinks, wrathful thunder acts. Just as Shimura Danzo was hacking away at the cloud ninja like vegetables, the fourth Raikage, who had been watching from the rear, finally couldn't sit still any longer. A figure covered in blue electricity appeared out of thin air above Shimura Danzo, raising his right leg above his head like a battle axe, and slashing down with a shout. Without even looking up, Shimura Danzo vanished in a flash of black light. Boom! The moment he disappeared, a deafening explosion erupted from the spot. The earth shattered, creating a huge crater, and a shockwave raged. It's Lord Raikage! Upon seeing the fourth Raikage appear, the Cloud Ninja forces, who had been terrified by the Flying Thunder God technique, immediately found their leader. Everyone scatter! Save your lives! Ignore those puppets, the fourth Reikage shouted the order. It doesn't matter if the village is destroyed, it can be rebuilt anytime. Your lives are the most important thing. Yes, Reikage, the Cloud Ninja troops shouted in unison, their unity instantly reaching its peak. Under the command of the Jonin wearing vests, the scattered Cloud Ninja quickly formed tactical squads. Instead of focusing on defeating the puppets, they observed their surroundings, protected their own safety, and then unleashed long-range ninjutsu to hold off the puppets for the Reikage. The outcome is decided. As expected of Kumagakure, a village with few rogue ninja, they are truly united. Upon seeing this, the white Zetsu clone, who had merged with the earth and vegetation using the mayfly technique, immediately announced the result. One of the white Zetsu clones, its eyes filled with anticipation, asked, "Is that mysterious person finally going to appear?" Seeing that their advantage had vanished and their chakra was nearly depleted, the puppet army abandoned any hope of getting even one kill and continued to attack the Cloud Ninja forces, whose cohesion was even stronger than before despite being scattered. The puppets on the periphery suddenly formed hand seals, expending a large amount of chakra, and unleashed an astonishing wave of fire that roared towards the Cloud Ninja forces. After the flames subsided, the hundreds of puppet figures also disappeared. Without a sensory barrier, even a powerful sensory ninja would be unable to locate the human puppet. After all, the so-called invisibility is actually just an image created by the red eye. It can not only hide oneself, but also interfere with the enemy's perception. Even the white eye cannot detect it. With the disappearance of the puppet army, a large area of the venue instantly became empty. On the entire battlefield, only the ninja sword in his hand was still dripping blood, and he was also the MVP of the entire battle, Lord Danzo. Chapter 110. The vast battlefield was unusually calm at this moment. There was clearly only one person on the open ground, yet the more than 2,000 cloud ninjas, scattered in a circular formation, didn't dare to even breathe loudly, their bodies tense and their expressions wary. Of everyone present, only the fourth Reikage remained completely unfazed. Looking at Shimura Danzo, now a human puppet, he said with pity and disdain, "The leader of the Root organization, a former Hokage candidate, the infamous Darkness of Konoha, has become a puppet of a rogue ninja from Tsunagakure, even being manipulated by him to use our own lost Flying Thunder God technique. How ironic and shameful." Danzo Shimura didn't speak, but simply held a sword in one hand and took out a kunai with the other, throwing it towards the fourth Reikage. "I was already tired of such tricks when I fought the fourth Hokage." The fourth Reikage sneered, his figure covered in blue and white electricity appearing to Danzo Shimura's left side as if by instantaneous teleportation using a space-time ninjutsu, and delivered a chop to the neck. Danzo Shimura vanished into thin air and reappeared next to the flying kunai. But the next second, the fourth Reikage reappeared beside him, his fierce face displaying a sinister smile that, while clearly filled with fighting spirit, also appeared extremely ferocious. He excitedly declared, "I've always been very curious, at close range, which is faster, the Flying Thunder God technique or my lightning release chakra mode. Since the fourth Hokage didn't provide an answer back then, you will continue that battle." Severely brutal. With a roar, the fourth Reikage unleashed another hand strike. This time, Shimura Danzo did not dodge, but instead wielded a ninja sword covered in wind release nature transformation to meet the fourth Reikage's hand chop. Wind release, if it were just a low-level wind release nature transformation, it might not be able to counter it. However, Shimura Danzo was not only a master of wind release in his lifetime, but Izayoi's wind release skills had also reached the top level after awakening the Tensagen. Unless the fourth Reikage possesses an indestructible body like the third Reikage, this strike will surely tear apart his lightning release chakra nature transformation. The fourth Reikage remained expressionless as he watched the incoming blade strike, as if he truly intended to counter the ninja sword with his own hand. Just as the two were about to collide, the fourth Reikage suddenly vanished into thin air once again. Heavy storm. A loud shout came from behind. An elbow, encased in metal armor and larger than Danzo Shimura's head, gathered lightning release chakra and carried a terrifying power capable of easily shattering rocks, as it struck Danzo Shimura in the back of the head. Danzo Shimura, with his back to the fourth Raikage, remained in the same sword-wielding stance, as if he hadn't yet reacted. However, upon closer inspection, one can see that a small section of wooden vine has grown at Shimura Danzo's feet, with special magical incantations on it. Just like the fourth Raikage's movement, when his elbow strike was about to hit Shimura Danzo, the latter suddenly teleported and appeared next to his arm, slashing down with his sword. The speed of this strike was so fast that even the fourth Raikage didn't have time to react. He instinctively changed the direction of the elbow strike and used the metal guard on his elbow to block it. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The ninja sword, imbued with the properties of wind release, slashed a gash in the protective armor. Just as it was about to penetrate deeper and strike the fourth Raikage's elbow, the latter suddenly vanished into thin air. That guy who's manipulating Shimura Danzo from behind the scenes is a genius. Black and White Zetsu, who had arrived at some unknown time, witnessed this scene. White Zetsu couldn't help but sigh, using wood release to create the Flying Thunder God's mark. If his wood release skills were any stronger, he could cover an even greater area. This puppet would be practically unbeatable. I wonder what Sasori would think if he saw this. Black Zetsu remained silent, instead unleashing his terrifying senses capable even of detecting the chakra of Ashura and Indra to search for the mysterious figure hiding somewhere unknown. After finding nothing, he turned his attention back to the battlefield. Sensing the wood release aura emanating from Shimura Danzo, he said in a deep voice, that mysterious person is indeed connected to Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo's body may not only be a result of Sasori's puppet technology, but also Orochimaru's doing. The reason he captured Konoha's wood release test subjects might be to graft wood release onto other puppets, allowing all puppets to share the Flying Thunder God technique. If that's the case, then it's terrifying. Baiju exclaimed in surprise as he imagined such a scene. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the battle between Shimura Danzo and the fourth Raikage intensified. The two were like black and blue flashes of light, appearing in several places in a single second, but without causing a deafening collision. Instead, they were constantly probing and searching for an opportunity to kill with a single blow. Whether Shimura Danzo appears where the Kunao is, or a white seed falls from his arm and quickly grows into a branch resembling the Flying Thunder God technique before teleporting, the fourth Raikage can keep up with his pace. Aside from being caught off guard earlier, the fourth Raikage did not suffer any further losses and was evenly matched with Danzo Shimura. At first glance, the two seemed to be evenly matched. However, compared to the battle between Minato Namikaze and the Ab combination, Danzo Shimura, who needed to utilize wood release, was already at a disadvantage. It's still too slow, too stiff. Using his red-eyed, invisible wood clone, he sighed slightly. Although it can use lightning release and wind release nature transformations, it's ultimately just a corpse, lacking the vitality and flexibility it possessed in life. Against weaker opponents, it can still deliver a devastating blow, but against opponents of the same level, this weakness becomes extremely apparent. But the wooden clone's lips curled into a slight smile as it said, "My trump card isn't just the Flying Thunder God technique." As if hearing the words of the wooden clone, Shimura Danzo's right Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly emitted a blinding red light. The fourth Raikage, who was staring at him, seemed to see an enlarged version of the Mangekyo Sharingan's afterimage. His expression faltered for a fraction of a second, and his violent chakra was about to break through the Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shimura Danzo completed the hand seal with one hand, and the darkness successfully robbed the fourth Raikage of his light. Illusionary darkness technique. Immediately, Shimura Danzo rushed to the fourth Raikage, reached out and pressed his hand down, about to leave the Flying Thunder God technique seal on him. Just then, a giant octopus tentacle appeared out of nowhere and bound the fourth Raikage's body. Danzo Shimura placed his hand on the tentacle, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God technique seal. The opponent seemed to know the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. After helping the fourth Raikage block the technique, they didn't dare to linger for a moment. Their tentacles quickly exerted force, throwing the fourth Raikage into the air. At the same time, with a soft popping sound, the tentacle engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique broke off. A blur shot into the sky, catching the lightning-streaked fourth Raikage with its other tentacles. It's Lord Killer B. Great! The AB combination is formed. We've got it! The cheers from the Cloud Ninja troops revealed the identity of the tentacle-wielding man, Killer B, the younger brother of the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village. There's no chance anymore. That mysterious person should finally make a move himself this time, right? Baiju said with anticipation in his eyes. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, unleashed his astonishing senses once more. Obito Uchiha, who had also appeared seemingly out of nowhere, stared at Danzo Shimura's right eye and said, "Is Danzo's Sharingan in his right eye Shisui's Kota Amatsukami? That eye is extremely dangerous, we need to find a chance to retrieve it." Obito Uchiha, who possessed Kamui, was afraid of no ninjutsu except powerful genjutsu. That's why he wasn't afraid of Nagato at all, but he was extremely wary of Itachi Uchiha. Tsukuyomi is not only powerful, but it may also reveal his true identity, he is not actually Madara Uchiha. At that time, neither Itachi Uchiha nor Nagato will be afraid of him. Kota Amatsukami, however, is even more dangerous than Tsukuyomi. Compared to that mysterious person, Obito Uchiha now wants to reclaim this eye. Hearing his words, Black Zetsu was speechless. What an idiot, unable to distinguish between the king and the queen. If Kota Amatsukami were truly that powerful, the person behind it wouldn't have placed it inside a puppet. Someone who doesn't even have the eternal eye can't possibly comprehend the power of an ultimate eye technique. On the battlefield, Killer B caught the fourth Raikage and helped him break through the dark travel technique, then taunted him in a rap-like tone, "Damn it you idiot brother, you're in such a sorry state if I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been instantly killed completely finished." The fourth Raikage wasn't angry, instead, his face lit up with joy. You've come at the perfect time. Join forces with me, and we should at least leave that puppet behind. The fourth Raikage, who had almost been killed by a trap, had lost all will to fight, only filled with intense killing intent. That's terrifying. This Akatsuki organization is truly terrifying. He was only Sasori's puppet, yet he found himself in such a predicament. The Akatsuki leader, who is suspected of possessing the Sage's Eye, hasn't even made a move yet. Seeing his older brother get serious, Killer B also lost his composure. He drew two swords with stinger-like blades, his body radiating red-tailed beast chakra, and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let that BD experience the power of the Abduo." Looking at the Abduo, whose aura was completely different just because of the addition of one more person, Shimura Danzo slowly sheathed his ninja sword, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye also returned to the form of the three Tomo Sharingan. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage spoke in a deep voice, "Trying to escape? You have the Flying Thunder God technique, which I can't stop, but this attack has crossed the line for your Akatsuki organization. While it was wrong of us to send people to infiltrate a Megakure to gather intelligence first, this level of warning is seriously excessive. If you run away without giving an explanation, then a Megakure can expect a bombardment from the tailed beast balls." Uchiha Obito. Black and white absolute. This is too shameless. White Zetsu stammered, a rare occurrence for him. So, that mysterious person is once again shifting the blame for destroying Kumagakure onto us. We need to get this information to Nagato as soon as possible, Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. While the Preta path can absorb chakra, Kumagakure has two Jinchuriki, and they also possess space-time teleportation techniques. It's uncertain whether they can successfully airdrop the tailed beast ball. To avoid this situation, we must prepare countermeasures in advance. Obito Uchiha was speechless, feeling only ashamed of himself. He thought that by disguising himself as Madara Uchiha and occasionally appearing as Tobi, he had already been shameless enough. He never imagined there was always someone better. He finally understood how Itachi and Nagato felt. I never realized how shameless I was. However, the next second, Obito Uchiha and Zetsu realized that they had greatly underestimated that mysterious person. We, the Akatsuki, are ready to oblige. A dignified, indifferent voice echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky. Under a star-studded night sky, a figure dressed in red clouds and black robes, illuminated by the moonlight, came into the sight of all the cloud ninja. Those purple, wavy eyes were devoid of emotion, like a god looking down upon all living beings. The terrifying power contained within those eyes sent shivers down the spines of everyone who saw them. Without uttering a word, they confirmed one thing. That means the information released by Konoha is true. The eyes of the sage of six paths in mythology, the Rinnegan, the foremost of the three great dojutsu in legend, actually exist. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Izayoi, who had descended like a god. Obito Uchiha then turned to Zetsu in black and white and asked, "How was it?" "It's too chaotic." Black Zetsu finally gritted his teeth and said, "Our intelligence has indeed been obtained by the person behind the scenes. He absorbed a large amount of chakra in advance, and now the fluctuations in chakra aura are far too chaotic, composed of at least 100 people, or even more, making it impossible to record." Did they even consider that? Obito Uchiha stared at Pain the Deva path in the sky, his face beneath the mask filled with solemnity. He and Heibaiju came here this time with no intention of dealing with the mysterious man, since they simply didn't have the time or the ability. Their goal this time was to use the perception of both black and white Zetsu to record the mysterious person's chakra aura, then send out a large number of white Zetsu clones to search for that chakra aura, and then launch a swarm to eliminate this threat all at once. Unexpectedly, the opponent had even considered this point, absorbing a large amount of chakra in advance and altering their own chakra fluctuations. What a terrifying opponent! Izayoi, looking down at the fourth Raikage from her vantage point, declared war on behalf of Nagato. "This time, we're targeting your strongest village, Kumagakure, to warn everyone in the ninja world that gods are not to be trifled with. If you're not satisfied, then bring it on, whether it's strategic attacks, a full-scale war, or a joint siege of Omegakure. We, the Akatsuki, will fight to the bitter end. Of course, that's assuming you survive." After saying that, Izayoi slowly opened her arms. "Watch out! Everyone scatter!" Although he didn't know what Izayoi was going to do, the fourth Raikage still shouted loudly with a shocked expression. Killer Bee, standing nearby, immediately entered his full-tailed beast form, wrapping the fourth Raikage in his massive tentacles and opening his mouth to condense a tailed beast ball. Having experienced the power of the meteor shower firsthand, the Cloud Ninja troops seemed to feel a suffocating sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, they turned around and flew towards the refuge or other mountain peaks. The quick-witted ninja swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Ninja art, for purple flame formation." Some cloud ninja who mastered several nature transformations used earth release ninjutsu to create sturdy fortresses on the spot. Just as the multiple barriers and fortresses were formed, an indifferent voice descended from the sky. "Feel the pain, for it is the gift of parting." Super Shinra Tensei. A dazzling white light tore through the darkness, engulfing the hidden cloud village. It turned all the cloud ninja, whose faces were filled with terror and despair, into black and white like in a manga, and then, as if erased, swallowed up by pure white. Boom! A deafening explosion. While incomparable to the bombardment of a meteor shower, the dust and mist, no less deadly to the hidden cloud village, instantly spread out from the mountain peak. These dust clouds, like daytime fog, swirl around the mountain, concealing its height. The violent tremors caused the already precarious mountain peak to shake even more violently. If it weren't for the fact that the mountain's volume far exceeds that of the surrounding peaks, it would probably have collapsed already. Even without the collapse, Kumagakure could not be rebuilt on this mountain. After the thick dust and fog dissipated, the hidden cloud village, which was originally filled with craters of various sizes but still had a few remaining buildings, had been transformed into a huge crater. The giant crater was completely devoid of ruins and rubble. All objects had been repelled from the crater by a force as if governed by rules. One of the 5 great ninja villages, and also the strongest village at present, Kumagakure has completely disappeared. Chapter 111. Cough cough. Outside the massive impact crater are giant walls formed by piles of ruins, or perhaps circular mounds. This mountain is filled with debris, wood chips, metal, and corpses, among other things, pushed out from the impact crater. At that moment, a section of the broken wall moved, pushed aside by a hand, and then a black man, covered in wounds and dust, who in the darkness was no longer blending into the night, but instead wore grayish-white clothing, crawled out. First came a violent cough, then before Nico could pull his body out, his pupils contracted and he stared blankly ahead. The village is gone. Where is Lord Raikage? Where are the sensory ninjas? Quickly find the Raikage and Killer Bee. Is everything alright at the shelter? Are the villagers alright? Quickly send someone to check the shelter. If the villagers are alright, it means the medical team is safe too. Gather everyone together immediately. One after another, ninjas who were still alive crawled out of the ruins, equally shocked by the meteorite crater, but even more worried about the 4th Raikage and the villagers. Unless it's a special gathering, it's impossible for everyone in the village to be present one day. Just like the Two Tails Jinchuriki was away from home, a large number of ninjas went out on missions, and some were assigned to protect the daimyo and guard the border. At most, less than half of the ninja remained in the village. Even if the village is destroyed and suffers heavy casualties, as long as the core base remains, Kumagakure will still be one of the 5 great ninja villages. Compared to the casualties, the lives of the 4th Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and the villagers are the most important. They are the backbone and strategic deterrent of the village, as well as its core support base. Therefore, experienced and mentally strong Jonin and elite Jonin, despite the grief of the village turning into a meteorite crater and the heavy casualties of their comrades, directed the surviving comrades to have ninjas skilled in sensory perception detect chakra fluctuations. Then, the ninja who had mastered earth release ninjutsu endured excruciating pain, as if his body had been shattered to pieces, and used the technique to move his comrades and corpses buried in the ruins. Fortunately, the shelter was all right, though it was in imminent danger of collapsing, and some ninjas skilled in creating barriers had been killed. The medical ninjas and villagers protected by the barrier team are all safe and sound. Upon receiving the information, the medical team arrived in an instant and began treating their seriously injured comrade. Because the crater was so clean, they even had to relocate to the crater that had once been a bustling urban area, to find or create flat ground, and begin the surgery on the spot. For a moment, screams of agony and agonizing howls echoed continuously, filling the atmosphere with oppression and sorrow. In contrast, the 4th Raikage, protected by Killer Bee and only somewhat disheveled, sat on a broken wall, gazing at the vast, boundless crater, without uttering a word. That's terrible. The shelter is located atop a mountain pillar, on a cliff edge. The unharmed Zetsu, both black and white, and Obito Uchiha appeared there. Looking at the scene below, Baiju couldn't help but sigh. Black Zetsu remained silent, fearing he might frighten Obito Uchiha standing nearby. This was already an act of mercy. Ultimate Eye techniques are power from another dimension. If they go all out, let alone Kumagakure, even if the 5 great ninja villages joined forces, it would only take a little more effort. Repulsion and attraction are merely the basic abilities of Ultimate Eye techniques. This extremely wide-range technique is nothing more than converting a large amount of chakra into repulsive force and releasing it. Although it is very powerful, it is still a basic ability. That mysterious person didn't even use his unique eye technique. Furthermore, Black Zetsu strongly suspects that the mysterious person who was disguising his chakra aura was likely just a clone. Someone with ultimate eye techniques couldn't possibly have only this level of chakra. Of course, none of these Black Zetsu would say that. However, just one move, Super Shinra Tensei, was enough to frighten Obito Uchiha. His eyes, hidden beneath the mask, flickered, then he turned to Black Zetsu, the embodiment of Madara Uchiha's will, and asked, could Nagato also achieve this level? If Nagato were at his peak, he would be even more outrageous than this, Black Zetsu said truthfully. After all, Nagato was handpicked by Madara Uchiha. He was a half-blood who possessed the bloodlines of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. In terms of both chakra and vitality, Nagato surpassed the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Only with such innate conditions could Nagato have received the Rinnegan at a young age and grow to the point where he could summon the Gedo Mazo and perform the Rein rebirth technique. According to Madara Uchiha's plan, Nagato should now be invincible. He would have captured and sealed the nine-tailed beasts long ago, and then activated the backup plan left by Madara Uchiha, or possessed Nagato's body and controlled him to use the Rein rebirth technique to revive Madara Uchiha. Unexpectedly, Nagato was drained of his life force, forcing the Akatsuki to proceed with extreme caution. Although Pain's 6 paths were equally invincible, they were not even in the same league as Nagato, who was an outsider. That's fine. As long as he's cautious, and the 5 great ninja villages don't join forces, Nagato will still be invincible. But now, an enemy has appeared from the sky. It must be that the Moon faction discovered that the Gedo Mazo had been summoned down, and then sent that guy down to deal with the owner of the Rinnegan. However, Black Zetsu also discovered some good news. That mysterious person, despite knowing full well about the Akatsuki organization, remained so cautious and shameless. Clearly, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Nagato and wanted to ignite a war in the ninja world to weaken the Akatsuki organization with the help of the 5 great ninja villages. This means that the opponent's ultimate eye technique, like Nagato's, is likely transplanted from someone else. It's not that he doesn't want to use his unique eye technique, it's that he can't. Even so, Black Zetsu habitually cursed under his breath. Damn it, Hamura! Obito Uchiha was unaware of Black Zetsu's thoughts. Hearing Black Zetsu's affirmative words, he fell into deep thought, then posed a question: if Hashirama cells were transplanted into Nagato, could he recover to his prime? Obito Uchiha had to admit that he was terrified by the power of the Rinnegan. That kind of area of effect technique is comparable to even a tailed beast ball. As an observer, he had just witnessed the tailed beast ball of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki being blasted apart by this power of rules. Yes, scatter, not bombard. Unless he regains his other eye, Obito Uchiha is no match for either Nagato or that mysterious person. But he disdained to take back the gifts that had already been given. Therefore, the Eye of the Moon plan must rely on Nagato's strength. While Pain's 6 paths were indeed powerful, Nagato's crippled physical form was far too obvious. That mysterious person's senses are so powerful, he must also know of Nagato's existence. If a real fight breaks out and Nagato's weakness is exploited, he might not be a match for Nagato. At that time, the Rinnegan and the Gedo Mazo may fall into the hands of that mysterious person. Even if the Rinnegan isn't stolen, the opponent's Rinnegan could easily take possession of the Gedo Mazo. Given the current situation, even if he transplants the Rinnegan, he still won't be able to regain ownership of the Gedo Mazo. While enhancing Nagato's strength might improve his abilities, he could also become an obstacle to the Eye of the Moon project. But compared to that treacherous, cunning, and utterly shameless mysterious man, the simple-minded Nagato is at least on their side. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up. They were all recipients of the ultimate eye technique transplant. If Nagato could recover to his prime, he might truly be fearless against the 5 great shinobi villages and that mysterious person. However, as if struck by a thought, Black Zetsu shook his head and said, if Hashirama's cells are used in conjunction with the Gedo Mazo, it might be possible, or at the very least, he could get out of his wheelchair and stand up. But if we make the suggestion, Nagato will be even more wary of us and will never let us touch him. Moreover, given his current personality, he would never accept our proposal. He has always wanted Yahiko to become a god and savior, not himself. Obito Uchiha paused for a moment, then said, let's wait until he faces the harsh reality before we extend a helping hand to him. Looking down at the ruins, Obito Uchiha felt a rare pang of regret. This is too much. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone so far with Kirigakure. The 3 tails wouldn't have died, and we could have started the Tailed Beasts project sooner. However, when he thought about the reason for Rin's death, Obito's regret vanished instantly. Let's go, let's tell Nagato what's happening here. Obito Uchiha used Kamui to take Black and White Zetsu away from the area. Meanwhile, Mabi, responsible for protecting the villagers and using the heavenly delivery technique to teleport the meteorites to other locations as much as possible, reported to the 4th Raikage, Raikage-sama, the casualty statistics are in. We have suffered 3,654 casualties, 85% of whom are ninja. 65% of the bodies are missing, and the number of wounded is countless. I understand. The 4th Raikage said in a deep voice, search the ruins and see if the sealing scroll containing the chakra television is still there. If not, send someone to inform the daimyo first thing tomorrow morning and ask him to allocate funds to provide compensation to the families of the fallen. They are all martyrs of Kumagakure. Yes. Mabii nodded with a sorrowful expression. Just as she was about to leave, the 4th Raikage suddenly spoke in a cold voice, send envoys to the other 4 great ninja villages. I wish to convene a 5-cage summit. Mabii paused slightly, recalling the apocalyptic scene of the meteor shower and the other parties' actions that crossed the line, then nodded emphatically, yes, Lord Raikage. The scene returns to the mountaintop where they fell in love. Having watched a good show, Izayoi didn't immediately check her spoils. Instead, she smiled at Hinata and said, it's getting late, let's go back. Although she was a little reluctant to leave and wanted to continue listening to Izayoi's sweet words, after being a hand gripper all night, she felt extremely weak, like Hinata with a fever. She nodded repeatedly with a sense of relief. After Hinata's body temperature returned to normal, Izayoi, under Hinata's slightly regretful gaze, destroyed the chair and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Hyuga clan head's residence. Izayoi-kun, Hinata, you're back. The moment their presence was detected, Keirin's Kagura mind's eye noticed them and she immediately brought Hanabi over. Unii-chan, where did you and my sister go on a date? Hanabi leaped into Izayoi's arms, clinging to him like a sloth, hugging his neck, and excitedly asked, Unii-chan, was the way you took my sister away the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? As expected of Hanabi, you're so clever. Izayoi playfully pinched her sister-in-law's nose, smiling as she instructed, but this is a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, stolen by Unii-chan. Don't reveal it until you get permission. Hanabi will definitely keep it a secret from Unii-chan. Hanabi nodded repeatedly, and even took one of her small hands back and made a zipper gesture over her mouth. Good boy/girl. Izayoi patted Hanabi's head, then put her down and said to the 2 sisters, it's getting late, Karin and I will head back now. Hey! Unii-chan, aren't you staying here with Karin Nichan? Hanabi asked. No, it's not the right time yet. Izayoi shook her head, looking at Hinata with a mischievous grin, anyway, starting today, I can come and go here legitimately. Hinata blushed and lowered her head immediately. Hanabi excitedly shouted, then, Unii-chan, you must come visit me often when you have time. You said you'd help me. No problem. Izayoi pinched Hanabi's cheek again, then took Karin and bid farewell to the two sisters, leaving the Hyuga clan's territory by flying. From their aerial view, they saw that the banquet had ended and the area had been cleaned up. Chapter 112. Having just returned to her traditional home, Izayoi took a quick bath, then warmed a pot of sake and, in her private onsen bath, went into open-air mode wearing only swim trunks. While sipping a sweet sake, Izayoi summoned the light screen to check her haul for the night. Points, 281,379. What a pity! Looking at these numbers, Izayoi didn't feel ecstatic. Instead, she sighed with slight regret. If it weren't for the village of the Bloody Mist, Kirigakure would be the greatest treasure. In any world, war is the key to wealth. After 6 years at the Ninja Academy, Hinata, Sasuke Uchiha, and their entire class only managed to provide Izayoi with a little over 20,000 points. Now, just the Konoha Crush plan and the Akatsuki's attack on Kumigakure have caused Izayoi's points savings to skyrocket from over 10,000 to as much as 280,000. This is because at least half of the casualties in this incident in Kumigakure were caused by the Meteor Shower and Shinra Tensei from the Wood Clone. While Meteor Shower and Super Shinra Tensei trigger many guaranteed drops, their drop rates are incomparable to those of the Puppet Legion. Furthermore, the reason why ninjutsu and taijutsu are so popular in Kumigakure is because the country has very few bloodline limits. Most ninjas start with white or green stats, with blue stats being the highest they can achieve. Even after the blue terms are broken down, the score is only a random 3-digit number. Izayoi's harvest this time was entirely due to sheer quantity. This inevitably reminded Izayoi of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Kumigakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure are all poor families with very few bloodline limits, while Konoha and Kirigakure are the only ones with a large number of bloodline limits and secret techniques. Unfortunately, both of these wealthy families were ruined by their own people and Obito Uchiha. The village of Kirigakure, in particular, suffered the most tragic fate. The village with the most clans possessing bloodline limits is now a place where those with bloodline limits are reviled and hated by everyone. The overall strength of this once great ninja village has now fallen to the bottom, even inferior to the Sand Village. Without the village of Blood Mist, Izayoi couldn't imagine how delicious this ninja village must be. The attributes of bloodline limits are mostly purple level, and disassembling them yields a random 4-digit score. If an attack were launched against Kirigakure, targeting only the ninja clans with bloodline limits, tonight's gains would at least double. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Now, Izayoi still only has 2 paths before her. The red-labeled entry can be broken down, or a war can be launched, preferably with human puppets to deal with the enemy. But tonight's battle made Izayoi realize the shortcomings of the puppet army. Their bodies were stiff and lifeless, and they couldn't concentrate. Even with several wooden clones controlling them together, they still couldn't unleash the full power of the puppet army, and they couldn't even defeat a large ninja village with not a single member present. To harvest a large number of points using the puppet army, one either needs to take advantage of the chaos like the Konoha Crush plan, or refine the plan further. The butterfly effect has completely changed the plot. I'm really curious about what will happen next. Izayoi chuckled to herself, holding her wine glass with 2 fingers and downing the warm drink in one gulp. Just then, the sound of the door opening reached my ears. "Karin, aren't you asleep yet?" Izayoi asked with a smile, knowing who it was without even looking. Hehe, yes, my energy is getting more and more abundant now. Even if I used the multiple shadow clone technique to clean the entire garden, I wouldn't feel tired at all. Karin knelt behind Izayoi, first filling his sake cup with the sake bottle, then placing her hands on his head and gently pressing on pressure points, laughing. "Izayoi-kun, I recently asked Hinata and Hanabi for massage techniques and pressure application skills. Let me give you a massage. Then I'll trouble you, Karin." But please come down for a massage, the weather's getting colder lately. Izayoi looked up and chuckled. Seeing Karin wearing the same Squirtle school swimsuit as Hinata, yet without deforming at all, he couldn't help but pull her into the hot spring. Izayoi-kun, turn around and lie down by the pool. I'll massage your head first, Karin said excitedly. Good. Just like the Uchiha clan massacre, the Konoha collapse plan, and the wood release ninja incident. The news that the Akatsuki had attacked Kumagakure and completely wiped out the military base of the Land of Lightning quickly spread to every corner of the ninja world, and even reached Kirigakure in the Land of Water overseas through the teleportation of summoning beasts. In an instant, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Just like Konoha and Tsunagakure, Kumagakure and the Land of Lightning did not hide anything from the incident. They compiled information about Akatsuki and released it all, letting everyone know that Akatsuki had crossed the line. In this incident, Kumagakure is the victim. The puppetry technique, surpassing even that of Tsunagakure, can transform corpses into human puppets. These puppets not only retain the user's abilities and bloodline limits but also allow the user to use ninjutsu that the original user did not possess. Sasori's bounty, reaching a staggering 548 million ryo, ranked second on the black market almost immediately after the Land of Lightning released the information. Sarutobi Asuma wasn't even a fraction as tall as him. And the top spot is no longer held by Izayoi, but by Pain, who possesses the Sage's Eye and wiped out Kumagakure in one move a total of 1 billion ryo. Without a doubt, the Land of Lightning has gone all out, and at the same time, they are afraid. This kind of terrorist organization that crosses all lines is truly terrifying. Today they can summon a meteor shower to bombard Kumagakure, tomorrow they might unleash one on the daimyo's capital. Compared to these two dangerous individuals, the wood release ninja who just graduated this year and hasn't even fully matured is utterly insignificant. Call. In a Megakure, Kakuzu found Sasori, who had come for a meeting, and said breathlessly, Satoshi, I heard you've transformed yourself into a human puppet. Could you transfer your heart and offer your current body to the organization? I can help you for free using Earth Grudge Fear. Roll. Sasori of the Red Sand, whose true form was hidden inside the Scarlet Amber, coldly shouted in a low voice. Kakuzu looked slightly disappointed, then said to Pain, Boss, may I change my teammates? I suddenly feel that Sasori is my ideal teammate. Kakuzu, what are you talking about? Am I not worthy to be your teammate? Haiden shouted in dissatisfaction. Get lost, Sasori is my partner. Deidara echoed with dissatisfaction. However, neither of these two bumbling fools realized Kakuzu's intentions. No. Pain said coldly. What a pity. Kakuzu would glance at Sasori of the Red Sand at times, and then at Pain of the Deva Path, his eyes filled with regret. After giving a cold reply, Pain glanced at all the members except for Obito Uchiha, and said in a deep voice, The reason I've summoned your main bodies for this meeting is to inform you of something. The report released by the Land of Lightning is false. The Konoha Crush plan and the Kumagakure incident were both the work of a mysterious person who, like me, possesses the Sage's Eyes. Their goal is likely to ignite war in the ninja world, weaken our Akatsuki organization with the help of the 5 great ninja villages, and even target me, the possessor of the Sage's Eye. Therefore, you must be careful when you are out in the future. Apart from Sasori, Itaki, and Kisame, the information about the others has not been exposed yet. I allow you to take off your uniforms and hide. If you encounter danger, you can ask me for help through the rings. Upon hearing this, the other members, all S-rank rogue ninja, paid no attention. Unless it's a massive human wave tactic composed entirely of elite ninjas, or they encounter an opponent with elemental advantage, there are only a small group of people in the ninja world who can rival them. These people are all high-ranking officials, how could they possibly be encountered so easily? Kakuzu's eyes lit up, so, does that mean our Akatsuki organization has become the target of everyone's attacks? Will there be a large number of powerful individuals with bounties coming to hunt us down? Pain, Tendo. Nagato, behind the scenes, was exhausted, but he still controlled pain and revealed the second reason for summoning them. The Hidden Cloud Village will definitely retaliate for this incident. According to the intelligence Zetsu has gathered, the Hidden Cloud Village possesses the 2 Tails Jinchuriki and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, both perfect Jinchuriki capable of fully transforming into their tailed beasts and using tailed beast balls. They also have a space-time type heavenly delivery technique, which might allow them to airdrop tailed beast balls to the Hidden Rain Village. At the same time, the possibility of war with us cannot be ruled out. So for the next while, you'll all stay in Omegakure and help set up the barrier spell. The members of the Akatsuki organization just now had serious expressions. They are not afraid of being attacked by the ninja squad. However, if it's a group from one of the 5 great ninja villages, then it's a completely different story. Chief, aren't you planning to move the base? Kakuzu asked. Let's not consider those for now, Pain said indifferently. It's just Kumagakure, nothing to worry about. What that mysterious man can do, I can do too. The members of Akatsuki felt a chill run down their spines when they thought of the photos and intelligence that had been leaked. It seems they underestimated their leader. The possessor of 2 celestial eyes? This is practically an unconventional god of ninjas and Shura of the ninja world. Could it be that this era will be a war between the Eye of the Immortal? Will the final stages of that war witness a new era's Battle of the Valley of the End? Deidara, did you join such a dangerous organization? In Uegakure, Hidden Stone Village, Oniki looked at the intelligence report in his hand, his expression serious. He muttered to himself, I thought wood release was the greatest threat of the future, but I never imagined that the ninja world of this era would harbor such a dangerous figure. Akatsuki, what exactly is your purpose? Normally, seeing the heavy losses suffered by Kumagakure, Oniki would have already launched an invasion of the Land of Lightning. The Third Shinobi World War begins with the Hidden Cloud Village discovering that the third Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village has disappeared, leading them to invade the Land of Wind. The loss of a single leader in Tsunagakure alone could trigger a ninja world war, let alone the destruction of Kumagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, which was wiped off the map and suffered heavy casualties. This is the perfect opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. However, looking at the intelligence in their hands, neither Oniki nor Tsunagakure, which had been invaded by Kumagakure, nor Konoha, which had fought against Kumagakure and suffered humiliation at their hands 9 years ago, had any intention of taking advantage of their misfortune. Because in this era, extraordinary combat power emerged, such as the God of Ninjas and the Asura of the ninja world. No one understands the terror of superhuman combat power better than the 5 great ninja villages. Tailed beasts are terrifying enough, even if the Jinchuriki are one of their own, the villagers and ninjas will still reject and fear them. But this thing was distributed by the god of shinobi to various ninja villages, and Konoha didn't even seem to care. This extraordinary military force, capable of easily wiping out a ninja village or even destroying a country, has reappeared after many years, and is a dangerous element that has crossed the line. Not only was the Land of Lightning afraid, but the other 3 great nations of the ninja continent were also afraid. Huang Tu, who had delivered the intelligence, asked, Father, should we contact Deidara? Maybe ask him to reveal some information about the Akatsuki, or perhaps sound out the Akatsuki leader for us. It's meaningless, Oniki said, shaking his head. A person with this level of combat power will inevitably develop ambitions of equal stature. Such a being cannot be influenced by external forces like comrades. Go and call over the perception team, the barrier team, and the technology team, Oniki instructed. We must perfect the village's barrier to prevent the disaster that befell Kumagakure from befalling us. Yes. Huang Tu nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the Tsuchikage's office, and an IWA ninja entered, respectfully saying, Lord Tsuchikage, an envoy from Kumigakure requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Onaki's eyes flashed, and then he said to Hirotsuki, "Hirotsuki, go and entertain them." Yes. The balance has been completely shattered. I am deeply worried about the future of the ninja world and Tsunagakure. Among the major ninja villages, Cho was the only one that felt powerless. The Hidden Cloud village has the AB duo and the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the Hidden Stone village has Onaki and two Jinchuriki, and the Hidden Leaf village also has the legendary Sunin and Wood Release ninjas. As for Tsunagakure, now only she and her younger brother, two old folks, and Gaara, the Jinchuriki who hasn't even grown up yet. If war were to break out at this time, she couldn't imagine how passive the situation would become for Tsunagakure. The only thing that brought her comfort was that her grandson was still alive and had grown into the strongest puppeteer, surpassing all his predecessors. However, by creating human puppets from corpses, Cho realized that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was likely related to her grandson. Her grandson has most likely gone astray. Thinking of this, Cho felt sad, but she couldn't help but think of the technique that was being developed. I wonder if that procedure, once completed, will be able to save my grandson? Sister, we may have to ask Konoha for help, Ebizo said. During the Uzashigakure incident, the biggest beneficiaries were Kumigakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. Our Tsunagakure didn't obtain any barrier scrolls. Without a large-scale defensive barrier, our fate in the face of a meteor shower might be even more tragic than that of the Hidden Cloud village. After all, fire overcomes wind. The Sand village, skilled in wind release techniques, not only cannot withstand the meteor shower, but may even cause its power to surge. That's the only way. Cho nodded helplessly, her expression worried. Hopefully, Tsunade can put aside her differences and lend a helping hand. Listening to the conversation between the two elders, Gaara's expression became extremely serious, and his motivation to become stronger grew even stronger. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound rang out from the Kazekage's office. Konoha, Hokage's office. That mysterious person has struck again, this time targeting Kumigakure. Tsunade frowned as she looked at the intelligence report in her hand, then glanced at Izayoi, who was reading the new book of sealing seals opposite her, and said with some helplessness, "I'm sorry, my great-grandfather's signature wood release techniques weren't left behind, so I can't help you." "It's all right, I'm more than satisfied that the Hokage allows me to freely view the scroll of sealing techniques," Izayoi grinned. "Compared to the first Hokage's wood release, I'm more interested in the second Hokage's forbidden techniques." Tsunade, unfazed, replied, "It doesn't matter. This thing will end up in your hands sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Didn't you see none of those guys tried to stop it? Besides, these are critical times, everyone wants you to be as strong as possible." It's not hard to see from Tsunade's words that she favors Izayoi over Naruto and has made her choice. Although Naruto Uzumaki helped her overcome her hemophobia, he also allowed her to see the reflections of Nawaki and Kato Dan. However, she is the Hokage of Konoha, and she has a responsibility to Konoha. The Leaf Village's attitude has already made the decision for her regarding the relative strength of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the Wood Release Ninja. Izayoi nodded, smiling confidently, "With my current chakra, I can single-handedly unleash the Four Red Yang formation. Even if a meteor shower bombards Konoha, I can withstand it." "Haha, those are reassuring words." Tsunade burst into laughter, then quickly changed her expression and threatened, "Then why don't you hurry up and go on a mission? I'm giving you a death order right now, you must be promoted to Jonin next year, or I'll order an investigation into the source of your wealth and then seize your house. Then I have no choice but to report the Hokage for embezzling public funds for gambling." "Who said I embezzled public funds? Do you have any evidence?" "Then, Hokage-sama, do you have any evidence?" "I am the Hokage, I am the highest authority in Konoha, my word is the proof," if you disagree, then become the Hokage. Tsunade said smugly. Humph. Tsunade, you'll regret this. Izayoi put down the sealing scroll, slammed the door shut, and left. Tsunade scratched her face, looking puzzled, and said, that kid's words, they seem familiar, like I've seen him before. Shizun and Karin, who had been observing the whole thing, said with a wry smile, Hokage-sama, you said something similar to Izayoi last time. I see. Tsunade seemed to understand slightly, then frowned and said, no, I didn't slam the door, it's not that feeling of familiarity. Chapter 113 Lord Hokage, the messenger from Kumigakure requests an audience. Not long after Izayoi left, a Konoha ninja wearing a green vest knocked on the door and entered, kneeling on one knee and speaking respectfully. The Cloud Recluse. Tsunade, who had just been engrossed in her work, suddenly frowned and said, why aren't they focusing on rebuilding the village and seeking revenge against the Akatsuki? What are they doing sending people to Konoha? I don't know, the Konoha ninja replied. According to the gatekeeper's report, the messengers are 3 disciples of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, led by the Cloud Village Jonin Samui. They didn't enter the village, instead, they applied at the gate to pay their respects to the Hokage. Tsunade crossed her arms, her face showing deep thought. Immediately, she turned to Karin, who was wearing a black blazer and glasses, and increasingly resembled a secretary, and said, Karin, go and pick them up. Unlike Onaki, who sent his son to host the delegation, Tsunade did not specifically target the delegation from Kumigakure. Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning are not allies, and Konoha and Kumigakure are enemies, they are still one of the 5 great shinobi villages and the backbone that maintains the balance of the shinobi world. The fact that the Hidden Cloud Village sent an envoy this time is definitely because of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade is also very interested in seeing what the 4th Raikage is planning to do. Yes. Karin was slightly taken aback, then nodded respectfully. However, when she arrived at the village entrance, she was struck dumb. What is that? Is this a scale that humans could possibly achieve? Staring at Samui's ample bosom, which was even more voluptuous than Tsunade's and slightly inferior to Hinata's, Karin subconsciously looked down at her toes and suddenly regretted taking on this task. They should have sent senior sister Jing Ian. Fortunately, she's still young, so losing isn't shameful. Karin quickly composed herself, flashing a masked smile at Samui's team, and introduced herself, my name is Karin. I am the Hokage's secretary and disciple. Please follow me, Your Excellency. The Hokage has agreed to see you. Thank you for your trouble. The stunningly beautiful Samui nodded expressionlessly, then, accompanied by Amwa and Karui, who looked hostile and wary of their surroundings, she followed Karin to the Hokage building. It was Karin's first time receiving outsiders, and she wasn't good with words, so she didn't chat with the delegation. However, seeing her hair color, Samui took the initiative to ask, are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Yes. Karin nodded with a smile, then touched her hair, as if noticing something, and asked, is there a problem? Nothing. Samui shook his head. She couldn't very well say, thank you so much for the sealing techniques of your Uzumaki clan. If the previous Raikage hadn't led his army to destroy your land of whirlpools, we wouldn't have been able to seize the barrier-type sealing scrolls, thus minimizing our casualties. If those words were spoken aloud, the nature of this trip would completely change. Samui was indeed very grateful, after all, she had not participated in the extermination of her tribe. Following Karin to the Hokage's office, Samui's team finally met one of the legendary female ninjas still existing in the ninja world. Lady Tsunade. Samui bowed respectfully. Amwa and Karui also changed their previous attitude and bowed respectfully. Tsunade is not only the granddaughter of the god of shinobi and one of the legendary Sunin, but also a renowned medical expert in the ninja world, someone even her enemies address as Sama, or master. Without exception, all the female ninjas in the ninja world who believe they are no less capable than men idolize Tsunade. Samui also takes Tsunade as her role model. Samui glanced at Tsunade's assets and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of Lady Tsunade. Tsunade's eye twitched slightly. She first stared at Samui's figure for a few moments, then her gaze shifted to her face, or more precisely, her snow-white skin. She couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect Kumagakure to have someone like you. Samui remained expressionless. This stereotype wasn't unique to Tsunade, but was held by many others. Because of her skin color and body shape, she was even treated as an outcast from a young age. It was only through hard work and a strong will that she became the Jonin of Kumagakure. In the hidden cloud village, where most people are rough and uncultured, yet also where black lives are highly valued, this is an extraordinary achievement and a remarkable turnaround. Although Samui didn't speak, Tsunade could vaguely guess what was going on from her icy expression. She felt a slight appreciation for this woman who was on par with her own, and so she said seriously, sit down. Thanks, adult Tsunade. After Samui's team sat down, Tsunade didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, what did that guy send you to Konoha for? Lord Raikage sent us to deliver this letter to Lady Tsunade. Samui took a letter from the collar of his four-dimensional pocket and handed it to Shizuan, whose eyes and mouth were twitching slightly. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Shizuan didn't know how she had handed the letter to Tsunade. Looking at her senior sister, whose body had turned grayish-white, Karen's eyes held a mixture of pity and satisfaction. Recently, she's been able to enjoy the same treatment as Hinata and Hanabi every day. After absorbing Izayoi's chakra, Karen clearly feels that her energy is becoming more and more abundant, and even her nearsightedness has disappeared. It is said that Hinata's figure is largely due to Izayoi. If I can be like Hinata, even if I can't compare to Hinata when I grow up, I should be able to easily crush Shizuan. Thinking about this, Karen couldn't help but imagine herself when she grew up. Tsunade opened the letter and began to read it. After reading only a few lines, Tsunade's brows furrowed again, and she murmured, so we really have become enemies. The letter contained more detailed information. The information released by the Land of Lightning only mentioned that Sasori's puppetry skills surpassed those of his predecessors and increased his bounty, but it did not mention the root organization or Danzo Shimura. Instead, the information was sent to Tsunade. Clearly, Kumagakure is extending goodwill to Konoha. The intelligence report concluded with an invitation to the Five Cage Summit. A Five Kingdoms Summit? Looking at these unfamiliar words, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. How many years has it been since my grandfather that the Five Cage Summit has been held in the ninja world? The ninja village system was established by Hashirama Senju, and other countries and ninja clans rushed to imitate it. The original purpose of the Five Cage Summit was to discuss how to improve the ninja world and eliminate war. Before the First Shinobi World War, all nations were at peace and harbored no hatred for each other because of the god of shinobi. However, with the outbreak of the Ninja World War, the nations developed hatred for each other, making it impossible for the Five Cage to sit down and talk peacefully again. So when Tsunade saw this word, she was momentarily dazed. The fact that the powerful Hidden Cloud Village could initiate a Five Cage Summit clearly indicates the emergence of an extraordinary figure like the Great Cage or Madara Uchiha. Both the Akatsuki organization and that mysterious figure are major threats. Thinking that those ninja villages were still unaware of the mysterious figure's existence, Tsunade made her decision. Putting down the letter, she nodded and said, "This information is crucial. It confirms our previous suspicions. Not only must the bodies of fallen ninjas be properly preserved, but the cemeteries must also be strictly guarded. I will be present at the Five Cage Summit on time." Upon hearing this, Samui's team's expression changed slightly. Yes, how come they didn't think of that? However, the thought of the village being transformed into a massive meteorite crater caused their expressions to stiffen slightly, wondering if the spell had affected the cemetery. Tsunade, of course, had no idea what they were thinking, and waved her hand, dismissing them. Shizuan, you entertain the delegation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Just as Shizuan was about to ask Samui's team to leave, Samui suddenly stood up and said, Lady Tsunade, is the wood release ninja, Izayoi, currently in Konoha? The three women, including Tsunade, all looked at her with puzzled expressions. Yes, he's here. What do you want with him? Tsunade asked curiously. Karin looked at the woman warily. What did this big-breasted woman want with Izayoi? Upon hearing that Izayoi was in Konoha, Samui's face lit up with joy, and he revealed one of the purposes of his trip. It is said that the first Hokage possessed a wood-release ninjutsu called the Four Pillars technique, which can create sturdy and permanent houses. He used this technique many times to provide shelter for many disaster-stricken areas in the ninja world, performing immeasurable deeds. We wish to commission Lord Izayoi to use wood release to help us rebuild our village. I see. Tsunade and the other two women seemed to realize something. Tsunade was just about to nod and accept the task for Izayoi when, as if remembering something, she immediately lied without batting an eye. Izayoi is now a Hokage candidate and has the privilege of choosing his own tasks. You'll have to ask him yourself. If he agrees, then there's no problem. Please allow me to meet with Lord Izayoi, Lady Tsunade. Samui wasn't surprised. Wood release ninjas certainly enjoyed special privileges in Konoha. Karin, take them to find Izayoi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Karin nodded respectfully, then led Samui to Izayoi's house. Amwa and Karui were both dumbfounded as they stared at the building, which was as luxurious as the daimyo's mansion. Samui, sensing Izayoi's growing influence, immediately instructed his two subordinates, Amwa, Karui, wait for me outside. Yes, Captain. The two nodded. When Karin brought Samui to Izayoi, even Izayoi was somewhat dazed after hearing Samui's request. Entrusting the murderer who destroyed the village with the task of rebuilding it was something he had never seen before, even in his 2 lifetimes. However, looking at Samui, who was standing before him with a sincere expression and a humble demeanor, showing none of the airs of a stunningly beautiful ice queen, Izayoi still shook her head and smiled. I refuse. Lord Izayoi, if you're willing to lend a hand, our Hidden Cloud village is willing to pay the reward of 3 Super S-rank missions, Samui said eagerly. If that's not enough, we can continue negotiating. This isn't about money. Izayoi's smile took on a cold tinge as she said calmly, my girlfriend, her name is Hinata Hyaga, the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan's main family. Samui was slightly taken aback, his face showing confusion. Immediately, as if remembering something, her expression changed slightly. Sorry to bother you. Samui bowed slightly, the large thunderbolt on his chest swayed, and then left Izayoi's mansion in a dejected mood. I thought this task would be very simple, but I never expected that the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan's main family would actually be Izayoi's girlfriend. Samui had heard a little about the village's plans back then. Thinking of the disdain he received from the village that he never even got his hands on, Samui suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Chapter 114 January 1st, Konoha year 61. Today is a joyous day for others to celebrate the arrival of the new year. However, for the 5 Kage and their guards, it was a day of travel. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances and the loss of initiative, the 5 Shadows Summit will not be held in the 5 major powers. So, just like in the original story, the 5 Kage Summit was held in the Land of Iron, and Admiral Mifune of the Land of Iron was invited to host the summit. Only the Land of Iron, whose strength is second only to the 5 great ninja villages, has the power to protect the 5 Kage and earn their respect. Samui's team had just left Konoha when Tsunade, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, headed for the Land of Iron the very next day. Her 2 bodyguards were none other than Izayoi and Kakashi Hatake. Wood release is so convenient. That night, Tsunade and her two companions camped out in the wilderness. Sitting inside the wooden hut built using the wood release, 4 pillars technique, Kakashi Hatake ate some roasted meat from his hunt and praised Izayoi, saying, "Your wood release is even better than Tenzo's. Experimental subjects are indeed no match for the true Senju clan." Before Izayoi could speak, Tsunade, who was gnawing on a wild boar leg, grinned proudly and said, "Although I haven't seen that wood release test subject, wood release isn't an ordinary bloodline limit. Onaki's dust release is a bloodline limit change combining 3 nature transformations, while wood release, seemingly just a fusion of water and earth nature transformations, actually has its most important core, yang release chakra. In terms of vitality and the strength of yang release chakra, no one can compare to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, not even the Akimichi clan. Let alone that would release experimental subject, even you, a brat with once astonishing chakra who accidentally obtained wood release, cannot compare to Izayoi's wood release. The difference in your yang release chakra is simply too great." After saying that, Tsunade subconsciously reached out to pat Izayoi's shoulder, but Izayoi dodged it with a look of disgust. Glancing at the grease on her hands, Tsunade continued gnawing on the wild boar, adding vaguely, "Furthermore, Izayoi awakened the bloodlines of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans simultaneously. He not only awakened his grandfather's wood release but also 2 unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. His bloodline purity might even be higher than his grandfather's." Kakashi Hatake's eyes flashed, and he looked at Izayoi meaningfully, saying, "Is this why Sasuke awakened wood release?" "Sasuke has awakened wood release too." Tsunade was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously asked Izayoi, "You transplanted your cells into Sasuke?" Izayoi nodded, lying without batting an eye. Itake's return to the village was a huge shock to Sasuke. "If I don't help him, I'm afraid he might succumb to Orochimaru's temptations and go astray. Exactly a few years ago, my Kagura mind's eye sensed a very interesting chakra." Izayoi continued with a playful smile, "That person's chakra actually possessed the aura of both the Sharingan and wood release. And unlike Kakashi, a jonin who constantly depletes his chakra not only didn't continuously deplete, but it was even able to balance itself. Considering the deeds of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, I have a theory, the power of wood release and the Sharingan might be able to balance each other, allowing someone to possess the power of both the Sharingan and wood release simultaneously. As it turns out, my guess was correct." Izayoi smiled at Kakashi Hatake and said, "Sasuke's current strength shouldn't disappoint you, right?" "He's more than just not disappointed me," Kakashi Hatake sighed softly. "At this rate, I feel like it won't be long before I'm no match for Sasuke. Maybe after the Chunin exams in the first half of the year, I can hand over Team 7 to him, just like Kurane did." Tsunade frowned slightly for a moment, then stared at Kakashi Hatake's left eye, which was covered by his headband, and asked, "Since wood release can suppress the power of the Sharingan, do you want to transplant Izayoi's cells like Sasuke did?" "No, my eye power isn't as strong as Sasuke's. Let's just maintain the status quo." Kakashi Hatake shook his head and refused. With people around him dying one after another, Kakashi Hatake had lost all desire to become stronger. Now, with the new generation including Izayoi, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, there's no need for him to take risks on his own. Just be content with the status quo. Seemingly sensing Kakashi Hatake's thoughts, Tsunade didn't try to persuade him further. To be honest, Tsunade was already surprised that this guy didn't break away, betray the village, or leave like her. After dinner, Tsunade dragged Izayoi and Kakashi Hatake to play cards. When Tsunade offered him money, Kakashi Hatake naturally didn't refuse. Make a quick buck, then use that money to support Jiraiya-sama's Ika paradise. As for Izayoi, who was also a major creditor, the same was true. Moreover, if Tsunade wins decisively, it means that something major will happen that even she cannot control. The Land of Iron, bordering the land of fields, is located to the north of the land of fire. However, compared to the land of fields, which can be reached by crossing a forest and a plain, the land of iron has a harsher geographical environment, similar to the land of rivers, yet somewhat different. Both are mountain ranges, but the land of iron has a very special temperature, with snow all year round and snow-capped mountains everywhere. Especially now that it's winter, the accumulated snow really puts a ninja's body flicker technique to the test. Even for Tsunade and her two companions, it took them more than 2 days to travel from Konoha to the land of iron. Lady Tsunade, it's been a long time. Upon receiving the news, Mifune immediately came to greet Tsunade, and the respectful title he used for her was different from that of the other 5 Kage, it was the common way people addressed her. Mifune, I almost didn't recognize you. Looking at Mifune, with whom she had interacted during the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade sighed slightly. Time waits for no one, but Lady Tsunade remains as beautiful as ever. Ha ha ha, this is my signature move, aren't you envious? After exchanging pleasantries with Mifune at the door for a while, Tsunade asked, how many have arrived? I'm not going to be the first one here, am I? Lord Reikage and Lord Tsuchikage have already arrived, Mifune replied truthfully. Only Lord Kazekage and Lord Mizukage remain. As expected. Tsunade nodded, then, as if remembering something, she said with a look of disgust, Tsunagakure hasn't chosen a 5th Kazekage yet. This time, it's probably that old woman Cho who's coming. I really don't want to see that poison-wielding old woman. Mifune gave an awkward smile, then, seeing Izayoi dressed in a green vest, a rare sight for such a formal occasion, his eyes lit up. Is this Lord Izayoi? He exclaimed. Not bad, the reputation of my descendants has even spread to your neutral country. Tsunade joked with a smile, then introduced him to Izayoi. This old fellow is Mifune, the Admiral of the Land of Iron, and also the leader of the samurai. You might have to deal with him in the future. These words were also meant to introduce Izayoi to Mifune. She was our future 6th Hokage. Admiral Mifune. Izayoi said politely. Truly a promising young man. I've grown up hearing the name of Lord Hashirama since I was a child, and I've always wanted to meet him, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to, Mifune said with a smile. I hope that in my lifetime I can witness such a glorious era. As the leader of a neutral country, Mifune is definitely one of the people who most looks forward to Izayoi's growth and also most desires peace in the ninja world. Izayoi smiled without saying a word. After exchanging pleasantries, Mifune invited Tsunade and her 2 companions into the city and arranged accommodations for them at the Admiral's residence. 2 days later, representatives from Tsunagakure and Kirigakure arrived one after another, and the 5 Kage summit began in the conference hall of the Land of Iron. A beam of light shone down and landed on a table. 5 straw hats, each a different color, were placed on the table, each bearing the characters for wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. These 5 characters represent both the 5 elements of Chakra and the 5 major nations that rule this world. The beam of light spread out, illuminating 6 figures sitting at the table, 4 men and 2 women. They are the 4th Reikage who initiated the 5 Kage summit, Mifune who was invited to host the summit, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Cho, the acting Kazekage of Tsunagakure, Onaki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, and Genshi, who is not the acting Mizukage of Kirigakure but whose status is comparable to that of the Mizukage. Further back in the stands stood a large number of samurai, as well as the personal guards of the 5 great ninja villages. Tsunade's bodyguards were Izayoi and Kakashi Hatake, Chiyo's bodyguards were Maki and Gaara, Onaki's bodyguards were Yotsuki and Akatsuki, the 4th Reikage's bodyguards were Darui and Hai, and Genji's bodyguards were Mei Terumi and Ao. Seeing Ao sitting with Mei Terumi, Izayoi moved closer to Kakashi Hatake, who was no longer lounging around but had a serious expression, and asked knowingly, is that guy with the eye patch the Byakugan killer on the gold-notched wanted list? Kakashi Hatake nodded and whispered a reminder, "This is a neutral country, don't do anything reckless." "I was just asking." Izayoi smiled. Just as Izayoi was observing Ao, the guards from various ninja villages were also secretly observing this would-release ninja. After all, before Sasori of the Red Sand and Pain of the Deva Path reached the top of the bounty charts, Izayoi was the number one on the black market. Similarly, before the Akatsuki crossed the line, all the major ninja villages agreed that Izayoi was the greatest threat to the future. Gaara looked at Izayoi with a complicated expression, as if recalling the scene of the Konoha Crush plan. Temari thought of Hinata, wondering how strong that Byakugan girl with an outrageously large figure and age-defying appearance was now. At 28 years old, in the prime of her life and already exuding a mature, sophisticated aura, Mei Terumi said softly, "Is that boy Izayoi? I heard he only graduated last March, he doesn't seem like it." Ao's right temple bulged with a vein, his gaze piercing through the black eye patch as he scrutinized Izayoi. His left eye trembled slightly as he said, "His chakra is incredibly powerful, no less than that of the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Tsunagakuer. He's already as good as a Jinchuriki at this age? What will he be like when he comes of age?" Mei Terumi's expression instantly turned serious. If nothing unexpected happens, she and Izayoi will be among the next 5 Kage. The thought of facing a monster like Izayoi filled Mei Terumi with pressure, even though she was a rare dual bloodline Genkai user in the ninja world. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage also began exchanging information. "Master Yuan, I never expected that you would be the representative of Kirigakuer. This truly surprises me." Oniki looked at the nearly 90-year-old master with feigned amazement, but inwardly he had a suspicion. Not only him, but the other 5 Kage were the same. After all, Cho next to her is the best example. The master didn't hide anything, frankly stating, "The Mizu Kage has passed away. I've come to the 5 Kage summit on behalf of Kirigakuer specifically for the sake of the Akatsuki." Could it be? Tsunade and the others' expressions changed slightly. "That's right, Lord Mizu Kage died because of the Akatsuki," Master Yuan said. "Even the Blood Mist village in Kirigakuer was orchestrated by the Akatsuki. Lord Mizu Kage had been controlled by them using genjutsu for a long time." "I see." Everyone looked enlightened, finally understanding why Kirigakuer used such a cruel method to train ninjas. It turns out the purpose wasn't to cultivate killing weapons, but rather that the 4th Mizu Kage was being manipulated by genjutsu. What kind of illusion technique could control the 5 Kage, especially their perfect Jinchuriki? Cho suddenly asked a question, and then everyone's attention turned to Tsunade. Tsunade's expression was extremely grim, not because she felt they suspected Konoha, but because she was reminded of the Nine Tails attack 13 years ago. There are very few abilities that can suppress tailed beasts. Wood Release is one, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is another, and the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan is yet another. If you have the strength, you can do the same. For example, the 3rd Raikage of Kumagakuer was able to fight the 8 Tails to a draw when it went berserk. However, among these abilities, only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses the genjutsu, illusionary techniques, that can even control tailed beasts. However, the Sharingan that can control the tailed beasts must be the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. 13 years ago, Itaki Uchiha was only a few years old. It's quite clear that there was likely another mastermind behind the Nine-Tailed Fox's rampage back then. Furthermore, records show that all the people who delivered Kushina Uzumaki's baby that year died. However, on the surface, Tsunade said in a deep voice, the Sharingan's genjutsu can indeed control tailed beasts, but that can only be done by the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the timeline in the Blood Mist village doesn't match Itaka's age, and given the unknown abilities of the sage's eyes, it's possible that those eyes can also control tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. The possibility of it being the sage's eye is unlikely, Master Yuan said, shaking his head. Based on Ao's Byakugan observations, the way he controls the Mizukage's yin release chakra is very similar to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. With a loud bang, the fourth Raikage, who had been silent all along, slammed his hand heavily on the table, startling the guards behind him to their feet. They instantly appeared behind their respective shadow clones, their eyes warily fixed on each other, ready to strike at any moment. It's Konoha again. The fourth Raikage slammed his fist on the table and pointed at Tsunade, shouting, first it was Danzo Shimura and the Root Organization, and now it's the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Hokage, you must give me an explanation. Is your brain made of muscles? What does this have to do with Konoha? Tsunade retorted, her forehead creased with exasperation. I know you're upset because Kumigakure was destroyed, but you also need to understand that Konoha is a victim. The Uchiha clan has been extinct for many years. The only remaining descendant is Itachi Uchiha, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, the timeline of his joining Akatsuki doesn't align with the events of the blood-stained mist village. If it truly was Akatsuki's doing, either they possess two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, or the sage's eyes can indeed control tailed beasts. It wasn't until Itachi joined Akatsuki that the Akatsuki leader entrusted him with this task, ultimately leading to its unexpected discovery. Of course, it's also possible that it wasn't the Akatsuki's doing. What's the meaning? Tsunade's last words successfully diverted the attention of the five Kage. They weren't fools, they instantly understood Tsunade's meaning. All eyes were fixed on Tsunade, waiting for her to say something next. Tsunade didn't waste any words. She crossed her arms and said seriously, what I'm about to say might seem unbelievable, and you might not believe it, but you'd better remember it. According to the information Jiraiya gathered, the sage's eyes are not just one pair, but two pairs. What? How is this possible? The five Kage were immediately taken aback, their expressions changing in disbelief. A single pair of sage's eyes already possesses the extraordinary power to wipe out the hidden cloud village. If two pairs truly exist, wouldn't that mean there are currently two extraordinary forces in the ninja world? Did they travel back decades to the era of the god of shinobi and the Azura of the shinobi world? Tsunade ignored them and continued, this is intelligence that Jiraiya gathered by infiltrating Omegakure using his shadow clones. His shadow clones even spoke with the leader of Akatsuki, and the information about the second pair of Rinnegan was revealed to him by that latter. Furthermore, the Rinnegan also has the ability to create puppets. However, Rinnegan puppets have one characteristic, they have many black nails on their bodies, and their eyes take the shape of the Rinnegan. This doesn't match the puppets that invaded Konoha and Kumigakure. A puppet army? Isn't that Sasori's ability? The fourth Raikage frowned. And can we trust what the Akatsuki leader says? So I don't completely believe it either, but... Tsunade stared at Chiyo's pale face and asked, Puppet Masters, can you really control hundreds or thousands of puppets without relying on chakra threads, and provide them with that much chakra? And are you puppet masters skilled in ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's expression changed once again, he had finally found a crucial piece of information. Yes. Such an enormous amount of chakra, the ability to effortlessly use the five elements release techniques, and ninjutsu and forbidden techniques that even the original owner of this body didn't know. If the master of that puppet army is Sasori of the Red Sand, wouldn't that mean he's not only a puppet master but also a ninjutsu master with immense chakra? Cho realized someone had framed her grandson and shook her head, saying, puppets are the puppeteer's weapons, they can't be separated from the puppeteer for long. Even if magnet release can remotely control metal, it requires a huge amount of chakra, and the range isn't very far. These wireless puppets and puppet-released ninjutsu are not even within the scope of puppetry. But the puppets of the Rinnegan are wireless puppets, Tsunade affirmed. Jiraiya personally witnessed the Rinnegan puppets using ninjutsu and summoning techniques. However, the puppets of the Akatsuki leader don't match the characteristics of the puppets that invaded Konoha and Kumigakure. According to Jiraiya's deduction, the mysterious person with a second pair of Rinnegan impersonated the Akatsuki and committed these crimes in order to incite war in the ninja world and use the 5 great ninja villages to deal with the Akatsuki leader. They are all aiming to eliminate each other, perhaps to make their Rinnegan unique, or perhaps to fight for something only the possessor of the Rinnegan knows about, something that could even completely shatter the balance of the ninja world. The 5 shadows remained silent for a long time, their expressions unpredictable. There's no way around it, there's just too much information to cover. If it were just the Akatsuki organization, they could join forces to deal with them, since their headquarters were in Omegakure. But if the Konoha Crush plan, as well as the incidents in Kumigakure and Kirigakure, were truly the work of a mysterious third party, then wouldn't they have become pawns in a game? What if they fight to the bitter end, and then the opposing team suddenly enters the fray? Chapter 115. The hall remained silent for a long time before Oniki slowly spoke. So, the sage's eyes, like the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, have some similar abilities, but some are different. Humph, who knows if it's true or not? The 4th Raikage said coldly, the sage's eyes have always been a legendary ability, not even recorded in the Warring States period. Now that they've suddenly appeared, how could 2 pairs possibly appear at the same time? Believe it or not, Tsunade rolled her eyes. The reason I came to the 5-Cage Summit is to share this information with you, so you don't fall into the trap set by the mysterious man. This incident is inextricably linked to Konoha, the 4th Raikage continued. I can overlook the matter of Root and Danzo Shimura, but why are these puppets using Konoha's signature ninjutsu and forbidden techniques? That Danzo Shimura guy even possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan and can use Wood Release and Flying Thunder God technique. Hokage, you must give me an explanation. Before Tsunade could speak, the 4th Raikage swept his gaze across the other 5-Cage, his expression furious. And you villages, he said, almost all the Akatsuki members exposed are S-rank rogue ninja from your villages. You all must give me an explanation. Seeing the 4th Raikage trying to smear them, the other 5-Cage all turned pale. Cho lacked the confidence to speak, but Oniki showed no mercy to the 4th Raikage, sarcastically remarking, it's unbelievable that such words came from the mouth of a 5th Cage. Are all the Cage of Kumigakure monkeys who don't need to attend school? Since when have the actions of rogue ninjas become able to implicate their respective villages? Is it because we failed to destroy his file, or because we didn't issue a bounty and pursue him? If that's the case, shouldn't your Hidden Cloud village give Konoha an explanation first? As far as I know, the 2nd Hokage died because of a rogue ninja from your Hidden Cloud village, and you didn't give any explanation then, did you? And if I remember correctly, the ninja tools that Kinkaku and Ginkaku possessed are still in your Hidden Cloud village. Shouldn't these murder weapons be handed over to Konoha? What did you say? The 4th Raikage's eyes widened in anger. Oniki scoffed, kid, your bravado is nothing compared to your father's. If you want to fight, whether it's a one-on-one duel or a full-scale war, I'm ready. Knock knock knock. Just as the 4th Raikage and Oniki were about to start arguing, Mifune tapped the table and said gently, Raikage, Tsuchikage, please calm down. The topic of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization, which has crossed the line. Snort. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly and sat down, then stated bluntly, I have reservations about the information provided by the Hokage. My suggestion is to launch a joint attack on Omegakure and completely annihilate this terrifying organization composed of S-rank rogue ninja from your villages. I disagree. Oniki crossed his arms and calmly said, I know a little about the Akatsuki organization. They're a group of S-rank rogue ninja who band together for mutual support, specializing in accepting top-secret commissions on the black market. I've cooperated with them a few times myself. They always deliberately maintain a secretive image, so this sudden high-profile move, even revealing the location of their headquarters, is really suspicious. I initially thought their previous low-key approach meant they were preparing something, but now they've finally stopped hiding. However, the information provided by Princess Tsunade has cleared up my confusion. Perhaps there really is a mysterious third party wanting to use us to deal with the Akatsuki. That's just your guess, the fourth Reikage said. Perhaps. Onaki said nonchalantly, I trust Princess Tsunade's information. Besides, Iwagakure and Akatsuki have no conflict or hatred, so they won't participate in the extermination. Humph. I hope you won't regret it when Akatsuki sets its sights on your Iwagakure, the fourth Reikage sneered. If that's the case, then I can only accept my bad luck, Onaki said with a veiled smile. The fourth Reikage's forehead veins bulged instantly. Tsunade rested her chin on her hands, her expression serious. I also believe Jiraiya's information. After all, among our ninja villages, he's the only one who infiltrated Omegakure and spoke with the Akatsuki leader. Regardless of whether the Akatsuki leader is lying, if the Konoha crush, the blood-stained village, and the Kumagakure incidents were all Akatsuki's doing, then it means the person who manipulated Shimura Danzo into using the Flying Thunder God technique was an Akatsuki member. The information we released in Konoha last time wasn't detailed enough. Besides suffering heavy losses, we also had the scroll of sealing seals and a wood release test subject stolen, Tsunade said gravely. That happened in August, while the Cloud Village incident occurred at the end of December only 4 months ago. Since they were able to master the Flying Thunder God technique in just 4 months, a technique only the second grandfather and the fourth Hokage had mastered in Konoha's 61 years of history and even allow Danzo Shimura's corpse to unleash the power of wood release, they must have already mastered the other forbidden techniques in the Scroll of Seals as well. Even if we unite to besiege Omegakure, it will be difficult to eliminate the Akatsuki, who possess the Flying Thunder God technique. If the Akatsuki doesn't have the Flying Thunder God technique, it not only proves the existence of a mysterious third party, but also completely puts the Akatsuki on the opposite side. If we can completely wipe out this organization, that would be fine, but if the campaign fails, we might face retaliation from a second pair of sage eyes at any time. Upon hearing this, all 5 Kage except the fourth Reikage fell silent. The fourth Reikage roared in fury, Hokage, are you afraid? And do you really believe that a rogue ninja organization with the sage's eyes will just stay a law-abiding mercenary force? Think what you want, but Konoha will not participate in the campaign against Akatsuki. Tsunade rolled her eyes, making her stance clear. Seeing that Iwagakure and Konoha, whose overall strength was second only to Kumagakure, did not agree to attack Akatsuki. Cho, whose side had only lost a Kazekage and some ninja, and whose grandson was also a member of Akatsuki, immediately chimed in, I believe the Hokage wouldn't speak carelessly. Furthermore, Tsunagakure suffered heavy losses in the Konoha Crush plan because of Orochimaru, and is currently in a state of transition, so they are powerless to do anything about it. The fourth Reikage's black face immediately turned even blacker. Seeing that the 3 ninja villages disagreed with the campaign against Akatsuki, the former master, who had originally intended to use them to deal with Akatsuki, had to abandon that idea and slowly said, although Kirigakure has only recently ended the Blood Mist Village arc and is also in a transitional phase, as long as it's a joint campaign against Akatsuki, or a mysterious third party, we in Kirigakure are willing to submit to the majority. These words sound nice, but the unspoken message is that our hidden mist village is also forfeiting. Humph, you'll all regret this. The fourth Reikage slammed his fist into the table, shattering it, and then left without looking back. The other 5 Kage, knowing he was venting his emotions, didn't pay any attention. Hokage, let's make a deal. Just as Tsunade was about to leave with Izayoi and Kakashi Hatake, Cho suddenly called out to her. What kind of deal? Tsunade looked at Cho with a hint of disdain. Cho ignored Tsunade's gaze, gave Kakashi Hatake a deep look, and then said to Tsunade, our sand village is willing to deepen our alliance with Konoha, and we can relinquish command when dealing with external enemies. What are the conditions? Tsunade asked. We want a complete barrier, Cho said in a deep voice. If that mysterious third party truly exists, and its goal is to incite war in the ninja world, then sooner or later they will target our Tsunagakure and Iwagakure villages. Our Tsunagakure village needs a barrier that can withstand a meteor shower. Hearing this, Onaki, who was just about to leave, floated over and said with a smile, Princess Tsunade, our Iwagakure village also hopes to make a similar deal with Konoha. If possible, count us in as part of Kirigakure as well. Master Yuan also walked over. Normally, Tsunade would only offer sarcastic remarks, thinking they were all delusional. However, thinking of the Akatsuki organization, that mysterious person, and the image of Kumigakure turning into a huge meteorite crater, Tsunade frowned slightly and fell silent. Tsunade made her decision very quickly. If you want to trade, send someone to Konoha to discuss it. Tsunade left with these words before departing with Izayoi and Kakashi Hatake. After leaving the venue, they did not linger in the Land of Iron, but returned to Konoha without stopping. Like them, there were other major ninja villages. After all, none of the 5 Kage knew whether the Akatsuki, or some mysterious third party, would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on their villages after they left. In a flash, Izayoi followed behind Tsunade, his gaze seemingly fixed ahead, but in reality, it had returned to the Land of Iron. A small smile curved at the corners of her mouth. He thought to himself, he's gotten smarter, after all. The scene returns to the Land of Iron, where the armored warriors, having finished protecting the 5 Kage, returned to their respective posts. One of the samurai went to a deserted place and his body transformed into a pure white Zetsu clone at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clearly, the Akatsuki organization has been keeping a close eye on the 5 Kage summit. Because a white Zetsu clone had an incident in Konoha, and it was uncertain whether it was the work of a mysterious person or Izayoi's would release, neither the black Zetsu nor the white Zetsu clone dared to use the mayfly technique to hide in the shadows and eavesdrop. Instead, they replaced a samurai in advance to openly listen in. Izayoi's would release technique initially failed to detect the white Zetsu clone. That's why he felt something was wrong. The 5 Kage summit could not possibly be kept secret from black and white Zetsu. Knowing that the 5 Kage summit was aimed at dealing with their Akatsuki organization, they would definitely try every means to obtain the outcome of the summit and then prepare countermeasures. Since the art of the mayfly is unusable, only the art of disguise remains. As for a declaration of war like in the original story, that's absolutely impossible. In the original story, Obito Uchiha dared to declare war on the 5 great ninja villages because of the 100,000 white Zetsu and Kabuto Yakushi's reanimated army, the Gedo Mazo that retrieved the 7-tailed beasts, and the courage given to him by Kamui and the Rinnegan. Nagato is still alive, and he still calls the shots in the Akatsuki. Although Nagato is currently acting very immaturely, even arrogantly calling himself a god, he certainly wouldn't want to alert the 5 great shinobi villages before the 3 Tails is resurrected. The outcome of this 5 Kage summit should have greatly satisfied Nagato. As long as it's not the 5 great ninja villages joining forces, he has nothing to fear. This outcome was also within Izayoi's expectations. The reason why the 5 great ninja villages in the original story were able to put aside decades of hatred was because they all had a common enemy. The Hidden Mist village was controlled by Obito Uchiha, who then created the village of Blood and Mist, a feud that runs deep. In Tsunagakure, Gaara had his one-tailed Shikaku extracted. If Cho hadn't sacrificed herself, the 5th Kazekage would have truly died. At that time, Konoha had just experienced Pain's invasion of the village. If Nagato hadn't used the Rhine rebirth technique at the end, its overall strength would probably not even be as good as Kirigakure. Needless to say, the Hidden Cloud village was also involved. At the time, the 4th Raikage thought Killer Bee had been captured, which is why he initiated the 5 Kage summit. Iwagakure also lost 2 Jinkraki, and the mastermind behind Akatsuki was none other than Madara Uchiha, who had once humiliated him. Coupled with Obito Uchiha's Eye of the Moon plan, the 5 great ninja villages simply could not stand idly by. Now, while the Akatsuki organization still poses a significant threat, it now has an additional mysterious figure who also possesses the Sage's Eye. As long as even one person believes in the existence of the mysterious man, the allied shinobi forces will never appear. Obito Uchiha did not appear as Madara Uchiha, and Oniki could not possibly have attacked the Akatsuki organization. After all, only he knew that among the Akatsuki members whose identities had not yet been revealed was his disciple Deidara. Although Deidara left the village, Oniki had already listed him as a rogue ninja and issued a bounty on his head. But everyone in Uegakure knows that this is just a disclaimer for outsiders. Having seen the photos of the massive meteorite crater in Kumagakure, it's even less likely that Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, whose overall strength ranks last and second to last respectively, would send troops to help Kumagakure. Regardless of the outcome, their ninja villages would suffer heavy losses. If they do succeed in their campaign, will Konoha and Uegakure seize the opportunity to launch a war and invade their countries? From the very beginning, Kumagakure was isolated and helpless. It's still not hot enough. Reikage-sama, don't disappoint me. Izayoi thought to himself. Having tasted the enormous profits of war, Izayoi found herself somewhat addicted. His initial goal was to accumulate 990,000 points before the end of Shippuden and upgrade the Otsutsuki bloodline, red, to an unknown level, which would have satisfied him. Now, Izayoi feels that her ambitions can be even greater, and she wants to upgrade the 2 red entries to an unknown new level. To achieve this goal, the ninja world will have to endure even more hardship. After all, when aliens come in the future, it will definitely be people like Izayoi who have connections with the Otsutsuki clan who will be at the forefront. Izayoi is simply asking them for investment right now. Chapter 116. January 8, Konoha year 61. Suddenly, an invisible barrier rose in Izayoi's new home, preventing all outsiders from entering and isolating her from all senses. Click. Click. Izayoi-kun, is it all right now? Along the edge of the traditional building, the sound of camera shutters clicking incessantly mingled with the shy voices of young girls. Wait a minute, Hinata, just bear with it a little longer, I'll try a different angle, slurp. Izayoi shouted excitedly, and at the end, there seemed to be a sound of her sucking in saliva. There's no way around it, Hinata is just too tempting right now. Hinata was wearing a sheer, transparent long dress that Izayoi had specially tailored for her. The top was a white short-sleeved shirt, and the bottom was a light blue split-leg skirt, which not only perfectly showcased her figure but also exuded a hazy, alluring beauty. Moreover, Hinata's current pose is a devastating blow to Izayoi, incredibly powerful. Hinata braced herself on the ground with both hands, assuming a handstand position, her feet forming a bow and arrow knocked, looking up at the front, a red arrow dangling from her cherry-red lips. Indeed, Hinata was tricked by Izayoi again and had her portrait taken. She was originally practicing archery here on the side of the wall, dressed as a shrine maiden, when Izayoi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took pictures of her with a camera. Fine, let's take the pictures. As they were taking pictures, Hinata somehow agreed to Izayoi's request and changed into this outfit, which, although not revealing, was even more embarrassing than Pikachu and Squirtle t-shirts. She was then directed by Izayoi to strike poses that made her brain get excited even faster. All right. After an unknown amount of time, Hinata finally heard a sigh of relief. She quickly put her feet down and was about to go inside to change her clothes. Hinata, wait! Suddenly, Izayoi called out to Hinata, then produced a sword from somewhere and said with a smile, let's take a few more pictures. That was archery, now it's sword dancing. This is, the last time. Hinata said, her face flushed, still unable to refuse Izayoi's request. Good. Immediately, Hinata began to wield her long sword in the garden, and at Izayoi's request, she tried her best to calm herself down, adopting a cold and aloof expression with sharp eyes. If Hinata were wearing a long robe, she would look every bit the sharp, elegant young lady from a prestigious swordsmanship family. However, this sheer, transparent long dress gave Hinata a pure yet alluring charm and a striking contrast, which Izayoi found irresistible. Izayoi, who was frantically pressing the shutter button, suddenly regretted choosing the Tensagen route instead of the Sharingan and Rinnegan route, which grant exclusive eye techniques. If it's the Sharingan route, then Izayoi's current mind mapping technique must be related to time and allow her to travel to the future. Although the first 10 years felt very short, Izayoi felt that the second decade was passing very slowly. They shot almost another roll of film, just as Izayoi was about to finish the art photo shoot. Hinata, who had already suppressed her shyness, suddenly created a shadow clone that snatched the camera, while her main body pulled Izayoi in for a sword duel. Seeing Hinata offering him this perk, Izayoi naturally accepted it without hesitation. Then he took a sharp long sword. During the duel, Izayoi used the long sword to cut holes in Hinata's clothes, making her hazy beauty even more alluring, almost causing Hinata's shadow clone to explode in embarrassment. Fortunately, this wasn't Hinata's first time taking artistic photos. Compared to the first blunder, this one was significantly better and within an acceptable range. And now, Izayoi is her boyfriend. When they go out shopping, Hinata no longer needs to hide their relationship, she can openly link arms with Izayoi and even share food with him. Satisfying this hobby of her boyfriend is a girlfriend's responsibility. Especially now that Hanabi has started school again, Karin goes to the Hokage building every day to help out and train. Sasuke Uchiha has become obsessed with training and showing off his strength, showing off, on missions, and no one is competing with him for Izayoi-kun. Hinata is also very fond of this atmosphere. After working up a good sweat, the two went swimming and soaked in hot springs, then played basketball on an indoor court while wearing sportswear. After several attempts, Izayoi showed off her skills by breaking through the tight defense with both hands and dunking from the free throw line, even taking the rim off the court. The next day, Izayoi took Hinata and dressed her in a snowman outfit, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the Land of Iron for skiing. When they got tired of playing, they had a snowball fight. Izayoi got a double glare from Hinata and almost got caught off guard, getting covered in snow. Enraged, Izayoi pounced on Hinata, and the two rolled into a large snowball on the hillside, then fought each other, almost causing an avalanche. Unfortunately, this blissful life didn't last long before Izayoi and Hinata, those lazybones, were punished by Tsunade. Izayoi-kun, Hinata, Tsunade-sensei wants you to go to the Hokage's office. Shizune-senpai has already gone to inform Shino. Following Karen's notification, Class 8 finally reunited after more than 2 months. Seeing that Izayoi and Hinata were no longer wearing their green vests and had completely lost their ninja aura, Shino Aberame couldn't help but say sarcastically, "I thought you two had retired." Since Tsunade succeeded as the 5th Hokage, the other teams have been carrying out missions like crazy. It was a rare coincidence that everyone had time, so when the guys came over to Izayoi's house for a meal, they also shared their mission experiences. Team 7's experiences were the most exciting. Not only did they encounter a rogue ninja wielding the Thunder God sword in the Land of Tea, but they also helped Kazuha Hanakoyuki, who appeared to be a female celebrity named Fujiyama Yuki but was actually the princess of the Land of Snow, to reclaim her country. Although the mission experiences of Team 6 and Team 10 were not as exciting as those of Team 7, they still encountered bandits, roaming ninjas, and even ninjas from small ninja villages, adding several C-rank and B-rank mission achievements to their resumes. In contrast, Class 8 has remained inactive except for adding 2 C-level missions and 1 A-level mission in October. Shino Aberame, who had been staying at home for more than 2 months, almost thought she had retired at a young age. Or perhaps, those two actually forgot about themselves and secretly used their Chunin privileges to carry out a mission? Shino Aberame succumbed to her own will more than once. In truth, it wouldn't matter if Aberame became Inyazuka. He really wanted to go on the mission. As if sensing Shino Abereme's resentment, Izayoi and Hinata couldn't help but smile awkwardly, realizing they did feel a bit sorry for Shino. Izayoi patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, Shino, I'll definitely help you rack up enough battle points to ensure you can successfully participate in the Chunin exams in the first half of the year. Even if I get lazy, I can just play 2 roles, like during my fetal development period, and have my wooden clone take the place of myself and Hinata, leading Shino Aberame on missions." Given the realism of the wooden clone, Shino Aberame would definitely not know it's a wooden clone, and thus wouldn't be sad. "I hope so." Shino Aberame had already given up hope on Izayoi's promise. After being promoted to Chunin, he thought he could switch careers and join the Anbu. "Since I feel so insignificant, I might as well join the dark side and maximize my advantages." No one knew about Shino Aberame's negativity. After Team 8 finished their discussion, Tsunade said seriously, "I've summoned you all today because I have an S-rank mission for you." "What?" Hinata and Shino Aberame were slightly taken aback. The latter couldn't help but adjust his sunglasses and said, "For a mission of this level, doesn't Kurane-sensei need to lead the team?" "There's no point in having Red lead the team," Tsunade shook her head. "Besides Karin, only your Team 8 is capable of completing this mission." Upon hearing this, Shino Aberame and Hinata immediately became serious, waiting for Tsunade to continue. Tsunade didn't waste any words and went straight to the mission details. According to intelligence gathered by the Anbu, Kumagakure is preparing to retaliate against Akatsuki and has already deployed troops to the Land of Rain. Your mission, Squad 8, is to observe the movements of Kumagakure and Omegakure. Once war breaks out, compile the battle situation into an intelligence report and transmit it back in real time. After saying that, Tsunade asked Hinata, "Hinata, do you have a summoning beast yet?" "No." Hinata shook her head. "Then you should sign a contract with Shikotsu Forest, just like Karin," Tsunade instructed. "When it's time to relay information, use the summoning jutsu, then give the scroll to the slug sage, who will immediately deliver it to me." "Yes." Hinata's face lit up with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Hinata was immediately pulled away by Karin, who had a big smile on her face, and led to the side to sign a contract with Shikotsu-rin. Tsunade, with a serious expression, instructed Izayoi, "You must hide yourself well. If you are discovered, I will allow you to abandon the mission." Although Izayoi possesses wood release and has created her own unique hand seal technique and flight ninjutsu, she is fully capable of threatening the 5 Kage. However, just like everyone else, Tsunade also believed that Izayoi had not yet grown up. After all, humans only begin to reach their peak after reaching adulthood. Before adulthood, we are in a period of growth. Even after Shippuden ended, Naruto and Sasuke's strength continued to grow. At the age of 19, even without 6-path sage mode, yin-yang release, or truth-seeking balls, and even if Naruto released half of the 9 tails into his body to fight the Hamura statue, he still defeated Toneri Otsutsuki. Uchiha Sasuke was so powerful that he shattered half a meteorite with just one move, Chidori. It wasn't until Boruto that he and Sasuke Uchiha became men with kidney deficiency. Tsunade's refusal to agree to attack Akatsuki was also partly due to her desire to protect Izayoi. If we can delay for a few years until Izayoi grows up, Konoha will have a fighting force beyond our usual size. Even if the opponent is the Eye of the Immortal, they still have a fighting chance. If it weren't for Hinata's Byakugan farsightedness, which had already surpassed the limits of the Hyuga clan, and the crucial importance of information regarding Kumagakure and Akatsuki, Tsunade really wouldn't want Team 8 to do something so dangerous. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Izayoi nodded solemnly. "Go ahead." Tsunade waved her hand. After receiving the pre-arranged exit permit from Shizuan, Team 8 quickly left the Hokage building, then used teleportation to go home, pack their belongings, gather at the village entrance, and head to the Land of Rain. Omegakure Village, Today is not Sunday, but it is an unusually sunny day. The villagers, having received the angel's message, have already taken refuge in the underground shelter. Now, the once vast Omegakure is reduced to only a dozen or so figures, all members of the Akatsuki organization, each a cage-level powerhouse. This lineup would make even the most powerful ninja villages tremble. Aside from in turn Tobi and Black and White Zetsu, as well as Konan and the Five Paths of Pain who rarely appear, the others, led by Pain the Deva Path, are all S-rank rogue ninjas and dangerous individuals from their respective ninja villages. Itaki Uchiha, who wiped out his own clan at the age of 13, turning the most powerful clan in the ninja world into dust in history. Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, is known as the tailless-tailed beast. Kakuzu, once the strongest man in Takigakuer, is now a renowned bounty hunter on the black market. Sasori of the Red Sand, who once destroyed a small country, now has a bounty that surpasses even the would-release ninja and ranks second on the black market. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, who destroyed the hidden cloud village with a single move, shattered the bottom line of the ninja world, and was the only Akatsuki leader with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. There's also Haiden and Deidara, whose intelligence hasn't been revealed yet. At this moment, all the Akatsuki members were gathered on the rooftop where Pain often watched the rain, gazing at the rare clear sky. It's coming. The White Zetsu, one of the Black and White Zetsu, suddenly grinned and said, "There are 2." As if in response to his words, 2 enormous black spheres appeared out of thin air above Omegakure, far apart, one in the south and the other in the north. In response, Pain, the Deva Path, remained expressionless as he floated into the air. At the same time, a shout rang out from a corner of Omegakure. Spiritual communication. With a loud bang, the hungry ghost path on the rooftop instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, reappearing below the tailed beast ball in the south. Shinra Tensei. As a majestic voice rang out, a terrifying repulsive storm instantly transformed into a green curtain that shot into the sky. The tailed beast balls covered by the green screen disappeared at a visible speed, as if erased by an eraser. Chapter 117. Didn't it explode? On a rocky mountain overlooking Omegakure, stood countless figures, all of them black men and white men wearing vests. On the ground in front of this rocky mountain stood 2 enormous beasts, namely Yujito Nii, the Jinkraki of the 2 tails, and Killer Bee, the Jinkraki of the 8 tails, who had entered their complete tailed beast transformation. Above the head of the 8-tailed Jiki stood the 4th Raikage and his secretary, Mabi. Looking at Omegakure where no mushroom cloud rose, the 4th Raikage said in a deep voice, "And no barrier has been erected either. Could it be that the direction of that massive repulsive attack can be controlled?" Mabi, a few beads of sweat on her forehead, spoke up, "Lord Raikage, in my current state, I can only teleport 3 more times at most. The ability of the heavenly transmission technique can instantly teleport matter to another designated location, provided that the user can see or sense that location. Furthermore, the larger the object being teleported, the more chakra the caster consumes. Even for a jonin like Mabi, teleporting 2 small mountain-sized tailed beast balls at once would be incredibly taxing. Thank you for your hard work, Mabi. Go and rest." The 4th Raikage nodded, then continued issuing orders, "Since air raids aren't working, let's try another method, Yujito." "Yes." Without the 4th Raikage needing to continue, Killer Bee and Yujito Nii understood the meaning behind his words. The 2-tailed beasts raised their heads and opened their mouths wide again. Blue chakra and purplish-black chakra appeared out of thin air and quickly condensed into a tailed beast ball, which was smaller than the tailed beast's fists. Then, this energy ball, like a water-filled balloon, rapidly expanded. In no time, 2 super-dense energy balls, each the size of a small mountain, appeared above the heads of the 2 tails and the 8 tails, compressing the vast ocean of chakra. The 2-tailed beast balls are different colors. The 2-tailed one is purplish-black, while the 8-tailed one is pure black. But every single tailed beast ball contains the energy to instantly destroy several small hills and turn the entire urban area of a major ninja village into ruins. This is the tailed beast ball of a perfect Jinkraki, and also the true tailed beast ball, possessing an S-rank ultimate technique with strategic deterrence. With a whoosh, a piercing sound of air being cut rang out. The two tails launched its tailed beast ball, which flew towards the distant Omegakure like a cannonball. The 8 tails deliberately slowed down a beat, while simultaneously gathering its strength, before unleashing its tailed beast ball at the tailed beast ball in front of it. The two tailed beast balls, each a different color, suddenly followed the same parabola, one after the other, chasing each other. Just as the two tails tailed beast ball was about to reach Omegakure, the 8 tails tailed beast ball suddenly accelerated and caught up, colliding heavily like billiard balls. However, the tailed beast balls in front of them were not knocked away like the billiard balls, instead, they suddenly burst out with dazzling light, blooming like fireworks. Boom! The two explosions, which overlapped, were so loud that even the 8th platoon, more than 20 kilometers away, could hear them. 4 spies from various countries who were also gathering intelligence and hiding on the outskirts of Omegakure, the noise was deafening, as if their hearing had been stripped away. The two-tailed beast balls exploded, forming a huge ball of flame that rapidly expanded and spread in all directions. Omegakure village is one of those directions. Clearly, another method used by the 4th Raikage is the instant explosion lightning. Since we don't know how the enemy neutralized the tailed beast ball's air attack, we might as well let the tailed beast ball explode prematurely. However, just as the flames were about to reach Omegakure, a red, transparent barrier appeared out of thin air on all 4 sides, like a giant red transparent box, covering Omegakure. Even if a mountain were submerged, it would instantly shatter, or even turn into dust. But when it encountered the red, transparent barrier, it was like a pebble hitting a safe door made entirely of metal, it was simply bounced back. The red, transparent barrier didn't even tremble slightly. 4 Red Yang Formation. Seeing this, the 4th Raikage's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "What mysterious third party? The culprit is clearly only the Akatsuki." The 4 Red Yang Formation, although only an A-rank ninjutsu, is the strongest barrier technique in the ninja world. Because the condition for casting this barrier technique is that 4 top-tier powerhouses with chakra levels reaching the 5 kage level must be gathered, the barrier's defensive capabilities are dozens of times stronger than the 4 Purple Flame Formation, which can trap a kage-level powerhouse. Previously, apart from Konoha and Uzumaki Gakure, no other ninja village possessed such a barrier ninjutsu. After the Uzumaki clan was wiped out by a coalition of nations, the Hidden Cloud village seized a scroll containing a barrier. Apart from Kumagakure and Konoha, other ninja villages probably don't have such a barrier technique. Even if you possess it, you might not be able to use it effectively. Now, the 4th Raikage witnessed the Akatsuki unleashing their strongest barrier technique. Combined with Tsunade's statement that the Book of Seals was stolen, this barrier technique must have been obtained by the Akatsuki from Konoha. Only Izayoi knew that this was provided to Nagato by Obito Uchiha. In the original story, after becoming the 10 Tails Jinkraki, Obito Uchiha single-handedly performed the 6 Red Yang Formation. They even have such a barrier technique. Not to mention the 4th Raikage, even Kakuzu cast a suspicious glance at Pain. "Leader, was the Konoha crush really not something you and Orochimaru did?" Pain ignored Kakuzu and instead looked at Zetsu and asked, "What's the situation?" "The chess pieces have already been placed inside, they could cause a disturbance at any time," Baiju replied with a smile. Pain nodded, then said indifferently to the Akatsuki members, "Our opponent is Kumagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and a third party could intervene at any time. Therefore, I will not force you to participate in the war. You can stay in Omegakure to help maintain the barrier, participate in the war, or leave. Stop talking nonsense and open the barrier now." Sasori's true form, having emerged from Hiriko's body at some point, held a scroll in her hand and said with expectant eyes, "I can't wait to see just how big the difference is between my art and that guy's art." "Me too, me too." Deidara chimed in, then crossed his arms, looking utterly captivated, and exclaimed, "A meteor shower, and a technique to turn Kumagakure into a meteorite crater. I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. How artistic! That guy is probably watching us from somewhere right now, how could I possibly miss such a stage?" Seeing his two fellow sufferers so excited, Haydn also swung his scythe, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, and shouted, "The Jashin-sama loves war the most, and I can't wait to taste their blood." As expected of a senior, he has such an imposing presence. Whether it was his true nature being revealed, or him relinquishing control of his body to Tobi, Obito Uchiha gave a comical and exaggerated salute, saying, "Although I'm just an intern, I will strive to learn from my seniors. I want to participate in this war." "Humph, all I care about is money," Kakuzu said coldly. Kumagakure used to be the strongest ninja village overall, and many of their heads are very valuable. I hope they didn't die in the previous incident. Since everyone has chosen to participate, I naturally can't be left out, Kisame Hoshigaki grinned. Those two-tailed beast balls just now have Samehada itching to fight. Today, Samehada should be able to have a good feast. I'm also going to fight. Compared to Sasori and others, Itaki Uchiha was much more concise. Seeing that they had all chosen to join the war, a rare smile appeared on Pain's zombie-like face, before he said expressionlessly, "Although the organization was exposed prematurely and was not part of the original plan, Akatsuki's goal is to achieve peace and realize everyone's dreams. Sooner or later, we will clash with the 5 great shinobi villages. Since war is unavoidable, let's use this war to announce Akatsuki's existence to the ninja world." After saying this, Pain rose into the air and led the way towards the Cloud Ninja forces. The members of the Akatsuki organization followed closely behind. Deidara created a large white bird, which carried Sasori of the Red Sand behind him. Konan spread her wings and followed Pain, one on each side, alongside a large white bird. Kakuzu, Haydn, Kisame Hoshigaki and Itaki Uchiha flew past below in a flash. Only Heibaiju used the mayfly technique to infiltrate underground. Obito Uchiha, on the other hand, ran with exaggerated, unsteady gait, as if he were trying his best to catch up with his seniors. When they reached the edge of the barrier, the 4 red sun formation vanished instantly. A short while later, 5 more figures appeared in the group, quickly rushing out of Omegakure and heading towards the direction of the Cloud Ninja forces. Except for the strongest heretic who remained in the village, the entire Akatsuki organization mobilized for the first time. This scene was immediately observed by the Cloud Ninja force, as well as by spies from various countries whose whereabouts were unknown. Before the 4th Raikage could give the order, the Cloud Ninja forces suddenly became restless. "Bakai, what are you doing? Ugubd, why did you attack me? Arrest him! This guy's gone mad! Are we under an illusion? Or a transformation spell? Have enemies infiltrated? No, his chakra is normal. There's no sign of him being under a genjutsu, nor is it a transformation jutsu." Shock, anger, disbelief, and confusion echoed throughout the Cloud Ninja forces. Hearing the commotion behind him, the 4th Raikage turned around, frowning as he asked, "What's going on over there?" Mabi, who appeared instantly, quickly replied, "Lord Raikage, someone suddenly attacked their comrade, but there's no sign of them being under a genjutsu, and their chakra aura is perfectly normal. It doesn't seem like a transformation jutsu. We're subduing them now and interrogating them, the disturbance will subside soon. Since he wasn't manipulated by genjutsu, execute him on the spot," the 4th Raikage said coldly. "Regardless of whether he's an ally or an enemy, anyone who attacks their comrade at a time like this deserves death." "Yes." Mabai immediately gave the order. Soon, those ninjas who betrayed their comrades were executed on the spot, and their corpses turned into white Zetsu clones at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of monster is this? The Cloud Ninja, who had been reluctantly executing their comrade, were suddenly stunned. Meanwhile, Mabai and the other students in the perception class were sweating profusely. It's a transformation technique. You're kidding, you can't be serious, right? The Akatsuki even have a transformation technique to fake chakra aura. It must be this monster's secret technique. Besides these few guys, how many other people are actually transformed from that monster? As soon as these words were spoken, the Cloud Ninja instantly became wary of their companions. Before the war even began, morale had already suffered a severe blow. At this moment, the experienced Jonin stepped forward and shouted, "Don't panic. Find people you know and use coded hand gestures to ask them things you know. That will test whether it's true or false." Upon hearing this, the Cloud Ninja troops immediately broke up their original formation, forming small teams, and began to gesture like deaf-mute people. Soon after, the killing resumed. The remaining white Zetsu clones were all identified. As they quelled the riot and identified the enemy, the fourth Raikage said to Killer B, "Test them one more time and see how they neutralize the tailed beast ball." "I got it, you jerk." Killer B responded, and then the eight tails opened its mouth wide again, quickly condensing a black-tailed beast ball, which shot out towards the Akatsuki organization, who were already very close. Once the tailed beast ball exploded, the explosion might affect them. Despite the fact that even if they were hit by the tailed beast ball, they would instantly die, the members of Akatsuki remained calm and did not slow down. However, the Preta path, which was following behind, flashed and appeared at the front of the group, rushing towards the incoming tailed beast ball. In other people's eyes, this guy deliberately ran into the tailed beast ball, courting death. When the Preta path collided with the tailed beast ball, there was no explosion. Instead, the tailed beast ball stopped in mid-air, its mountain-like size shrinking at a visible speed, and finally liquefying like water, flowing into the Preta path's palm. Ninjutsu absorption. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. It can even absorb tailed beast balls. "Is this the power of the sage's eye?" the fourth Raikage said in a deep voice. His face is covered in black nails, and his eyes are in the shape of the Rinnegan, exactly like the Rinnegan puppet Tsunade mentioned. Could there really be a mysterious person? Is this the puppet's power, or the Rinnegan's power? "Damn it, we have to take care of that guy first," Killer B said. "Scatter." The fourth Raikage did not answer, but instead raised his hand and shouted, issuing an order. Because he saw pain, the Deva path, floating in the air, rise to an even higher position. This scene felt like a return to the end of December last year. Not only the fourth Raikage, but even the Cloud Ninja forces took notice. Many of those who experienced that night had a flicker of fear in their eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, they instantly transformed into streaks of black and blue-white afterimages, scattering in all directions. As it turned out, their idea was correct. Absorbing the chakra transmitted from the Preta path, Pain, like a balloon about to burst, rapidly rose into the air, raised his hands towards the direction of the Cloud Ninja forces, and gave a soft shout. "Shinra Tensei!" An invisible storm roared forth. It's just that it's not raining right now, otherwise, this enormous expanse of rain would have vanished in an instant. Even so, the repulsive storm of distorted air currents passed through the area where the Cloud Ninja troops had previously been, much like a hurricane. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the rocky mountain shattered, the earth caved in, and thick dust billowed up. At the same time, it also sounded the clarion call for this war. A dense mass of figures burst forth from the dust and mist, forming a crescent shape to surround the Akatsuki organization. Facing over 2,000 Cloud Ninja soldiers all wearing vests, unless Pain himself intervened, anyone would be under immense pressure, even the Akatsuki, comprised entirely of cage-level shinobi. Then, the upper bodies of both black and white Zetsu emerged from the ground. White Zetsu raised a sword finger with one hand and laughed, "Come forth, White Zetsu army." In an instant, white chives rapidly grew from the ground, transforming into white Zetsu clones. Their numbers were exactly double those of the Cloud Ninja army. The spore technique certainly couldn't create so many white Zetsu clones. Clearly, black and white Zetsu secretly mobilized 100,000 white Zetsu. As soon as the approximately 5,000 white Zetsu clones appeared, their numbers immediately overwhelmed the Cloud Ninja forces. One in front, one behind, one to the left, one to the right, one white, one black, they formed a strange double fish pattern. Yo-ho! A ghostly scream rang out, and Haiden randomly selected a Cloud Ninja whose body was crackling with lightning, wielding his blood-red crescent scythe to slash at him, preparing for a taijutsu duel. The Cloud Ninja, who was parrying Haiden's attack with his sword and was about to fight to the bitter end, suddenly widened his eyes. Suddenly, a large patch of flames appeared behind Haiden. The next second, an incredibly hot wave of fire engulfed Haiden and the Cloud Ninja. Ah! Both of them were engulfed in flames, letting out heart-wrenching screams. In no time, the Cloud Ninja were reduced to charred remains, while Haiden, though the flames dissipated, was still rolling around in the same spot. However, the flames on his body were slowly disappearing, and the burn marks were healing at a steady pace. "Kakuzu, what the hell are you doing? I haven't even started the ritual yet." Haiden cursed, feeling no pleasure whatsoever since he wasn't in the state of being possessed by the Death Sage, only excruciating pain and discomfort. "There's no time for your dawdling now," Kakuzu said coldly. "Just be a shield." "What did you say? You believe I'll curse you to death?" Haiden had barely finished speaking when his body was struck by a flash of lightning, his head severed from his body. "Kakuzu, save me!" In the sky, Deidara looked at the Cloud Ninjas flashing with lightning, feeling as if doused with cold water, and muttered, "How can there be such a disgusting ninjutsu as lightning release in this world? Brother Scorpion, it's been a while, let's cooperate. Let it descend." The large white bird carrying the two descended rapidly. Sasori of the Red Sand raised his hands, ignoring friend and foe, and spewed two enormous fire snakes at the Cloud Ninja who were fighting with the white Zetsu clone. Experience the interplay of art. Deidara laughed and flung out two small white birds, which circled the fire serpent a few times before crashing into it, transforming into two enormous balls of flame that engulfed the surrounding white Zetsu clones and Cloud Ninja. After the flames dissipated, an army of 300 puppets connected by chakra threads appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing this scene, the Cloud Ninja, who had been filled with hatred for Sasori and had already surrounded him, all changed their expressions drastically. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki and Ataki Uchiha were just making a cameo appearance. The former did not use water-style ninjutsu with an amazing range, and the latter did not use powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Instead, one used same hata to fight against a Cloud Ninja who was skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu, while the other used genjutsu to toy with the enemy who attacked him. Like Ataki Uchiha, another person who toys with his enemies is trainee Tobi. Instead of using kamui or wood release, he played hide and seek with the Cloud Ninja, who were skilled in high-speed movement, guiding their attacks towards his teammates. On the other hand, the battle between Pain and Konan had already reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. Sniff sniff. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out continuously. Xiaonan hovered in the air, shooting out a large number of paper cranes from her wings downwards, forming a barrage of bullets. Each paper crane has an explosive tag spell on it. Rat Tail Ball Jade. Before Xiaonan's flock of paper cranes could bombard the ground, a blue barrage of bullets also flew up below, colliding with the white barrage. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out, sending countless fireworks bursting into bloom. After the flames and smoke dissipated, a huge cat demon covered in blue chakra flames and black patterns leaped from the ground into the air and crashed into Konan, who was in mid-air. Konan parried with both wings, but was knocked higher into the air by the blow. Just as the two-tailed cat opened its mouth wide, preparing to spit a giant fireball at Konan, a multi-headed dog with wings also leaped into the air, its mouths grabbing the two-tailed cat and dragging it back to the ground. Sniff sniff. The sound of missiles piercing the air rang out again as more than a dozen missiles, trailing flames, bombarded the Hydra and the two-tailed cat demon indiscriminately, creating bursts of fire and eliciting roars from the two beasts. Lightning release, absolute thunder plow, heated blade. A flash of red and blue light appeared out of thin air, as if teleporting, on both sides of the Prita path. Elbows covered in tailed beast chakra and blue-white electricity slammed into his neck. Despite this, the Prita path remained unmoved and reached out to grab Killer Bee, who had deactivated his full-tailed beast transformation and entered his tailed beast cloak state. Just as the fourth Raikage behind him was about to strike the back of the Prita path's neck, a detached voice descended from the sky. Universal guidance. An invisible hand of God immediately lifted the fourth Raikage off the ground. Meanwhile, the Prita path clung to Killer Bee's arm, letting the immense force lift his feet off the ground. The next second, Killer Bee's tailed beast cloak vanished rapidly. To be precise, it flowed into the body of the hungry ghosts. Furthermore, Killer Bee's chakra was rapidly depleting. Seeing this, Killer Bee's expression changed slightly. He quickly entered tailed beast form, turning his arm into an octopus tentacle. After binding the Prita path, he immediately severed the arm. At the same time, he grew a giant octopus tentacle, grabbed the fourth Raikage who had been sucked into the sky, and pulled him back. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive storm slammed into the octopus tentacles and the fourth Raikage, slamming them heavily to the ground. However, when the dust settled, the fourth Raikage appeared unharmed next to Killer Bee. "Hey idiot, did you notice?" Killer Bee asked. "Ah." The fourth Raikage gazed at Pain, who was slowly descending to the ground, then glanced at the other side of the battlefield. Watching Sasori of the Red Sand, who was controlling a puppet army with chakra threads to fight the Cloud Ninja but gaining little advantage, his expression darkened. He said, the mysterious third party might actually exist. Could it be an act? If not, should we continue fighting? Killer Bee continued to ask. I don't know, let's try again. The fourth Raikage's eyes hardened. There's no turning back now that the battle has begun, there's no possibility of resolving the hatred. If he's not the culprit, then we'll take his sage eyes. Understood. Let this guy experience the power of the combination. Chapter 118. High-level games are devoid of any unnecessary chatter, every second is a thrilling contest and duel. With 5,000 white Zetsu clones helping to disperse the firepower, the Akatsuki organization displayed overwhelming power from the start, making the Cloud Ninja on the field and the spies from various countries hiding in the shadows feel the difference in numbers. However, this advantage is only temporary. To reiterate, a ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence. Unless it's a level of numerical strength that even a sheer numbers can't overcome, ninjas share two common weaknesses, fragility and limited chakra. Being stabbed in a vital area by a kunai will kill you, as will being blown up by an explosive tag. Once your chakra is depleted, you're no different from an ordinary person. Ninjas who can wear vests are at least Chunin level, considered junior elites among ninjas. Normally, these elite youngsters would already be capable of leading a team to carry out missions. When war breaks out, they will be led by more well-rounded jonin, and their execution capabilities will be greatly enhanced. In addition to combat members, ninjas also include various support roles. More than 2,000 elites gathered together, enhancing not only their strength, but their overall capabilities. The Akatsuki members only initially held a numerical advantage. Soon, their intelligence was gathered by the Cloud Ninja, and they gradually began to feel the pressure. For example, after Deidara threw Sasori of the red sand down, he rode a large white bird and flew through the sky like a bomber, constantly dropping various animal-shaped, large and small explosive clay objects, indiscriminately bombarding the battlefield. However, before he could have his fun, a cloud ninja who used lightning release ninjutsu to try and detonate the explosive clay prematurely discovered that after the lightning release ninjutsu touched the explosive clay, the clay not only failed to explode in the air, but also became a dud upon landing. That guy's ninjutsu is earth style, so use lightning release to deal with him. The cloud ninja immediately relayed this information. This guy can fly, he's too much for you to handle, leave him to me. Darui stepped forward, clapped his hands, and unleashed multiple powerful laser beams towards Deidara in the sky. Storm escapes, encourages setbacks, locks in harsh elements. The storm release laser, possessing the destructive power of lightning release and the control of water release, was like a homing missile from the Azura path, constantly chasing the large white bird that swayed up and down, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, in the air. Damn it, they found out so quickly. Deidara kept hurling explosive clay at the laser barrage, only to have it engulfed before it could detonate. He then cursed under his breath, if I weren't worried about accidentally killing them, I'd really like to show you the power of C4 Garuda. Unable to dodge the lasers, Deidara chose to abandon the white bird and leaped down from the sky, landing beside Sasori of the red sand. Watching Sasori of the red sand, who had already drawn the third Kazekage's weapon and was controlling his puppet army and magnet release trump card, fighting against hundreds of cloud ninja without gaining any advantage, Deidara couldn't help but tease, "Brother Sasori, you seem a bit disheveled." "Enough talk, attack together," Sasori of the red sand said in a deep voice. The puppeteer's least favorite opponent is one who excels in swordsmanship and physical combat, and is also extremely fast. Sasori's parents died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. The ninjas of Kumagakure are mostly skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and they all have white teeth. It belongs to the type that counters Sasori of the red sand. Watch out for that guy's poison needles. Anyone poisoned, retreat immediately and find a medical ninja. Hope and Samui led their team to besiege Red Sand Scorpion, and have already destroyed nearly 100 of Red Sand Scorpion's puppets. Looking at the puppets involved in the Cloud Village incident, they were not even in the same league. Neither Xi nor Samui felt any pleasure from suppressing Sasori of the red sand, instead, their mood became even heavier. They're not even in the same league. Not only does it require chakra threads to connect to it, but the materials are also inferior to those human puppets, and it cannot use the 5 elements escape technique. Judging from Sasori's somewhat strained expression and the way he treasures the 3rd generation Kazekage, he's clearly not acting. This means that the other party is not the one controlling the puppet army, but the one who manipulated Shimura Danzo so skillfully that even the 4th Reikage couldn't do anything about it for a while. The information provided by the 5th Hokage of Konoha is very likely true. The mastermind behind this is someone else entirely. Their hidden cloud village was merely a pawn used by the enemy to deal with the Akatsuki. Upon realizing this, Hope, Samui, and many other cloud ninja who had already discovered the truth all turned extremely pale. However, since the Reikage did not allow them to retreat, they had no choice but to continue fighting. Furthermore, they believed that Lord Reikage would never wage a meaningless war. The artistic duo found themselves on the defensive, and the immortal duo weren't faring much better. After his head was sewn back together with the earth grudge, Haiden randomly sought out several cloud ninja to fight, finally managing to slash their skin and obtain blood. Immediately, to the astonishment of the cloud ninja, he disemboweled himself, causing copious amounts of blood to flow out. Then, he drew a magic circle and performed a curse ritual on the spot, ending the life of the cloud ninja. However, while this act of publicly cursing someone to death is incredibly intimidating, it is also extremely foolish. When Haiden took the blood of the 2nd cloud ninja and prepared to return to the magic circle, the weakness of his technique had already been discovered. If it weren't for Kakuzu's timely rescue with the masked monster, Haiden would probably have been torn to pieces by the Cloud Ninja. Just like in the original story, the immortal duo, who could easily defeat even the Two Tails Jinchuriki in a one-on-one fight, quickly found themselves on the defensive after their information was exposed. On the other hand, Kisame Hoshigaki and Ataki Uchiha, who had been hiding their strength, maintained a firm advantage. Whenever the enemy thought they had gathered intelligence on them, these two would reveal even greater strength and techniques. Their powerful tacit understanding and silent cooperation made all the Cloud Ninja who were eyeing them, whether they were Chunin, Jonin, or elite Jonin with ace combat power, feel despair. They were fighting as if they were facing off against the Five Cage. Only Obito Uchiha kept toying with the Cloud Ninja, never revealing any of his abilities, and never killing a single one. At the same time, the Sharingan beneath the mask was also scanning the surroundings, taking in the actions of all the Akatsuki members. Just as he had thought, Itaki Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki were both a level above the others in terms of strength. Especially Itaki Uchiha, with just his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Genjutsu, and summoning crows, he toyed with his enemies, barely even using fire release techniques, let alone the Mangekyo Sharingan. When faced with a wide-range ninjutsu, he either dodges it with a teleportation technique or seeks help from Kisame Hoshigaki. Fortunately, Kisame Hoshigaki was one of his men. Otherwise, within the Akatsuki organization, this combination would be a force that could break the balance and escape control at any moment. While the Cloud Ninja forces, the Akatsuki and the White Zetsu army were fighting, Pain, Konan, the A and B duo, and Yujito Nii very tacitly shifted the battlefield to a rocky mountain area. Otherwise, in a fight of their caliber, it would be too easy for them to accidentally injure their teammates. Konan flew around in the sky, constantly releasing ordinary and explosive shuriken, along with the Yatagarasu, which could also lay explosive eggs, bombarding the two-tailed cat demon jumping around in the rocky mountains below. Behind the two-tailed cat demon were a massive bull, a multi-headed dog, and a chameleon, among other summoned beasts. On a desolate land, the 6 Paths of Pain and the AB combination are staging the strongest team battle to date. Raito Ninja meets Suzuki's blade. The 4th Raikage, his entire body covered in blue and white electricity, appeared out of thin air as if by teleportation, still targeting the Preta path with unwavering focus. This guy, who could absorb ninjutsu and chakra, was a huge counter to Killer Bee. Shinra Tensei. Standing in a row with the other Pain, the Deva path, simply raised his hand, without even aiming at the 4th Raikage, and an invisible repulsive storm sent the 4th Raikage flying. The human path and the hell path raised their hands and flicked their wrists, sending sharp black rods flying out from their sleeves like arrows, heading towards the 4th Raikage who had been flung into the air. Just as the black rods were about to hit the 4th Raikage, a giant octopus arm flew over and caught them all. What was initially thought to be a simple parry turned into a sudden change in Killer Bee's expression. He couldn't even sever the tentacles as he had before, and could only draw 2 swords to quickly cut off the tentacles extending from his body. "You idiot, whatever you do, don't let those black rods pierce you, they can interfere with chakra." Universal guidance. As soon as Killer Bee finished his warning, his feet left the ground, and his body flew towards Pain. The Hungry Ghost path charged toward Killer Bee, with the Azura path close behind, simultaneously detaching their wrists and firing a barrage of missiles. The Human path and Hell path looked around, providing Nagato with a shared view, wary of the 4th Raikage speed that was as fast as space-time, and also protecting the Deva path Pain, who was on a 5-second cooldown. As it turned out, they were right. Using its tentacles as cover, the 4th Raikage, who had vanished upon landing, reappeared behind Pain in a flash, striking towards the back of his neck with a lightning hand chop. Neither the human realm nor the hell realm attempted to stop them, instead, they vanished instantly. Because 5 seconds have already passed. Shinra Tensei. Gravity turned into repulsion. This repulsive storm appeared as a transparent white shield, causing the fourth Raikage's hand blade to freeze in mid-air. His body was then thrown back again, even kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. Killer Bee, now free from the gravitational pull, stared at the missile magnified before his eyes. Instantly, a large amount of dark red chakra overflowed from his body, enveloping his entire form. The next second, 8 dark red tails grew out from Killer Bee's back. As soon as he entered the half-tailed beast form, Killer Bee's body vanished. Like a humanoid beast, he left trails of afterimages and instantly passed by the Preta path and Azura path, rushing towards Pain at an incredible speed. After the fourth Raikage landed, he vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing out of thin air above the Preta path's head. He raised his right leg above his head and brought it down with a heavy slam. Universal guidance. Pain's voice rang out again, and the invisible hand of God, this time, did not grab the fourth Raikage, but instead pulled the Preta path away from its original spot. With a deafening boom, the fourth Raikage slammed his foot into the earth, creating a massive cloud of thick fog. With a whoosh, a beam of laser shot into the dust and mist. The Azura's head opened, firing a laser cannon, while simultaneously firing 10 missiles from both hands, bombarding the area continuously. The human path and the hell path appeared in front of Pain's Deva path. The former shot out a large number of black rods from his sleeves, attacking Killer Bee, who was as swift as a cheetah. The latter formed hand seals and spat out a large wave of fire. Just like Izayoi's Tensagen puppets, Rinnegan puppets, in addition to the abilities of the Rinnegan, can also use Nagato's 5 elements release techniques. Nagato, who had transplanted the Rinnegan, also gained access to 6 chakra nature transformations. Boom! Killer Bee didn't dodge the oncoming waves of fire, nor the black rods mixed in with the flames. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of orange-red light, like an enhanced laser, instantly shattering the waves of fire. It passed between the human path and the hell path and shot straight at Pain, the Deva path. Shinra Tensei. Pain, without dodging or flinching, raised his hand and unleashed a repulsive storm, which blocked the beam and shattered it. A transparent white light shield appeared around him. However, after the light barrier disappeared, a whooshing sound suddenly reached Pain's ears. With his eyelids drooping slightly, Pain turned and leaped backward, dodging the fourth Raikage's fist attack, and then raised his hand to shoot a black rod at the fourth Raikage. Unfortunately, the fourth Raikage was too fast. He dodged the black rod attack in a flash, caught up with the flying Pain, and threw another punch. Pain remained unfazed, meeting the attack with his palm. However, a sharp black rod grew out of his palm. Just as the fist was about to collide with the black rod, the fourth Raikage flashed again, appearing behind Pain and delivering another chop to the neck. This time, his hand strike still failed to hit Pain. The familiar transparent white light shield blocked the fourth Raikage's attack, instantly expanding and sending him flying. Black rods, flames, missiles, and lasers engulfed everything. Killer Bee instantly appeared, catching the fourth Raikage as he flew backward. His 8 dark red tails swept away the nearest black rods, and his body, blasted away by the repulsive storm, quickly entered a state of full-tailed beast transformation, blocking all other attacks. Roar! As the roar of a wild beast resounded, the 8-tailed Jiki appeared on the battlefield. Pain's expression changed slightly, not because of the enormous creature in front of him, but because he had lost one perspective. Amidst the dust and mist, the Preta path, attempting to stealthily approach and absorb the tailed beast's chakra, was met with a flash of lightning before its vision was replaced by darkness. A gigantic fist, carrying terrifying power, slammed heavily into the face of the hungry ghost realm cultivator, sending him flying. The hungry ghosts were thrown back an unknown distance before crashing into a rocky mountain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nagato instantly severed his connection with the Preta path. With a single strike, the fourth Raikage instantly defeated the Preta path. The 5 Kage are indeed no ordinary people. Nagato, who was staying in a Megakure, muttered to himself. Then the hell path quietly withdrew from the battlefield and flew towards the hungry ghost path. Wow, that's impressive. They took down pain so quickly. In the land of water, Izayoi, who uses the wood transformation to become a mysterious person, also witnessed this scene through the real-time transmission of her wood clone. He praised the Abduo generously, affirming their abilities. He then chuckled lightly, however, the rest of pain are all limited by the Deva path of pain. Your actions are only hastening your defeat. The fourth Raikage was hit by so many repulsive attacks from pain, yet he suffered no damage whatsoever. Besides the fact that the surrounding area was relatively barren and the only obstacle was the rocky mountain, the reason why pain withdrew his power was also due to this. If pain increases his power, the surrounding pains will also be blasted away by the repulsive storm. The other 5 pain are actually limitations imposed by pain's Deva path. When pain doesn't need the help of the other pains, his only weakness is his 5-second cooldown. If you continue fighting like this, you are destined to lose. Izayoi took down the large scroll from her back, smiling as she murmured, "Since you haven't disappointed me, I'll lend you a hand." Who are you?" At that moment, a weak voice rang out. The camera zooms out, revealing that Izayoi is in a massive meteorite crater. At the bottom of the pit lay a disheveled figure, his body covered in tadpole-shaped runes. Even covered in dust, his handsome appearance and charisma were undeniable. He was none other than Utakata, a rogue ninja from Kirigakure and the Jinkriki of the 6 Tails. At this moment, Izayoi was sitting on Utakata's body. "Sorry, no comment." Izayoi unfurled a large scroll with one hand, while the other gripped Utakata's neck. Beneath her mask, which lacked even eyeholes, came an echoing laugh as she delivered a surprisingly ventriloquist-like performance. "Don't worry, I'm just here to borrow your chakra." As Izayoi finished speaking, Utakata's eyes widened, but unfortunately, with his neck being choked, he couldn't utter a sound. However, he could clearly sense that his chakra and tailed beast chakra were rapidly draining away. To be precise, it was absorbed by the mysterious person in front of it. If his senses were strong enough to detect chakra aura, he would discover that the mysterious person's chakra aura was changing and becoming exactly the same as his own. At the same time, a cloud of white smoke also emanated from the large scroll in front of the mysterious man. A human puppet dressed in red clouds and black clothes appeared before the mysterious man. It was none other than Shimura Danzo. As soon as Shimura Danzo appeared, he put away the large scroll on his back and did not use the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. Instead, he stood in front of Izayoi. After Izayoi absorbed a large amount of chakra and completely altered the chakra aura within his body using wood release, he stood up, placed one hand on Shimura Danzo's shoulder, and formed an unformed hand seal with the other, whispering, "Ninja art. Heaven's delivery technique." The next second, Shimura Danzo's body vanished without warning. When he reappeared, he had moved from the land of water, far from the ninja continent, to the land of rain, located in the center of the continent, which was also the battlefield between the Cloud Ninja forces and the Akatsuki organization. This is the effect of wood clone technique and Tensagen and heavenly gift technique. Whether it was due to the Tensagen or the fact that the Otsutsuki clan all possessed top-tier space-time talent, Izayoi discovered that cultivating space-time ninjutsu, or any ability related to space-time, was as easy as eating and drinking. Tsunade found it terrifying that the mysterious man had learned the Flying Thunder God technique in just 4 months, a technique previously only mastered by her great-uncle and Minato Namikaze in Konoha's 61 years of history. In fact, after Izayoi began training, she learned the Flying Thunder God technique in just 3 days. On the first day, he sensed the existence of space and time. On the second day, he condensed his chakra into the Flying Thunder God technique, which would never disappear, and on the third day, he successfully completed the teleportation. Not counting the multiple shadow clone technique, the Flying Thunder God technique was the first forbidden technique that Izayoi learned from the Scroll of Seals. After obtaining the Book of Seals from the hidden cloud village from the Rakich's building, the first forbidden technique that Izayoi learned was also the heavenly delivery technique. This ninjutsu is a perfect match for the Tensagen. Izayoi has no shortage of chakra and an astonishingly long-range vision. Combined with the real-time teleportation of his wood clones, Izayoi can not only teleport matter to any location in the ninja world, but also to islands outside the ninja continent. Moreover, human puppets are inanimate objects, just like supplies, and will not be damaged during teleportation. Having mastered this ninjutsu, Izayoi could easily airdrop a puppet army anywhere. Now, that's exactly what he's doing. After teleporting Shimura Danzo there, Izayoi glanced at Utakata on the ground and smiled, "Your seal will automatically dissipate in 1 minute. Thank you very much for your help today, I'll come back to you next time I need something." After saying that, Izayoi's figure also disappeared without warning. When he reappeared, he did not appear directly on the battlefield, but stood on a rocky mountain from which he could see the battlefield. Beside him was Ranmaru, whose Tensagen and Rin-Egan could instantly detect his invisibility, and 2 other puppet clones, also invisible, who were controlling a puppet army to participate in the war, indiscriminately attacking the Cloud Ninja forces, the White Zetsu army, and the Akatsuki organization. Izayoi rose into the air and flew towards the battlefield. Without any concealment, the dazzling chakra, as bright as the moon in the sky, instantly caused everyone on the battlefield, including the spies from various countries who were hiding in the shadows, to change their expressions in surprise and subconsciously look up. Many people were distracted by this and were instantly killed by the puppet. "It's that BD." Pain and the Abduo also ceased their battle. Staring at a small black dot in the distant sky, the 4th Raikage gritted his teeth and said, "That insidious BD, he's finally deigned to show himself." Even Pain's zombie face was unusually filled with fighting spirit as he muttered, "Such chakra, truly worthy of being my nemesis." Ignoring the combination, the 6 paths of pain, now healed by the Hell Path, flew towards the battlefield. The combination followed closely behind. On another battlefield, the same applies to Konan and Yujito Nii. If the mysterious figure doesn't appear, they will naturally continue fighting, since the hatred is irreconcilable. Now that the mysterious figure has appeared, they have a common enemy. Continuing to fight will only allow the enemy to reap the benefits. Looking at the Akatsuki team on the battlefield, along with the Abduo and the 6 paths of pain, and standing with Shino and Hinata, Izayoi couldn't help but click her tongue slightly in amazement. With such a lineup, I wonder if the original body can withstand it. Indeed, the Izayoi in the heavens is none other than the true form.